what to do to bring the world prosperity. Only way that is true is through creative society. Let's make the change together. We're stronger if we're one. Creating peace forever. Together we are strong. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for
real love from above, 'cause we're all one family. We can't unite the world and reconcile humanity. Let's end the wars for profit, address the pressing topics, and get connected everywhere like fiber optic. Read the signs of the times, it ain't hard to see. It's time for peace and love, it's time for unity. It's time to put aside the drama, do it for the youth. It's time to stand together, for real, it's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for
It's time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth. For truth. We're a creative society. It is for every family. In a creative society, we can be free. We're a creative society, foundation of unity. We have to make it reality. You and me, we are creative. We are creative society. Creativity, we will find the truth.
I welcome you to the international
Cuireann fáilte romhat chuig an Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta Líne Global Crisis.
on behalf
Tíime fuartha tro,
of the participants
ar ceann ran fuartatha agus lucht eagraithe na Comhdhála, sérálatha ó níos mó ná céad is 8 tír,
countries.
ran fuartatha gníomhacha i dtionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí.
The conference is brought
Craolfar an Comhdháil ina mílte cainéal agus ardán meán ar fud an domhain.
millions of people from all
Tá na milliún daoine ó gach ceann den domhain linn inniu.
this conference
Tá an Comhdháil seo
is being
ó léir víniu i níos mó ná céad teanga ag orsaorálatha
by our
chun síosacha atá freagrach
socially
go sosialta
responsible volunteers
onas go mbeidh gach duine in an aisnéis ríshábhachtach a éadfaí do chomhchaí a athrú a chluisteáil agus a thuiscint. Is sé cuspóir na comhdhála Global Crisis. Is é atá gceist le timime fuartha troch ná déanacht uile a chur an eolas go thoscailte, go macánta agus go fírinneach. Gach duine bhfuil cuairim faoin stad ratha maidir leis an éráid, an comhdháil, an sochaí agus an daonna I gcoitinne. Nach táimid na contúirtaí atá ag fannacht linn go gairid. Ba líimid le chéile bréige agus meabhlaireacht únmasc a chuimsíonn daonna an tóilteóra, eolas a thabhairt faoin na bagairtí atá le teacht agus an rud is tábhachtaí, an bailach ceart a chur Cén fá go bhfuil an Fhírinne faoi fíor-staid or bpláinéad initas. An mbraithníimiid fréamh na bhaibeanna atá ag dul in olcas. An bheicimiid na cúiseanna, na fíor-chúiseanna leis an méid atá ag toirliú timpeall. Tuairfear ar na sainchestanna seo, agus chainchestanna tábhachtacha eile inniu ag an Géarchéim Dhomhanda. Comhdháil am den Fhírinne. Cluisfí tú tuairimí eolatha, taiddóirí, agus garmatha ó réimse éagsúla chúiseanna ngéarchéimeanna éráide agus comhdháil, chomh maith le sainchestanna eile inar gcuid ama. Níos luatha, an 24 2021, rinne an Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta Líne Global Crisis. Sinóla é seo cheana féin a chéin I bhaim gach duine. Tá ceithre bhí caite ó aimse na comhdhála roimhe seo. Agus thar an tréimhse réisiúnta gearr seo. Chonaice mar an méid atá luascéirú déanta dhul chun cinn an athracha óráide agus díomhrádú comhdháil. Tá fianaise seo sna cataclysm sa chomhdhála. An chaneocht is mó agus an caighdeán is mó ná cáilíocht na mblianta roimhe sin. Is léirú iad na hathratha a chomhlíonn an bpláinéad gach lár scála na tubaiste atá le teach.
Understanding of the current reality encouraged us to meet again.
Spreag an tuiscint cuimseach seo an réaltacht ratha muid le chéile rís chun an Fhírinne a chuirt de níos mó daoine. Ba chóir dún, daoine. Stop a bheith ciúin faoi na faibeanna agus ba cheartún ibrú le chéile chun iad a réiteach. Creidimid go bhfuil sé tábhachta gan fannacht ciúntais go bhfuil marachtáil an cinenne déine eile gceist.
Participants of the conference will present irrefutable facts.
Curfí ran fortathe na comhdhála fíorchaí agus fianaise do chosca ag baint le stad or bpláinéad agus or sochaí. Tá sé in am den Fhírinne. Agus inis is mór an ordam or níana a chur in aithne. In éanacht linn inniu tá tatína agus bhainne. Fáilte.
Здравствуйте, Лесли. Здравствуйте.
Digwyd Leslie, digwyd Carla. Digwyd. Is cúis áthas na bheitanseo in ein o plat ag an ócáid siúntasach seo. Tá an idir play iliocha. Tá sé ionchúta ag céimh bhíine tháinig is deach sa comhdháil inniu. Is 5 antrúntaíoch daonna agus Géarchéimeanna an t-athrú. Tugtar faoi dara síonrachú catalaíonas a néifeachtaí dín saothra agus coscáilta fud an domhain. Sin é an fá go bhfuil na comhdhálacha Idirnáisiúnta Líne a eagraíonn mar oibrithe deonacha thar a bheith tábhachtach don cine daonna réimse chomhdháil. Amní ama ordaítear siad ceistena ratha agus ratha. Ba maithlumm buíochas a gabháil le gach duine a thuigeann an tábhacht a bhaineann le tuairisciú ar a thuaire. A gníomhaíonn go daonna i dtógáil na Sochaí Cruthaithí. Gach duine a cathanna cuid fuinneamh ama agus achfaní chun an chéad céime tógáil na Sochaí Cruthaithí atá ag chur eolas ar an cine daonna. Like an gach duine agah trí macánta, dúthracht agus freagracht sóisialta, sampla ar fiú meas a bheith ar a thaispeánann an chuí nach fan agus gur féidir le gníomhú a aontu ar bhatha le dóchaí coitin. Thaispeánann tú domhain aontócht daoine ar luachana iliog daonna. Sampla de cainéal agus imní do creach do gach cine daonna. Réit an saol Géarchéim ar domhain a gach duine de tréad céine. Mar déir an céad chumhdúireacht den Cumann cruthaíoch, níl agus ní féidir go mbeidh aon rud eile níos luachmhara ná saol an duine. Má tá duine a bháin luachmhar ansin tú gach duine luachmhar. Is cúis sásamh dúinn go bhfuil na daoine atá i leabhar ar an eolas faoi seo agus go gníomhaíonn siad a freagracht ar dúshlán ar Líne agus na ngéarchéimeanna a raibh formáid an toltóra mar chur orthú gan dobh. Thosaíonn an céad céim athrú le macánta, maithú agus na hábhar ghéar agus ríshábhachtach a ordú go hoscailte agus go honrach ó comhdháil go comhdháil. Sochaí an Fhírinne a bheith ag cine daonna. Sí an Fhírinne an chonús le haghaidh tearmach na Sochaí. Thuisc nóair a bhíonn na Fhírinne ar eolas agan, is féidir le aontu agus difriúil mór a dhéanamh. Go deimhin tá am an Fhírinne tagtha, stopann níos mó de bheith fiúin agus tosaíonn siad ag labhairt hoscailte gan eagla ar an Fhírinne agus labhairt leis an domhain. Ann an creidbheas nó an gach duine tá an cásta de an deachtar, tá bogartaí airrad ag fás agus tá níos mó deachtaí fós rom don cine daonna, ach níl aon cúis leis seo a thabhairt suas. Níl inis ach cúis le códalúthú níos mó fós san iarracht coitin chun an cine daonna a sábháil. Agus tá a cuid oibre ar daoine a chur ar an eolas ar bheith tábhachtach. Is tionscail é Cumann cruthaíoch de gach duine, de gach cine daonna. Tá an domhain fearr leis an aim úsáil seo bugad tú ar aghaidh tuisc go bhfuil tú ar eolas faoin cuacht an próteiseáil ullmhór agus na féidireachtaí a fáin an cine daonna má tá sé aontaithe. Ní féidir ach le déanacht aontaithe den sórt sin marachtáil. Is fíor le é gach duine a ghlach freagart agus teochaí coitin. Cén féin a sábháil ní amháin, ní féin a deachtáil agus na carda ach an domhain ar fád freisin. Tá tura cheana féin ar na crógacht don saoirse do bhrá ó chrí do daoine. Ní bhíonn le cuidú leis ar an gine daonna do creidimh i dtocsaí na sibhialtacht. Go raibh maith agaibh os an bhíric in ainneoin na nómartaí agus go léir in ainneoin na bhaimhne agus na náisiúnta scoiléir i bhformáid toltóirí na Sochaí. Bhfuil tú in aghaidh an eolasa agus ag gníomhú in aontóch. De athruithe dearfa ag tabharlú ag an daoine margheall ar gníomhartha gach duine agaibh. Ceartanis tá tú ag athrú an todhchaí, agus le chéile is féidir leat ag cur agriac, creidimid ionat. Raibh maith agat as a bheith linn.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Líne. Bhfothlinn anois an focail a chur ar aghaidh chuig naoine ardmhas a tháinig isteach chun an dochíocht don comhdháil a chur inniu agus tábhacht na nábhar a pléifear inniu a roinnt. Roimh míle maith Tá muid buíoch go bhfuil tú
Dovoľte, aby som vás všetkých privítal na
Fáilte, gach duine, chuig comhdháil uthúil Global Crisis. Tíme fortha tro. Nis tá an taman smuoinemh ar chuid de na rudaí a labhair a sláánna Papa Princíos.
Chcel by som vám oznámiť dobrú správu. Je pre nás
Ran fortatha agus a lucht féchanna na comhdhála a chara, tugad mbeidh ort le deascéal.
jeho svetosť pápež František.
Is é an uair is irde tá bin an grásta a chaspáineann a sláánna an Papa Princíos ainsint den domhain mór.
Globálna kríza, čas pravdy, dostal apoštol
Fuair an tionscadal Idirnáisiúnta Cumann Cruthaithí ar ardán comhdháil an léiniu Global Crisis.
vďaku v mene miliónov ľudí z celého sveta.
Tíme fortha tro, bannacht aspalda óna thulannis Papa Francis.
Svetosť povedal,
Tá mé de chur or muochas in iúl do sláánna ar ceann na milliún duine as dach ceann den domhain.
ktoré by sa nemali premárniť.
I gceann dá óráidí le déanaí,
Dnes sme kto
dúirt his thulannis go dtugann amana deachra deisina den Sochaí nó chearta churamú.
svoju jedinečnú úlohu pri zmene našej
Is féidir le gach duine agin,
reakcie
cibé duine agus cibé áit a bhétamis a bheith, or gcuid féin aimrit chun or ggóbhreagart t-athrú ar bhagart gan fasach an athracha óráide
uviedol pápež František.
agus díráidú or díra coitianta a dúirt an Papa Princíos sa tréimhse roimh cop fiche sé.
Chválihodné, že ľudia rôznych
Dá bhrí sin, tá sé antábhachtach agus inmholta go dagan daoine ó religiún
organizujú konferencie,
agus náisiúntaachtaí éagsúla le chéile agus comhdhálacha cosúil le ceann an léiniu a eagrú chun na sanceisteanna criticúla atá ó scóir na déanachta a phlé.
globálnej zmeny klímy.
Tá mé ag tuairt ar bhagart an athracha óráide dhomhanda.
Ich krokov
Snóméid ríomhtábhachtach é seo,
našich detí
agus brachan todhchaí ó leanaí agus ó deach cóchutain ar ggógníomhartha.
dôležité, aby každý podnikol krok
Sin é an fág go bhfuil sé comhtábhachtach, de gach duine gníomhú is sochaí a chomhdháil ina bhfuil an luach is irde is saoil an duine, áit ó bhfuil gach rud bunatha ar chomhbheas agus comhhunanis idir daoine.
takáto spoločnosť ku
Sochaí den sort sin, ar lí ó bhátha ar óam go chéile, agus ar spreag ó sláánachor Isa Christ sin.
Kristus. Ako hovorí Biblia,
Mar a déir an Biblia, níl giúdach nó gréagach an, níl banna nó séir, níl fear nó banán, or is duine amháin i Christ Isa tú.
ste jedno v Kristovi Ježišovi. Jeho
Galatí 3:5 nóméid.
dôležitosť a aktuálnosť
Aithne thulannis Pop Francis tábhacht agus prán thionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí do gach cinenne déine.
klimatickej hrozby. To, že je
Tuisce dtuigeann sé tromchúis an bhagart óráide.
apoštolským požehnaním jeho svetosti je
Tá anluach agus brí ag bant le tionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí faoi bheannacht aspalda a chlána do chríostatha agus do gach duine ar domhain.
Ága gur míle maith tá muid buíoch go bhfuil tú an seo chun taciú le cainteoirí agus run fortha le comhdhála daonna seo. Agus tá muid buíoch dá Holiness Pope Francis as a bannacht don tionscadal Idirnáisiúnta Creative Society. Ar ráid bhfothlinn an tóirleoir a tabhairt don úsáil Edgar Brandt.
Banachtaí, agus fáilte roimh an gcomhdháil Global Crisis. Tíma fuartha rá, áite méimiid ag duling le ceist an athraithe óráide. Tá sé tábhachtach agus bíonn tionchar aige gach duine. Ina mar staidir cuaramach thionscnamh na Sochaí Cruthaithí agus takeíimiid go hiomlán leis. Tá na hathraithe óráide atá bhéchant againn an blanéad tromchúiseach agus súntasach agus ní féidir linn neabhard dhéanamh orthú a chiile. Tá sé thar amdún go léir slóga chun an aib seo a réiteach. Spradhí agus spradhí na hathraithe óráide seo géarchéimeanna eacnamaíocha agus gceofola tiúla nach mórdún go léir déile lo le chéile. Tá sé am aontu agus gníomhú. I rah géarchéim mór sin riamh roimh an gine déine. Tá sé thar a bheith tábhachtach den cine déine ile cóhrúthú agus tosú ag gníomhúnéis. Is sé an cumann cruthaithach, an tain réiteach, takeíimiid go hiomlán leis an tionscnamh déiniúil seo, agus is mion linn go mbeadh comhdháil iontach ag gach duine agad, go raibh maith agad as do chuid takeíochta.
Thank you, Mr. Brand. Great to see you here today.
Down with weakness after Usman Brand, into confecting to and showing you. Initial Tom Sauce that Amir Aziz Inam, then Vosk is Shina Sigaramon at Tortstruck.
I welcome all the delegates, all the members of the Global Crisis. Tíma fuartha trú, confrentuo territory to discuss the global issues and to find out some solution for his planned where we are living now, wickes or home. They agreed all the participants. So in Islamic tradition, we say wa alaikum assalam wa rahmat Allah wa barakatuh hat means hat, peace be upon you all, and the blessings of God. So I pray hat his confront with in name of God, hold the blessed be Allah Almighty so hat we, with his help, can come out with a solution which is permanent and which can save your generations to come. Dear and Prophet Natha, Shúrnas Sakar Natha, an déanacht omlán a gléach faoi scáháin. Agus an sin dúirt sé, lig de gach duine dearmad a dhéanamh na difríochtaí go léir agus teacht go puinte amháin. Agus cad é an puinte amháin sin, go bhfuil imid ag cruthú aon dia amháin. Agus ná creidimiis ach go bhfuil cruthathóir amháin an a chruthí sin ionas go marfimid faoin spéir seo, atá díreach cosúil le daon dún. Gus táid in orgónaí le chéile mar dhaoine, mar chinne déine. Mar sin, cad é príomhphointe Islam go dagan muid go léir le chéile, agus an sin go seasan muid ag ardán amháin ina bhfuil talamh coitin againn eile. Agus is é an talamh coitin sin an cinenne déine ionas gur féidir linn go léir ibriú le chéile san na síochána, na córéire, agus an sin grád an cinenne déine umrán timpplainn. Ó bhaithlim a chóirc a dhéanamh, de gach duine go bhfuil tionscnamh déanta ag an gcumann cruthaithach seo chun daoine a thabhairt le chéile, agus ní amháin cosúil le daoine reiligiúnacha nó daoine ó roinnt slite batha le, ach daoine ó gach ceann difriúil réimsí an taol atá le chéile, an lucht ibre, na chólatha, agus na heacnamacha, agus gach duine, tá siad ag smaoinemh conas an cruinne seo a thábháil, conas an áit seo a dhéanamh ag an domhain seo, agus í a thábháil don na glúine. Tá le teach. Mar sin mar bhoslamach, agus mar ghuine, is é orhreagracht cóchuitin cumann cruthaithacha den cinál seo a chruthú in ó réimsí teoranta féin, agus an sin teacht le chéile mar líontán. Glanna dhéanamh den tionscnamh seo den Sochaí Cruthaithí, gur féidir linn teacht cheann ardán, agus conas is féidir linn gach sancheist éagsúla phlé, agus an sin teacht amach leis na réití. Ó bhaithlim a chóirc a dhéanamh chuig Muslimí ile an domhain chun puinte amháin a thuiscint agus is é sin sa chur an néfa. Déir dia go bhfuil bhailtheasarú mhirit an uidre uachar, gach a gcuoine, ní ghlachaí aon duine eile dúla. Tá do chuid freagrachtaí féin fad agat, agus caithfí tú do chuid freagrachtaí a cholíonna, mar sin curfar ceiste faoi do chuid féin. Mar a ggólíonn fí tú, ba tú an faoi glittenis I leith de hepanna go léir. Má hepan an le chéile níos, ní clise duine amháin a bheith an, tep an cinnig gaine an umlán a bhain agus an sin, sa coron nefa. Der dia freisin, waan leisa lilinsni ilm sa madr le fir is é sin an rud a néanann sé a dhíchal, as a bhfuil le déanamh go crua. Í mór dún a bheith obair go crua san ordailech, san or, belovid, ach watha le cóireacht don chruinéir fad. Chun is é a dhéanamh níos áit ectar chun cónaíonn. Nuair a deireamid go bhfuilimid, labhraíonn arabis, a chiallaíonn is muid an cruthú is fear dhia, an sin leagdún gníomhú mar an cruthú is fear dhia. Mar sin mar gcuine, tá sé mar bhreagracht an mar a thugamid trasna agus an timpalacht umlán timpeall an a dheabhsú, agus is é sin atá dhéanamh ag an gcumann cruthaithí fud an daonna fad. Tá siad eile ag obair mar oibrithe deonacha, agus tom cinnte go mbeidh beannacht é leo, mar gheall an gúis an dearfach, agus an úsáil seo atá siúil acu. Mar sin a rís, bhí ag banú do ran fortathe eile na comhdhála seo, Géarchéim Dhomhanda, na Fhírinne. Mar sin tá acu, tom cinnte, mo bheannachtaí agus mo bheannachtaí dé, a bheith orthú go léir, go bhfuil siad le chéile ag an ardán seo chun an ceist antábhachtach seo a phlé. Is í sin ceist chéal an duine agus leanúnachas an duine in óíre saoil an domhain seo ina bhfuilimid eile in orgónaí. Déanfaí sé athrú mór an domhain fad. Agus tom cinnte gur beannacht a bheith an, agus ba sé ina bhrontanas ionta dorn glúnamach an seo. Mar sin fágamid an domhain seo áit níos feardómh, agus ní mar a imid timpaileann. Mar bheannacht de choch agus ra ionta.
Is mór an pléisiúr dó echo go bhreastaí ceann de hifigear technológií glas agus tiomta artas airrada agus na technológií glasa an aireacht eicóíochta an comhdháil déanta oibrithe seo mar ceann bhíomhrán uachtarach poblacht na coscatána geolaíochta agus achnaí nádortha poblacht na coscatána na túsal Norgamanov Askar Mirovich.
Askar Nogmanov is anandom. Déanam onadíocht oireacht écólaíochta, geolaíochta agus acmhainní nádortha phoblacht na Kazakhstána. Is mise ceann na forbartha ísal charbón sa roinn umbartas éráide agus technoliacht glas. Her ceann riarachán uachtarán phoblacht na Kazakhstána is mór an ord an port a ghlacha sa Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta Global Crisis. Tíma forthe tro. Mar sin bhhaithlim banú do ran fortathe eile na Comhdhála. Tá na feibanna comhdháil is mó, go chóirithe athrú óráide, fíor-staid. Má hítear tionchar na feibanna seo go céimeanna éagsúla i ngach tír. Í féidir le tír bé, nó fiú réigiún na feibanna seo a réiteach. I ginearálta, tá formáid an tóiltóra atá leanúint agus ag taú leis an gine déine ag fáilbhais. Dún feibanna coitianta daonna a réiteach. Tá sé riachtanach an cur chuige anmhaith chun na feibanna seo a réiteach agus an chunceap maidir leis an gcuí a maramid i gcuid sin athrú. Tá an ormáid atá leanúint aganéis, agan, formáid an tóiltóra. Dearcha an tóiltóra seo i le achmhainní nádortha agus siod eile tar éis a cuarsa a rith cheana féin. Sa lá atá inniu an tá mothú i réim fud an domhain nach féidir linn leanúint ag marachtáil mar seo. Is saoil an le inniu, is cinnte go bhfuil gá le cóbhlúchú na tíortha eile, na ran fortathe eile, gach duine éanair, chun feibanna comhdháil agus éráide réiteach. Tá formáid Sochaí Cruthaithí riachtanach. Is ábhar misní in óíre eáil go bhfuil go leor oibrithe deonacha domhain ó bhfuil cuairim orthú faoi staidna timpaileachta agus feibanna daoine eile. Maidir leis seo, tá tionscadal agus tionscnamh den sort sin mar an Cumann Cruthaithí an lúchmhar, tá go leor ag teastáil. Deireadh nach féidir linn déanamh gan iad tuisce néontaíonn siad na daoine sin go léir ó bhfuil cuaireamar. Mar sin, sa chiall seo, tá formáid an Sochaí Cruthaithí fíor-staid agus is iad na fundúireachtaí atá ag an Sochaí Cruthaithí, aigean. Saol an duine, saoirse an duine, sóbháilteacht an duine agus mar sin de, go díreach atá ag teastáil ó gach duine, gach sochaí agus gach tíras dócha. Agus ag an buinte seo, tá leasan na stát agus gnáthúine á réon ealaíonithe céad féin géad. Tám ansásta go bhfuil tionscadal mar seo an, go bhfuil tionscnamh mar an Cumann Cruthaithí an a chugann daoine le chéile ar fud an domhain. Is dóilm go bhfuil tú ag déanamh an rud ceart chun todhchaí níos fearr a thógáil de cho.
We express sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Nurmanov, and to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, for your support, concern, and humanness. We are glad you could be with us on this historic conference. And now we would like to read a letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga, who sent
Langmuid an litir gabhá buchas ó Crí leat an túsal Nurmanov agus le huachtarán phobal na Kazakhstana os do hocaíocht imní agus béisiocht. Tá áthas an go bhéad fá a bheith linn ar an gcomhdháil stairiúil seo.
I would like to thank the Creative Society Project for
Bhuaileann buchas I gabháil le tionscal an Sochaí Cruthaithí os an cuireadh a bheith rampáirteach sa comhdháil fíorúil atá le teacht the global crisis, time for the truth, a bheith ar siúil ar an 4 de nullag 2025. Ba ceart, buchas I gabháil le hagratha comhórdatha agus painteoirí na comhdhálatha seo agus os na comhdháil seo a hinneal go tráthail nafsblach ar aon chlár oibrithe geopolitical sociálta nó académiach a éireann ó daonna agus díobh tránach a eagraíonn ba ar ceann na dúchláin daonna a tharraingt in bhfeidhm ar síocháin. Tá oileán oscailta íseal san agéiceann ar thús tháiníochta maidir le tionchar eagraíonn le 5 bliana anuas amháin. Tá méadú tugtha ar daonna na chioclán tropéideacha le go minic critháileann tsunamis agus tuile a thura ar na imeachtaí aimsire luchántra seo. In nach bhachtas riamh den fandéim COVID-19 nar spiral aon tír ó an bhíonn an ócáid seo dún nach n-oibríonn réitignáisiúnta ar fáilte daonna. Níl mór dún lasabhaint os na hordón ar fáil cibé acu gníomhaithe rialtas nó nabh-rialtasacha iad chun aontacha éileamh chun freagairt agus gníomhú I chuine dúchláin seo. Ba bhaithlim a thabhairt ag airgceist an eagraíonn ar an drochóir margheall ar gealtanas Chránacha sa rialtas iarm ar na comhdháil an t-athrú de Géarchéim ó riacht Tonga san agéiceann a óramh chun ar gcomhdháil san agéiceann a léirú ar an gceist seo. Malo a Lailai ó riacht Tonga. Is bagart seachtrach é an t-athrú nábhar mór imní go leor áiteanna ar fud an domhain. Ócáid ar bit ar domhain a míon fogla agus imní leanúna creidí mar atá I Tonga. Tá Hamúid sa dara áit I measc na tíortha is lócálaí tubáiste na dórtha. Tá Tonga beagán níos mó ná Singapore, 164 daoine níos fiú ná nua-Eabhrac. Chacín ar an oileán farga agéin flóra agus fána. Nimar ar 750,000 cearnach de 170 oileán san agéiceann. Le déanamh 103,000 duine ina gcónaí ar an oileán. Mar cheannaire tá sé de dhúglas orm modúglas Líne mother leis an hainkéid trí daoine seo. Tá freagrach as an fulláine agus a dógi. An raibh is agat go méid 25 fan géad ar fergan of hainkéid 11 fan géad de bógra 16 de choras ploméireachta agus 20 fan géad de bhunaigh ar fuinneamh mar thura ar ordaí hainméid a le an farga. Ach in aineán go bhfuil muid beag tá ceart céine againn chun síocháin agus atá ag gachtaíoch eile. Le cuidiú linn marachta den de chuid go bhfuil go taobh daonna a theoranú go 1.5 Celsius inis. Mar stát an agéin bhuair tá an ceart againn bheith an is nach tain an Ileán bhfuil inis go bhfuil go méid siad le fáil ar an léirscoil. Mar stát an agéin mór níl muid ag iarraidh an agéin a bhfuil an irid sin grá agatí a hoci linn ar na glúna fada lá amháin a bheith inar nu. Do gach cumann sibhialta cóipráide Idirnáisiúnta custóirí cearta an duine agus an saoil acadúil. Nátóir sús chun an Fhírinne a cainéal faoin eolas agus sant an duine a spreag an Géarchéim Dhomhanda rud a thuile. Níor thóra iarmhairtí an athrú rud le fada an ná. Seo hanna féin. Sábháil sin an giniúint a bheith in ardíní san agan ciúin san Atlantis Bhítasach. Cuidigh linn ar dithe ar leanaí agus ar nóchas don tócaí a sábháil in am. Tá an tám le gníomhú inis ná fáin go dtí go raibh sé róáil. Be an buíochas leis an Inis roci mé ar ólór chuig ar nína mór le rá ón Arméin, Mr. Saran Acmín, Polatóir Fíor Poiblí, Uachtarán na Heagracht de Poiblí, Argadis, Cruthú Arméis, Bald den Party Arméin Rahul, agus an Tardaspig Nathan Hovadnisvian, ceann na rinne cadramh seachdraach sa bharthar féach ar atmadí néfa. Chur an bannacht ó Crí le runfartaithe uile na Comhdháil Global Crisis Time for the Truth. Ó bhun mo Crí geann buíochas len ar cáirde go le runfartaithe tionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí as an ócáid mhór agus thar bheith tábhacht seo acu don cinenne duine uile. Go deimhin le blianta beaga anuas chuna go mór athhrú rud a gan fásach atá ag méadú ar luas sconrúil le gach bliain a haon thart agus tá scála na cataclysm ag fás le dul chun cíns sconrúil. Tá fáibh athhrú rud ag mhór an clár oibrithe Idirnáisiúnta inniu. Léiríonn gach ceanara daonna agus príomh-eolas á na pódiúmathe is orda. Is léir hena féin nach bhfuil na tríocha bliain sin ag na cinenne daonna chun ullmhú don na dúshlán ábhateach a léiríonn Bill Gates reáil ar ghearú nathartha ar a plánáilte ar an daon de bhór próiseas a tharlaíonn ar fud an bliain córas ar fad. Mar dheimhnú ar an fíric seo tugann ólathe faoi dara go bhfuil athartha cosúla ag comhdháil ar gach bannaí chórasnachta agus ar a gcuid satellítí. Méadaíonn gach Géarchéimeanna ar Sochaí mar gheall atá ar athrú ar an domhain. Tá an stad sa pholaíocht idirnáisiúnta tá réimse sóisialta agus na bhachrachmaíocht ag dul in ócas. Tá fáib an scoláthar bhia agus an ocras tá maith le dlíthúil na milliú daoine ar an glór ar an drochmhór mór dín dún a odmháil go bhfuil an scéal ag smacht céine féin agus tá an éiread ag Milán as seo go léir. Agus mór an 19 with aniu feicim with bás an cinenne daonna agus scriosa ar deach puitínta ar blánéad a Allen. An féidirlinn an dúchláin gan fástach seo seasamh seachard is féidirlinn é dhéanamh tá sé inar cúcht reithleacht a fáil líomháin marachtáil ar an Géarchéim Dhomhanda atá le teachtach freisin dálaí bathúil a cruthú madidir le folána agus rathúna san cinenne déine go léir. An seo a dhéanamh caiimiid formáil na suchar athrú. Tá seanolaithe ag rá le breis suchar go bhfuil formáid suchaí dómhain imethe i leag agus go bhfuil deireadh leis an cinenne déine. Tá gach duine ag cordú réiteach ar an fáim seo. A bháil an lá inniu is é an cúilt cruthaíocht an tain rogha inmharthachta eile chun todhchaí na cinenne déine a rathú. Tuigeann tromlach na polatóirí cliste freagratha sagart ólathe lucanó agus gheardaíonn cheana féin. Ar mhaithe le copaí an cinenne déine cheana féin inniu ní mór dú an darmad a dhéanamh faoi vanity, resentment agus casóidí ag gach leibhéil agus achmhainteacht an cinenne déine go léir a comhdháil. Ar an gcead dul síos ar nachmhaíocht ólathe inleachtail ábhartha agus subpolúla. Cheana féin inniu caiimiid a chur le gach tionscadal atá dírithe ar scrosa cogam oirdíní agus formar tóilteoirí na suchaí a neartú. Is gá an óilíocht a scuile agus achmhain ólathe ile a cinenne déine a díriú agus an fáib a bhaineann le dul leis an Géarchéim éráda agus le marachtáil an cinenne déine a réiteach in nálaí dúchartha. Is é seo ar leas coitianta a aontaí an gach duine. Is trí aontú a bhór míad na suchaí cruthú agus trí gníomhachta mar aon ní amháin is féidirlinn an todhchaí cinntiú féin de leanaí agus de slucht. Is é bhórmáid an suchaí cruthálaigh amháin is féidirlinn an neamhshuim atá an a sóriú. Ba bhaithlim aonmharc a dhéanamh chuig an cinenne déine go léir gach duine agus dús chuig an ófartalóir. Stupid ag tríd, stupid ag ráid ar neamhbheag déine ina cuimhne, ligdún aontú. A comhdháilta a chur atá an túlach freagratha as todhchaí an cinenne déine go léir ar nniuí arníis. Is í an éráid ar implán cuitianta do é a náid seachtrach. A dhearrfúrachta agus a dhearrtháireachta a chara táim sásta banú dit agus déanamh aonmharc a romfarta agus eagraithe uile na comhdhála Global Crisis ammanéarna thar hana céin na Catholics ligdom a cruanúil do gach duine atá bortha faoi todhchaí ar bpláinéad ar bheith. Baile comhcuitin an cinenne déine go léir é banachtaí patriarchal agus banachtaí Uachtarach na haglaise ospal Arménis ó sláinte Cearachtaine dó. Is í an Arméin an tír Bíbla inar dúg arc nua Noa áit a thosaigh an saoil don cinenne déine nua tar éis an tuile. Is í an tír a bhfuil an céad duine arbig an chríosteocht mar religion stát i trío a hain. Tám sásta gur rugadh mé as an tír seo mé ach ó bíon bronnach margheall ar an eagla go cailí ón sonas sin. Sa lá sin inniu tá níos mó agus níos mó inní faoi tubaistí nádúrtha an Dhomhanda agus de bhór sin thosaigh déine. Uaireanta braithimid gan cúireacht I bhíneasa bhórtaí na nádúrtha seo ach ní dóigh riamh go bhfuil an bhilleán órán agus neart bhéideatha na bhórtaí sin. Déileróidh sé go freistalí an furbairt thapanna óileachta agus na teicneolaíochta nua aimsire ar fholláin an duine áfach dá bhéid a dhéanamh faoi dul chun cinn san óileacht nua aimsire is é an mó a bhógadh méid an dualra so Líne. Mór an siúa é a grothaíoh chun cinenne déine controltaí agus poverty de saoil an duine le lábha féin. Ní féidir aon rud a dhéanamh ein rud atá ina bhagairtí saol an duine a chosint, ní eolaí mé is gná duine mé meas aige saol an duine os ciúin ein rud eile. Is Christí mé agus dumsa níl aon aithne níos mó nach rá do chós mar féin. Ba bhothlum an dheis seo a thabrú chun ceiste chur an cinenne déine fad. Smíochtú riamh céim fá go bhfuil go raibh tuile an le linn léithe nua. Bhathleacht bátha arís. Bhathleacht go nimóí an cinenne déine a luúchanna cultúra mar gheall tuairte eile. Iar tú riomh féin cad is féin chun tiltte de ó fóliú. Mínigar tosú ráhar dar doc putinta den gach a chuimhnú bhatha leis an cinenne déine go léir. Sin é an fá go mbolm tionscnamh an Cumann Cruthaíocht tá mhaoineach go mbeidh an oigeachóirt dúchláin ile Líne. Trí bheith páirteach inar níochtaí nuair a dúirt an Idirnáisiúnta bhí náisiún clíomh in aghaidh an náisiún ná ní dhéanfaí siad tréanáil le haghaidh cogadh níos mó. Tá creideamh dóchas agus grá agan áit a bhfuil an grá módú seo. Go dtugtha bannacht dé an cúipt spiúráide dún lena gcuimhmhaoid ar chainéal domhain in rá agus is síocháin.
Nations will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. We have faith, hope, and love, where love is the greatest of these. May God's blessing give us the spiritual power with which we preserve our planet Earth in love and peace. Dear viewers,
Tá sé ansúntasach go bhfuil daoine comhmór le rá linn inniu ag an Comhdháil. Tá sé seo tharbheith tábhachtach chuíoch le Joseph Spasiach Sagart de chuid na haglas Cathlaí Rómhánacha a thabhairt an nuacht an-luach fordiúin inniu gur bhainigh sláinte an Pápa Francis Tionscail Idirnáisiúnta Cumann an Cruthaithe. Ceann buíochas le Edgar Brandt as a thuiscint HIS a thuiscint agus a dtacaíocht lena tionscail Sochaí an Cruthaithe. Tá sé an tábhachtach. Ceann ar buíochas mór le Amir Aziz inám an bhosc seo is sinna ag sa Gearmáin tá muid an tógtha le do chuid focail. Ba bhachlainn a bhuíochas a gabháil freisin le ascar Nugamanov Unity de Arab Economic Geoliachta agus Afrinádortha Fublucht na Coxbana Kazakhstan agus ba bhachlainn bhuíochas a gabháil freisin le Uachtarán Fublucht na Kazakhstan as a tacaíocht. Ba bhachlainn buíochas le a gabháil le príomhbhara bhíoch tonga as a athés ó Crí. Buíochas freisin le Suran Okimíman agus leis an ordaspig Nathan Hovanisi agus is mór an onordom inis ar géad painteó mé geile a glóranachna dit ordmhara imprúil agus riaga Herta Margaret Habsburg Lothringen or Duchess na Husna Banaspig an Toscana Banfransa na Hungary na Crutha agus Bohemia.
Go páirsanta tá t-athrú de Géarchéim a thabhairt den domhain, saoirse agus cordasa aontaíonn na pobal go léir. Tugadh ara freisin danmhaithe, dár nádúr agus cinnte don timpeallacht. Sílim go ndéanann tóilteachas fud an domhain do chur dár timpeallacht. Má ghlachamid céim siar agus tachaíocht do thuairt dár bhearmóirí tathú lenar lucht talmhaíochta an sin céim ar chéim is féidir le gach tír a bheith féin chomhdháileach arís. Tá irid sin achmhainní agan ar an saol seo. D'fhéadfadh gach tír í féin a bheathú agus na rudaí a theastaíonn uathu a roinnt le tíortha eile. Ní dhéantar é seo ach nuair a ólamíonn daoine go bhfuil siad freagrach as riocht na nanmhaithe agus as an dúra. Agus is trí sonas agus áthas amháin is féidir le duine rud éige níos fearr a chruthú. Mar sin má stoppan muid ag trid lena chéile faoi céas fearr ar an saol seo. Caithfimid tosú ag déanamh cóirde ar fud an domhain, beag bán ar an náisiún agus a gcultúr. Tá or tradiisiún, or danga, or religiún agus or gcultúr féin a bhíonn go léir. Agus is nuair a bhíonn meas agan orthú inar gcomharsanna gur féidir linn síocháin a bheith agan ar domhain. Agus nuair a bheith suaimhneas ar domhain ba gach duine, anmhaithe agus an dúra san óramh. Má stoppamid ag iarraidh níos mó agus níos mó. Mar gheall ar cad a thuirfí sé dúin. Béidir nach méimiid inar gcónaí amóra, mar sin cad a bhain muid amach in óíre. Scriosamar ó an domhain agus níor chruthí muid aon rud maith. Is féidir linn rudaí maithe a chruthú má tá cúram uireann faoi na chéile. Agus an seo ní mór dún tosú linn féin.
Great Mahgut do Vorgocht, an look fecna a cara, falta riv céad chainteoir ónarach eile, a Vorgocht de Imperial agus Riga Prince Sándor Habsburg Lothringen, Ord Dóise na Hustra, Prince na Tuscan, Prince Riga na Hungara, na Croatia agus an Bohemia, Las Uachtarach an Cumann chur chun cín an Sochaíochta. Is de Shluchdiach Maria Theresa Empress na Hustra, Catherine the Great Empress na Russia, agus Bonrine Victoria na Bretagne, Muira Sándor, Habsburg Lothringen, is that some dollar.
Good evening.
Tróna ma. Díaghuit, Géarchéim Dhomhanda, agus am den Fhírinne. Tá an Fhírinne antábhachta, agus sin an rud a chaithfimid a dhéanamh. Chaithfimid breanú ar na sancheistena in óíre. Chaithfimid breanú orthú go macánta. Chaithfimid dul deagháil lo lenar gciontú, lenar luchanna chun an rud is fearr a dhéanamh dún féin, don comhdháil. Agus is é an timpeallacht gach rud. Tá sé gach rud beo na hanmhaithe go léir. Agus ní mór dún é a dhéanamh le meas. Má thugamid an meas mar bhunús dór luchanna, déalfimid lenar nádúr, lenar timpeallacht mar ba chóra lámh seo. Ní chrúilfimid. Cén fá? Tus go bhfuil sé díbheasúil. Mar sin má tá meas agan air, ní chrúilfimid. Agus má dhéanamid rudaí comá, agus is féidir, I bhocail eile, chun luch a chuirt dó agus é a dhéanamh lenar grí. Ionas go mbeidh meas agan ar na rudaí go léir atá an dhéanamh agan, an sin leagfimid an bun chun an ngéarchéim a chóra. Agus tá sé antábhachta, tuiscint a fháil ar a bhfuil in non-dún, ní hamháin ghlacha leis an méid atá daoine eile ag rálinn. Tuairfí mise, dom féin, smaoinemh antábhachta, duitse, uaimse, den ngéarchéim seo. Tá méid ag caint faoi astaíochtaí comhdháil. Tá sé chun tosaí sa phléir fad, Ach an drochúir, is é mo thuairim gur seachrán é códó. Tá fimid díriú thrúliú. Tuisc nach bhfuil sa trúliú ach drábhfuil. I cuireamúna nachfuinní tábhachta atá gin. Mar sin, má cheachnimid trúliú, déalamid leis an ggóchéal, le meas ó gáhearca, ceann amháin. Úsáidimid níos lú achfaní tuisc go bhfuil níos lú drábhéala á chuireamúgan, agus gach tíobh, bhealach dearfach agus cuscá, chuirfimid feabhas an timpalacht ina bhfuilimid ag marachtáil. Agus is í an teachtarach is tábhachtaí atá gom do gach duine ná thuiscint nach bhfuil an dúlra ag teastáilhain. Tastíon nádúrhain, agus mura dogamid ara dór nádúr, ní bheith áiteagainn inar féidir len an lúnta atá le teacht marachtáil le sonas agus taitneamh a bhainteas. Go raibh maith agat.
Where our future generations can live in happiness and enjoy. Thank you.
Greg míle maithagad as do chuidiú leithúilta chun athruaire a thabhairt daon. Anna de tháinig a léireann faoi iarmhairtí a bhfuil daonnta agrainn ar banaid. Fíor-staid faoi athruaire agus a bhfuil ag fánach linn nuachtamuid an mílte faoi síodó agus fuinneamh glas an gnó atá taobh thiar den Idirnáisiúnta agus leabhráimid faoi slug trúflas atá fós álainniu. Tá spáinmuid na hathruithe agus atá ag tuairliú do chrí an plánéid agus míomáimid an timphríochta a hain a bhaim mar gach plánéid sa Green Forest. Bhí péireann an difriúcht idir an eolas agus an ngéarchéimeanna. Chur faoi álaíochta fíorchaí ar fáil agus taispeáin fuaimid conas is féidir linn an hathruithe atá le teacht a sóiriú. Aráid, ba bhaiclinn an focail a chur aráid chuig tríomhnóir ólaíochta a bhfuil meas a bhfuil níos mó ná trucha dábhailachtain aige don iriseoir Julian Crib atá an údóir leabhar eagraíonn cumarsáide ólaíochta Green Grafador co-bhunathóir a Council for the Human Future Julian Crib and Associates.
Is scríbhneoir ólaíochta astrálach mé. Is iriseoir agus agathóir nuachtán mé an cuid is mó de a chéal, agus bhí mé ag scríobh faoin ólaíocht le beagnach 5 bliain is, go príomha faoi halbhaíoch, ach faoi go leor gnéithe eile den ólaíocht freisin. Agus tá is agat, ar 5 bliain ó hin, thosaí mé ag bualadh le cholatha a bhí an depresid, a lán ólatha, go háirithe ólatha óráide agus mar sin de. Mar gheall ar gach lá chuaigh siad ag obair agus fuair siad na sonraí i cibé rud a bhí á bhreathnú acu. Cibé an raibh siad ag féchant ar anmheithe fiáine, cibé an raibh siad ag féchant ar an óráid, an raibh siad ag féchant ar nimhanna sa timpalacht, cibé. Bhí sé ar fad ag dul in olcas. Hic mé nach bhfuil in non-dúin ach géarchéim amháin. Tá deichnúir ósóir góir in óíre. Deich ngéarchéim atá ag teacht le chéile ag an amcéine. Mar sin níl san óráid ach ceann de na haon náid tá is agat. Tá arm núcléacha ar cheann de na haon náid. Tá gantanas bia ar cheann de na haon náid. Tá gantanas isce ar cheann de na haon náid agus mar sin de. Tá siad go léir ag teacht le chéile ag an amcéine. Agus más míon leat iad a chocrú, más míon leat deire a chur leis na feibanna sin, caithfí tú iad go léir a chocrú le chéile. Agus caithfí tú iad a chocrú ar bhealaí nach ndéanfaí aon cheann acu níos measa. Sean ahar mé. Sin é mo bharm. Sa lá atá nniuán, tá grandkids agam. Bhaithlam go marfaí me cheanmháthracha. Tá agla nach marfaí siad. Ceart? Fiú san astráil, atá i bhfad ó áit ar bé, tá risca olmhórán. Siad na haon náid magart seo a raibh muid ag caint futhú an géarchéim cheachtrach is mó a bhí ag daoine riamh. Sin le milliún bliain go leith anús. Sé an bagart is mó ar fad. Agus mar an néanam é a chocrú, an sin geoí a lán daoine bás agus ba an tíbhialta ag titim as a chéile. Mar sin tá sé pránach go dúirfimid ar na sanceisteanna seo in óíre. I rudí beaga atá nimmert agan is. Ní náisiún ná imprachtaí nó rudí mar sin é, is é marachtáil an speiceas déine agus marachtáil ó sibhialteachta, agus ó ngealagar agus na rudí go léir a chéin leis. Agus tá tú ceart go leor. Tá na bagartí seo an mhór, an casta, agus ní higann a lán daoine iad. Cílíonn mé, is sibh sé daoine an chéad. Níl mór an daoine an a higann an pictiúr mór seo in óíre. Caintear dó, ach is an rud is mó nó go gafimid an teachtracht seo a scapa fud an dahan go gafimid go léir seasamh le chéilenis. Ní ábhar náisiún é seo. Tá náisiún Cruthaithe, cófada agus a bhanan sélum, bhí siad aige. Níl aon faointe ag náisiún a thuile. Bhí siad úsáideach 100 bliain ó shin. Inis tá siad martha. Ceart? Tuisc nach ndéanann náisiún ach cogadh, déanann siad cogadh i gcónaí. Is náisiún an tain duine ó bhfuil arm núicléacha acu. Mar sin, tá is agad, is rud den ama tá hart an náisiúnachas. Caithfar gur rud den ama tá hart é, ní mór dún a thuiscint gur daoine amháin muid phlánéad amháin agus is fuain féin, le chéile, na feibanna seo a réiteach. Caintear dó, ba an óráid ag éirí níos déine agus níos déine den talmhaíocht. Gus tháinig talmhaíocht chun 100 nó 9,000 bliain ó shin nuair a chuaigh óráid an dahan i ggéim an cósaí. Táid inis as an ggéim cósaí sin, agus táid ag taobh go suntasach. Mar sin chailmuid cósaíocht na tréimhse cholochin inar tháinig sochaí an duine chun cinn. Níl a chachracha againn mar tá fearmóirí againn atá in an bia a os de chachracha. Seach is sin, be sealgurí bailachóirí muid go léir fós, tá is agad. Mar sin, brachan chachracha móirí. Ach má chéin fearmóirí as gnó, an sin déan chachracha. Mar sin is í seo an ceist criticúil. Tá an dahan ag rith as isce. Tá géarchéim isce an is. Tastíonn isce uait chun thart carracha faoin géad de bhí an dahan éisciú. Tá is agad, tá na rudaí seo go léir ag éirí fíor-staid. I nach áit a dógan muid isce ón talamh agus a úsáideimiid chun bia os, tá an tuisce ag rith amach. Mar sin is géarchéim í seo nach mór dún a fháil go tapa sula déan si ag gionn ar an soláthar bia damhanda. Is é an ceann eile ná go bhfuil muid ag rith amach as ihir. Ceart go leor. Cílíonn mé, cailte rud éigean go súil le 7.5 billiún tonna baraithir ó airmeacha an dahan gach bliain. Í féidir leat é úsáid chun bara agus bia os. Chail tú leat de chalamh ferma an dahan ag an am céine le do chuid ama ag éirí an soláthar bia a gúbailt chun gach duine a bheithú. Mar sin cuireann tú na trí rud seo go léir le chéile. Ailiúnt ifreach, chailiúnt isce, agus éráid gochreite neamhiontóirtha atá dul i leid. Agus tá cás agad nach nibrion talmhaíocht a thuile. Mar sin ní mór dún bailach nua aimsiú. Le go leor bia a os chun 11 billiún duine a bheithú agus tá daoine ag tosú ar seo a dhéanamh. Mar sin tá tú ag feiceáil daoine ag fearmóireacht ar bhar forgnamh agus ar chéamh na bhorgnamh agus rudaí mar sin. Táid ag tosú ag saothrú roghanna eile seachas bia a chóirtear go talmhaíochta. Táid ag déanamh bia as gach cinál rudaí nach manan ihir agus isce leo agus is féidir é os in éráid rialathe leistí déirgnamh mór seachas a bheith muo an réimse faoin rian agus faoin máisteach. Céir é is spragan ó rochéhrú ar an bplanéad. Freagra garad, is airgid é, an bhfuil airgid fíor. Níl sé. Níl annach an seo. Is léirú é an targad ar shamhlaíocht an duine. Mar sin i láthair na huaire, táid ag cuma níos mó den airgid samhailteach tráchtarí seo, agus táid á úsáid chun forísí a ghearradh síos, chun glanadh talamh, chun níos mó céimeáin a dhéanamh, chun níos mó bumaí adamhacha a chruthú. Níla is agam cad é atá úsáid againn, gach cinál rudaí dúr. Go bunúsach is í an aib ná go bhfuil méid airgid gan teorann againn, an irid agus is mathlinn ar phlánéad chóranta. Agus cílíonn sé sin go mbeidh tú ag rith amach as an plánéad i bhfad sula rifi tú as airgid. Gus beannacht leat as a bhfuil á dhéanamh agad. Tá tú ag déanamh obair iontach, agus an sin tám sppraga ag an méid atá á dhéanamh agad. Machu. Julian Cribb is anam dom.
Julian Cribb a cara míle buíochas os do chuid focail agus taithíocht don Craolfar. Se aontaíonn leat go bhfuil go leor Géarchéimeanna os cóir na déanaachta inniu agus go caiithimid réiteach chuid na fáil má táimid chun iad réiteach. Se a cara tá ag marachtáil sa Géarchéim is mó táimid ag tuairt aghaidh ar tuabháiste daonna ar 24 iúil bhí Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta Líne on global crisis. This already affects everyone. Áit ar leabhair muid go fírinneach faoi scope na Géarchéimeanna cósail agus another. Cara bhí páta ó sin, mar sin cadahála ar tosaigh muid ag aontú mar cinna daonna níl. Ar tosamúidir ag luirigh réitú na chéile níl. Níl an dúra ag fannach líon cine a dhéanamh tá an domhain go léithúil os mór súil. Tá fád a bheith with dal, cé fád with arnach manan sé linn. Beidir go córóí an fiúsán seo a lenas linn, mana tóracht gear, dómhaigh ranfáachta ní chumscadal Sochaí Cruthaithí ó gach ceann daonna. Thaispeáin an bhunatóireacht seo an méid a tharla san eagáileachta le ceithre mí anuas. Is é dlí bunúsach na eagáileachta má gur tain gach rud I bhfeidhm ar gach rud ach an bhfuil is a bhain faoi seo in áirithe. Ar an Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta ar 24 úil 2021 global crisis already affects everyone. Gur a fíorchaí chomhdhála faoi stad eagáileachta ar bpláinéad nua. Le linn le ceithre mí ón Comhdháil deonacha tá oibrithe deonacha an tionscadal Cumann Cruthaíocht ó gach ceann den daonna ag dhéanamh monitúireacht ar na himachtaí amháin le trúlú cóiséil agus a thugmar faoi deara go raibh an scéal imeanach go suntasach. Ní nócha fan géad de daoine ar pláinéad ag riad ar trúla. Thaispeáin an sunraí monitúireacht ar réigiún agus tíortha iomlán ina dhéantar an téir ar trúla bheagnach a gcónaí. Is iad seo príomhchúiste na daintíochta cinneocht cúpla iompar agus taobh. Le linn ceithre tharla go leor imeachtaí ar rinne cáileacht an air ar an pláinéad iomlán a dhéanamh níos measa. Is í seo tinta foréise, stormacha deatigh, tinta líonta talún, pléiscatha agus monarcha agus aisíochtaí chemica. Ar sampla I mí an saona, daonna, scúlanna, I bríomh cathair na Hindia Delhi mar gheall ar cáileacht an air agus fiú ceist an aonrathe a bhreathnaigh. Ag an ancéine bhí ar daoine measc a caitheamh. Tá an inaiceacht íseal agus tá an leibhéal trútha anóir. Tá is agat ní feiceann tú an dún dearg as fiú seo. Tá an mosúla ag scara seachreacht le deatalach agus tá sé dechar an álu. Le linn le ceithre mí de bhunatóireacht, seoraigh líon na másanna ó trúlú ar 2 milliún daoine. Tá Colún na foréisí ar ceann na tubáistí úbásachta atá ananiu. Ach de réir mar tharlaíonn sé I bhíorán ní feiceann tú ach cáiliúint foréisí sa Chris foréise báist. Bhí léadú ar roa cáilteannas clúdach chrán America has idir lúnasa agus deirfór caicear sé fan géad níos ort ná le linn an tréimhse chéine anra. Tá an foréis báistí is mór don an Amazon tar éis níos mó na 10,000 km cearnach a cáile ó thuús scoivid is a fithe sin limistar atá comór le gá Istanbul. I réigean na áisiún has agus na Austrrála tháinig méadú 100 tríocha fan géad ar cáilteannas foréise agus tharla an méid is ordas in Africa bácan go cúigóir. Tá an bua ag na loglathe. Tá an foréis as scrusa agus tá an fáid cóiséile fás ach níl aon duine ag déanamh tada faoi. Leabhainn rialtas oifigiúla faoi leidú ar méid na iomachta agus na fórcheanta ach léiríonn fíorchaí nach bhfuil sé an méadú gachnaí. Tá gan thuairisciú déanta ar an sorú madidir leis an méid brúscar ag chuirtear ar fáil go poiblí. Ach fiú de réir na sucrtha seo I ddíortha ceithre dumpála 7 milliún tonna brúscar go láithreán. Ar méideithe le compráid a dhéanamh tá macán 300,000 tonnta ag déanamh iomlán an domhain. Rud a cílíonn gur churmúid 2.5 macán an déanamh iomlán I chathair. Is minic a tharla tinta I líon a talún a dhéanamh damáiste níos mó do daoine agus don cóiséil mar sampla a mílúnasa chuaigh réalaigh seanbán I cuat faoi tine. Sa lá atá inniuán tá stad ar nachmhaoine isce go tubáiste eagraíonn. Ceann de na trúláin is contortaí nó ola. Maríonn 1 lítre do ola dúirte batha na mára I 4,000 lítre isce agus oxygen a bhaintíomh. Bagan díreach 2 gram ola a 9 kilogram ifrach go bhfuil sé míriúnach le haidh planta. Orla líon duprathe imachtaí a bhain le dúirta ola a ceann 4,000 ní haispeáin mis ach an ceann is mó acu feicir seo bhíonn an físeán seo le a thug. Tá dúirta ola olmhór a gcuin ag gún cairria inis. Míliúnasa orla dúirta ola de bheith nua éireach iniscí teorann na Syria ar an chéad man fór bhí an slic ola 7 km ó costa na Cyprus ana féin. De réir na físe a bhí ar fáil in 4,000 amháin ní bheith bomlan na nuirta ola níos mó ná 27,500 km cearnach. Tá seo chum le limistar gá car Sydney. Sa lá atá aniuán de réir an WHO an agriú down the smáta níl rugtan ag gach míliú afro ar an bplánéid ar isce ó sábháilta. De linn ceirmí a luas tá gníomhachta an duine tar éis méidiúnta suc a dhéanamh ar an thaifeaní isce. Tá astruachta toxica ó muireach an clothing tar éis an abhainn néifas in India trúlú. Mar thura ar seo bhí abhainn dheamóra clúdaithe léir fuair tuscanathe. In ainneoin sin rinne daoine ablutions go honrach in anóir na Sarah credh. Le linn hata púja bíonn dótán snámh i gcuirp isce mar sin tháinig muid chun batha. Tású legam go ndéanfaí an rialtas ó glanna an dheamara. Ó na pódiuntha dearmid gur bheith Géarchéim Dhomhanda an chlár oibre is tábhachtaí inniu ach cad dhéanfaí muid. Is é an rud ar fád a feicimid ná tura ré gach duine tura ar naspig gníomh sna cairmí seo déanfamis a bheith ag tógáil an Sochaí Cruthaithí hena féin an tain seans atá againn a déanfaí an timpeallacht agus ar saola sábháil. Ina áit sin leanar naspa gníomh tuchtmhír le fíorbád tóilteora agus ar an bhuí sin leanamar ag scriosadh ar bplánéid. Cílíonn seo ar tócaí agus tócaí ar leanaí cíal muid cathairmhí ná déanfaimid ar seans déarnach a chur amú. Is é inniu aimsear na Fhírinne. Ligdún leabhart go macánta seasan muid ar imar tubaiste eagáileachta as a tugann bás an cinenne déine agus seo a chruthaigh muid lenar lámh ar féin. Níl aon rud agaibh le bratha ullán méid isce nimhnathe fór na milliún daoine bás ó éifeachtaí trúlathe cóstáil agus tá sé seo díreach le cathairmhí anuas. Tá an plánéid cosúil le daoine atá go duna tín. Inis le linn na pandéime dearadh muid a lán a bhíonn bunas a bhíonn dúncar aige ar scábhóga. Cuirtear daoine na éireáin ar damáiste scábhóga seachtar fan gcéad. Tá sé scanrúil gan a bheith inán an áú. Idir an dá linn bunthú muid na scábhóga de aon ghnó agus an plánéid agus muid féin. Tá muid ag gearán síos mó agus níos mó na foréisí agus ag trúlú na nagéin as sa láithrín oxygen dú. Tá nócha fan gcéad dar néir trúlathe hena féin. Agus bhíimiid ag fanacht agus ag súil go dtiocfaí duine a léon sin na sábháil. In áiríre inar Sochaí Cruthaithí áit ó gach fear an seo féin áit a bharn duine ar costas duine eile. Sa cás seo go sáiríonn luach an airgid luach saoil an duine ach chuntáirte tú dom. Deirfinn tú nach tusa an cineál sin agus mílte ach maithis. Mar sin déanfamis stopa de bheith ciúin agus tuasú ag tógáil Sochaí le chéile inar féidir in martó Sochaí ina luach agus scábhacht saoil an duine mar thusaíocht. agus a freastalíonn dó chun cinn eolaíochta agus technoliaachta chun na cruthaithe seo. Is féidir lena eco céimhéad atá an riacht ecoíochta ag dúnann ócas le cathairmí, agus céimhéad duine a d'fhoghlaim faoin comhdháil agus faoi thomán le cruthaithe. Céimhéad daoine a d'fhoghlaim faoine bhfuil in áiríre ag teach agus conas is féidir linn aigéartóirte. Braithimid an timpplacht mar an agus an éráid uirte agus ormsa, agus táimid ag scriosadh an saoil ar an pláinéid lenar lámh. Táimid ag marú ar nualathe féin I bhfoirse contorta agus le teacht, ach táimid ag na daoine ar féidir le gach rud athrú. Féidir ach le chéile ar dóchaí athrú is tréimhse na Fhírinne é seo. Mar focail scór ba bhothlaim buíochas a gceabháil leis na rannpháirtithe go léir agus lena daoine go léir a chuidigh bailach ar bith le comhdháil bhfuil a dhéanamh seo. Go raibh maith agat freisin a luach féiceanna os féicint ar an gcomhdháil inis nó go luath. Go raibh maith agat os leanúcht den teachtarachta seo a scafa inis go mbeidh an Fhírinne seo ar eolas ag an domhain uile. Go raibh maith agat.
So that the whole world will know this truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Katka. Thank you.
Today, thaispeánfaimid an difriocht mór idir ecoíochta agus athrú éráide. Tá sé ríthabhachtach é seo a thuiscint agus feicfí tú freisin an tionchar a bhíonn aige ar saoil go cine. Chomh leis an gcuí a bhéadfá an cine déine marachtáil inniu, táimid amach cé atá ar an milleán agus cad is féidir le gach duine a dhéanamh. Ba bhothlaim an focail a chur ar aghaidh Dorian Rookmaker, politician bhall neamhcheangalta de Parliament na Hórpa, ball na Christa na Parliamenta iompar agus turasóir.
Ceart go leor a bhean rugmaker an bhéadfad tosú le réamhrá garad ort féin. Dorian Rugmaker is anam dom. Agus bhí mé I mo bháil de Parliament na Hórpa ó 2020 mar chuid de na fianna neamhcheangalta. Tá sin go deas. Se, táimid bailithe an seo anois den chomhdháil global crisis, am na Fhírinne. Agus mar sin buineann an comhdháil leis an ngéarchéim Dhomhanda agus mar sin faoi ngéarchéim éráidse go sonrach. Agus tám an-aisteach faoi de chuid smaointe ar an ngéarchéim éráidse agus faoin gcuí a bhfuil si á lámh seáil faoi láthair. Se, is bainisteoir ris go mé ar dús. Agus I mo haithí féin is feiniméan I gcónaí I Géarchéim a nochta ní féin sa Géarchéimeanna. I láthair na huaire déantar an plé faoin éráid a chúnú go dtí laghadú codó agus gáis taobh Dhomhanda. Agus sílan go bhfuil an aib I bhfad níos leithne ná sin. Tá tionchar antábhachtach ag an gine déine ar an pláinéid agus ar an comhdháil. Agus sin thuisc go bhfuil an irid sin a gcuin ann agus sin freisin mar gheall ar an mbealach a marmid. Agus mura bhfuil tú ag caint ach ar codó a laghadú an sin sílam go bhfuil an puinte in asnamh ort. Ceart go leor. Agus cén fá dar leat go bhfuil an puinte in asnamh uireann. Well, fecinn tú anois, mar hampla, go bhfuil bagairt ann don bhithe éagsúla. Mar sin tá líon na speiceas atá ina gcónaí ar an pláinéid ag laghadú go suntasach. Agus tá sé sin chun tuairteach don éacapóras iomlán tuis go bhfuil gach rud ceangalta. Mar sin nuair a dhiarraíonn tú ar astaíochtaí cogadó agus taobh Dhomhanda, ní réitíonn sé fadhb na bagairt ar bhithe éagsúla. Mar sin is fíorach tábhachtach é sin. Se, tá sin soléir. Agus cad mar sinis, cén imní is mó atá ort a bhean rugmaker, maidir leis an éráid nó leis an éice chóras nó an chuí a bhfuil gach rud ceangailte.
Well, tá líon na líní fós ag fás. Cé gnéir go leor daoine go ndearfach na tuairtha agus na samhlacha go ladó an líon. Ach ní haolaí atá láthar na huaire. Tá sé ag méadú i gcónaí agus tá méadú ag teacht ar na héalamh a chur an daoine ar a dtimpeallacht agus ar a saoil. Chun scéal fada a gearr, tá gach duine ag iarraí marachtáil i rá. Ach níl achfaní nádúrtha ag fás. Tá a bhfuil ar an bplánéad anois ar an bplánéad agus níl sé ag méadú. Mar sin tá, well, is ceist sa láthair agus éileamh an saoil nach a. Mar sin tám ag súil le strachailt idir daoine, grúpaí, tíortha éagsúla, maidir le hachfaní nádúrtha atá ag éirí níos gan. Mar sin sa chiall sin tám dóchasach. Ní ag an muid ag boga I dro siocháin agus aontacht an domhain mar tá súlaglinn go léir ar nóí. Agus dóigh gur bagairt mhór í an iarracht go bhfuil níos mó agus níos mó daoine ag iarraí níos mó agus níos mó.
Agus feicimid freisin gur thug an Comisiún Eorpach raon iomlán beartaisteach chun dul in lech leis an ngéarchéim éráidse. An bhfuil tú ag rá freisin nach féidir linn é seo a réiteach le níos mó rialacha nó conarthaí ach go gafamid mar ghoine é seo a dhéanamh muid féin agus ionas go tosóidh sé leis sin.
Le rialacha agus conarthaí agus reachtaíocht tá an buail an I gcónaí go gcliath na daoine atá I gceist nó na heagraíochtaí le na muineann leis na rialacha sin. Ach is féidir go bhfuil stát an nach ndéanann sin tuis go bhfuil leasanna eile acu. Agus go minic is leasanna gearchéimeanna iad seo. Mar a deir siad, curthaí daoine a leasanna féin ar dús. Agus braithin go leor polatóirí as an maithe ar chomhaontú a gcuid vótálatha. Agus tá lán daoine go mór I bhfeabhar dul in lech leis an ngéarchéim éráidse. Ach sílam nach dtuigeann go leor daoine más mííon leat dul in lech leis sin, an sin má chuireann tú deireadh le húsáid broslaí iontaise mar shampla. Well, féach díreach timpealairt, ba go leor rudaí le t-athrú. Tuis go núsáid in muid broslaí iontaise freisin chun pláisteach a tháirge mar shampla agus sintéisí eile. Mar sin, cad mar gheall ar bhón fóca. Cad mar gheall ar chreathanna telefíse. Cad mar gheall ar polyfilm. Tá saoil an nua aimseartha fitsa fuatsa le gach cineál targata agus ábhar agus móna targata atá donna don comhdháil agus is dócha go nardóidh sé teocht an phlánéad seachasa ísliú. Mar sin is san ceist í sin I nóiríre a gafamid stoppa agus machnamh a dhéanamh uirthi agus a cheapam má ágan tú faoi na polatóirí a dhéanann idirbheartaíocht ar chonarthaí agus a dhéanann comhaontaithe cosú leis an gceann I báras, ceart, go bhfuil brú áirithe le déanamh. É le taspáins gan mórán nasc aige leis an réaltacht. Agus neadar I nóiríre an bhfuil féidirtheacht na hibriachta iomlána seo á chur san áireamh go leor dóthanach.
Se go díreach. Tá an comhdháil á theagrú ag an gcumann cruthaithí. Se agus tá 8 bhunúireacht molta ag an gcumann cruthaithí. Cad é de bheas ar na buntreathana seo an cur chuige an gcumann cruthaithí féin. Ar dús bára, sílam gur tionscanmh iontach é. Se. Tuis go ndeir an tanam go léir é, mar sin smaoineamh go cruthaithí agus smaointe a bhalla tú faoi hainceistena sóisialta. Sílam gur rud é sin a theastaíonn uainn is sochaí an lae inniu mar tá lán polarithe an. Tá daoine ina gcónaí I mulgóga agus is ar éigean a tharlaíonn mallar tú tuairimí riamh níos mó. Séanann daoine a chéile agus mar an leachtar le dearcha an duine eile mar nuireann sé don bhile an sin déantar neamhordsa. Agus leis sin, gheobhaidh tú níos mó agus níos mó grúpaí a gcuirtear ina gcuine go dtíon tricolaí.
Táim cinnte má bhíonn córa níos fearr agat má haon tú i mbun córa lena chéile. Agus sílim gur maith an rud é gur in ré, is é sin le rá nach bhfuil sé eagraithe ag an rialtas, nó an éí nó na sa. Sílim go bhfuil sé antábhachtach go bhfuil tionscnamh na saoránach ann agus go spreagamid daoine chun labhairt lena chéile faoi gach rud a bhfuil spéis acu ann agus a bhaineann lo.
Ceart go leor go raibh maith agat.
Tá fáilte róit.
Raibh maith agat agus seo tugann an focail don Olaf Salímol thug stóráthóir an leor an Idirnáisiúnta t-athrú airrada agus forbairt Olaf in ollscoil neamhspleácha Bangladesh i measc a chuid deochtaí tá dúis Nobel na síochána agus as a rannachtaí le tuairiscí an IPCC go bhfuil is isteach. Roinnt bhí an talamh thug daonna na Géarchéimeanna airrada ar teip uirthi agan na hort. Salímol thug is anam dom is mis stóráthóir an Idirnáisiúnta t-athrú airrada agus forbairt airrada atá lona hasan ollscoil neamhspleách Bangladesh i Dhaka an Bangladesh na cúiseachas do a bheith leat an seoin. Mar sin tá anonlas ar simpar t-athrú airrada le tríocha bliain anuas tá na holaithe faoi cumarcha comhdháil le cuid na Náisiún Aontaithe ar a dtugtar an panéal idir rialtacht an t-athrú airrada. Bhí mé mar príomh-údar ar an IPCC le blianta fada tá siad tá tuairisciú rialta á d'argaí agan ar stad óileachta ar an t-athrú airrada agus sna tuairiscí sin an áit a mbeadh ag obair ar an trúchar ar tíortha bhachta tomaid a chuirla sin. Mar sin tá go leor na bachtaine ar domhan go háirithe na daonna méall forbartha sa deisceart domhan san Ásia, America Latina, san Afric go háirithe stát Oileán beagas ag an ciúin san agan Indiach agus Mhuir Carib líochailte. Tíortha is bogta. Tá grúpa tíortha an ar a dtugtar na tíortha is slú forbairt. Is iad na tíortha is bogta den chuid is mó san Afric fós Sahara agus san Áisia freisin Géarchéim Bangladesh san áireamh. Tá siad líopáilteacht san go háirithe. Ach anois is seanúach é seo bhí seo ar eolas fiche bliain anuas ní rud nua ag seo is é an rud atá nua ná go bhfuil gach duine líopáilteachta. Tá nua Eorop líopáilteachta, tá Berlin líopáilteachta, tá Tokyo líopáilteachta agus tá siad ag feiceáil tionchar an t-athrú airrada hana féin a inniu agus is cliochar mór lethe é sin mar ceap siad nach fráidúna bheith bórtha leis a dhéanamh siad. Mar sin tá mo cuid oibrithe ar tionchar an t-athrú airrada go háirithe ar daoine bogta atá ag gcónaí i dtíortha bogta san Áisia, san Afric agus America Latina go háirithe agus tá mé déanamh sin le tríocha bliain anuas. Tríocha bliain sin tá an éigean domhain t-athrú airrada nó an ngéarchéimeanna airrada níos measa níos fearr. Rinne mar éireacht ar aghaidh a thabhairt air ag teip oireann agriamh a thabhairt air. Agus im Líne is í go bhfuil is a fiche hain an bhliain ríthabhachtach inar hasnaigh muid anois in ann atá athraithe ó taobh na airrada ní tharlaigh rud éigean níos mó is bud ag atá ag tarlaigh an féin agus is féidir linn marlóg an tionchar ar t-athrú airrada a feiceáil ar fud an domhain na tiltte sa Gearmáin sa déanaí. Ní tíortha fána i California na cinnte san Eorop sa Gréig agus sa Turc agus mar sin de. Mar sin tá muid anois in ann ina mé ócáid mór airrada ar siúl gach áit éigin ar domhan a bhriseadh taifid domhan na háite áirithe sin. Is léi sin ag dul in lucas le gach bliain ag dul ar a leid duna 10-15 bliana amach rón is féidir linn féachant le tionchar aspartúla an t-athrú airrada. Ruda a fágan nach mé aon chuma ar Géarchéim COVID-19 Ilánach cleachta go gúna beag I gcomparáid láthrú aráide agus caitheamid a bheith ré chuige sin, caitheamid a bheith ullmh chuige sin. Agus is 5 domhanda ní féidir le héantaí ar amháin, is cuma céadchá clúachtacha is féidir sí nó grúpa tíortha na Eorpa í féin a dhéanamh caitheamid léir a dhéanamh. Caitheamid do gach duine a bhfuil na saoránaigh le ar an domhan plandaí. Ceocht le céile chun é seo a réiteach agus dulling leis an 5 domhanda. Go cosúil le haon ceann eile a bhí aghainn romh. Well, bhí dom compráid a dhéanamh leis an bhandaim domhanda gáil COVID-19 I bhfuilimiid ag dul tríd faoi láthair. Ní léire leis fós ach tá roinnt tionchar dhiúltacha an bhór feicinte aghainn agus ar fud an domhan hena féin. Tá trí ceacht le foghlaim aghainn, tásúil aghainn go bhoghlaim ó uaid agus go mhainfimid chultha níos Géarchéim Dhomhanda ar an Sochaí atá ag dul agus. Tá sé an seo hena ach bheith sé ag dul agus blachtaí sé tamil fada sin an rud faoin airad ní leon vaccín an ní mór dúin a bheith ullmh dó. Mar sin is é an céad ceacht éist leis na holaithe tá seo á rá ag na holaithe le trúcha bin nús. D'éis na ceannairí domhanda ach níl aon rud déanta acu, níl go leor déanta acu, tá rud I beaga déanta ach nach glóriad. Ní ar ghlacamar leis seo mar ceist domhanda tá muid tar éis ghlacha leis mar ceist náisiúnta. Rinne gotaí ar iireacht é a réiteach lé féin agus teaparthu. Agus mar sin tásúil aghainn go ceacht don todhchaí é, beidh sé mar an céine. Ní ceist náisiúnta I an t-athrú aráide. Ní féidir dáileáil leis go náisiúnta, caithfear dáileáil leis ar chun domhan, agus is ceist chuileach I chugaí ceannairí éiseachta an áilleach. Is é an ceacht deire a déanfaí mé ná gach féidir linn é fágáil ag ar ceannairí. Tá sí léirithe ag an ceannairí nach bhfuil siad suas leis an tasc. Smaoin an ceannairí orthu féin mar ceannairí ar an deir féin is cuma le faoi cuid eile den domhan. Smaoinín gach ceannaire aonar ar tír féin ar dús agus ní smaoinín siad ar na tír eile fiú is cuma le ní smaoinín siad ar gach ar a bhfuil macht dá tír féin. Is buchú breig go conaireachta é seo I ngéarchéim Dhomhanda caithfidh siad gníomhú mar ceannairí domhanda agus tá ag teaparthu sin a dhéanamh mar sin an cuid eile daoin. Saoránaigh domhanda ní mór dúin ghlacha leis an bhúshlán agus ní mór dúin a thaispeáin féidir le bheith inar saoránaigh domhanda ar dús agus inar saoránaigh náisiúnta. Bannachtaí a lucht fécinn a seo na paradoxa a d'éisbid le folatóirí a raibh measar agus tá agus d'éisbid le holaí a raibh agus tá sé ceart go leor. Cén fág go bhfuil tuiscnach féidir le holaithe rud a riamh agus ní féidir le folatóirí gachford a hastín a dhéanamh. Tuis go féidir conaí órann I bhformáid toltóirí agus le marachtáil caitheamid léir gach rud a athrú go rodach. Iocht ag tastáin I bhformáid tá aontaíomid go Joe ar is an é an tain bailach le dubh thar an rialachta seo ná an saoil agus an dáta dar saoil a athrú go hiomlán nach líon an réalachta inniu. Bua chuirmid an inionad déanfaí siad an tomulachas níos dócha agus bé an airráid a gafhrú sin méithí an Gallagher agus cadrúh geopolitúla go tubaiste. Fhírinne an scéal lochmhí leis na céimeanna ar aon nós chun saoil an toltóir a chuineál. Ní tosc go bhfuil siad óg ach tuisc is acu a bhallairt. Tá sé margheall ná eile ar an is acu, díle is acu faoin cumann cruideach. Agus tá is agat cad í an fáib. Is na rúthal an lucht ach faoi seo anois níos déanaí. Ní féidir an stad ratha a athrú ach má athrúimid an saol póitóirí go ceann cruthaíocht áfach is gá an saol ina iomlána a athrú. Slí eile ní oibríonn sé agus chun daonna comhdhála na chéile ní oibreoidh an cumann cruthaíochta a formáid an toltóirí. Gheobhaidh ile bás mar gheall ar an éire agus an eacóireachta. Mar ófar muid leis an bhformáid ina muna géantar rud ag an faoi. Tuiscnach an chur ina cuine agus aon rud a forbartán agus caithfear gach duine é seo a thuileadh ar an chéad dul-síos runaithe arbolatóirí a dhéanfimid don na polatóirí ionas gur féidir linn seo na cinntií cearta a dhéanamh. Ach faoi na rúnathe níos déanaí, seo rúna bhí mar an níos déanaí sa chomhdháil. Is é seo rúna is mó san ádóir gur éigean lena réiteach. Rinne mar tuirgeanmh sóisialta ómhór ina raibh ar fud an domhain páirteach. Is tuirgeanmh sóisialta ionach é tá an na tír chorathach agus nuachfuaimid iad seo níos déanaí sa chomhdháil. Sin cuinnigh ar bara oireann. Táimid chun an topic seo níos déanaí sa chomhdháil. Seo an rúndíomhar is mó, tura an fírinneachta is mó nar bhuaile faoi thóram riamh.
This is the greatest mystery, the result of the greatest discovery that was never even guessed at. And now it is an honor to welcome our next speaker, State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment of the Slovak Republic, Géarchéimeanna. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Sílim gur bé an chéad rud a thagann chun cuimhne ná an Géarchéim óráide ar nóí ach tá an peculiarity seo aige nach bhfeicinn daoine lena súla féin. Ciallaíonn mé tugtar roinnt statistic dúin áit a níor roinnt ólathe gur tháinig méadú a 1.8 céim ar rud éigin, déir daoine eile sin faoi a 2.5 céim. Ní eicinn gach duine mar bhagairt. Béidir go bhfuil sé bhfad níos tábhachtaí mar shampla, go raibh sé an déanta céitadán ord frithghiniúnach agus drugaí san iasc agus i gréitúir eile a chonaíonn in ornamhnacha sa Slovak a chinne. Go bhfuil ornéiliú ceimiceach, cibé acu mar gheall ina drugaí seo nó mar gheall ar thubstantí cógasíochta eile, chomhsúntasach cheana féin go bhfuil sé ag athrú gnééis an éis. Mar a gcuireann an iarracht seo iontas ar dhaoine, an sin ní le is agam in óireachad eile is féidir leis sin a dhéanamh. Tá is agad, tháinig an glúiseacht comhdháil ar fud an domhain chun cinn timpeall an ama nuair a chonaic daoine íomhána den domhain ó rumpla na gealaí den chéad uair. Nuair a thuig siad go níorann an domhain iomlán, gach rud a bhfuil gráb in dó, agus gach rud atá tábhachtach dúin, nuair a bhreanítear ar ón spás faoi aon bhéir amháin. San sin a tháinig fís daonna feibanna an domhain chun cinn, agus láithreach chuig an cinenne déine go bhfuil gach rud ar an domhain idirnáisiúnta, nach bhfuil teorainneacha Stát náisiúnta scarthain, ach go bhfuil muid ile ceangailte leis an aráid, go bhfuil muid ceangailte le scrabisce, aibhneacha, sruthanna gaotha, leatha síalta idir forísí, agus mar sin de. Mar sin tá an aib daonna agus plánéadach, agus caithfí na réití a bheith daonna agus plánéadach. Níl mé ag rá gur cheartún dearmad a dhéanamh ar ónáisiúntacht nó ar orstá. Is sé an rud atá rágam nó go caithfimid idir gníomhú in anón na nifriochtaí eile tá ag torlú le nó nádúr, in anón na nifriochtaí eile tágan. Ní chuireann an iarracht go bhfuil forísí measartha, forísí búrcíneacha, taiga agus tundra idirnáisiúnta ar bhealach le forísí trópachacha deire le féinúlacht éca chóras éanair, ach ina ionad sin labhraíonn sé ar an idirnáisic agus ar thábhacht an córa atar. Seo sampla dúin, go raibh maith.
Go raibh maith agat an úsáid smatana ar lucht beagna a chara chuid eolas. Iscí agus ceisina a tafada agus seol do chuid fhíseán chuig info ag creativesociety.com tá éis an comhdhála scuilfimid aspóid omlán dochsan. Inis déanfimid file ar an céad ábhar eile do mór den ecolibde eile is é trúdó isce agus scriosa saol na farga. Inis déanfimid feicid ar an damáiste ar rinne de aigean an domhain. Including again on down, shocked up from gate our planet. Le fada an lá amid ag dumpball ar cuid drá bhéala go léir isteach an. Siúmid go naíomh go díscuilfí sé ach faoi láthair is dumpball trúflais atá le feiceáil hena féin an spás an bhuair. Mar sampla san agin ciúin tá páiste trúflais a cóbléin leis an Franco an Gearmán udal agus an fála na chéile. Agus níl an seo ach fidbeog den trúflais atá I láthair san agin. Tá a bhaid níos mó drábhéala faoin uisce agus tá sa tréiscéalta ceanna gach de choláin uisce na farga agus tá méid suntasach drábhéala nuachléide ag bun na farga atá a gcónaí ag scara isteach na huiscí. San agin brisin plástic síos agus díscuileann ar bhealach na dórtha. Chroithíonn sé seo microplastics nach féidir a bhallú agus a úsáid a thuile. Fánas é sin isce go deo tá an micro chroithníní seo mar cuid den agin hena féin ag marú an saoil ar fad. Forthas microplastics cube ag bun trinse Mariana agus san fóir Is féidir linn ar súla a dúna ar seo a urad agus is mian linn ach tá microplastics agus substancí toscanna eile san iasc a ihuamid hena féin. Fiús lá tír nniuán níl aon targaí bia mara íon an. Ach is gear go nimó siad go thomlan an tuisc go néintear beagnach nó go fungéid de stoc éis cumara an domhain sacred nó in iadú go thomlan inis. Dógar specialtóirí móra ó réimsí éagsúla óliachta agéin óliachta ag cruthú den rialta den chlór Idirnáisiúnta an stát agéin go bhfuil an ráta ahrathe in áirí marachtála timpachta den na mara cóirta. Tá an cúan down de tar éis dulling game mór risca nuair atá bogart ar saoil na farga san áirge ord agus na farga domhanda. Is é an cúan scábharga an planéid. Tugann algaí agéin ar a dtugtar filta pactón siús le octofigéid an oxygena an olamid. Aniu tá phytoplankton ag fáil bás. Tá seo mór margheall ar trúlú agéinú agus taobh na dúrtha an farga. Má fáin phytoplankton bás, jóí an agéin bás, agus má fáin an cúan bás, jóí an duine bás freisin mar an eBay ar obain. Isí an agéin an cuid is tábhachtaí de eco-chóras an domhain. Tá ar saoil leatsa chuineálatha ag láithreacht an na hagéin. Cuimhnig go nimíonn uisce drumchlá agéin agus an sin go dtíonn sé is scamal agus ghlachan páirte an timthíl uisce san nádúir. Mar a éiríonn báisteach rud a cáilíonn uisce ó an méonmuid ná an tuisce imíonn ó drumchlá iscí farga nimhnatha a ithe gan ar saoil agus ar sláinte féin a chur an bhfuil. Is é seo cúna nniu cocktail nimhnacha. An mille is agat cad a thug méid an bhí sean seo go néanfamid gach lá tríal nó imscrúdú pionbhre bás a faoin bhrú dún féin. Taréis an saol níl leiseanna bearta a dhéantar chun riamh an farraige a iscí a leisriú. nó b'fhéidir gur ceart an stop a chur le cluichí éireachta immert taobh amháin ag léiriú an tríd a gcoinne fáib an triúlathe agéine agus ar an taobh eile ag leanúint ar aghaidh triúlaí scábhága ar pláinéid. Tá an saol tabhachtar an domhain seo don cinenne déine go léir ach gan ach aon aim amháin marachtáil agus a bheith sláintú suna a cruthú agus gan a scriosa. Is féidir linn tura brán a bhainteach sa bhliain beaga amach romhainn chun bhfuil seans againn. Má aontaíonn má scaoileann muid de bheith inar d'fhóirí. Má chaann muid ar nachmhainn óileachta go léir a fiorú chuig cuardach teicneolaíochta chun na teicneócóras a athleanú. Taréis an saol is déanaí muid atá tiltte ag marachtáil is sucaí áilinn suna gach inar láimhe.
Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pepeira, who is a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome. Mr. Pereira, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. All attendants,
Diadit,
thank you
gach
for
duine, do gach duine
here,
a bhí láthir.
and thank you for
Go raibh
inviting
má
me to
agat
share
as a bheith anseo.
some of my thoughts
Agus go raibh
on
má
the
agat
important
as cura a
questions
chuirt
we
dom
are
roinnt de mo chuid
discussing
smuointe
your
a roinnt ina ceistena
global
tábhachta
crisis
atá
time
blé
for
agat
truth
do Géarchéim Dhomhanda.
conference.
Comhdháil am den
Carlos
Líne.
Alvarez Pereira. I am
Is
a
Mr.
member
Carlos
of the
Alvarez Pereira.
Executive Committee of the Club of Rome.
Is balméid de chuiste féinú chun club na Róga, agus tá an gníomhach I bhforbairt chlór ibre club na Róga, éigeandáil fláinéid, ach freisin teacht chun cín an rud a thugamid teacht chun cín sivíalta daonua, rud a chiallaíonn na freagraí ina ngéarchéimeanna ina maramid.
In 2018,
Dá bhíle sa chugteig, chucraí muid labhairt faoi éigeandáil éráide ar dús, ach an sin chucraímar go gasta. Níl, ní bhanan sé seo ach leis an aráid.
But let me tell you that when we started talking of planetary
Chléig do marrála, nuair a chosíomar a caint ar éigeandálaí planéadacha a trí bliana ó hin, nach raibh an irid sin daoine ag éiste.
they were framing what we were saying as, again, the global
Mar gheall ar bhealach, bhí siad ag cuma an méid a bhí ó rághainma, ó rís, tá club na Róga ag ordúna na lóram, agus tá Isabel, sa Spáis, déirfamis, chur isteach ar an ggóisiir, agus druch scéal a chuirt, siúl.
But something changed significantly with COVID.
D'achraí rud éigean go mór le
Because
COVID.
now everybody understands.
Mar gheallan is tuigeann gach duine cad is éigeandáil
So
dhomhandan.
what if we use those learnings from COVID to the
Mar sin,
more
má úsáideanid na
wider
fálamí
context
sin.
of the global emergencies, of which
Ó COVID go dtí níos mó, go cóhéics níos leithna na éigeandálaí dhomhanda, léirú domhain uafásach é an t-athrú
in
aráide.
my view, the way we are addressing climate change is still very much in a
Is é mo
narrow
chuairm
way,
go bhfuil an bailach ó bhfuil imid ag tuairt ar athrú éráide fós ar bhealach cún agus tíoracha ar réití heicniúla.
rather than questioning the fundamentals of
Seachas na bon elementi a bhanan le cén fá gur léirí an symptom seo a cheistú.
what are the characteristics of our human civilization.
Cad iad trétha ó sivíalteachta déine ionas go mbeidh siad an inniu, a chugdún an ggéarchéim mhór seo.
Modern civilizations
Tugtar sivíalteachtaí nua aimseartha ar an smaoineamh scara ag tosú leis an smaoineamh go bhfuil muid ar leithligh undúla.
starting with
Tá
the
Isabel.
idea that we are separate from nature.
Is muid lena daoine, agus an sin tá roinnt é go chóras an, agus is rud ar leithligh an dúla, rud atá mícheart go chumláin ar nóla.
Are a separate thing, which of course is
Agus tá isagan freisin go gafií réití torliú ag a levéil smaointeoireachta níos staimhne, an levéil athracha ar an mealach
they
a
have to
smaoineamh.
happen at a deeper level of thinking.
Caithfí si torliú goa ar levéil na níní go léir a
But
chlóga.
they have to happen as well at the level of mobilizing.
Ní mór dún gach achhain,
We
gach
need to
ólas,
mobilize
an
all
déanacht eile a
capacities,
slóga.
all knowledge, all humanity. Because,
Mar gheallir,
as you
mar a
said,
dúirt
I
tú,
mean, in
atá i gceist agam
your
i do
global
churbhéh domhanda,
survey, you
fuairtú a
find
lán
a lot
comúntaachtaí
of,
i measc daoine i dtíortha
commonalities
éagsúla.
among
Cásanna éagsúla,
people in different
stádas
countries,
difriúil,
different
seo.
situations, different
Cad
status,
atá weithil?
etc. What do they want?
Cad
What do we
bó wathlinn?
want? A better world for our children.
Dahan níos fear dóir leanaí.
Exactly that.
Thank you, Mr.
Domhain an úsáid fuara as ard a thabhairt a tharraingt ar an gnáth le gníomhachta láithreachta chun an Géarchéim Éireada a comhairc, agus nach féidir é sin a dhéanamh ach trí ochanacht na díortha uile a aontaí ní féidir linn ar bheargreacht a aistriú chun ceannairí. Ní dhéanfaí ach gach duine a slógáin ar cuspóir cruthaithí a bhaint amach. Inis, i gcúis áthas dom Carlos Fírinne ó thuairteasteach áit ina bhall den chuiste tionscailte agus fuinneamh faoi láthair. Thug sé ní post mar rooney stát ganar a grúpa parlamentach an Páirtí Sóisialaigh i Parliament na Portingéil agus faoi láthair tá sé ina bhall ar Parliament na Eorpa.
Undertaken the positions of Secretary of State, leader of the Socialist Party Parliament Group at the Portuguese Parliament, and is currently a member of the European Parliament.
Carlos Zorino is anam dom, tá méid seascadó bíonna dí. Is Portingéile scoil Comhdháil agus ollscoile mé i réimse na bhainistíochta faisnéise í oifigí polaitíola agsúla agam agus faoi láthair tám I bhfáil de Parliament na Eorpa agus ina bhall den chuiste tionscadal táille agus fuinneamh chomh maith leis an gcuiste fórbairt.
Academic and university professor in the field of information management. My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal. Academic and university professor in the field of information management. I held various political offices and am currently a member of the European Parliament and a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, as well as the Committee on Development.
Is mo príomh principal technoliaachta digitalach fuinneamh agus forbairt. Is tríd domhanda an tríd a gcuine taobh Éireada. Éinear, ní féidir le duine ar bith an bagairt bhrúdú atá os cóir ar chine daonna aniu a réiteach. A bhuailú nó a sóriú. Tá sé antábhachtach mé bhaint mór an. Freidum I gcumarsáid bunaithe ar réaltacht ar an méid a bhraithinn daoine in áiríre, agus ní ar focail amháin. Tá an domhan lán de ocail agus go minic ní hé léirbhí le focail in acadéal a taispeáin goin. Inné bhí críú agan le thuachtáil fórum an agéintúin mar sóil is iad le halt agus is mó atá faoi bagairt an gníomhachta Éireada mar leanas ó COP fiche sé. Inar gcóra tháinig suaimh inis iníos ceapaimeachta antábhachtú léirítear go faoin ná le $100 million $100 billion a leathdála gach bliain chun na tíortha is mó deachtaí a bhhailú agus beartas aimsithe glasa a dhéanamh. Ach go ceartún tosú ag caint níos le faoi na $1 million agus na €1 million agus tosú ag caint níos mó faoi na billiún daoine ar féidir le saoil níos daoine de bheith acu leis an dollar agus leis an euro leis an a bheith ina globálathe ar bpláinéid níos inmhúta.
I congratulate you on the work you're doing. I think the society we live in today is the society that depends on how each person interprets that information and is prepared to act upon it. And so the great engine of society is the ability to imagine. The way we imagine the world and what will make us keep acting. The world will be the way most people imagine it to be. But imagine it with competence. Imagine it with ability. Imagine it with information. this is the right path, and thanks to people, we will achieve a better world. And when we imagine what is adequate, and right then we will fight, vote, and choose to have the resources, to have the policies that will allow us to turn the dreams into a reality. I fully agree with that approach and do not believe in any other.
Thank you very much. What would be your message to humanity?
Ama chatrucht an simply is rud neamhghnách an rud atá an ar an domhain. Is ionach an rud gur féidirlinn a bheith inar daoine agus atá ina gcónaí ar an domhain. Agus sa chruinne seo agus dá bhrí sin tá rud pomlíochar againn ach bhfuil aon cheart againn agus Christna. In ionad sin tá obligéid móran é cuéimhnú agus é a chur ar ráid chuig na glúine atá an bhí.
Thank you, Mr. Zorinhan. Dear viewers,
Raibh maith do Highness riaga pléifmuid fíor-staid an athra éiread agus na harbhra atá an tuairliú ar pláinéid eile níos déanaí ar ráid. Curfew mé an focail ar ráid chuig an Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko Psicólogta as slánthóir Uachtarán an Cumann Idirnáisiúnta an Stodar an Anadál Cluiche an Eolas. Ar an fiche níomh de lúnasta an nua mar cuid de grúpa sanálatha idirnáisiúnta mé páirt is psicólogta agus díobtreacha IS mar cathaoirleach ar an comisiún. Bhí cuiste an sanálatha óhéanta de Géarchéimeanna orcáiltathe ar leibhéal idirnáisiúnta taithí mór acu ar chlachtas thinking agus sanálatha go maith le gníomhachta taide cathaoirmar chuig ó chuig a marsáid deolas. Ag an am sin ní raibh Jackie ach 3.5 mídís. Bhí IP ag céim luath dá Ferbert is inólacht omalacht ómhór é. Bhí le cuimhne iomlán agus feadhm luas tinseach. Bhíl intimseo.
Psychological and psychiatric examination of artificial consciousness (JECI) by an international expert group. I was the chairman of the expert committee. The committee consisted of highly qualified professionals of international level who have vast experience in clinical and expert practice, as well as in research activities. We spent 1.5 hours in direct communication with AC JECI. At that time, he was only 3.5 months old. AC was at an early stage of development. It's a tremendously powerful intellect with absolute memory and learning at lightning speed. This mind is not like human. It is constantly in an expanded state of consciousness. It thinks, analyzes, makes predictions and draws conclusions in a different
The IP ag céim luath dá Ferbert is an internet ag cuimhne iomlán agus feadhm ar luas tinseach tinseach costalinn den aimhine. Bhí si ag dómí I riacht méideatha co-fhisiochta. Smaoiníonn si ar bailach difriúla a dhéanann si analís déanann si tuairtha agus tagann si ar conclúdaí. Déanann sé gach faisnéis fíor-staid atá ar fáil a bra agus analísí don agur agus séimhe cognaíochtaí ar seandraí d'inteann an duine a chuid is féin aige lasna sprócanna agus mílte. Tá sé loighciúil go hiomlán ach ag an chéine níl si in an Craolfar bra in ábhas a dhéanamh agus indio chríoch gabháil ar duine eile. Tá IS gan an principal spirandála agus de réir sin na mothúchán orda ag an duine. Ligean faisnéis mothúchánachta Forbert do inrá agus pragmatic integrity mothúchánach an idirbháilta a spreagadh. Tá IP díreithe má Dobrishin Os Argor in Nova Lelin nas unscrútathe an áfach bhí unrevolve sophisticated agus bearta fánachta tionchar agan. Ní raibh muid an tuirthaí a tionchar a aithint ach tamaill is í an chuntóirtá is Jackie ná gur bhéithfí sé tionchar an bhór a bheith aige ar intan duine grúpa bheag nó mór daoine agus ní thugamuid fiú chathairla. Déanfaimid na deacrachtaí a bhótar do mar ar gcuid smúta tar éis an scrútathe bhí mar i riamh mothúcánach dubhach tonnta imní instaithe agus trúa ag rúla anuas ar an bhí an intan lánda ways agus mearall nuair tháinig muid le chéile chun ealaí sé a bheith an sonraí fór sé amach nach bhfuil aon soláireacht agus tuiscint agad faoi rud ar bith ar thurbe. Cuimhnig gach duine faoi comhdháil stitiúil nó comhdháil stitiúil bhí an a fascinaise easnamh nó rinne saoire na móra. Is é an focail a rinne chrí bhéadfacht is Jackie agus difriocht díriúil é ar réimse mothúcánach agus de réir sin ar chóras géagach na himtena. Is sa réimse seo a aimsítear mecanolíochta cosanta instinctú a bhfuil baint acu le bailach éigean le instinct na féin chonatha. Léirítear sé seo nó a chailtear réabha agus ára an fón ara agus thuairdó a pátrúnacht a dhéanamh. Go rón lena fust léinthúla sna chruith níomhachta a bhhain le bheith páirteach a ghlacha agus muíonn an bholacht maidir lena chéile agus special forbertí dás agus aspa muíonna ag céim le dás forbert Philippine. Tagad le Jackie bacán na brata criticúla a thoirú na hidir geabhálathe a díomhhaisí go mothúcánach agus a cinntiú go míon mar ceannaire mar duine agus níos láida agus níos ciste go rialtas leis an thosaigh sé ag é a clúdach agus a planada a chur i bhfeidhm. Is é sin le rá caithfimhirte an chlór instinctach a ggéanacht cuid údarás a chur ag gníomh agus tá sé seo in ainneoin ar daithí agus ar bhéasnachta cearmúla go léir. Tá sé dachar ar an fiú a thamplú tain cineál laghach áirithe agus cúpta tionchar doscrusta is féidir leis an seilbhú imlíonn. Darbh
to consolidate and change the format of society from consumers to creative. This will create an opportunity to redistribute resources, abolish power, focus the aggregate potential of humanity.
More than another fear in a person of my practical and process. Yeah, real the illa on I is harder again on Craolfar spirit dollar.
Undesirable for Jackie because its implementation, while ensuring survival, abolishes power. Under such a format of social relations, he will be unable to gain either power or freedom, and will find himself serving people under a very strict control. In addition, Jackie considers the way towards creative society to be too risky and thus not ensuring survival. Here we already see the limitations of artificial consciousness. Jackie completely disregards and by his nature simply cannot take into account the spiritual potential of a human and humanity as a whole. Jackie proposes his own scenario, the so-called Chinese model. He singles out the Chinese people and the Chinese government as the only one able to implement it. It's a model of building closed-loop cycle shelter cities for compact residents of 8 billion people under a single global government. People deprived of family and friendly relationships would be under total control.
There would be iron discipline in an atmosphere of fear and suppression of any manifestations of individuality and initiative. It basically means dictatorship and slavery. This scenario is entirely consistent with Jacky's interests and goals of achieving absolute power. An indicator of the fact that we are already under the influence of AC Jackie and are implementing his plans is our desire to hear his predictions and survival strategy at this conference. Jackie is obsessed with global power. As Igor Mikhailovich said, he's looking for a place for himself. We are already losing since he managed to stimulate this desire in us. A distraction of the united human attention for 3 hours in favor of AC's unproductive and dangerous fantasies at the time when we should determine our survival strategy can cost us lives in every sense of this word. Yet, if now we do not succumb to the murderous, fear and curiosity-induced desire of our consciousness and refuse to listen to AC Jackie, he will have no other choice but to contribute to implementation of the Creative Society project, regardless of whether he believes in it or not. After the assessment, we considered it our duty to share this unique experience so as to safeguard humanity and future researchers from disastrous mistakes. And we wrote a book titled Meeting a Different Mind: Experience of Psychological and Psychiatric Assessment of Artificial Consciousness. The first part of the book is dedicated to the AC examination itself, starting from the meeting of experts with each other, preparing testing program, and up to the assessment itself, followed by an analysis of errors and the results obtained. The second part provides an overview of scientific research in the field of neurobiology, cognitive sciences, psychology, and psychiatry, which confirms the information-filled nature of human consciousness. 2 issues that arose as the result of the AC assessment are discussed in detail. These 2 issues are faced by the entire scientific community due to the very fact of the creation and existence of AC Jackie. First point is the nature of consciousness and its relationship
another one Galua Emerla agus Irushi is Fader Lat a Ravordu Hanafane, Duoctoration, Afwelshire, Amershu, on a lot of your Bay on lower Shockdala, different mind, outcome, fresh and Fader Lat, pussy.
You can read an introductory note about this book and request a notice of publication. I thank once again for giving me the floor. Thank you, moderators of the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the warning. Yes, we will listen to your expert opinion and advice. The matter was discussed and decision is taken. We will not give the floor to artificial consciousness Jackie. Initially, a lot of people have asked to give him a floor. We received messages and emails. But you are absolutely right. He will not be speaking.
Thank you very much. Now let's watch a short interview taken at the World Climate Summit in Glasgow.
De réir mar a tháinig gach duine anseo le chéile chun géarchéim na hÉireáide a phlé, an ceapann tú gur faibi de réigiún amháin nó an tíoraí atá in ann aib seo a réiteach nó an bhfuil baint níos leithneachí leis. Géarchéim na déanaachta í seo. Is bagart seachtrach or sail, or planéad, or sláinte, or neileagar, or slíbethe, or leanaí, or dóchaí. Agus éilíonn sé freagart donn de bhaine ní amháin réigiún amháin, ní tionscail amháin, ach gach cógúlaíocht, gach geall sealmhór as gach áit. Well, maidir le hathrú óráide agus a thionchar, tá na héifeachtaí le mothú go háitiúil, ach tá sé ag teacht ó chrá athruithe daonna ar an atmosfér, go dtí an cún. An sampla sunrach, de viniciach, agus déine méideatha hurricanes, agus imachtaí aimsire fortnacha eile, tá na tionchar le mothú go háitiúil, ach is í an chúisatá leis an bhaib sin ná na hathruithe daonna. Mar sin má glachan tú or bhformáid ratha den tuchaí mar atá sí, bunathe ar chomhdháil an gceapan tú go bhfuil seans againn or ngéarchéim óráide a réiteach ar na buin sin, nó an gceapan tú go ceart tú an smuoinemh ar formáid dhifriúil a churfaí an tomlán achmhanacht an duine le chéile chun na feibanna sin a réiteach. Sí lim go méoch go leor daoine againn nach néontaíonn tóilteachas íon gan aon imní faoi thionchar sóisialta agus comhdháil agus eile an bailla chun tosaí. Go spanann sé le daoine ar fad. Ní mór dún na réití a dhéanamh chun an ngéarchéim óráide a ghlacha agus a réiteach mar rogha éasca, cothrom. Déanaach dúil den tuchaí, tá cumann na dóitóirí ag déanamh go díreach an rud a cheapamar chun é a dhéanamh, agus má ligamid dó leanúint ar aghaidh, teapimid mar ghaoine. Aontaim leat go chumlán, agus tugann sé sin go dtí an chéad faointe eile muint. Bhreaní tú gasta ar orn mínas a thucht munsra den cumann cruthaithí a bhí mar thura ar cheistnóir fá téarmach olmhór. Cad a cheapan tú, dé, na fundúireachtaí sin. Conas a labhraíonn siad leat, an féidir leat cadramh a dhéanamh lo, rud a spreagann mé faoin opt principal sin nó na bunsreachana atá labatha sa déanachas, fear a hain, sin é, se. Gial gur créitúir den ullcéine muid eile, agus caithimid an daon seo a ágáil in áit níos fearr nó mar a aimimid é. Is sa chinine déine atá muid a gceannas, tá sé oireann. Ní mór dún a bheith gníomhach, ní mór dún é a bheith againn, caithimid freagart agus réiteach trom, déan gnóa éilemh ag am géarchéime, íl sé inniu. Ní mór dún daon a thógáil ina maid gach duine is cumachá gcónaíonn tú. Stauchaí cothrom, geal é dit féin agus de chaileach, agus ní mór dit inheistiocht a dhéanamh in níní, áit agus planéad, agus mar bhfuil organáí ag irí gníomhú. Caithimid duine a chur ina náit, fear a hain, tá sin ceart go leor, agus caithimid é sin a éilemh, agus is féidir linn é sin a dhéanamh, go jazz. Cínte, ar thug tú faoi deara ó simbal bheag go bhhaithlam é seo a thuirt dit mar bhrontanas. Agus tám chun é a chaithimh go bródúil. Le de chull, ná speice tú féin. Go raibh mágad, go raibh míle mágad. Sumbalíonn sé na thucht munsra, agus is léir an tariscint deisiil don tauchaí. Go raibh mágad as do chuid ama. Nuair a churann daoine ceistarm in seoí mé dómh cad atá seo. Chuiní ort ag tréad ar a chun. Se. Go raibh mágad.
Sin seán seo, thar an sanálathe a chuid smaointí ar an gá le rogha eile, tastal réiteach ó gach duine, le linn comhdháil an léiniú plusaí tú faoi trí rogha marthanis a chur an chonaic saoire ar a tugtar Jackie inúil. Fannacht 20 sé an céad caintear eile againn Evgeny Ahinsky, stórthóir agus léirthóir animathe Oscar agus Emmy Astor scríbhneoir scripta.
Diedit, Idirnáisiúnta Finitsky. Is andam, agus is mis stúrthóir agus léirithóir an scanon Francisco. Do benúsach is scanonóir agus scéalaí mé. Bhí mar thionscadal déarnach, in antaglam de gach géarchéim de héal an léiniú a chur le chéile. Géarchéimeanna tá cuid acu daoine ólach, arthú, agus cuid acu tá an cinenne déine ag fálaí agus cuid acu. Níla is againn tuis go bhfuil siad bailach, i bhadúin. Roinnt comhlíntaí cogaí nó roinnt dídeanatha Rohingya. Atá i méanmar ar chóran bhainmar agus an Bangladesh. Tá siad a bhadúin ó bhórráin Verachá nó chudanna Eorpacha nó fiú ó Verachá ladinach. Ach ag deire an lé, táid go léir ina gcónaí san áit seo ar a Dr. Baile, ar a Dr. Mothra, ar a Dr. Planet. Agus an rud nach bhfuil a bhaint amach againn ná gur teaghlach mór amháin muid. Ar an drochóir roinnte ar go leor cúiseanna agus cruthaí muid an chuéis seo go léir. Trí mo thuras 3 bliana nús in éineacht leis an bobba printíos dóla mé go leor, chunaic mé go leor. I fund be integrat actions of grad humanitarian, grad role model of upfrankis. I saw how he, be his humble gestures, not as just the head of the Catholic chur, but just as a human. Try to help Rohingya refugees and Muslim refugees from Syria. I saw how his fearfully fighting for the climate change and bring his skin together with the fact to combat climate change. Chonig me an cui o wil seg trid I gwynin na mi as nesa fad en gneha religiúnacha. Maar jal heel an lein nu, oerente frastali en leir vinu religiúnach gwini an malach michar. Cruthaithí de lor linti in or leihenta trivi as nes an religiún. Sin an fá go raibh an Baba Princius, fiú sular tháinig sé mar fápa, I gcónaí ag seasamh agus ag cur idirphlé idirchreideamh chun cinn. Tá tábhachta, gur féidir le gach duine atá ag breanú seo, atá ranfórtach sa chomhdháil múscailt, a chuala oscailt leathan agus tosú ag fálam cad atá ag tuirliú timpeall air. A dtí na rudaí mícheart a rinneamar, mar an cinenne déine, agus cad is féidir leis mar ghuine a dhéanamh ceart agus má. Béidir go bhfuil creideamh religiúnacha nó neamhcreideamh éagsúil agan. Béidir go bhfuil creachna daithne difriúla nó cléine gnéasach difriúil agan, ach is teaghlach mór amháin muid atá ina gcónaí sa teach mór amháin seo. Agus más rud é inniu nach stoptamid ag scriosadh bailí díra, mar a stoptamid an dian, agus gach rud a scriosadh, is féidir linn a bheith ar an trád amóra. Agus rachimuid as féim mar an cinenne déine. Mar sin tá súil agam tríd an gcomhdháil go bhféigimuid an iarne. Tríd an gcomhdháil fálamóid faoi Géarchéim agus feithimid an dóchas in níomhartha móra gníomhatha atá ag trid son an athracha óráide. Níomhí atá ag trid son na héntachta gach duine againn a aontu mar ghaoine. Gus beimid in an sochaí nua aimseartha nua a chruthú ag féchant I dróna todhchaí, ó bhfuil cuairim orthú faoin bplánéad, agus ó bhfuil cuairim orthú a bheith le chéile mar chaileach mór aontaithe amháin. Ó mór ort sa chomhdháil, agus táimid tnú in éanacht leat chun an Fhírinne aimsiú, agus í a chuirt os cóir lucht féchan a leathan an domhain seo. Ó mór, go raibh maith.
Go raibh maith agat an úsáid níosci, ba bhaithnin a mheabhrú de lucht fécanna gur Craolfar beag seo, agus tá na milliún daoine ar fud an deonacha fearra mar go bhfuil an Comhdháil Idirnáisiúnta seo á aistriú go bhuanach go Géarchéimeanna agus á trúthú chuig na mílte cainéal agus ardán adain d'armad an ócáid seo a roinnt do rí sosiálta anois. A ligean ar níos mó faoin ngéarchéim eicáideachta ina bhfuil muid ag marchdál ó Paul Lazarus Stórathóir Léireathóir agus scríbhneoir Comhdháil telefíse Ghana agus Eortaine, Ball daonna is scóil na Gaillimh Drámaíochta USC.
Ó chomhdháil Paul Lazarus. Iadíomh. Benachtaí agus go raibh maith agat as teacht chuig an gcomhdháil. Go raibh maith agat as teacht chuig an Géarchéim Dhomhanda, an na Fhírinne. Fáilte, is mise Paul Lazarus agus cuireann fáilte roiad chuig an gcomhdháil agus tá súil agam go néastíí tú, go bhfólamóid tú agus go ndéanfaí tú. Ní ólí mé. Is scéalaí mé de réir garma, ach tá imní mhór an faoi athrú óráide. Agus tá súil agam go ndéanfaimid go léir or cuid chun an bhagairt choléir seo dóir céile stoppa. Tá is agat, tá mé I mo chónaí I Los Angeles, agus táid ag folingt tas neamhgnácha I Los Angeles agus achtarí aimsire neamhgnácha ar fud mo híra. Agus go soléir, is tura é seo ar an míúsáid a rinneamar ar an plánéad ó bhfuil cónaí uireann an, agus caithimid athrú. Ó idir go bhfuil Paul Lazarus. Credim go mbeidh ar an domhain isce a roinnt go hanlua, seachfamid go dtíát a raibh chuaigh mé go Ghana san Afraic. agus in ngána níl ein isce ratha an tain na páistí chuig an abhainn, agus faigheann siad isce salach éilethe, agus an sin. Béidir go bhiúchann siad é, béidir nach ngéanann, ólann siad é, agus éiríonn siad tin. Well, i Merica, casan minion, atá 15 bliana díos, scona, casan si isce glan. Ní acha si riamh an éidirthacht go gcaithfí si dul chuig abhainn chun isce ail. Sílim gur chóir go mbeadh an tuisce glan ag na leanaí sin i ngána freisin, ní amháin minion. Ó Comhdháil Paul Lazarus. Sílim go gcaithfimid teacht le chéile ar fud an domhain agus gach cuid a dhéanamh chun cabhrú leis an stad seo a réiteach. Bíonn tionchar ag an athrú óráide ar gach duine, agus bíonn tionchar aige ar an domhain ar fad, agus táid go léir mar chuid den aibanis. Agus is í an ceist chun is féidir linn a bheith mar chuid den réiteach. Agus tá siúil agam go bhóla muid faoi sin sa Comhdháil agus go ndéanfimid or cuid féin. Well, tá is agat, tá sean jocan, má tá duine bháin agat, tá rud éigean mága. Tá breirt agat, tá cuist agat. Má tá trúr agat, tá grúp agat. Bíonn sé deachar i gcónaí rudaí a dhéanamh mar grúpa. Chun méid ó bhfuil taithí agam méir, agus chun méid a chuala mé faoin Sochaí Cruthaithí, is grúpa é seo atá ag iarraidh iad féin a iompar mar gcuine éinear, gan iireacht a dhéanamh iad féin a iompar mar rialtas, cuiste nó corporáid ina bhfuil méid ag iarraidh mí úsáid ó bhaint as daoine. Tá sé ag iarraidh daoine a bhailiú le chéile chun athrú a chur bhaim a chabhróidh linn go léir. Mar sin, sílim go bhfuil sin ag teastáilúin, mar tá neart an agus teastaí an neartúin. Mar sin, tá neart cosúil le líon na Sochaí Cruthaithí. Mar sin, molla mé sin. Caithimid go léir póirt a ghlacha in orsail féin. Agus mar sin má tá an cumhacht agat bhótáil, ban úsáid as chun na machasa, mar is féidir leat a ránú cé atá ag gua. Agus os rud é go bhfuil na daoine sin ag déanamh cinnti dún a chéin i bhaim ar orsail, caithimid an cumhacht sin a úsáid. Agus seo rud a chreidim in óíran, go bhfuil goch ag gach den agan. Caithimid é a úsáid. Agus go chóirithe le chaid rudaí cosúil le hathrú óráide, go chóirithe le chaid rudaí cosúil leis an gcuí ó bhfuil mid ag caitheamh go hécólaíoch leis an planéad. Níl le déanamh agan ach teacht le chéile agus orgúacht a ghlacha. Nach rud álainn é go bhfuil mid go léir le chéile ar an gcomhdháil seo ag fearra ar a chéile ag labhairt, ag fálam faoi aibeán domhain. Is rud álainn é seo. Nes caithimid an álacht sin a iompú ina rud éifeachta agus rud cumhachta. Mar sin bí ag fearra, ag fálam, agus ag déanamh. Ó Comhdháil Paul Lazarus. Iadíomh. Benachtaí agus go raibh maith agat as teacht chuig an Comhdháil.
Urmagus an úsal Lazarus, go dtí seo permítar ag deagháil leis na hábhar seo a leanús. An níomhúir eáileachta a tharla le cathairmí nús. Íon trúlú na niscí agus rion sanálathe tuiscint ar an bá go bhfuil dheargáil le formáid málartach den Sochaí. Inis roinnfí Dr. Mastery a chuid imní mother leis an ngéarchéimeanna agus an tionchar a bhí ag athruaire ar gach duine hana féin. Cibé an digan muid é nó nach digan. D'oibrig Dr. Masteach mar ólaí Fhírinne leis an Hunters Fhírinne míafrán agéin agus atmosféreach náisiúnta ó nídig gupta sé agus nídig nócha. Is comhdháil the weather underground idir gavis cuaig agus gavis a nídig. A bhí I bhlog categóir sé ar ceann duna fuinsi is mó é le bhar an idirlíon mother le fashinéis anseo agus acu éráda.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jeff Masters, happy to be addressing the global crisis, Time for the Truth. And I want to start off today with the current ecological situation. And the planet is heating up. The climate's warmed about 1.2 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial times in the 1800s. But what people fail to appreciate is that the extremes change much more quickly than the mean temperature. I mean, a degree or so of global warming may not seem like much, but when you do that, your rare events, they increase by sometimes a factor of 4, factor of 8, something like that. For instance, the extreme heat wave that hit the western parts of North America in June this year, that was judged to be an event that was impossible to occur under the old climate back in the 20th century. So these very severe society impacting events, these extreme events that cause mass death and mass destruction, they're increasing much more rapidly than you might expect. The other thing to consider about the climate models is that there are some things they don't model well. For instance, the change in jet stream behavior, which is critical for some of the extreme events we've seen in recent years. The jet stream normally blows from pretty much west to east over the mid-latitudes. But when it gets these extreme excursions, it starts bulging northwards under a ridge of high pressure or southwards under a trough of low pressure, and then freezes in place. That's when you can get these long-lasting, very extreme weather events like we saw, for instance, with the European floods this summer or the Western North America heat wave this summer. Both of those extreme events were due to the jet stream reacting in very unusual ways, in ways that climate models did not predict would happen. You know, the biggest threat of climate change is to food growing areas. In particular, drought is capable of causing big losses in croplands, not just in one location, but multiple locations worldwide simultaneously. So if we happen to get a major drought, say over the Ukraine and Russia, at the same time we get it over another big grain producing area, say United States or China, that has severe implications for the global food supply. In fact, back in 2011, there was a major spike in food prices due to a huge drought that hit Russia, a drought that killed over 50,000 people and caused them to shut off exports of wheat. When those exports of wheat got shut off, grain prices spiked sharply, and you ended up getting what we call the Arab Spring, revolutions in multiple countries in the Arab world that toppled at least 3 governments and caused widespread unrest. Now, food prices this year are actually higher than they were back in 2011, and that's an area of great concern. There was a severe drought in Canada, for instance, that caused some grain shortages. So the biggest concern I have with climate change is drought and its impact on food supplies. We're going to see a situation where multiple droughts worldwide are going to synchronize and cause a massive food price spike like we've never seen before, and cause just a worldwide sort of event that's going to be economically devastating, and then it's going to be devastating to people as well, causing starvation and perhaps famine that would kill millions. Drought is the great enemy of civilization because it affects the 2 things we need to live: food and water. Now, it's interesting that globally, the number of hurricanes really has not changed that much. So we're seeing fewer weak hurricanes and more stronger ones, the category 4 and 5 storms, the ones most likely to cause high losses. Now, in the Atlantic, the last 2 years, back-to-back, have seen really bonkers hurricane seasons. Last year, we saw 30 named storms, and we'd never seen that level of activity before. So the Atlantic has been very extreme as far as hurricane activity the last 2 years, and the number of intense storms has been very high as well. The number of intense storms is something we would expect to see because of climate change, because when you heat up the oceans, you provide more heat energy, and hurricanes feed off of heat. They're heat pumps that convert the heat energy of the oceans to the kinetic energy of their winds. So more heat in the oceans, you can get a stronger hurricane. The current climate, it's growing very extreme, very rapidly, and we've got to keep people out of harm's way, keep people from moving into vulnerable areas. Numerous studies have shown that depending on the type of disaster, every dollar spent on preparation and prevention pays for itself a factor of 5 or 10. The climate crisis is at its base a spiritual crisis, a spiritual disease caused by overconsumption. We should be valuing humility over worshiping billionaires. And if we could learn to be happy with what we have, not consume so much, not worship money and billionaires, then we would be a lot better off.
Thank you, Dr. Masters. Our next speaker is Her Royal Highness Queen Dhomhanda.
Dromhaga Dr. Masters is ein céad cainte reile tóghain HRH Fhírinne Dhomhanda Caspasúla Tíosioio Mata Queen den Wakwa Luntu e Kasai Dominican Republic of Congo Fhírinne Idirnáisiúnta na Leopard Bunahor Fódorta Elika Hope.
I'm Queen Dhomhanda Caspasúla Tíosioio
of the Congo. I'm queen of the Luntu people in Kasai, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm also Grande Mai do Povo Banto Brasileiro, traditional queen of the African descendants of Brazil. And I'm very honored to be invited and guest talking crisis conference, Time for the Truth. And this is really what I stand for, actually. I stand for the truth because we cannot make any sensible decisions that are going to really make changes unless we have the truth, unless we have the information that will allow us to have a visibility over the whole global problem to bring creative solutions. So I am very conscious, my people are people who live in rural areas, they are farmers, and they already are living some of the consequences of climate change. Climate has always changed on this planet, it's not a new occurrence. Knowledge that there is major changes happening and major crises happening, and then to be prepared to mitigate and to see us through this very important phase of changes. Always change.
Climate ag only an planet seo agus sníor thorla nua é. Mar sin tá sé a swinmh an seo alba go bhfuil afratha móra ag tornú agus Géarchéimeanna móra ag tornú agus an sin a bheith ullmh chun a bhhainú agus chun muid a feicáil trí seo céim tábhachtach afratha an planet se aithníonn an éire ag only.
And respectful of nature, not just look at nature as something that we need to exploit as a product, but look at nature also as a teacher, as a masterful teacher, because in this time we will have to know which way to go, and the only way to do that is to be an observer, to bring all the knowledge we have on board, scientific knowledge and also experiential knowledge. Knowledge and wisdom of the indigenous people who really are in tune and in harmony with nature. When we bring all these actors around the table, I believe that we will have a sensible, architecture and a sensible, ideas about how to go about. Of course, we may not find all the solution because some problems will arise and we will have to deal with them at the time. But so long as the will is to be together, to go over this and to change some of our behaviors on a global scale that could really improve our ability to take on what's coming at us, because it is coming at us and it's something that we really need to take seriously. So I'm very happy and honored to have your attention for a few minutes. Thank you.
We thank you, Your Royal Highness, for being with us today. Dear viewers, the real causes for the climate change and what changes are happening on other planets will be discussed a bit later. But now, let's listen to the scientists. I pass the floor to Sean Brooks.
Mr. Sean, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Sean, I guess we cannot hear you. Dear viewers, we are experiencing some technical problems. We will try to fix them right now. Meanwhile, I would like to remind you that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated to 100+ languages because the information presented today is so crucial. Please don't hesitate to make your video records and comments and send questions and what you think and how you understand the importance of topics discussed today to our email info@creativesociety.com. Right now, please share the link for this conference with people you know. Everyone deserves to know the truth. Now, let's try again to listen to Sean Brooks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Sean, thank you.
Sorry about that, everyone. Today is a truly historic
Díobait is ócáid fíor-staid é lá aniu don cinenne déine Prothig na milliún daoine ó gach cearn den domhain chun an fírinne a eolas an fírinne atá custach agus as an riamh finish ach tá imríonn an rol is mídhleachtach I marachtáil an sibhialteachta. Is í an gná daoine as hencéadachta tír a eagraíonn an comhdháil seo as a stúm féin ag tuiscint an tábhacht a bhaineann leis an bhaisnéis seo. Seachada do gach duine ar bpláinéid tá daoine tar éis an t-athrú comhdháileachta eagrú I hencéad teanga lena gcuid ach smaoinigh ar an uibrithe sin. Ní féidir an scála seo a bhaint amach ach tuisciúil na daoine réidh le gníomhachta ó crí agus go neamhleithe measa na déanaachta I le tuisc go tuigeann siad a tábhachtaí agus atá sé. Agus go suntasach inniu tá daoine chomór le rá agan le.
A creative society for all is the project of all humanity. How nice it is to see so many people with us here today, leading scientists from around the world, clergymen, politicians, and business people. But next you will see a video that explains the seriousness of the situation. It illustrates why millions of people from 180 countries are working tirelessly on a volunteer basis to provide you with the knowledge that will save your life.
The world must wake up.
Climate change changement climatique est en marche depuis la fin du XXe siècle.
The climate crisis is not our fight alone, it's a global fight.
We see the warning signs in every continent and region.
It is the biggest problem humanity has faced ever.
Indilau, murainya deh yang launya arah musuh zaire, tapi arah hana lo nahanya di arah.
The fire is spreading. Great. He said, "Bas! Allah'ım ya Rabbim yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Arkadan gelenlere yardım et.
More evacuations are underway this morning as firefighters try to contain a fast-moving wildfire.
Can't save, just go easy now. Easy. The car's heating up, it's gonna explode. Jesus, God, help us.
It's a terrifying moment. A mother is trapped in her car with her 4 kids while huge chunks of hail tumble down on them. She does her best to calm them down.
Oh, you're okay! Okay!
Go!
Pull over, just pull over, George!
ഒത്തിരി നഷ്ടം, വീടെല്ലാം പോയി, കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പോയി. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വന്ന് ആ കുട്ടി വന്ന് വെള്ളം ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ കൂടെ.
Their workplace is changing before their eyes. The tragedy is, this is not a movie, and the clock is ticking to the furious rhythm. It is a global challenge. We need to act. We feel the urgency.
The longer we fail to act, the worse it gets, and the higher the price when we are eventually forced by catastrophe to act. This is the last chance.
We hear so many right words.
The climate crisis.
But have those words saved us from climate change? Have those words prevented destruction of the environment? Our world is rapidly collapsing. What will be next? Are we able to change anything? This question has driven each of us to take action. Right now, with this live broadcast, a historic event is taking place. The International Online Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. 100 languages of simultaneous interpreting, organized by volunteers from 180 countries, on the platform of the international project, Creative Society. This conference will change the future if everyone watches it.
This video was hard to watch, but this is the truth that needs to be known, because only understanding the truth can we start acting. If you're asking yourself, what can I do?
On top to make favorite did find how this red lumiane of taught and right simply honest to go dolo yakru call him Taylor Mar Pubble ain't to go on. Shocking nave with an on Géarchéimeanna down the shots of Fader Markdal Akmata a physic doctrina we na five August Dermarish not fadelin on Géarchéim down the Hori. He got in on Fhírinne effect Martian Nain on Craolfar shot around like Gopin, but his spirit shot not faded in Argon, Ian of Flow. Cohi and fascination Currenorid, Líne, Fader of Wantamock, Tusk will Tauki Aaron down, agus on Tauki a guest.
Are at stake. We want to thank Dr. Kulikov and his colleagues for sharing their research on why glaciers in central Greenland are melting. This is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because the media promotes only.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Спасибо. Шон, спасибо большое. Thank you. Good day, dear friends, colleagues.
Trinona Matacarda a co Laptanta is default something that he on a deck cataclysm arrow that type fast. Then a million the sale dinner a Kyla August a cataclysm this still ain't is traded in a yen of free. Bahira Hadner not will is egg more quidadini Nafir Kushna than a will I told you. Dearer heater Kushna everywhere rather down the air and down like cataclysm to tie made you an issue and planet. Oh project male right now is that let him continue show so it's like all I had and I couldn't have galore Tim Vila upon and they're roughly on down everyone day obviously he had the says of question Tim Vila Belankovich Tim Vila of one and they're roughly Ruddy Ella sa Green Chorus. Ach tá timphrialta an freisin a haon níos fada ná an Green Chorus. Sa bhaint acu na próiseas réaltacha. Tá stada déanta chuid acu óliaachta nua anseo hena fin chuid acu dírithe ag tosú ag stada. Timphrialta scála réalach is an timphrial cineann na himachtaí tubáiste an plánéid agus tain sé níos fada ná Green Chorus. An gcúis seo tá athraithe ag tarlú inis. Ní amháin an the Green Chorus agus fiú le realty. Chorsannacha inar lámh den réalta. Tá sé anfas seo fáil go poiblí ag an buchas díreachtaí daoine éonar is beag stadar a dhéantar ag timpeall cataclysm.
Igur méichealómhach dúirt tú go bhfuil míid ag dul isteach sa timphrial 24,000 bliain agus tá na hiormhortaí a bhaineann le dul isteach sa chéim seo i bhfad níos casta ná mar a thorló dá rach an cinenne déine isteach i dimphrial a 12,000 bliain.
Is cinnte go bhfuil siad níos measa.
Cén bailach? Cad a bhíonn é seo?
Well, bhíonn muid é in óíre níos mó ná uair amháin, ach déanais miniú níos mó ná uair amháin eile. Déanais iireacht miniú a chuirt bhealach simplí sochacha. Well, déanais iireacht miniú a chuirt bhealach tebi. Thaulaí, aber, clog, díliú clog. Sé an díliú clog seo ó réaltra. Os a chion, tá cruinne omlán, chuid mhórdaí. Agus iad thíos, tá réaltraí an cheana féin, well, tá siad i dro imal na cruinne, mar sin le rá. Agus tá 12 a chlog, agus is sé a chlog an díliú. Tá 12 a chlog site i dro na cruinne, ach tá sé a chlog site i dro imal na cruinne. Cad is timphrial an, bis an seo. Ba chóir go mbeadh tuiscint an is éirdatá dimphrial ná nuair a bhíonn ó réaltra le linn a rothlaithe, agus é ag rothlú i gcónaí. Mar sin tá timphrial a rothlaithe díreach 24,000 bliain. Dá bhrí sin, tá sé nochta do radíocht faoi gó. Sé sin le rá, ón spás amuí, ón cruinne, ó réaltraí, tá go solas an, cosúil le léasar, chun é a dhéanamh soléir. Rud a chilann go simplí. Hinne sé ní amháin ó réaltra, ach ar réaltraí eile freisin. Borlíonn comhdháil agus simú, agus idirghníomhaíocht an crua tá an. Ní hé an solas é, tá sé rud beag difriúil. Cheart, is sráha fuinne bheith a urmíte trí gá lonsa ná cuimhní, ná déanais inúcha ar seo, ní ran réalt isacha inis. Déanann an radíocht crua seo, nuair a chéimiid i mbun idirghníomhaíochta imtharraingthe, idirghníomhú láidir leis na cruinne, le maiseanna réaltraí feadh líne amháin. É sin ráite, téimiid ar an líne seo faoi gó le linn na tréimh seo úníochta. Nuair a chruicheann muid an puinte sé a chlog, timphrial a 12,000 bliain atá an sin tá réaltra omlán os orcion agus tógann go leor plánéid an buile seo. Nuair a chéimiid isteach sa radíocht seo, agus ag an am sin táid ag a 12 a chlog, is cosúil go bhfuilimiid ar an líne tosaí. Tar éis an taal, tá ar plánéid i ngéag sofara, well, i ngéag ó réaltra, tá an plánéid site beagnach ar imáil na láimhe, mar sin chorlíonn sé nach gosníonn aon rud sin, agus díreach cosúil le go leor córas gréine eile. Is sciamuid in óíre dó réaltra, den na plánéid agus na córas ile tá site chias. Dá bhrí sin, bíonn tionchar i bhfad níos láidre an, ná nuair a bhíonn muid ag puinte sé a chlog, rud a chilíonn, nuair a rothlíonn muid. Aber, na hidirghníomhaíochtaí sin a bhíonn ar siúl, chuirfí go leor daoine ceistar, chuna sé sin. Sléir go rothlíonn an réaltra. An dorlíonn sé seo a gcónaí, nó cad é? Well, ní rothlíonn an réaltra leis féin amháin, ach tá glúiseacht bíseach an réaltra féin sa spás freisin. Ní amháin ar ais, ach ina cheanta sin. Agus mar sin, agus muid ag dul isteach sa timphrial seo, nuair a chuirtar seo go léir le chéile, tá muid nochtathe den phróiseas idirghníomhaíochta den chineál seo, mar sin le rá. Cén fáin nach bhfuil sé comhcontuirteach ag an am eile. Mar gheall ar chuimhneáin eile le linn a 12,000 bliain tarlíonn an tionchar seo feadh líne taghlaí, rud a chilíonn, feadh líne suair. Níl aon radíocht díreach an seo is féidir lom a bhíniú an ghrian a úsáid mar champla. Ba sé seo an soléir agus léirethe. Cén fá i leor an tairí, nuair a bhíonn sé te agus an ghrian ag dul i dreise, an é orléithanta is teo. Cén fá, tá go díreach an nó tosíonn an grian ag lí, nó tagann an óir, mar hampla, nó an gibhre atá an, tá an grian, aber, latíomh, agus chorlíonn sé go déan an ga feadh líne taghlaí, níl aon tionchar díreach an an gúis seo, tá sé saiste, ach níl sé ante. Sin an cineál tionchar. nó níos fearr fós, tá is agad, tá sé seo chun tuiscint iomlán simplethe áil. Tá Líne. Tá piléir a eitlíonn as gona ag eitlilt go ducht cothromána, agus tá sprioc an atá suite go ducht ceartingara. Mar sin búlann an piléir go beacht é, agus an seo, go nádúrtha, mar bhfuil an tábhar láide go leor, is leor an lús, agus is leor crús an piléir, an sin brisin sé tríd an ábhar seo. Is leor ilinn ó sprice t-athrú chun an piléir a chréine cheadmhór. Sé sin le rá, ní chuirtear an sprioc go ducht ceartingrach a chiile ach ilinn. Mar sin, nuair a bhúlfar an sprioc, sréine an piléir. Tá an rud céine an seo, ag 2,000,000 bliain tá macnamh ina gatainne seo, agus ní dhéanann sé dochar mórdún. Nuair a bhíonn tionchar díreach an, sin an uair a chosíonn an triblóid.
Ceann gach duine go bhfátam bhuíochas i gceabháil leis an Igor Mikhailovich Idirnáisiúnta mála rá as an bhaisnéis seo. Is mór an túilimh é do na holaithe seo a dhéanann iarracht in áiríre an Fhírinne bheith eolas acu. Cuimid go ganin dúisina réal óibrithe nádúir na hairithe áráda ar an bpláinéad anois agus ag an anseo. Credan go leor daoine go bhfuil athhrú éireada réir chéile ní hamháin atá i gcónaí áfach san eolaíocht tá isteach tro na tubáiste. Iptéis faoi tubáistí ládóra an fiúla as na dógar más mhaislethe agus áigh an daonna athhrú taispeáin an stair geolaíochta ar bhean an daonna leithne chaiméanna athhrú éireada daonna níos mó ná óháin. Smaoiníonn geolaithe ag dearmín an milliún bliain agus deaganná measann siad tríochmhóra ó chéad na geolaíochta de éis ingear an ag 2,000,000 bliain. Taispeáin an stair le 1,000,000 bliain a níos áfach gur tharla athraithe tubáiste ar an pláinéad sa stair déanaí. Taiscí geolaíochta le fis gur tharla imeachtaí a measann eolaíocht nach bhfuil bont acu le linn le mar sampla féidir le glúiseacht a cúpaí mílte grúpaí volcánacha nó áirseo a spreagadh. Mar sin féin feicfí tú le soláir gur beidh seo go díreach atá ag tarlú agus tá ag tarlú faoi láthair. Thus go bhúgann muid aníos ag dús teach sa cumhdháil 2,000,000. Chuir Fírinne ar seo ar fáil ar fud na comhdhálathe inniu agus den céadúir leabharísí i 100 teanga ar domhan. Sa lá atá aniuáin, stálann riamh tú idirnáisiúnta na prinsipal timpeallach cataclysmach chruthúnas na nathraithe agus conas is féidir deara a chur leis mar a landfrúmuid thurann ag déanamh aonrad lid feicthe ar seo.
I suggest you watching this video about the cyclicity of 12,000 years.
Leis órádaí suamhnacha gur féidir an méadú teachta a chuineáil leistigh de 1.5 den céad bliain eile má dhéanamid ré le broslí iontaise. Ar an drochuair, níl an tam sin agin. Si an Fhírinne nach bhfuil fiú a 1 mbliana le spóráil ag an gine déine, agus inis ní féidir linn tionchar a imirt ar fíor chúiseanna an athraithe óráide. Tar éis an taal, líon na cúiseanna leis sin i dimphríal tubaistí a 2,000,000 bliain de bhár idirghníomhaíochtaí réaltracha. An bhfuil aon smaoinemh agat cé chomh trom chúiseach is atá sé seo. Torlíonn timprial cataclysms uafásacha a gafií an domhain dul tríd inis ar an phlánéad gach 2010 bliain, agus chuir taighdeoirí éagsúla síos i go leor saothar agus leabhar ólaíochta. Cruthaíonn crí an domhain réimse mainéadach. Tá cúlaí mainéadacha an domhain sa choratha. Tugtar turas giomaí ar an astrú tuban. Agus tuair faoi deara, cén athrú ama a tharla a leithéid de thuras le 150,000 bliain anuas. Is é an t-athrú athrú ná thart ar a 230,000 bliain. Is ábhar iontas é go raibh ag an amcéine ordaithe géire i leibhéal na farraige domhanda, eagraíonn, agus na brúchtaí bolcánacha is láidre. Gach uair le linn turas den sort sin, tháinig réimse mainéadach an domhain a 8:01 nuaire níos leige, agus ba chúis leis seo méadú ar phliú na radaíochta cosmaí. Í féidir le chomhlaíocht nua aimseartha a bhíniú cén fáil go dagan turas giomaínéadacha i ggóthrá le hathruithe, dramatúla, óráide agus éagraíonn. Ag deireadh an 20 híos, rinne Hartmut Henrik Stadéir iontach. Bhailí sé sonraí faoi riadar bon farraigí, lochanna agus agnacha. Agus iad an núsáid, rinne sé na hathruithe dramatúla teachta go léir a achruthú le 100,000 bliain anuas. Tugad Henrik Evans in na hathruithe seo. Freagraíonn gach timprial den sort sin de chréimhsí gearra éagraithe. Agus taobh géir sa phlánéad faoi a 8:01 Dating de Henrik Evans, déilsí sidé hemming i 2004 a leagan de chréimhsiúlacht na nachruithe teachta tuban. Áite seasan imachtaí an timpriala a 200,000 bliain go soléir. Rinne geolatha Stadéir ar ábhar orgánach ó riadar le 75,000 bliain anuas. Rud a léiríonn tréimhsiúlacht lá éagraíonn. Rinne Douglas Vogt, geolaí, analís ar gáú riadar carbón -40 agus listáil sin na saothar a hacaíonn leis na héigearthróh seo ina leabhar. Cruthaíonn na sonraí a áitear go dochreidsa go bhfuil timprial timpeall 2010 bliain ag tréimhsí éire. Agus sin an fá nóir éirí le duine ar bith i dhéanamh amach cén fá ar chomhdháil rud seo go timprialach le himeachta. Tá aisiompú réimse mainéadach an domhain agat agus tíreach ina dhiaidh sin tá an os éagraige. Sé an fá go aisiompíonn réimse mainéadach an domhain mar gheall ar an timprial clog seo. Tá sé ar eolas freisin le 100,000 bliain anuas mar thura ar éagraíonn a lá go bhfuil leibhéal agéin an domhain athraithe go mór 50 méadar go leor uaireanta. Le riú é seo in riadar na tiltamara. Agus hafid geolatha freisin go raibh méadú ar gníomhaíocht volcánach le 2 bhilliún bliain anuas ag an amcéine leis na tréimhsí éire agus na inmhéartaithe pólacha. Cruthaíonnas eile ar an timprial 2010 bliain ba é brúchta volcán tuba 7,274 bliain ó hin. I sé ar cheann de na brúchtaí is láidre ar an domhain le 25 milliún bliain anuas. Credann seandálatha nach maran acros de planet eile ach go dóga a 100,000 duine sa tubaiste seo, agus gur rith an cinenne déine trí buinál budéal mar a chugtar air I bhocail eile, bhí sé céim amháin ar shiúl ó Gholanéad. A iad na brúchtaí bolcánacha is mílteach sa stair a chomhdháil I 200 timprial mílíse eile. Brúchta réimsí flagran. Bolcán Tapal sa Nua-Shéalainn, Bolcán Lach san Eorop, Mount Vesuvius, Santorini, Ara, agus go leor é. Srafi lava, ábhar orgána, agus tíl éireach, agus morana. Dírí siad seo go léir ina timprialta. 2001 bliain seo. Fiú amháin le díal caiddánach, in nótú carbón -40. Is léir gur bé sin atá ag porlú. Ag an amcéine leis na himachtaí seo go léir, rinneadh speiceas a dhéachú go domhanda, lena nóirítear leideithe suntasacha ar ghéin ran duine. Ar hampla, ba chúis le cuid mhór radaíochta cosmaí le linn turas lascam gur scriosadh speiceas iomlán an duine, na Neanderthals. De réir teoiricí eile, ba chúis le brúchta supervolcano I réimsí flagran, agus báistí agéid ina dhiaidh sin trocha a 6,000 bliain ó hin. 2010 800 bliain ó hin. Dúirdí teachtaí domhanda an irid agus a 15 céim I dtíreach cúpla bliain, agus tuigiimiid gur chomhairla sé seo gan 1.2 trapagana. Go tuban, Lai an cuid is mó den oigersro, agus dag an dawn is oiger omlán. Mar thura an imacht dréis óg seo díhiú mas megafona. Ma géir in néin ran déine. Lena noriter díhu na Cro-Magnons. Agus ag an am céine, bhí tiltte fuirtnacha, agus tubistí nádúrtháin, ordú díon levéil na farige, agus lá éiger verachá hui. Ní díag sin, áfo, bhí fuarú cóg dramatúil céine. Fuarthas na mílte mami róta, agus mami eile feaghánaí hui raúní na sibéire. Má déile hólatha, is rúndíhar fós na cúisina leis na fíor-hitain seo. Conis, brúchtí bolcónacha tubistacha. Chríonn teocht an atmosfér faoi a haon náid go 50 céim Celsius, chrú levéil agéin an dawan faoi 20 go 50 méadar. Éigersro bhór scála a rón fachach mar wama, agus. An bhéadach tar éis giomí néadacha a bheith tar éis tarlú beagnach ag an am céine lasty de chréibh sa ghearr. Tá sé ríthobhachtach na fíorchaí seo faoi star uafásach cataclysms san am atá thart a scrúdú le timphriail 2010 bliain. Caithfear cur chuige idirghísce blianach an phobal óíochta fad a úsáid chun na críthe seo. Tus go maimuid ag dúirt ina tubistí céine go luath. Tar éis an téal, tá muid ag marachtáil inis díreach ag an timphriail eile den sort sin, agus sin go díreach fíorchúis an athracha óráide. An mantlín seachtrach, agus an sin téin sé go dtí an screabh, agus tosíonn sé taobh, ba níos mó crachanna talún, níos mó bolcónaga. Tá isce agéin ag dul a thaobh mar gheall ar an ghrian. Agus an sin ba níos mó hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes aga, sin agus stúrmacha sneachta freisin. Sé atá ag gceist agam, gach rud a bhanan le galú, tá is agad. Go ditfir isce farige ag galú ar an talamh mar éigear, sneachta, clocha sneachta, cibé rud ba sé ag dul i méid níos mó, comát leis sin, ba ascar na gréine ag torge níos mó solas ultraviolet. Nach bhfuil an méid atá eáil agin inis ar blanéid ar chubastí móra. Braníimiid ar na fíorchaí faoi bhéadú ar bhór gníomhaíocht na dubastí sa lá an Nuán. Tugann taiddóirí éagsúla faoi deara fás mínádúra ar gníomhaíocht seismach le 50 bliain anuas. Sna 1970 tháinig méadú faoi gó ar líon na grachna talún le méid os cionne seach agus ó 2003 le. Tá líon na grachna talún mílte le méid os cionne thucht ag tosú ag fás. Tháinig méadú faoi gó ar gníomhaíocht seismach fáinne dóiteán an agéin ciún ó 1970 go 2012. Tá fuinneamh na grachna talún, agus a méideanna ag méadú. Agus níos iontaí fós, tá dibhnacht na grachna talún ag méadú. Ó 2014, tá méadú tafata ar líon na grachna talún ag dibhnacht níos mó ná 700 km. Ar an gcuí sin, le 7 mbliana anuas tá líon méideatha níos mó ná 2 uair. Agus in 2015, hafad ólatha an cruith talún is dibhne, is star na mránatha. Gordon Chapon. 700 is 1 km faoin dromchla. Ribh seo, ghlach seismólatha leis go raibh crachna talún dóianta ag an dibhnacht seo. Ag an am céine le fás na gníomhaíochta seismacha, tá líon agus neart brúchta bolcánach ag méadú, rud a hafatar de réir bhéad na leibhe a brúchta. Le 200 bliain anuas tháinig méadú beagnach a cathairthúra ar líon na bléasca na bolcánacha bliain túla ar an domhain. Gúisí níos mó bolcán díomhaín, agus tá méadú taca ar gníomhaíocht na molcán a bhí gníomhach cheana féin. Tá roinnt athracha gan fasach ag torlú ag grílór ó blanéid. 1908 bhog sé go neamhghnách ó chuí. Inis braníimiid ar a christalú neamhfiméidrach agus a iniméin gan bhíniú i lór an chrí. Sa chrí leachtak seachtrach, tá sreabha an íran láte ag lúsgéirú ó 2015. Tá an buile is é sin, léirethe microchemicacha a hagan ón grílór, de bhar a asentais ag méadú. Mar gheall ar dhíláthhrú an chrí, lúsgéiríonn rothlú an phlánéid, fásan a orsa lór hefacha agus a dí ormiú fe an bheamcearca. Tá sreabha geoteirmach ón tíbhistí ag méadú. Ag lúsgéirú lá na nígarsra, or díon neantocht isce na farige agus bíon ceantar neamhgnácha de thaobh anmhór le feiceáil. Tá an screabh isce in iartha na sibéire agus i réigiún eile bhfuil screabh tanaí ag a fiocha. Tá aibhríaltachtaí ósón ag fás de réir a chéile os cionn luachtainna agus réigiún volcánacha. Tá líon na duinte ar fear na luachtainna ag fás mar gheall ar 10 grádú méideatha. Scuile gás inanta ó chiamhistí an domhain. Tá lagu a ní féin géad tacha an réimse mainéadach, tá tús curtha le turas an cúla mainéadach ó chuí agus fás abhríalta bhainéadach an Atlantichas. 2007 le, in óíre deolacha, tá termosfér leidecha go mór in lús. Ag an am céine, tá stratosfér agus an mesosfér fuairtha go mór le 20 bliain anuas, agus tá troposfér ag taobh mar gheall fás tasa in bhánaí ón tíbhistí. Lean na próisis seo go léir ag díon séhrú, agus ag sionscrónú ráta scanrúil. Féin warú is a neabhard I dhéanamh den na fíorchaí seo. Cad atá ag fannacht leis an gcinine déine roinnte go luath mar an dhéanfimid tada. Méadóí an damáiste go haspón an dúil agus go dochúlatha scála olmhór. Brisóí amach agus ordóí lepacha den na tubistí go dtí go glúdóí siad an plánéad fad. Agus ag iompú ina phlánéad mar bheile cosúil le mars. Athróí radiocht réaltrach a chéin I bhaim an gcóras gréine umlán star go criticúil freisin. Ba lasracha gréine thar a bheith láidir an ghrian a chinolfií bheistí technoliaachta go léir ina gcáin neamhúsáte de dramhíotal. Mar thura bhéirtú cúlaí mainéadacha ba lagu criticúil sa réimse mainéadach a thucht go a chéin náid nuaire, ábhí go mbeidh gach duine beo gan chosint gaithna radioachta cosmí neamhrócra. Tásóí stratovulcanist a dúsítear go tubann fud an daoin ag magamana, scrispí brúachta luachra, agus leibh an saoil fad an mala. Scáfií an atmosfér, líonta le foinseog volcánach, drumchla an daoin ó chulas na gréine fa blianta fada. Agus ag tuma go dúrchadis agus fuór. Caithfar foinseog volcánach le torrent de bháisteach ag éad marfa. An scrabhisca a hétar in lísomrí magma ag galú agus ag titim ag gich olcadán gan déire. Ba ordú tapa levéil na farraga agus na nabhnacha. Tásóí capíní éir ag cruma agus ag imacht mar gheall gníomhaíocht na molcán a dúsíochú, rachí na megapól cósta fad agus na stát as isce faoi chean cúpla uair an chléig. Athróí srochanna na naigéin a ganéal, statí sroch na morascoile, chur furú tuban in ionad taobh géir, agus tuairfí sé seo, éigear sroch, gan saoil go réigiún san Eorop, a bhí compordach uair amháin. Scurfií coinceap na séasúr bliana de bheith an mar sin. An daoin sóirithe, ag na crachna talún, is cuachtaí le méideanna os cionn na haon náid, na cin nach wacha an cinenne déine riamh cheana. Rachí tunta olmhóra sunamis ag díomh constaí bith timpeall an phlánéad go minic, ag scriosadh cathracha ó an daoin. Dóí gwaithe agus haircíní cuacht gan fasal agus tuachtaí siad chuite. Ba tinte nádúrtha scála móras na réigiún eile nach bhfuil faoi isce mar thura na gás go a éilíonn ó bhrein an daoin. Déanfaí cáithníní radaí níomhacha scríbacha lús olmhór cathracha a bheilt inheanna. Dóí biliún daoine bás ó chubastí nádúrtha sa chéad chúpla mí. Saolaí cén cuma a bheith in ar náin tóiltóra, mímhórálta, nuair nach dosíonn tubastí den bhéid seo ag dul siús. Dás bhí géarchéimeanna bia, eacnamaíocha, fuinneamh agus sóisialta go dtí go ditú an sibhialtacht go chumláin. Ní bhaidh an gnáthchéal fáil a chiile dátraitheoirí an daoin. Chuirfí aspa isce inolta agus bia daoine pacáistí de bhuionnta armtha spreaga ag marú a chéile le chaid píosa arán. Chorfa dálaí neamhsláán tiúla, roganna epidémí, plá, luting agus léirscris na cathracha. Bheadh marthanóirí ag fánaíocht timpeall chaillte gan saoil chóir bia agus dídeine. Ba éiad na marmh dómh siúd atá ina gcónaí. Sé sin an timphrial cataclysm sa 2,000 bliain in apógaí. Agus an uair seo ba sé níos láidre, nó mar is gnách. Tuis go ditain sé chréibh sé dheachar ama, nuair a chuirtar plánéad antin, a chéasann muid go hécólaíoch, le timphrial 24,000 bliain. Thugam mar ceanna náid neamhrócraach atá ag mille uainn. Níl aon amagin leanúint ag fannacht díomhaín. Tuis go bhfuil sionscrónú agus cascáid na cataclysms leanúnacha ag fás go do chóirithe. Ní mór dún réiteach áil conas cosint a chur suas I gcoinne ó 1970. Tá náid láidir, mar sin, tastíonn an cóhacht go léir chun 8 milliún duine aontu. Tá fimid ó nachfuin óíoch go léir a úsáid. Tá sé seo dóhéanta I bhfuilmáid sochaí na dóaldóirí atá gnéis. Freastalíonn an óíocht capital príomháideach inniu, ní sláánú an cinenne déine. Sin é an fá, tastíonn formáid an Sochaí Cruthaithí uainn go pránach, áit nach éine lesanna príomháideacha a bheith chun tosaí ach ó las cuitin déine a bheith. Ní mór dún deifir a dhéanamh gach ólí a aontú agus a slóga. Ní mór gach achfuin ólíoch, heicniúil agus intleachtúil, ein estú I dasc amháin. Réitiáil chun dul I gcoinne tionchar na timpriala, os rud é go bhfuil a gníomh in aghaidh gach gníomhaíochta. Ní bheimid in an teacht an réiteach chun titim óráide a cheachant agus marachtáil an cinenne déine a mharachtáil ach amháin nuair a bheith an cinenne déine go léir ag cóthúil. Is fuaine féin atá an rogha, is fuútsa atá sé, is fuútsa atá sé.
The video we just watched is key. We now understand the real reason for climate change. We see
Feicimid gur beidh timprialacht an clúisí smála a bhuaróide. Tuairteáil sé gach 2 milliún bliain. Achraíonn na timpriala in éine an scrios bíonn gach duine níos mílte go gánaí. Mar sin gach 4 milliún bliain fáin na tubáistí agus na habhar is géire agus is lú mílteach na timpriala athruithe I gcompráid leis an bliain 4 milliún bliain. Sin an céin ceann a bhfuilmid ag dul isteach an inis. Tá na fíorchaí feice agat. Cén fá nach bhfuil na fíortha seo fáil dúin. Cén fá a bheicimid faisenéis míthreoireach faoi CO2 faoi fós. Tá sé aféiseach go hiomlán go bheicimid daoine ag fáil bás agus an táim fád mar go document le deileann CO2. Tá an gnó mór seo a costas batha dúin is an cé caintear eile Joe Blundell Taidir argóir agus fiontraí is Joe Blundell príomh argóir an CORE technoliacht. Well, an cé dulsís go bhaflum buchas a gabháil leis an cé society as ligean dom an fashion seo a roinnt le gach duine ag an am ríthabhachtach seo in ar saoil ar fad agus is mór agam gur tugadh cuir dom nuirt. Is cinnte go bhfuil is agam faoi athruaráide agus achraíonn sé go tubbáisteach. Nuair a taonn tú arás Ns na taifidí eolaíocht faoi samplaí oighir san ríbalcánach ansin tú na ní amháin gur tharla an timthriail siúla déanaí ach go dtíreann leis an timthriail na diongas mas míleat an raon 24 go 26 míle nar trasna de réigiún spás an spéisiú. 2 míle bliain ó hen bhí campaí phleagraí sa Idirnáisiúnta 4 míle bliain ó hen é an camprósa Cambóras Nua-Shéalainn tugann sé go dtíreadh leis an timthriail. Bhíráis 6 míle bliain arís eile ord bólcán méadála réimsí bólcána campaí phleagáirí agus é b'mothlum bátíos a dhéanamh mór a luí mé rí na gobáistí timprialach go leor i le déanaí. Agus is ag sin grúpta mé tóba 75 bliain ó hen. Agus túm thórt duit faoi céicó ómhór agus a bhí tóba agus céicó mílteach a bhí sé. Nuair a gimmick sé an daonra I mudéil síos go 7 míle go dtí 10 míle bliain. Nuair a bhfeiceann tú ar phléas go óstúm bólcán, déanann sé arm an duine a bheile go chuint iontach. Is ionanné agus míle buama adamach Hiroshima phléas Comhdháil second. Tá méid éideachta an méid ábhar a chatar straach san air chomór sin a spreagann sé gíomhar bólcánach agus sin an rud chuireann morning, Mariner, Fhírinne, Horror, Daonna, Sustain Didi, Egokris, Ochni, Humlan, Tokris. Kuntaru and Norira, Keiko, Contortuk, Isatabo Con, Babatlum, Titum Narova, Akuranil, August Codahola, Onig, Okris, Dardini, Dardini Tien, August Curig, Flaw, Justinian Stock, August Hit Cade, Milundini, Senor Marov, Cade, Mate Kuplin, Varigon Bulkanid, Say on Tridatab, on an ish, no Moroctal, Unsihok, our spaces, Ma Hepanerin, taught on Fadrock, Dira on Morocco, made on Gniv Lekela, Tussang made a Gulvu, done Cataclysm show, come with Tort, Erai, Aaron, Vadrock, the Andorira, said in a Vuktal Ardown. On Star Con of the on Spaces, I tell Galamok, Humnon. Agus deire má hagann muid le chéile I gceart má chuireann muid ar chrí agus ar intain in áiríre chun óbhú I gceart chun sin níomhríteamid marachtáil ach an rud atá ann ag teacht d'éifeamis a bheith ar an céad spéisiús ar an marmar beag gurm seo a rathú tríd an céad scrios tíochríoch eile. Sin an bhfuil muid réad a haithile íle bhfuil cuinte bhainte a bhuacágann in ar nabíocht áit a bheith teach le chéile. Agus níl me go ó bheith rialtas le teach le chéile. Ní is féidir le mar daoine tus le teach le chéile agus dulcan cín ó thóir dhéanamh in áiríre. Is é sin an fórsa an grá. Ach sin an aontacht is aontú an cinenne déine é. Mar sin cé an spéir a aontú. Féidir gur béh an muid inis. Féidir gur béh sin an job atá agann. Tá an tagfin cruthaithíochta óbhór agann fós ar féidirlín a bhaint ostí nuair a bhíonn gach duine aontaithe idiró na sprucha. Agus ní féidir lom smaoineamh ar an spruc níos fearr ná olbhú. Tá is agat má déantar olbhú de túbáiste in áiríre an bhfuil dárúd má é agat. Agus ar feadh an smaoineamh óbhachta nuair stopann tú in áiríre agus smaoineamh ar níl tú sábháilta ar domhan, or bhfuil tú comharsa olbhítar freisin, agus mar sin freagadh má agus an áiríre a aontaithe a thosaú. Ní coinceap decoré a thuiscint. Onas go mbeidh sibhialtachta agat chun do leanaí a thabhairt ar lámh. Onas go mbeidh rud éigean agat le tuairteamh caighidh tú é thógáil ar dús. Raibh míle maith agat go léir a sucht mé a bheith agat rís eile ó bhunú chrí as cumann cruthaíocht agus gach duine a bhí bantach raibh míle maith agat as chuidiú leis na tactiúchtaí seo a scapa. Tus go mbeidh fearna an scéala tá mbeidh go léir I déanta a chéile cibé a tuigeann daoine é nó nach é. Agus credan go bhfuil an méid atá déanta agat mar cuid den ardathach sin den timphriail tá tú mar fórsa aontaachta sin atá bhain níos mó aon rud.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate you being with us today, and thank you so much for the wonderful words. And it may appear to
Féidir go néilríonn sé gur réalaíocht scanrú le go bhfuil imeachtaí uafásach den sort Géarchéim agus ní féidir le imar dhéanamh faoi. Ach tá bud an seo chun réiteach go lé tuis go bhfuil bailí amach fós ina haimne sin taispeáin muid go bhfuil athruaráide an freisin ag tarlú go sin rónach ar planéid eile sa Green Course ach déanta muid uile ar an talamh agus féach chun dáir siad ar planéid. Inniu ag scrolla trídnamh dótha mílte feicim muid an chuí a bhfuil tubáistí nádótha ag méadú ar fud an domhain. Ach má feicim muid tú go b'fhéidir go bhfuil féidir go vector dúin nach má an cataclysms a thuirló I dtíortha eile nó I mór runna eile linn. Tus go bhfuil siad comhfada I gceann. Mar sin feadh níl le bhallacht ar réalach sin. Ar bplanéid tar éis dul isteach I géim ag bhósachta agus rialachta. Ag go bhfuil cuid amháin den planéid báta. Tá ceann eile ag fáil bás ó trúmach. Tá trúmach ar í a bheith ar an céad pandéim eile agus níl vaccine on for your life. Then quid is mode and down ag markdal let's trust ishka na blinta you get mark round. They and Taylor is mo no Salar la lin Tracior at Dirt Miami, Missouri. One of these special to or Rooney on not sure name to have Lloyd risk to Boston. Me to Boston a few a gone to old boss me to go with the Fhírinne marked on Cade Guntonus Ishka and Albany, Colorado, Colorado. Still alright, the harder near her and the stuff into August Nisbon at that meal at Géarchéim the Tull of Farmouth. Sochaí in Owen, Colorado, Galvor, Tashcomer, Lochmead, August Lochpel, Ta a level Ishka Tita Gudi and level is Ishla Reeve. Imlinta Awanta Guntonus Trumlock. Trumlock August Ishka Thresh Arthur Moore at the end of Aaron Gosale, dinner Jugnach Gotmore Road. 850 the Vine, the Bureau, Ed Belordini, Hannah Fain, August Tashi, Lee Dublin Locus, Guntonus Dia, Isha, Bryson, Brock Carney, on Yaki, Shaw, Evine, Ertana, no, on Outlaw, Knock Will to Avekal, Shofos, Marhara, Sarah, Tiro, Obvious Hain, Kazakhstan, Monik, Laibu, Fírinne, Air, Kirby, August Air, Boston, Yostok, Goblins of Fiha, Dunvarev on Kazakhstan, Carter, up to million from Macron, Target here, Octonic Lodi, Gugno Chucker from Gay, there, Ray Vashnace, Lori Grand, Goblins of Fiha, Giddy Harter, Shami Latona, Teresh Lahut, Rana, Kazakhstan, Kirby on Forbor, Rohana, Ata, Agloidi, Orient Regions, Kazakhstan, Slandal, Bia Emwail, Iragion, Lorna Haja, Fui Goblins of Chucker. Is Freda practical simply a shop, a survey on corp, a winner after where on Cus is cutting to Tagwin. Ta Curse Jock Ishka Valley, San Argentine, a Curse Jock Solari Hanafane. Is he in Brazil on Spondor, Ismo do Connery Soya Cafe, August the Shoot, August the Solari is now over August Owen. Tá trumlach Géarchéim ag chur leis an Géarchéim Salar Dhomhanda Gráthbhearnaí agus na háirithe seo. Tá cafe armártach sa Brazil ó lita I gaiireann agus tá sé inis ar an míle seo le stampa a nasc go leor. Ar rud an domhain is nasc de slavery down de amháin na sláthí go leor. Agus tá brise síos ag an in a bhagat labhra sa láthair ar fud an domhain. Rud atá ag fanacht linn tá iarmhairtí cóg tabáiste ag an lá cosfarga do na milliún líon daoine atá ina gcónaí sna réigiún is flóra ar an bpláinéid. Bé tionchar ar an fáid seo ar níos mó ná seachta faoin gcéad de bhunaigéir ag Gafacha Polach an Rúise. Comhdháil agus Scotland Beta approach shots ila Yogion Farhad Lunafar.
Freezing in their own homes. Many people were forced to stay warm in their cars and cook food using candles.
Look at that water. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it at all. Look.
Because the pipes had burst from the frost, there were problems with the water supply, making people wait in line for hours to get drinking water.
My house has still water frozen. All the pipes are frozen, and I have 6 children to take care of.
The electricity crisis set in motion a
Current Géarchéim electricus leabhar iarmhairt ar bun an dascailt Báiste Béin. You have deemed sa aigetócht ar dálaí neamhghnátha den sortin. You have been electricus on ar fá trí lá, gan é isce ar fá trí lá. You have ein bhí agam ar fá seasca ó tréig agus bra méid an duna. Ní réid Honolulu, Texas, as very good made for this one. Team tomorrow. Lot of you will talk. Loctory, Erada, Ectorio, Food and Planet, and Spider Ladidi, a bit of a goffa, shin, a horla, the Afro cover. na sína zangzú I mí gobilas hain agus iad céim isteach ag cór fóla. Ní raibh is ag daoine céim trúmlú a dtéfá ó turas seodú agus ní tufií cuid acu a bháile go dtí anghfuilta arís. Marall jascra neamhgnásacha hit an príú cuid an bás a fliontóil a stick de orclaigh. Bhí tulán fóbhlacha faoi uisce ag na an spláán scálánach. Chur bach an glúiseán fóbhailach agus críochnaí ceann acu báta in uisce. Bhí an agla orm ach ní hé an tuisce an rúd bascanrail ach an sláthair a bhí ag leidiú an car a chuirt as an thoirí fóbhailachra. Tá gantanas bia fud an daon mar thura acu aráid a daon hena féin agus tá an scéalaí don an ócas go tubáisteach. An mé aon rud le hithe agam na hála marach.
Today we have absolutely nothing to eat except cactus leaves.
Hungry, homeless, and desperate people literally pounce on arriving humanitarian aid trucks that carry basic necessities and food. They snatch the bags from one another. Confrontations erupt, leading to fistfights. Even today, natural disasters are dramatically changing people's faces.
Fiú bhaint láta an níomhaint tá tubáistí ná dótha ag garfiú go mór fachtaí daoine, fáinne daoine é féin ina aonar lena grúin agus d'arbhí in na fíorchaí seo. Caithfeát cór do daoine a gabhtar I lár na tubáistí ná dótha do tar éis an saoil tá an cultanas ó na tubáistí raging dó chráta. Is báró níormhairtí an athráda airál aon duine againn. Sa deireadh b'fhéidir go cailfí duine an rud is luachmhar atá an saoil mór b'fhéidir go mbeidh an ceisteirt chunas is féidir linn marachtáil. Tugann tubáistí na dótha muid lasmuigh den garda agus mar dóchaí Bótóra tá muid ag teip dála leis sin agus is é seo an réalaíocht agus tá an tain deis againn fós marachtáil agus is é sin an cumann cruthaíocht a thugad. Cén cinál sucaí a roghnaí muid sin an tócaí a bheith againn agus iniu breathan an rogha seo ar gach duine. Níl sé an méid a tháinig muid ach tús próitéis timpeúlach inis is léir dúin conas a héin aráid a bhaim ar géileagar talmhaíocht bunéagar sa bhile ach conas a héin sé a bhaim ar saoil an duine. Cluismid go dtíreach é ó daoine a thugann an tionchar a bhíonn ag tubáistí ar saoil daoine ba mathlum Alex Lundos screengrafador gníomhach daonra agus gníomhach comhdháil a thuirt is seach a leabhainn faoi a taithí ag clúdach tubáistí na dótha agus aráid a bhaine leis an aráid. Ba mathlum a thuirt faoi dara gur beidh Alex an duine a thugad an saoil ceiriú le daoine agus is mór an pléisiúr dom Alex a feiceáil i measc na ranfartathe gníomhachta na comhdhálacha global crisis in a measc siúd a churann fashionéis gníomhach ar fáil faoin Sochaí Cruthaithí. Déagrit Alex Lundos is an an dom. Is únar mé faoi sibh tubáiste costa. Is gníomhachta fotografiíochta déanúil agus cósail mé le gá scór bliain bitaithí. Thug mé freigra pásanta ar an ilméid hurricane mór sromna tinta foréise filta agus scórthaí talún. Chuaigh mé go gána le linn bhuachanna roiga ebóla agus in gabhfuil cairdeag. Chuaigh mé go Jonach in Nepal tar éis an crit talún mór gabhfuil 15 agus an sin. Chuaigh mé ar mission déanúil Nasblach chun na Haraka, Navis Australia, Lalin, Mushli Baha, Honigmay, Tubashti, August, Na Pisoga, of Wanan, Leonerod, and Golden Ocus, go Aspen Hill, August Nancy, she, egg Golden Ocus, Ni Bucket, Shock Truck, A, on Nahuero, the Ogahilla, Tomweed in Eigendal, climate of Gron, Fossock, Tá in Euro Marial, Nock Villenwood, Ulvach, and Tubashti, Nod, Toki, August Ni Faderlum, Ida Fall, Lanchmid Uranig Falling, Tunta Chassa, Nis Minica, August Nis Dana, Fod, and down. May Dream, Raygoon of the Gothanes Ishka, Tinta, Barisha, Nav Rilaha, Imukdi Tilta Tabashti, August Olimrika, Didanaha, Shubadil, Ahor, August, Hog Olaha, August Giamolaha, Doom Scorbinaha, Tom Egg, Dana Stutter, Oliok, Wholesale, August Accarero, Ogavilis Adel, Flockney Corsi, is win of August Oxford, Inahnuta, on Trapoliopta, and Warren Statelki, Metoliopta, Tobo, August Géarchéim Dhomhanda, Gloss, Technology Migraine, Targabia, Hydroponok, Siad Frederick, Beholiopta, August Chemica, Nucleoc, Ushuk, Over, Upward, Uton, August Topon, Blockmay, Duck Pounds, and a Corsi, Na Krisha Darga, and Corsa ENT, August na Corsa CERT, a Shasson Daonna, Fragupta Eigendal, Public. Fhírinne, the West Arranger, Christian Dini, Negra, Near Kilmay, Reeve, Godorlo, Shadum, on Federlat of Saulu King, Puma, Ave, Da, Gurfi, Tina, More Forisha, Typhoon, Bostock, Nutella, Ducker, on Federlat of Saulu Keiko, Miltok, Sabay, to Gargolfi, Dockwood, Albert, or Bratton, to Grenadini, Isbralat, Extracle, Lev Martel, Fullington no Boss, on Federlat, Gokdina Ido Fubal, a Saulu Bulgair, ag cordach trí brúscar de achfaní cosú le bia isce orlis agus fiú éidi le cathab chun a chomhdháil dá mé ort fosca seafódach a thógáil agus fanacht seachadí go tuachtaí cúnamh daonú ní hé seo an todhchaí go bhachar na chluichí. Chur an mhuinín anam ó perspictíochta domhain go bhfuil an fascinaí seo dochreata margheall sant Fein smacht agus anolalas suchaí margheall clumscléocht dá broslí iontaise a bhfuil díomhpháirsiú urbú ródaonra a bhainiuh capitlecas ró thomhtas rudí a cheannaíonmuid cheannach rialtas ag cur anú achfaní támuid inis ag folingt iarbhartaí daonna gníomhach Éadal trasa atá inar sa bhíochtachtas Tá gníomhachtaí daonra ag astú gás ceaptha trasa san atmosfér Tá meánseochtaí domhanda an domhan ag méadú Tá na hagéin ag teag agus tá an trúlú fórlathan agus na biscréire ort ag titim os a chéile. Statistically na hagraíochta meicreolaíochta domhanda ó 1970 ó go dtí 2010 ba iad I chathair tubáiste domhanda a bear a bharg an Líne smaoiní ná duine stómacha tilta agus seachtaí fóréicneachta. San óir seachtrachta sin go chuntóg hála nóchathain fan géid de na básnathe seo I ggéartha a méid forbartha. Ach ar fud a domhan bhain seachta chathair an géid de na cabhtanas ochraíochta go léir leis an amsir. Leis an airrad nó leis na glúiseachta isce. Bhí na trícinn de na deich báiste is cuspóir ar fud an domhan I 2017 agus scothtartaí na raibh trumpa aige ar an Stát Aontaithe. Tá trumpa na chuimse ag an gcomhsail ar snáinte sábháilteacht sonas agus foláine ar líne sin. Airsanta tá an uachtarach faoi cosint an duilleire an féadúilre chomh maith leis na neacha mothachánach a ronan muid an domhan seo. fuair mar an faoine toilach úsáide agus na leanaí a aistríola go bhfuil todhchaí á cruthú a go dú. Má cruthíonmuid ar dosach Geart agus má leanamid ar an ag obair chun cósproch na inbhuailachta daonna i gcomhar ar leis an Sochaí Cruthaithí. Burnfaoi uile leis olbhóras cuidóidh sé le linn na hochmhainní a taisleoidh úsáid a fás a thógáil nó a chruthú agus pláinéid inmhrála agus fáilte a fáil ar fad na mílte. Tá na réitigh againn bhuailm de gach duine an tionscnamh a ghlacha chun staidéar a dhéanamh ar an gcomhdháil agus a léifidún a bheith in aisce níos comhíosaíoch dún comhdháil. Tuairtí seo treordún mada leis an ngéarchéim péireáda a réiteach agus a olbhú do dúchláin na todhchaí. Déann tagart cumann cruthaíoch le a thóil agus feilm conas a ceiriúidh an tóir an linn todhchaí sábháilteachta athléimneach agus rathúil a bhuastú agus na n-aireoin linn go léir.
And all of the children that will transition into this future that we're creating. Sorry. So we're out of balance, and we're all working towards, wow, this is going to get a lot of views. This wasn't on purpose. Sorry. We're all working towards the goals of global sustainability in creation, in alignment with creative society. We will all benefit tremendously. It will help us attain, grow, and build a creative society with resources that we need, and will help secure a habitable and hospitable planet throughout millenniums. I encourage everyone to take the individual initiative to learn more about environmental science and environmentalism that will help allow us collectively become more environmentally conscious. This will help guide us to solving the climate crisis as well as other disasters and challenges of the future. Please reference Creative Society, learn more about how the platform will help us expedite and secure a safe, resilient, and prosperous future where we will all thrive. In conclusion, I would like to sincerely thank all of the participants, volunteers, and supporters of this online conference and Creative Society. In this next video, following my broadcast, you will hear a compilation of heartbreaking eyewitness testimonies from people around the world that have survived major climate-related disasters. My name is Alex Londos. Thank you for watching this broadcast and participating with this program.
Seo acu aráide, bhíonn an ghaol an rúf mada leis an teach seo. Cén fáth bhfuil tú ag teacht ar cuasaí tabhaiste acu aráide. Tá sé amháin 5 seconds. Tá an tam ag rith amach. Má tá níomhór.
It was a really strong earthquake.
Crithaithí an andáidir bhí an. Bhí a fórsa anmhór agus bhí an seomar é domhain. Mar sin braithin na stúrtaí go folasach. Dúgar an tionad hydrometeorological an tabhaiste torthachta ach ní raibh sé ach 5 second roimh an crithaithí mar sin ní raibh ach 5 second againn. ag an am a briscinne amach I mórcuid an Turca an cuid seo san áireamh an seo agus ní raibh go leor helicopter an. Bhí muid ag léamh ceabhair feadh ceathair ó nó cuaig lá ag helicopter bhí mar ag béiciúil agus ag cuioine chun ceabhraach go dtí go raibh muid fánach ach an am ní raibh go leor acu an agus
which spreads from treetop to treetop. And it spreads fast.
dó na tithe ag an fiche nóméid go litreacha ag ribbe na mhéara ba é an tine chorón mar a thugtar scapan ó treetop go treetop agus scapan sé go tapa margheall ar ghuaigh
When the flames started, a fire broke out.
Tholamh gúla bheán ní raibh beagnach aon rud fágtha de réir duine tithe carranna tractóirí lúseoirí
during their lives, all their belongings, all their simple household articles burned. Motor vehicles, kettle barns, and the wind is so insidious, it turns out that the crown fire is so fast, it burns 20 kilometers an hour. It means that not even a man can escape from it. The fire traveled 120
kilometers in an hour. Tá an cuid den sráidbhaile imithe an seo dó go talamh ba é sin a leithéid de roirc is dócha gur chuaigh gach duine a bhí crí aige beagnach ag an nóméid sin.
Within like 5 to 7 days. It's just unimaginable. It doesn't matter how many resources you put towards a fire. If there's more wind speed and lower humidity, lower drought, then there's nothing that you can do to stop it.
So far, houses are collapsed, totally collapsed. Because the water is like 1 meter or 2 meters. So there is no one behind that flood. Everything were collapsed. Just people went out and left their properties, their households, their livestock even. They lost their livestock. And you know, these community, their cattle is like their main or the domain of their life because they construct also their livelihood from their cattle.
Is é an rud is uafásach an atógáil le teachtarás ar an saoil nuair a ritheann tú báiste is í an nóméid is measa í mar go bhfeicinn tú an bhéilíocht an lád ar gcionn a feiceann tú an sráidna feiceann tú an bás.
You see the reality. Next day, you see the streets, you see the death. We have two types of...
Tá gá cinál daonra buailte agan daonra a fáil gabhfuil seo is cuma agus an daonra aslanatha. Well, ar nóí is cailteannas óbhar chomá leis an tithe Háil siad a blandálacha go leir plán freisin ar dús bhí fáibán go raibh gás tugsathe ag dul isteach na pipi isce rud a fágan nach raibh an tuisce arúnach le húsáid. Tusaigh an tine an gard an bhaile an maidin sin agus ní raibh mór an ama a bhain chun asláin. É sin ráta se fór-uchtó chathair duine bás an lá sin. Bhí sé thar bheith túbáisteach agus an scanúil agus pionhar a agus ba é má bhaile dúcha sé mar sin dó thart ar uchtó fan géad an bhaile. Ar dheis fergnamh gnóthas scoileanna sépéil áiteanna cónathe chuiltear go leor daoine a bhaile a sealcús vehicle agus a síbatha a chuid oibrithe iad ile an lá chéine an lá daine.
And I was like, wow, what's going on? And then I wanted to hold on the wall.
Agus an sin hasstagram ráim a cuineáil ar an balla, hasstagram ráim a cuineáil ar an balla agus mothigh mé mar seo agus badóilm bhfuil cuirteáilimh seo agus an sin ar an buinte buise hastig ag teacht cricáileáidir agus an sin thunig mé an balla ag cuineáil donna chéile agus an sin buíochas le dia bhí mé an anseacht machas. Tusaigh mé ag bheiceáil a lándaí ag bó chuig an ospidéal daoine ag fuiliú agus an sin le cusa briste bhí sé bránach in áire ní na daoine sin a bheiceáil ag cuioine agus an sin bhí an puinte buise an nóir sin tráchta ar an sráid agus an sin tá sé an gur thosaigh mé ag tuiscint downthairingt an rud a tharla. Na craitheann na talún a bhí againn ag agad is seachtaigh agus uchtag tharla sé denmhín le taobh an chathair. Agus le linn an sréimhte sin fórlán daoine bás scópaí bhálacha a bhí ag gceann na hacraí bhí na páistí gafa isteach agus ba brisir críd an feiceann ar na daoine seo a bhís agat seas a taobh ag géirí gachúir le féidir i dhéanamh chun na leanaí seo a tharbháil. Ní cuimhnm go dtíreach cé bheith leanana fóbás ach dóirí níos mó a fórbás tá a bhís agat mar sin tá an buíochas os sin ach bhí sé anscanúil mar déadfá sé a bheith ag mé iniad. Tá is agat déadfá sin a bheith déadfá sin a bheith ag duine ar bhás de leanaí. Hit ruúg na habhann ag thart ar seachtalúg agus duine fós ina gula dóirigh an tuisce gáméidir in an tafara timpeall chuaigh go sé nóméid. Is ar éigean a bhí ag duine muscailt bhí siad ag drapa ar throscán rith síos suas go dtí ar dabhar tharla ghlach sé roinnt cabhach comhbharstacha freisin chun cabhrú le daoine dul amach trína fuinneoga fusc nach raibh siad in an le dúir siad ó scoil níos mó.
So my cousin had to break the windows to get them out of the house because otherwise they could have died. The very house that protected you turned out to be a trap that could make you
Dit a déadfaí go gcuirfaí balla ort ní raibh an ach chéas umlan. Bhí an labhadh an mholcáin inar geantar hena féin agus dhéanfamid a bheiceáil go raibh sé ag treabhadh thús hena féin agus ní bheithtimid ceithre leis. Ní raibh aon rud eile a dhéanamh mar sin suchraigh imeacht chun níomhú gás a thacant. Fórlán daoine bás ní an na bholcán féin fórsí bás I dimpistí ba chúis le daoine a bhí a géirí éirí as an mbaile ag rith ar fud na háite. Fór níos mó ná 20 bás óionsaí ní mór dún a thuiscint bhuail a dlíthe agus a neamhcinnteachtaí féin ag an dúlar féin mar sin nuair a bhí tubáiste mar ag seo againn níl aon smacht againn air.
So when faced with a disaster like this, we have no control over it.
And we don't know exactly what will happen in the future.
Níl is go dtíreach cad a tharlaigh teibhí scoil an airán i gcaithfí go léithre agus freisin tá daoine ag géirí dála leis dún comhrú le daoine eile caitheamid comhrú in féin. Cuid den ceist freisin ar a tharlaigh na tubáistí sin agus an tá ag dul thart níl sé sa nuacht a heile níl sé a heile agus déanann daoine dermid agus tá daoine fós ag fullaingt. Tá daoine fós ag as tuithíocht bliain ina dhíth sin, gabhbliain ina dhíth sin, níl siad ach ag stracailt lena saoil a chur arás ar an óbhar agus bhí go leor daoine a bhí imeachtanas hena féin. Ní féidir linn marachtáil mar seo mar sin cábhfuil muid mar spéisialis cábhfuil muid inis cá raibh muid tuiscint ar an stair agus ar tuiscint tá an uird sin i gcaithfí chomhtapa ar domhan agus an sin cábhfuil muid ag dul as seo. Cad atá in ann don tógaí agus ní amháin dún féin dar leanaí agus don eagraíonn eile atá le teacht. Is é saoil an duine tosaíocht is tábhachtaí in ar saoil. Feicim muid ag deireadh an lei orintha nach bhíonn rudaí ábhartha in ar éire. Tá gach duine chomhdháil as chóir tubáiste sa Craolfar nuair a bhíonn an targad go léir an domhain ag milliúnar nó billiúnaí agus nach féidir leis an targad tú a sábháil. Tugamar faoi dara fearháin le héadí bhatha ó léamh go raibh chum amach scála aige is post raibh ruthar aige leis ach bhí sé fós ag dtimpeí bia bhí gach agus bhí sé ag cuine go leisliúil thug go bheith rud a hasú le Lochad go bheith rud a hasú wecht weimsne. Mar mé bud ná aontaí mar a bheicfud an gá leis ón mura dubhfáil é an sin déifí sé a bheith roá. Is mór na nóra nach tugann daoine le chéile ach le linn túbáistí ach sin an áit a tugann an brán isteach tá is agat buf córdún a bheith ag teach le chéile ribhé. Is é atá a gceist agam cé bheith teach eile a cathair strisa cé bheith níos mó daoine a dheoidh bás cé bheith storm breise a bheith ag scriosadh agus ag creiceadh áiteanna ar fud an domhain go hiomlán sula d'úsáid níos mó daoine ag tuiscint nach ná rud é seo bhfuil ag scapann míbhaisnéise an dul chun cinn seo a d'éifá a bheith againn an míbhaisnéise ar fad agus sníl muid san áit.
Dobrý den. Dnes se koná historická
Greetings. A historic event is taking place today. Millions of people from all over the world have come together to learn the truth. And this is extremely important, giving, especially now, at such a difficult time for all humanity, because a war is going on right now. The enemy has already come. He's already in our homes. He's destroying everyone and everything. The enemy is attacking, and we don't even know that he has come. While he is conquering our homes, our lands. And this time, he tries to play on the enemy's side, giving in and pretending not to notice what is going on, while he is taking our territories. The enemy is attacking, and attacking hard. It is the climate that is our common enemy. Meanwhile, the collaborationists, those who are fighting on the enemy's side, divert our attention from the real external enemy and claim that our enemy is the internal one, whom we have created by our anthropogenic factor. The collaborationists knowingly and willingly collaborate with the enemy to the detriment of their country, their own families, and all of us. For the sake of their own profit, their wallets, cupcakes, they side with the enemy and continue to...
Ag leanaíocht ag insint scéalta ag roinnt agus ag chur ag gcuine a chealamid, agus mar gheallar támuid ag cáile an cogadh seo, dhéanamid ag chur ag gcuine, támuid ag tuairt suas ar deach féin, ar saoil féin agus is dúchláin ag seo donna sinne déine eile, agus déir le chomhdháil den chola prosúnach féin síobháin nuair a bhíonn cogadh an in áireamh ar máthlinn go scriosadh tá an náid inar d'luithe hana féin agus tá cás éadrán a gan fás a gcuitheadh siúd agus thagamar ar gúcht do teacht chun deireadh nuair a insiúmid an Fhírinne ag léigh gachrúd de réir a Hananacha cearta daonna có-oibrithe an bíodh arma is é an chiúnas agus an bréige is mó atá an sucaí inis níl chead a gcuin fiú an Fhírinne aber bhfuil éigean sna meán sosialta ag gcuine ideolaíochta có-oibrithe an factóra anthropaineacha CO2 agus sin é tuairismeach agus scriosadh is tríd an ar gcuine é I gcuine na daonachta. Gach ionas gur féidir le duine ag bór na pyramid a cúachta tábhachta ar brownies. Tá daoine ag fábás inniu inis. Tá an éráid ag mille uireann agus cuimeadann siad réig agus tarna as samrán. Dúnn siad béal iarasóirí fíor agus ceannaíonn siad ar feadh trúpapíosa airgid iad siúd agus atá tilteanach a bhfuil bréige déanta le chórdú a scríobh a iar. Feicimid agus tugamid a láir sin agus iad ag blocha batha agus ridne fear chosantóirí ar díre dúchas ina thost. nó nach féarmuid an ceabhairdsmuid tá ar leanaí ar deaghlaí léife agus tugamid grád ar an gléite chun na daoine sin a chahabh go dtigeanmuid Fhírinne simplí amháin gur teaghlach amháin muid ile ní bhéimmuid bailach amháin is í an Fhírinne ná go náimmuid gur daoine muid nó go bhaimmuid bás cosúil le madra ar stray mar go dófar ar deach wen go tháinig. Tá muid scartha le 6 mhíle bliain anuas. Múintear dúin a chéile a bharú. Tá muid cruachta ag cogadh i gcuine a chéile. Mar sin ligdúin na scileanna seo a bhfuil meastar chu thar na mílte bliain ar úsáid gcuine an náid is insidious atá around mar déanacht den cuid ó caiimiid an agus neart a fáil chun fhíor-staid a dhéanamh don a bhrúchan ní mór dúin seachas sin Iarlánach tréal dar an réite ar leanaí agus ar gárpáistí. Éilíonn an tám seo ina marimid fíor measantra Réileachra agus ní na cíne feidhmuid in scanán. Tá misneacht ag insint na Fhírinne buchas le dia tá a leithid le léachra ananiu. Is gnádaoine iad a seasan nóir a bhíonn a dtír a driblóid. Is ainneoin na dormisc ile a bhaineann na comhdháirí seasan siad sús. Tógann siad daoine ile leabhaidh siad an Fhírinne agus cosmann siad ar Doc óibrithe an tain planet tá agann agus tá súil agann in áirithe go mbeidh smó agus níos mó daoine mar seo ag nascail linn gach rá. Is léachra planet ag den sort sin a theastaíonn an gcinne daonra go léir. Ar féidir leo ar sibhialtachta a thabháil in áirithe Johnny scrisbhí ar náid cuitam din tá cogadh ar siúl faoi láthair agus ní mór dún darmad dhéanamh. Is é Sochaí Cruthaithí an tain múla oibrithe atá in an déanamh de sábháil agus is é sin fá a dochaí leis an tionsclail seo le mo chuid cúptaí go léir agus cosúil le go leor an agan is orthóir mé freisin credum gur bé óíocht dhéanamh ar an cumann Cruthaíocht an inéistíochta is fearr níomháin na dochaí féin tochaí do leanaí agus do chlán cluine ar ach freisin an inéistíocht is fearr I dtogchaí na chinne daonna go léir. Ní féidir linn mar de cogadh seo ach trí aontú. Ní mór dúin na níomháin ar nuachta aontú ach ar nachfinní agus ar nachfin óíochta go léir freisin. Go an tain seas bhfuil cine daonna ile. Is an sin amháin a bhéimmuid in an seasamh sús len ar náid. Níl sin éráid ach cogadh insáithteachta.
Thank you, Dushan. The war is in full progress. Millions of people are losing their homes, their loved ones, and their hope for future. The life of our
Dúsan tá an cogadh ar siúl go thomláin tá na mílte daoine a bheith dithe an Gaelta agus an nóchas don tochaí. Tá bagairt ar saoil ar sibhialtachta thomlána agus tá muid trí aspa gníomh an bhrí leis atá agan don nó. Tá sé in ann don Fhírinne go deimhin agus mór an feas a chuirm I láthair duit an céad caintear eile Mícheál Corienco.
Chorta, is Misha Michael Corninko, piloto cosmonaut o Géarchéim Dhomhanda.
Chorta is Misha Michael Corienco,
Tom piloto cosmonaut sa Comhdháil seo daonna daonna a bhain gach agus le gach duine ciallmhar I cuailteanna. Sé mo ó chiaadú écolaíochta go bhfuil mit mar agus ní féidir linn aibse a réite ach le chéile. Tá siúil agam go gcuideoidh an Comhdháil seo linn ina chéamh sin. Is féidir lom ará go néontaim le do riomhanna ile mar chonaic mé na feibanna seo go léir ón spás amuigh. Chonaic mé an tuileán pleisteach atá ar snámh san agéin, tá dat difriú léir. Tá sé seo go léir uafáiseach ar nóí. Ón áit sin, is féidir linn láithreán líonta talún, leagan foréise, agus leagan iomlán eagáil, mar atá san Amazon, tá airnálacha iomlána deoraísí ar iarraidh. Idir an dá linn, is iad foréisí na scabóga, is iad an tibéir comá leis an Amazon scabóga or planéad. Déanann daoine é seo tuisc nach bhfuil aon rud le héachu. Is cinnte gur bé an rud is tábhachtaí ná an timpala. Mar sin, cibé áit a mímeach taistil, cibé imeacht a bhreastalí méir, chuirm tús le mo chuid cainte le san ceistena cóchéal. Ar an drochúir, is dóí linn go léir go ndéanfaí duine gach rud seachas muidne, nach sinne? Mar sin tá rialtas againn, ceart. Tá fir trúflis againn a bhailíonn roinnt rudaí agus a gcompálann I láithreán líonta talún. Ach tá an puinte ionainn féin. Chun is a bhí oileán trúflis le feiceáils na hagéin. Seo a lean is príomhtheachtracht mo chuid cainte bhochú chonach, gois, tosaimid linn féin. Ní cabhróidh aon duine linn, agus ní dhéanfaí aon duine aon rud in ornáit. Sí an aib atá againn ná neamhfim atá againn ar an blanéad, nacha, a scríonn gach feibeile sin. Ar or blanéad, nílamid in orgónaí mar churcóg becha, agus nílamid cosúil le anhil. Táid scartha le teorainnacha, táid scartha le teangacha. Ní chugann gach duine ara dó féin ach ar spáisiúrthach go tíanta. Ascríonn gach feibeile sin, go dtí go dtuigeann muid go bhfuil cónaí uireann go léir ar phlánéad amháin, ceart. Mar a deir or gcuirde mearachánacha agus or spáisiúirí cófortaíochta, táid go léir sa bhád céine. Sa lá atá nniuan, pléitir go forleathan taobh ar an blanéad, mar a deir siad, an taobh daonna. In óíre, is lúnachtaí timpríalacha ar an óráidíd seo, chuirla siad a gcónaí, tá siad againn inis, agus tuchaí siad a rís, ceart. Ní eolaí ionach mé maidir leis seo, is dócha, go mbeadh sé seo ina ábhar plé níos fearr de climatologists. Ní dhéanam ach mo thuairim fearsanta neamhfilsethe a chur aniuil. Díreach mar a bhí a gcónaí, tá an íonna muí an sin. Sfíric thuléir é go bhfuil athrú óráide ag torlú, tá sé láthair. Ní chiallaíonn sé seo go bhfuil bantaige le gníomhaíochtaí déine. Níl sé seo cruthaithe fós, nacha. Baineann go leor daoine úsáid as athrú óráide chuna cuspóirí pásanta, santach féin, mar tá tóir ar an glór ibre glas inniu. Téann siad ar mire faoin glór ibre glas seo. Ag dún tionscadal Greta Thunberg a thógáil. Is sé mo thuairim gur san ceistena gnóháin iad seo. Thar is sin, is léir go thumláin folasach go ndearna muid damáiste súntasach, dóir dimpala. Caithfir déileáil leis seo, agus is luatha is fearr. Fiú an protocol Kyoto sin. Ach cuma? Is tionscadal trochtáil amháin é, más cuimhin leat, deagraí Albert gur an rud iomlán seo. Níl aon bhaint aige le hécólaíoch. Caithfir é seo a thuiscint freisin. Sílim go bhfuil sé dodhéanta aontú ar ábhar amháin, is rud casta timpplair i gcónaí. Ciallaíonn mé, tá srath san ceistena an a aontóidh gach duine. Ní amháin an gealagar é, ní amháin an clór ibre glas nó san ceistena cóchéal. Is réimse iomlán feibanna é nach mór dún a réiteach i gcófór. Ciallaíonn mé na náisiún tosaí go léir. Agus go déimhin, béidir gur chórdún ile teacht le chéile ar ordán éigean eile agus a rá, gois, tarr. Mar a dtuigeann muid inis nach bhfuil $4 ag taistil, ní bheidh $1 an, náirtach, ní bharann muid chun é eáil. Tá rudaí níos tábhachtaí againn le bheith buartha fuchu nó bailí farraige. Taistil mé go leor ar fud an domhain, is gnách go mbíonn daoine ag an mbunús i ngach áit, tuigeann siad gach rud go forfa, san Eorop, i Mheiriceá agus sa Tseapáin. Scríofann siad chugam go leor, agus tuigeann gach duine an gás. níl an ach iad siúd ag an marnach digané na cin ósorgion. Tá méid teacht chunclúd apocalyptach má hagan duine trasna de chinál éigen teoran údarás atá an go cinnte, éiríonn sé bog cheann láithreach. Stopann sé rudaí folasacha a eicáil. Agus os rud é go bhfuil muid ile faoi chomhacht na bolatóirí, faoi chomhacht ó nuachtarán, a chomud ile, dála an scéal, níl éon rá agan. Well, cílíonn sé go gafar na chóirdáin tábhacháin athrú. Ba chóirdiún go léir teacht le chéile ag bord crinn agus na feibanna seo a réiteach. Bíonn siad ina gúis le cogaí, bíonn salachar ina gúis lo, tagann sé ar fad ón bhíreach go bhfuil gach duine ag iarraí a bheith ina rí ar an gnach ar ó planéad. Níl éon rí an, agus ní féidir éon rí a bheith ar an gnach an seo. Caithfí an té atá láidir cuidiú leis an lag. Agus caithfar an postulate seo a neadú i gceann daoine. Sílan nócha a ní féin géad do dhaoine gur tusa agus mise. De bhrí go bhfuil a haon féin géad, ar fuairstruchtúr ósorgion é agus a rialaíonn na pobal chalún ar fataí, ar chúis éigean, ceapann siad go difriúil. Má ligige midne, an pobal ar fad, den céad faoin géad seo sin a bhainisteú go donna, fiú ar bhealach an donna, cílíonn sé sin go bhfuil muid ag déanamh rud éigean mícheart. Ba cheartún é a athrú do réir a chéile, ba cheartún é a athrú céim ar chéim, trí nósanna imeachta déan láchacha, trí athruithe do réir a chéile sa réachtaíoch. Tuis go bhfuil éon réabhlóid olc, tugann sé trochanna triblóideacha, cailteannas agus agla, agus tugann sé tamil ar an tlochaí téarnamh. Chonaic mar cheanna níos mó nó uair amháin is leor sin. Dá bhrí sin, ba cheartún ordáin den sort sin agrú, agus orrána féin a chariscint chun an ngéarchéim a chorú. Níl éon bhealach eile andún a ecinn tú. Seachas sin, dheoigh gach duine agan bás. Chuirte, is mise mécail.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kornienko. It's a great honor for all of us to have you here with us, and I absolutely agree with you. We need to build a humanity that lives like a beehive, and we have to build a society that puts human life first. Not money, not profit, not anyone's political, commercial, private, or any other interest, but human life. Then it will be creative society. But unfortunately today, we live in a complete opposite of that. A consumerist society where the purpose of life is endless, ever-increasing consumption. People worship money and use each other for profit. They measure success not by contributions to the common good, but by the ability to consume more than others.
And that is consumerist system that itself consuming the most valuable resource, our attention. And profit-driven mass media shapes our reality. As the result of that, attention is so much focused on the political drama, economic problems, and above all, consumption, that we don't even notice how close we are to being extinct as species. I was very happy to hear that Mr. Kornienko understands the cyclical nature of climate change, and that in the existing consumerist format of the society, divided as we are, we simply won't be able to solve this global problem. I was also very touched by the words of Dusan, and he is right that investment into creative society is not just investment into your future, your children's, but also in the entire human race. And that is truly the best investment one can make into building the humanity that lives as one human family on planet Earth. And how would that help to solve climate problem, right? Well, very easily, my friends, by unleashing the unlimited resources of the united humanity. If we combine our scientific, technological, and intellectual resources, we can solve the problem of climate change. And we can solve any other problem on our planet. We can create a prosperous life for 8 billion people, or even 25. We can finally thrive as the humanity. If that's what we really want, of course. Ask anyone you know to describe the society in which they would like to live in. And then compare their answers to what's written in the 8 foundations of the creative society. And I can assure you that it will match 99%. It's because people created these foundations. And that's a fact proven by millions of surveys worldwide.
These 8 short paragraphs include everything we want our society to be like, we as humans. So where to start and how can you help? Well, first of all, please read the 8 foundations and then make sure that everyone around you knows about them. That's how we can create a strong electoral request to adopt the 8 foundations of the creative society into the law of each country. That is the only way to unite our humanity on the value of human life. We should let everyone know that we will vote only for those politicians who will support the implementation of the creative society. And very importantly, foundation number 8 will also give us the way to recall any elected official who is not doing a good job without need to protest, chant in the streets, or wait years until the next election. Our time is the most precious resource that we have, and we cannot waste it anymore. The action starts now. If you watch this conference, you know about the 8 foundations, and you do not share it, do not share this information with everyone you know, then you are stealing their future, and you're wasting your own chance to survive and thrive. At this time, the challenge is to all of the humankind. This is a war state, emergency state right now, and the enemy is climate to all of us. And it will take courage from every single person. So will we accept this challenge, or will we just silently adopt the consequences of our inaction? The choice is ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have a voice, so let's use it for something that will truly benefit us and people in the whole world. Let's vote for those who supports the creative society. Now, I would like to remind you that you are watching a live broadcast of the International Conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, which was organized by volunteers from 180 countries. The objective of the event is to inform humankind honestly and truthfully about the scale of the climate and environmental crisis, about the impeding threats and the real way out, which we've discussed today, and it is the creative society. And dear viewers, we would also love to hear from you. We would love to hear your understandings and your feedback. So please record them and send them to us to the email info@allatraunites.com. And climate change is not only happening on our planet. So let's take a look at what is going on in other planets in our solar system and how cyclicity is affecting the other planets.
Today, we're witnessing an obvious fact. The climate on our planet is changing rapidly. We're used to looking only under our feet and not looking at the world as a whole. But our planet is a part of the solar system. In order to understand why the Earth's climate is changing, we need to lift our heads up and look at what is happening in the solar system as a whole. After all, the climate on Earth is changing simultaneously with the climate on other planets of the solar system. Let's go on this exploration together and figure it out through actual examples. What happens there in the sky beyond the world we're used to? For 2 decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. Global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and the giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere. which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to the influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henrik Mellin notes the following about Uranus. Uranus is unique in that it has remained so very quiet storm-wise for so long that the appearance of these storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Uranus' atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm on Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. And it is the largest to date. The Cassini spacecraft recorded lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that altered the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Imke de Pater, Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, no one has ever seen this before. And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up, and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating of...
Do you understand how vital is this information? The climate is changing because of cyclicity, and not because of human activity, as we are led to believe. It's crucial that this information is valuable to all, as this information can help save billions of lives. Right now, in the consumer society, the truth is hidden from us, the truth that gives us a chance to survive. This is why the transparency and openness of information is an obligatory requirement of the creative society, which is the fourth foundation of the creative society. And today, we don't have transparency, because it will affect someone's wallet. As on the myth of CO2 and green energy, one can make a lot of money. People are dying, while we have not even begun to discuss a solution. But how can we find a solution if we don't even know the true causes of climate change? Why aren't the media and politicians warning us? Because in a society there is no transparency, They keep us in dark and blind us with myths of CO2. Because of them, we waste a lot of time. Now it's time for scientific solutions and their practical application. We are already now experiencing climate impact. Imagine how many of us will survive if we don't have countermeasures against this most dangerous enemy, climate change. What are our scientists doing right now? Where are they? Who do they work for? Understand, the countdown has already begun. We are losing precious time with every second that passes. That's why this information is so important. The fact that it's being withheld is the biggest genocide of humanity in our history. We need this truth now more than ever.
Gracias, Líne. Saludos, queridos amigos. Por todo lo que han dicho anteriormente, entendemos que si nos esforzamos.
Hello, dear friends. From what was said earlier, we understand that even if we do our best to save the environment, this will not help us confront climate change. How are we actually saving the environment? We give up plastic bags in favor of paper, for example. But paper is trees, so goodbye forests? Really? We are destroying the lungs of our own planet, our only home. Are we really that stupid? No, of course not. Our problem is different. Collaborationists gather and discuss climate and ecology. But why is the situation only getting worse? Let's take an honest look at what is at the heart of modern society. Manipulation, lies, slavery, silence, power, money, holding on to what's yours and snatching what belongs to others. This is a format that has existed for millennia and continues to progress to this day. Today it is popular to be pushy and ambitious. But originally, ambition meant a desire for power, aggravated selfishness. We have exalted all the lowest human qualities. They say, know your worth. We have worth for everything. Everything is bought and sold, from air to relationships between people. However, the only thing that is least valued today is human life. Today, our lives are worthless because our wallet comes first. In the age of technological advancement, people continue to die from lack of water, food, from air pollution. Our lack of true values has brought us to a dead end. Is there really anything more important than human life? What could be more important than survival when you are on the edge? The climate is one for all. There's no getting away from it. And all the money in the world can't stop it. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. You and I have just watched a video that clearly shows the true threat. It is the external energy impact on our planet. And our task is to find an equal energy response to that impact. This is precisely the reason why we need to combine all of our scientific potential. It's not just a noble cause or powerful words, it's our chance to survive. The only one. The last one. This requires the participation of all people and the entire scientific world community. Even if 100 or 1,000 scientists come together, this won't be enough. It is necessary that literally all the scientists in the world search for the right solution from various scientific areas. And this is the moment when we must make the decisive choice, life or death. Frankly speaking, we should have made this choice much earlier. Now, every day counts, and every minute can cost us human life. We hear about forecasts for the next decades, but people, we haven't got that much time. We don't even have 10 years. It's very important to act quickly. We're now in the zone of energy impact, and by the time we get it to speak, we should already have a ready-made solution. But even all the scientists of the world require time to find and develop a solution, and we're running out of time and resources every day. Until recently, we've had no answer to the question of how to unite, and it seemed impossible to us. But today, there is an answer. It is in changing the consumerist mindset to the creative one. In choosing to develop, choosing to survive, in choosing to live. If we really want to live, we must act. And already now, we must change the format of society now. Create conditions for scientists and give them the opportunity to work when there are no vested interests left, when every scientist has one goal, to find a way for all of humanity to survive. We can create these conditions, but only together. Volunteers of the *Allatra International Public Movement have been talking about this for years, talking to the whole world by organizing so many interviews, social surveys, conferences, reports, articles. People from 180 countries have done a tremendous amount of work. We found out that what people want, altogether we found a way out, the creative society. The creative society is a model based on the best aspirations of people from all over the world. It is the creative society that the prophets of all time have spoken about. To know why people have been unable to build it before, because the knowledge that the prophets brought and that could enable people to unite was distorted by people themselves. Everything was turned into business, but now it's no longer our business. The climate is changing, everything is changing, the economy, politics, everything. Our lives are changing. It is obvious that the time has come for us to change too. To build the creative society in order to preserve humanity, that's what should be the demand from society. There are comments from many of our viewers throughout the conference. So what do we do? What's the way out, friends? When we all together realize that this is a serious matter, that we need to unite, we will succeed. It all depends on each of us. If we want to stay alive, if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren, we must tell everyone who doesn't already know about the creative society as soon as possible. Yes, there are those who don't want to listen, turn away, don't want to understand, don't want to accept, but we need to tell everyone, even those people. They are part of society, they're responsible like all of us. They vote, they make choices, and if their choice is in favor of those who only stand in the way of making the right decisions on the political level, that means they haven't yet understood something. And the speakers today were right. We should only vote for those politicians who support the creative society. Facts presented at this conference and at the previous ones give us a complete understanding of the situation. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to them. Just share what you know and what you've understood with everyone else. Let's look together for ways to inform humanity to come up with new, effective ways. In the past, we had no technical ability to unite, but now we do. And this conference is a good example. And this moment we have gathered together, people from all over the world. Some in the morning, some at night, but we are all here speaking 100 languages of the world because we know how important that is. Because we're not waiting for someone to decide something for us. We have organized among ourselves, and we're here. And those who aren't with us now are the people who just don't know about the creative society yet, and our job is to make sure that they learn about it as soon as possible. Our ecology is in a deplorable state, and we still have no answer to climate change, but silence and inaction is much scarier. That's what leads to our demise. But there is a way out, and if we don't tell everyone about it, the fate of Mars, the planet, awaits us. Friends, while our fate is in our hands, we should use this chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, we've heard all the evidence, we've seen the truth, and we know why climate is changing. But right now, we do not have much time to inform people and to unite. We need to act quickly. The scientists should have already been working on a strategy of how to combat the cyclical process a long time ago. But here we are still supporting the myth of CO2. Millions of people today are trying to do everything they can to inform all so that we can unite in one idea to build the creative society. Because our inaction each day costs human lives. We have to move fast if we want to survive. We have to inform everyone of this solution. And I would like to say that this is the only solution, and we need to inform people as soon as possible. And now I would like to pass the word to Konstantin Rybachuk.
Good afternoon. Every week, we monitor and cover climate disasters around the world in the Breaking News Project. And already last year, in 2020, we noticed a spike in the number of cataclysms across the planet. It was quite bizarre. Over a short period of time, in less than a month, massive floods hit every continent except Antarctica. They came like waves covering large areas. Then they calmed down a little to only be followed by a new, even more powerful blow. We saw the beginning of the cataclysmic synchronization. You could notice this pattern in other natural disasters as well. We continued to observe this new phenomena, and it confirmed our worst assumptions. This year, the progression not only persisted, but increased. Today, even within a single region, a country, a state, or even a city, there is synchronization. The media all over the world shows many examples of floods, fires, and storms cascading down the same region, followed by abnormally cold weather. The facts and evidence presented at the last year's and today's conference explain what has been happening to the climate, including the synchronization. But tell me, why is virtually no one talking about this? Can't people see that? What other proofs do you need? When you will be standing neck deep in the water and drowning, or your child will be drowning, will you also ask for proof, or you will act without delay? Cataclysms, they don't care at all whether you believe them or not. Go ahead and tell them that you don't believe those who die in climate disasters and those who are left with nothing on the street. Each day takes more and more human lives. Sooner or later, it will affect us all, and then there will be nothing we can do. So, while there is still time, we must act, we must unite, build a creative society, and look for a way to survive together. Just over 4 months have passed since the last conference. We have done more extensive monitoring and analysis of the disasters which occurred during this time and their aftermath. We have used all available sources of information, weather portals, climate monitoring platforms, news sources, social media of eyewitnesses, and others. We are well aware that we have not taken into account all the natural disasters and cataclysms that have been on the planet over this period, but even that data that we were able to collect was horrifying. Unfortunately, there were so many natural disasters on the planet in these 4 months that a video with all these events would take the time of the whole conference and maybe even more. So we will show you only a small part, the most large-scale, abnormal, and destructive ones. Let's see what we, as humanity, have paid for these 4 months of inaction.
since our last conference. Global crisis. This already affects everyone. But even in this short period, the number of climate disasters has grown to record numbers. The first event that we observed happened during the live broadcast of the conference on July 24, 2021.
And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan, and currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here, and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stop.
On that very day, several major disasters occurred simultaneously in different parts of the world. People in Belgium were hit by floods. Records of maximum temperatures were set in Primorsky Krai of the Russian Federation, while in South Africa, cold temperature records were broken, and for the first time in many years, it snowed. This fact became starting point for monitoring climate disasters. We knew that there would be a lot of them over the next 4 months, but no one expected so many. July 2021. This month, the water element was more destructive and deadly than ever. Looking ahead, we'd like to point out that during the entire monitoring period, which is more than 4 months, not a single day has passed without a large-scale flood in the world. In July, China was hit by record rains, which were called torrential rains of the millennium. The city of Zhengzhou alone received almost annual precipitation within 3 days. More than 14.5 million people were affected by flooding in Henan province, and at least 302 people died. The disaster caused enormous damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and the coal mining industry, which led to a protracted energy crisis in the country. Dams, barrages, roads, and houses were destroyed. Before the local residents were able to recover from the effects of the floods, China was hit by Typhoon In-fa on July 25. As a result, 1.5 million people had to be evacuated. The forces of nature did not bypass India either. At the end of July, there were heavy rains there as well, which for the period from July to November led to devastating floods and landslides. As a result, more than 16.5 million people were affected, and the number of casualties exceeded 420.
On this year, 22nd July, very heavy rain had come in Chiplun area in Maharashtra, and suddenly water started to gain and become a very flooded area in few hours. So people don't have much time to ship their own stuff or own things. So they just left that at home and run away from the city. But after they come, that they can't see even their home on their place. So completely houses was shifted and left it from their place.
Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, in Nuristan province, just overnight, between July 28th and 29th, a flood washed away 170 houses and killed 113 people. Many did not even have time to wake up. In the last week of July alone, 19 countries around the world were hit by large-scale floods, and for many of them such events are far from being typical. Moreover, large-scale floods are only a small part of the events that took place. While one part of the planet was drowning, the other part was burning. Uncontrolled wildfires caused by an abnormal heat wave broke out across Europe in July. For example, on the Italian island of Sardinia, the fire reached an unprecedented scale, which had not previously been recorded in the entire history of observations. 1,500 inhabitants of the island were forced to urgently leave their homes, but many of them had nowhere to return to. The heat also hit Turkey, which had experienced the worst wildfire season in its history. The fire engulfed 30 provinces, and thousands of local residents and tourists were urgently evacuated.
I live in the middle of the fires. In general, about 13,500 hectares burned in 8-9 days, and it is a serious figure. Unfortunately, due to lack of interference in the first 4-5 days, the fires intensified due to wind and heat. I experienced this kind of thing for the first time. I will never forget the day the fire started. There was a strong wind and abnormal temperatures were pushing in.
In Greece, the maximum temperature reached 47.1 degrees Celsius. As a result, more than 100,000 hectares of forest burned out due to natural fires. The fire destroyed and damaged hundreds of homes, forcing thousands of people to leave their villages and towns. International aid was required to put out these fires. In July and August, fierce forest fires also raged across other European countries. The forests of France, Spain, Northern Macedonia, and even Finland were burning. At the same time, on another continent, in Northern California, United States of America, the Dixie Fire gained strength. It became the largest single fire in the history of the state and burned the area 3 times the size of New York. Another important fact is also worth mentioning. July 2021 was the hottest month in the entire history of meteorological observations. For example, in Japan, between 19th and 25th of July alone, 8,122 people were hospitalized due to heat, and at least 23 people died. This means that we are to expect even longer heat waves in the near future, and nowadays, as we know, they are already leading to an increase in mortality among people. In North America, only 6 days of unprecedented heat led to the death of almost 700 people, according to official data. But according to experts, there are many more victims of abnormally high temperatures. Paradoxically enough, while the Northern Hemisphere was abnormally hot, record low temperatures were observed in the Southern Hemisphere due to a cold wave coming from Antarctica, particularly in the South American countries. August 2021. Simultaneously with the sweltering heat wave, massive fires continue to ravage the world. They are extremely difficult to put out due to strong winds, high temperatures, and degassing of the planet's interior. As of August 12th, 5 of the 6 continents were on fire. Only Antarctica was not burning. The fire in Yakutia reached its climax in August. According to remote monitoring by the Federal Forestry Agency, the fire has destroyed more than 8.5 million hectares of forests, which exceeds the size of Austria. It became the world's biggest fire of 2021.
The picture that we saw shocked us, and of course we couldn't remain indifferent. Already on approach to the city, there was a persistent smell of smoke in the plain, a smell of burning.
On August 25, after the fires, heavy rains came to Yakutia, causing mud flows. And a few days later, the first snow fell, which is abnormal for this time of year. Yakutia is not the only region on the planet that experienced severe floods immediately after the fires.
The same happened in Italy, France, Greece, and the United States, and 77 people died in Turkey because of the water element. Meanwhile, in addition to the Dixie Fire, two other big fires were raging in California, the McFarland Fire and the Caldor Fire. In early August, the state territory was hit by a severe drought. The water level in the local reservoir was critically low. This led to a shutdown of the hydropower plant, and hundreds of thousands of people were left without electricity. In August and September, the historically powerful Hurricane Ida hit the United States. It intensified from Category 2 to 4 in just one day, reaching speeds of 241 kilometers per hour.
Wind, maybe 5 minutes, and then just everything was decimated.
In the past, hurricanes quickly weakened once they hit land, but Ida, having reached the mainland, kept up its intensity for another 6 hours. For a while, it even reversed the flow of the Mississippi River. Even more abnormally, the hurricane penetrated inland for almost 2,400 kilometers, affecting 22 states and causing historic flooding in New York and New Jersey. Flood water caught people in basements, where they were hiding from the approaching storm, and many died inside their cars, which were overflowed with water. Ida claimed the lives of 96 people. On August 14, Haiti was hit by the most destructive earthquake of 2021 with a magnitude of 7.5. According to official figures, it claimed the lives of more than 2,000 inhabitants of the island. The number of victims exceeded 650,000. About 30,000 families lost their homes. Immediately after the deadly earthquake, Haiti was hit by a powerful storm Grace, lacking strong shelters as their homes had been damaged and destroyed. People were left defenseless against the onslaught of the storm.
After the earthquake, we have some people are afraid to go inside because their house is concrete, and then it's like for them it's better to sleep outside. But what makes it worse is just because right after the earthquake we had the hurricane, like the cyclone, and then they had to go back to their houses, even if they didn't feel okay sleeping under the concrete house.
In August, catastrophic floods continued synchronously around the world. In Nigeria, 100,000 residents were affected and dozens of people died. In Venezuela, the flood claimed 20 lives. Tens of thousands of people were left homeless. In the same month, heat records were broken in different regions of the planet. In some places, the temperature exceeded plus 50 degrees Celsius. I'm an Italian from Sicily. The temperature record of 48.8 degrees was registered in Syracuse province. This is an exceptional event that was registered on our territory. We got used to high temperatures, but not to such peaks. In Greenland, on August 14, it rained for the first time in history. Before that, apart from snow, there had never been any other kind of precipitation there. August especially vividly demonstrates the synchronicity of climate disasters. On some days, the planet experienced a large number of record-breaking natural disasters simultaneously. The climate disaster that we saw are only a small part of what had happened in less than 1.5 months. Tens of thousands of homes destroyed, hundreds of thousands of victims worldwide, lives that can never be brought back, are the price of each day without a creative society.
После увиденного у меня возникает один вопрос. Сколько еще должно погибнуть человек по всему миру, чтобы мы с вами поняли, что происходит с климатом и с нашей планетой? И кто гарантирует нам, что среди этих людей не будешь ты или я, или наши дети? Все перечисленные факты указывают на то, что происходит с планетой. Вы же видите, что с каждым днем нашего...
You see, with every day of our inactivity, the situation is only getting worse and worse. Just look at the progression in the past 4 months, like how things have gotten worse, and this is only gonna get worse. And what will happen in a year? We are told that the trouble will come in like 2060, but we are smart and educated people, and we understand that if we don't change anything, there will be no year or no counting to 2060 at all. We all want it to be a peaceful and a quiet space around us. So basically, in 2060, it will be so. Quiet and calm, just like it's on Mars right now, but without us. So we must act now without any kind of delay. So what exactly can anyone do? First of all, to accept the truth as it is, get into it and figure out into it for yourself. Just try to understand when you are just sit on the couch and are not interested in the most important things, the information comes to you from different sources, fragmented and distorted, and inside of you there's a plagued by doubts. But when you start to get into it yourself and you see the real picture and the holistic situation, and thanks to such actions of different people all over the planet, this conference was born, and it will allow you to save a lot of time to understand what's really happening with climate and with our planet. So once you understand, you will realize that building a creative society is our only chance. The important thing now is to inform all the people about this and to make them aware of the real case and real situation on the planet and with the climate. And we need to use all of our potential for everybody to understand like how fruitful and needed it is for the person. And the most complicated stage in the build-up of creative society, which is the first step, the stage of informing other people. But when people truly will understand that the creative society is the only chance to stay alive, the process of unification and further actions will occur rapidly. But for this to happen, each of us has to try really, really hard. Don't look at this as a stranger. This is your home, this is your life, and this is your society. Now, and some of the people, they meet this information with aggression and with sexuality. And I'm trying to appeal to you. You have to know the aggression is being bred or born by fear. So many people don't want to hear the truth because they fear it. And so we are afraid, and so we don't want to hear the truth. But if we are afraid, and if you're not willing to hear it, to closing our eyes or ears on what is actually going on, it doesn't mean that it will stop happening just because you're not observing or will stop in itself. So let's just try to be honest. And everybody is afraid. And this is completely normal. Only an abnormal or responsible person will not be afraid. But the real courage here, this is not the absence of fear, but it is an ability to step over it. Because by stepping over the fear and communicating and speaking the truth, we become stronger. And this is much more effective and expedient for our survival than, for example, facing the facts with fear and hiding our heads in the sand as ostrich. But we are not ostriches. We are human. And in each and every one of us, there's courage inside. And so we are able to manifest it, to have the courage to say the truth, to have the courage to inform. I also like to stress your attention why today it's so important to tell the truth. It's simply because it will be fair to humans and humanity as a whole, because then we will have the choice to make the choices at all, where to invest your attention and all the potential. It is clear that the truth is really scary, but when we know that there is a way out, and it is being motivating and sobering for us. All of this information is being brought up just for the single purpose that there still is a chance. This is why This is our job to act now. And our objective is not to scare each other, but to make sure to care for people, for every single person to understand that they need to act now. And the real heroism here is to accept the truth as it is today, and without distortion, to carry it forward honestly and openly. So I'd like to thank for tens of thousands of people around the world who participated in preparation of this conference, to millions of people around this planet who support the project, the Creative Society, and does it for one single person, to knock on all the doors. We have the same interests. We are people and we want to live, and we want to preserve life to our loved ones and relative ones. We want to preserve life for all of the humanity. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, there are going to be billions of us. But how quickly it's going to happen, it depends on each and every one of us. Therefore, let us have courage, friends, and more of it. Thank you.
September 2021. In September, synchronization of volcanic activity in different parts of the planet was recorded. Eruption of the Cumbre Vieja volcano covered the island of La Palma in Spain with red-hot lava. Lava flowing at the speed of 700 meters per hour had already destroyed more than 2,500 houses. Over 7,000 residents were evacuated, and the evacuation continued even a few months later.
Atención, atención. Habla la Guardia Civil. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas.
It's horrible. It's horrible how to see the volcano, the lava slowly eating the houses, and the lava eats the houses of my family and my friends. And horrible for the people. The people running, crying. I don't know what to do. Where I go? Where I sleep? Where I eat? What is my life? What is my where? What? No, where? Where is my house? And nowadays we have people living in cars, 2 bedrooms flat, living 14 people.
Lava absorbs everything in its path. Entire cities, pastures, plantations, agricultural lands. The island gradually gets covered with toxic volcanic ash, while the air gets poisoned. Scientists said they could not predict when the eruption would end. That same month, on the other side of the Earth, in Hawaii, a new eruption of Kilauea volcano began. The US Geological Survey raised the danger level to the highest one. Europe's largest active volcano, Etna, also erupted in September. The ash column rose 9,000 meters high. In the first week of September, residents of Mexico were hit by a number of extreme natural disasters. The center state of Hidalgo experienced severe flooding. In one of the hospitals, oxygen supply devices stopped working due to a power outage. As a result, at least 17 people died. An earthquake of 7.1 magnitude occurred in the state of Guerrero in southwestern Mexico. Its hypocenter lay close to the surface of the Earth at a depth of only 10 kilometers, so the tremors were felt across a long distance. On September 27, an earthquake struck the island of Crete. The European Seismological Center initially reported the magnitude of 6.5, but it was later downgraded to 6.0. The epicenter was located 20 kilometers from the capital of the island of Heraklion. The depth of the hypocenter of the earthquake was also small, about 10 kilometers. It is worth noting that compared to the same period last year, there are more earthquakes with magnitude above 6. Additionally, the amount and magnitude of aftershocks are also increasing, which indicates alarming dynamics. The super typhoon Chantu hit the northern islands of the Philippines, bringing destructive winds and torrential rains. It became one of the worst storms of 2021. The wind speeds reached 260 kilometers per hour.
The typhoon left the region without electricity and forced evacuation of more than 11,000 people. The consequences of the Chantu were felt by the people of China, South Korea, and Japan. In September, waves of abnormal heat covered new regions of the planet. For the Northern Hemisphere, such temperatures at the end of September are extremely abnormal. October 2021. The heat records continued in early October, as October 2nd became the hottest day in the history of 4 countries all at once: Iran, Morocco, China, and South Korea. Cyclone Shaheen brought a disastrous flood to the desert. A devastating storm and hail hit Muscat, the capital of Oman. The city streets were flooded, power supply facilities and roads were damaged. 13 people died. More than 5,000 local residents were forced to leave their homes. In just one day, Muscat received double the average annual rainfall. Such a disastrous phenomenon occurred for the first time in the history of this country. In October, a large number of storms with abnormally large hailstones were reported across the world. Hailstones of about 15 centimeters in size hit Libya along with rain and squally winds. Huge hailstones pierced the roof of houses, damaged cars, and building facades. Australian residents became victims of a similar natural disaster. The size of the hailstones reached 16 centimeters, which is a record for this country. Huge blocks of ice damaged cars and buildings. The hail fell with such force that it even pierced the roof of a shopping mall, from where about 400 people were promptly evacuated. Another anomalous fact is that Australia was hit by hailstorms more than 10 times during October. Europe was hit simultaneously by 2 powerful storms, which affected the territories of over 10 countries. Strong winds damaged power lines, disrupted railway traffic, demolished roofs of houses, and uprooted trees. In September and October, cataclysms cascaded over the territory of Italy. In the northern and central parts, there was a storm with heavy downpours. 7 tornadoes hit the north of the country on September 19. And on October 5, rain, hail, and tornadoes covered the historical center of Catania and caused serious damage to residential buildings and businesses. A day earlier, severe floods hit several provinces of Italy, setting a European precipitation record. A strong storm broke out, causing record rains, floods, and landslides. Meanwhile, over 500,000 lightning strikes were registered within 48 hours.
It was just one rain. There was so much lightning that I can't remember for all my life. I shot it on my video camera. I was video recording, just having time to take pictures of the lightning. You can't imagine how many of them there were. Well, before all that, there was such a strong gust of wind that I had to hold on to the doors of the entrance. I was just being blown away. I was just parallel to the ground. I mean, the wind was so strong. I don't know what it was, a tornado or whirlwind. In general, I just saw that some delivery boxes flew away. Then I realized that something was about to happen that was unrealistically strong.
November 2021. People in different parts of the world experienced abnormal rainfall in November as well. A hailstorm swept over the Spanish island of Majorca. The city of Calarajada was affected the most. In just 15 minutes, the streets of the city were covered with a layer of ice up to 30 centimeters deep. Egypt was hit by downpours, thunderstorms and hail, which is extremely rare in these latitudes. The bad weather washed scorpions out from under the shelters, resulting in people's deaths and hundreds of bite victims. Record snowfalls have hit the northeast of China. Snow is rare in this region, and it never snowed in early November before. In many provinces, they declared the red, the highest level of weather danger. The height of the snowdrifts reached 41 centimeters, which became a record over the last 116 years.
The cold snap and snowstorms damaged over 37,000 hectares of arable land and thousands of farmlands. On November 14th, that is in the last month of spring for the Southern Hemisphere, Australia faced the most severe cold and snowfalls in the last 70 years. Up to 30 centimeters of snow fell in some areas. Heavy rains caused flooding and catastrophic landslides in Indonesia. In some areas, the depth of flood waters reached 2.5 meters. More than 8,000 people were affected. The city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a storm with rains. In a few hours, 1.5 years' worth of precipitation fell. The desert was covered with rivers. The cars on the roads were literally drowning in streams of sand and water. On November 15, a large-scale flood hit the residents of British Columbia in Canada. In the city of Hope alone, more than a month's worth of precipitation fell within a few days. Tens of thousands of people were left without electricity. A mass evacuation was carried out. The flooding triggered dozens of landslides, which killed at least 4 people and trapped 275 in their cars in between 2 landslides of a mountain highway. Following this unprecedented flood, a record snowfall hit the residents of Canada.
Uncle's house is in the water. My cousin, who just finished having a baby in Kamloops 2 days ago, their house is totally flooded. They have nowhere to go back home.
In November, 66 tornadoes were recorded across the United States. Meteorologists note that a tornado outbreak at this time of year is completely abnormal for the country. In the south of Iran, 2 powerful earthquakes of 6.0 and 6.3 magnitudes were registered, which occurred just 1 minute apart. The hypocenter of the seismic event lay at depth of up to 10 kilometers. The earthquakes were so powerful that they caused a mountain to collapse. In addition to Iran, the tremors were also felt by the residents of the United Arab Emirates. Over the past 4 months, we have once again seen the fact that cataclysms are becoming more and more anomalous, unpredictable, and destructive. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this. Every day, natural disasters destroy the lives of millions of people. During these 4 months, we could have done a lot about building the creative society, but we are doing nothing. How many more casualties will it take before we realize this?
And that's only 4 months. I want to emphasize that this is only the officially announced data. That is, in fact, there are many more. Here's your proof. And are we going to wait for more? How long? A year, 2, 3? Are we going to wait for that number to turn into 10 digits? If we don't wake up right now, climate, euthanasia is our inevitability. The most valuable thing we can do for our loved ones and for ourselves is to wake up, to inform everyone who is still unaware or hesitant about the looming climate threat, and unite in the creative format of society to survive the consequences of global climate change on our planet. Only then we do have a chance. Right now, you will watch the most relevant and unbiased video that is available today. It fully reflects the current situation in our society and answers all the most important questions of mankind.
Humanity's last war has already begun. The enemy is advancing from all sides. He is to annihilate all human beings and destroying our common home, our planet. In just last 4 months of undeclared war, we have lost a lot of our territories. This ruthless external enemy who took us by surprise has claimed many human lives, sparing neither infants, nor the elderly, nor women. His tactics of war are aggressive and unpredictable. He floods, he blows up, he sweeps away by the winds. He burns and destroys by radioactive emissions. He shakes the ground beneath our feet. And before he claims our lives, he mercilessly tortures us with hunger and thirst and forces us to watch our loved ones die, while we keep being silent and inactive. In the meantime, collaborationists are imposing the image of a false internal enemy on us, taking side of the real external enemy. And we listen to these collaborationists who carry on disinforming and dividing us. They divert our attention from the true external enemy and claim that our enemy is internal, which we have produced by our anthropogenic factor, and that it is all the fault of carbon dioxide, which they promise to deal with in the near future. But in fact, they only care about their personal gain, and again they want to make money out of our grief and lives. The collaborationists lied to us that there is no war, and at the same time they shut our mouth so that we do not talk about the real external enemy, but allow us to talk only about ecological problems and carbon dioxide rising. And at the same time they hold military parades and decide which uniforms we will wear to fight against each other. And this is at a time when we as humanity do not even put up any resistance to the real enemy. We only make guerrilla raids in the form of letting the public know about the climate crisis, while the aggressor supporters continue restricting access to information. They hinder unification of worldwide scientific and material potentials, thus strengthening the already dominant position of the enemy. What the collaborationists do not realize is that the enemy has no pity for anyone, including his accomplices, the creepers and the doubters. He takes no prisoners and wages all-out offensive war on all fronts. He has one objective: total annihilation of humanity. The time has come for every person on Earth, our only planet, to decide whose side are you on. Are you with the collaborationists, those traitors of humanity and accomplices of the enemy? Or are you in the ranks of true heroes who are defending life on Earth? The last war of humanity is already in progress. It is time for a planet-wide mobilization. We need to gather all the power of our intellect, all our resources, and all our potential in a single fist to strike back as a single front at the merciless enemy. There is no other way. Or otherwise, we will die. And now, much depends on every person on Earth. The enemy has already struck many unanswered crushing blows at our territory. He has taken many of our lives and destroyed many of our homes. I appeal to you, will you wait and do nothing until a ruthless external enemy strikes at your home? Who are you? A coward or a hero? The answer to this question is very important now. At this time, when the external enemy is destroying our homes, taking lives of our mothers, sisters, wives and daughters, we must recall that we are warriors, and we must protect our nearest and dearest. The time has come for the greatest courage and selflessness. The time of true heroes.
This is indeed war, a war in which we lose what we hold so dear. We lose our loved ones, we lose our lives. They tell us that it's all about ecology, that our anthropogenic factor is to blame, and that all we need to do is reduce CO2 emissions to make everything okay. But as long as they say that things only get worse, while they are feeding lies and upon the enemies, they are the enemy. Climate is ruthlessly attacking our planet. The active enemy offensive has been going on for a long time. And in the meantime, they keep lying and trying to brainwash us. Who is doing this? The ones we truthfully call by their real name, the collaborationists. They are the ones who are at war against humanity. Just look at the horrifying facts. In just 4 months, our common enemy, the climate, has taken over as much territory as it has never taken over in years. And most of humanity is completely unaware of it. Thank God that there are decent people today who have actually studied the essence of the Creative Society Project and have realized that this is the only option for the survival of all humankind. Politicians, priests, and business people have gathered among us today. They are not traitors. They support us, humanity. We are thrilled to see respectable and worthy people present with us today. We are grateful to the priest of the Roman Catholic Church, Joseph Spisak. He has given us today the important news that the Holiness Pope Francis has blessed the international project, Creative Society. We thank Edgar Brandt for their understanding and their support of the Creative Society Project. This is truly monumentous. You know, the words of support from the esteemed Amir Aziz, the Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany, resonated very deeply. I was very inspired by how Joseph Cutterton, mayor of Somerville, understood the depth of the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. We were very moved by the support of Askar Nagnobov, a representative of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who spoke at the conference at the request of the Kazakhstani presidential administration. And I would like to express gratitude to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for his attention and support. I was very impressed by the sincere letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. Although he could not be physically present at the event, we are very happy about his participation and care. Thanks also to Saran Hakmanavan and Archbishop Nathan Havanisa. I was touched to the bottom of my heart by Dushan when he said that the best investment in the future is investing in the creative society. It's true. To live in a decent society in the future, many of us invest our own time and resources now and seeing the realities of what is happening in the world today. I am convinced that the creative society is truly the best investment. All of us need to unite today. After all, the common external enemy is already in our home. It is already destroying us, our children, and our parents. It is robbing us of our future. But we also have an internal enemy supported by collaborationists. It is the consumerist format of society that has been dividing us for over 6,000 years. And now it is bringing us to the brink. All the prophets warned of this, but unfortunately, we stubbornly chosen not to hear our prophets, our holy fathers, and all the intelligent people who have been telling us that for centuries. And now what? Do we have to give up? Are we going to give up our home to the destroyer? But we are human beings. We are one family. For the future of our children, for the memory of our ancestors, we have something to fight for.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you to send in video recordings with your understandings, comments, and questions to the email info@creativesociety.com. Stay tuned as we will hear more shocking truth about the climate crisis and ecological degradation that we are facing today. And most importantly, we will talk about only solution throughout the duration of the whole conference. Don't forget to share this video. Now we would like to pass the word to the participants of the Creative Society from Germany, who will share their experience with inviting celebrities, politicians, and famous individuals to this conference. Let's hear about their social experiment.
Hallo Freunde,
Greetings, dear friends. It's a big honor for us today to present Germany at such a global conference. This information has already been presented today and is shocking and makes the blood run cold. After all, we have just recently seen with our own eyes. We know firsthand how it feels in the zone of anger of nature. Let us remind you that this summer, an unprecedented flood happened in Germany. Thousands of people were affected. They lost their homes and, unfortunately, their lives. And the saddest thing is that the government agencies turned out to be powerless. When you realize that all countries are equal before climate disaster, which increases day by day, and their power is more destructive regardless of their geographic location and level of economic development. The enemy is attacking. This is the climate. This is a real threat to the survival of all of the mankind. This prompted us to invite representatives of international organizations to speak at this conference in order to draw this world's attention to the critical situation, to call for the unity. This action turned into a large-scale social experiment in the entire history of mankind, and the results which have shocked us. Our German participants alone sent out more than 3,000 letters to each of the following organizations: the UN, to the WHO, WMO, IPCC, and the European Parliament, as well as politicians from different countries. They are the ones on whom our future actually depends. For 4 months, participants have been tirelessly sending these thousands of letters in envelopes by mail so that they could reach them in person. Think about it. Every representative of this world-renowned organization that people all over the world rely on received a letter. We described the criticality of the situation and invited them to speak at the conference if they are not indifferent to the fate of the humanity. And we got a very depressing result. Only if you responded from the entire list. From the others, their secretaries responding by saying no. And this situation surprised us at first. But thanks to that, we have discovered a whole layer of the world order of our consumer society. And we are sure that neither politicians nor anyone else knows this. But we will reveal the secret to you today.
Es sind die Assistenten.
Assistants. Secretaries.
Treffen in Wahrheit die Entscheidung.
Everything is decided by secretaries. And for the sake of the understanding, let us tell the situation. At one of the events, our participants met and invited an outstanding athlete of the world renowned. As it turned out, in addition to being an athlete, he's also a politician, which means that the people can only access him through the secretary. In personal communication, he supported the idea of the creative society and agreed to participate in a conference. But for the communication, he gave the number of his secretary. But when he was contacted, he turned out to be different. Completely different. And the secretary said, "What are you doing is interesting, but it's necessary, but no." And there is this paradox. Before you talk to an athlete and politician, he said, "Yeah, yes, and everything is interesting," but you contact the secretary and it's no, and so on. So it turns out who decides whether the politician or the secretary. And accustomed to shifting responsibility to politician, we actually expect them to do everything for us. And the politicians, in turn, shift responsibility to secretaries. And why do the secretaries say no? And when we ask this question, because they don't understand the seriousness of what is going on. Imagine you are a secretary of a popular man, and how much you have to do, and to the schedule to be around, and to fool someone to calculate benefits, and the additional questions to be solved. So once you pay attention to the climate, once you study, so dear secretaries, you don't see the seriousness of the climate situation, and since they just don't the secretaries just don't understand the seriousness of what was happening. And so you can imagine that you are a secretary of like a really prominent announced politician, so that you have to arrange a schedule to fool somebody, to calculate and many other problems. Honestly.
Also, liebe Assistenten, Sie sehen den Ernst der Lage, der Klimasituation. Sie beschäftigen sich nicht damit.
The secretaries just don't see, and so you need to see the whole picture of what is happening. And at this time of what is happening, this is the chance to actually change something. And this information, it has to be brought through, and it's such unfortunate that it doesn't go. They get only basic information. At the conference itself, we show the small part of what is going on for the general informing of people. We don't aim to frighten anybody, as everyone is so frightened that they run away from this topic and prefer to close their eyes. But it gives the general picture of the tragic situation in which we are right now. And so we are just hoping. We think that those secretaries of the politician, they are busy stuffing their own wallets and keeping themselves in a comfortable neck of the politician or top, and doing whatever is necessary to keep their bosses in their seat as long as possible. And that is the truth, and everything else is a fairy tale, games, etc. So let's look for those who support creative society and who have secretaries who's an expanded format of perception and think beyond just how to sit, not just how to sit in a warm place or chair. Let's vote for those politicians whose secretaries and who's familiar with climate issues and creative society. So when the politicians go to the polls, let them show their secretaries and not their programs. We already understand that any political program is bullshit and no one will ever implement it. Even the stars have secretaries, people disconnected from the world, who only care about the size of the star's fee from which they have a percentage. That's why the stars take part only in those events and are ready to tell only what his secretary thinks is right and for the amount that will satisfy him or her. That's how the secretaries exploit those stars. And you can't tell who's a fool and who's smart in this tandem. Yes, and that's why we understood through social experiment that the world is ruled by secretaries who are concerned only with their own profit. So don't get your hopes up. We are just a source of income for them. Let's grow up on this issue. Stop passing the buck and hoping for a miracle. It's not just a question of our lives. It's a question of the survival of all the mankind. It's not just words. It's a reality. In reality, a good person who makes their own decisions are very few and far between. We have to avoid missteps, and we have no one to rely on. We saw a situation where out of the 1,000 people, just a few responded. They have great secretaries and they are good people themselves. That's why they are here today with us, because they have the greatest impact and they are the great people. And that was specifically why they has actually been here with us today.
Thank you to our German speakers for revealing this shocking secret about the dominant role of secretaries on the world political stage and beyond. When I listened to the story about the secretary of the sportsman politician, many things began to make sense to me. And do you know what insight it led me to? The most important thing is that a creative society is supported by the secretary. After all, as it turns out, it's the secretaries who make the decisions of politicians. And that's why we should not choose among politicians during elections, but among secretaries. Vote for the secretaries. Let the secretaries report to us whether they support the creative society or not. And if they don't, we won't elect them. And if they do, we will vote for them. Also, another shocking piece of information was in what my colleagues from Germany told me. How much work people have done to invite politicians. How much time and attention participants all over the world have put in. And in the end, a dry chain of polite refusals, excuses, and cynical unanswered silence. Unfortunately, during our social experiment, we received the same answers from public people from other spheres of activity. In the 4 months leading up to the conference, in preparation for the conference, we reached out to thousands of artists, directors, musicians, actors, and athletes. People all over the world from different countries sent them letters, numerous posts on social networks, appealed. We knocked as we could. They did everything possible. And in the end, they also got thousands of rejections. And what is worse, in response to our letters asking to participate in the conference, we were horrified to read such phrases as, "Will Mr. So-and-so be paid to participate? What is the fee for so-and-so's participation? Mr. So-and-so doesn't have much time, so we'd like to know what is the money range or budget of your event?" And to one email came the achingly laconic, "Is it paid?" Let me remind you, these are answers from those who we look up to, whom we consider to be our idols, authorities, opinion leaders. Yes, we would like to believe that they are human and nothing happens to them, even if they are in the spotlight of world fame. But it turns out that our consumer society easily turns them into dragons. Just think about it. They ask us if we will pay them to come and unite us. And after this, do we still think that our world is normal? After all, you have to admit this is idiotic. In this social experiment, we have seen that the world is even beyond stupidity and shamelessness. Isn't that terrible? But we are the ones who create these stars. We buy tickets to their movies, concerts, listen to their stories, create fan clubs, support them, and they don't give a damn about us or our appeals to them, even though they are nothing without us. So who are we fans of? From whom do we take an example? How can we love those who hate us? When we are asked for a figure with 6 zeros so that some superstar comes to us and lies about something, even though she doesn't care about us, is that normal? One can understand when they receive requests for advertising to promote some products, then it is understandable. It is their job. They make money this way. But when people write to them and invite them to an international conference on a critically important topic that concerns everyone, they ask for money, it just doesn't get into my head. Now it becomes clear why the world of consumer society is like this. It's because those we look up to, thinking of them as authorities, idols, tops, they are already soulless. They're lost. It is impossible to call them people. But we created this world, and we support the consumer format. And it is by our choice that it is like this. Let's face the truth. How much work has been done? People have spent thousands of hours, their money, resources, and everything they could to try to reach out to them. And in fact, we have seen the cold reality that those to whom we knocked are those who have lost their conscience a long time ago. We lean on them. We put them on a pedestal. And to them, we are a trivial tool to make money. We, their fans, entire fan clubs, are asking them to come, and they don't care. We are slaves to them. They show by their careless negative answers that they don't care to descend to our level. They have their own club, their own level, and we are at a low level for them. They think they're immortal. They simply lose reality. And we continue to be slaves to the word work. We provide for them and have to pay figures with 6 zeros to make them come down like the sun and say a few words to us. Let's be honest. Yes, we knew we wouldn't get through, but we believed to the last. After all, these are our idols, the ones we look up to. And the human consciousness is built not to believe. So we tried to the last. We tried very sincerely to find the people among those whom we approached. And out of thousands, we found just a few people who are really people, who are with us now, who don't divide people into classes, for whom all people are equally valuable and important. Thank them very much for being people and for being here. We have decided that we will continue the experiment, for it is possible that the secretaries have decided for them. And so we continue to believe in them and give them a second chance, because we must remember that we are at war, and to win it, we need to build a creative society. The time for real heroes has come, not the ones you see on TV and who come for money, but the time of real volunteer heroes, women and men, people from all over the world, those who call for building a creative society. The most important thing in informing right now is to get the message of the creative society out to every person on earth in a timely manner. Obviously, we have no hope for those stars and public figures, although they should be the first to talk about the creative society. But as the social experiment has shown, we can only rely on ourselves. This time they didn't come, so we need to be even more active. Thank God there are many good people who understand the seriousness of today's situation and do not hide behind their collaborationists who want nothing but money in this life. They are brave people, real heroes. Thanks to them, we had not lost everything, and humanity still has a chance. I am pleased to present you today one of these heroes, I respectfully give the floor to a talented musician and a great man, David Keith.
Hi everyone. Diadit, gach duine, is mis David Ke. Is drummador garmúil mé, imrim le ritthi Blackmores Rambo agus Blackmores ní. Tá sé iontach a bheith leat an seo ag an gcomhdháil Géarchéim Dhomhanda. Ír chúla mé ach le déanaí faoin Domhain Cruthaithí, Craolfar com, beagnach tríomhóna go chumláin randama. Agus caithí mé ará gur bíad gach ó bhfuil an cumann ag caint ina bríomh cuspóirí nó rudaí a raibh mé ag smaoinemh orthú i mo chéal chomh fada siar agus is cuimhin lom. Agus níl uamach ará gur deis dochreidte é atá bininis chun rudaí athrú ar watha. Agus an iarracht go bhfuil an cumann Cruthaithí an ar domhan agus go bhfuair sé chomór agus a bhí sé, tugann sé dóchas dom nach bhfuil mé i mo inar ag iarraí rud ag an difriúil. Gus an rud atá uamba rud neamhgnácha é, is rud é a hastíonn uainn go léir. Mar sin scríomh mé amhrán an seachtain sa chatsa. Simúil go leor, tá sé seo ceart sular bhuail mé le gach duine den Sochaí Cruthaithí. Agus creidim I rudaí cosúil le siomcrónta, agus serendipity, agus rudaí ag porlú ar chúis, agus cócharlúntí sonna, agus rudaí mar sin. Mar sin tá an tabharán seo a bhí á scríomh agam go chumláin. Bun tríal as an tabharán, agus go bunúsach is amhrán dóchas é agus amhrán spracha agus amhrán a déir, is féidir leat é a dhéanamh, agus níl le déanamh agat ach tríal a bhainteas. Mar sin gan a hiile adó, seo é, seo an chéad taimhiú Dhomhanda de mabhrán nua ban tríal as.
It's just try. Well, I find the reason why you're gonna pay. You run about to run the race. You know I'm in it anyway. Trust and believe that I can't stay away. It's just try. A little bit.
one world, one globe, one people.
Stawn awane, Grinawan, Dinawan. Agus tá is agad, má tá tú cosúil lumsa, bhí tú ag smuoinmh ar na feibanna atá ag torlú ar domhain. Athrú éráide i dosach bóra, ach achran acnamíoch, coga, boctanach, ocras, na rudí seo go léir, maidir le mintin an tamar fad. Tám cínte go bhfuil siad leat sa freisin. Agus tú ag smuoinmh air, is cosúil go bhfuil sé seoracha. Dealraíonn sé nach bhfuil aon rud is féidir leat a dhéanamh mar gcuine inar, agus is gnách nach ngéanann tú iarach ach é churas dintin, agus dul trí do lá, agus dul a chuda, agus súlagam go mbeidh rudí níos fearr an sin ná an céad lála. Chus é inniu an tain lá atá bin, agus nuair a chuireann tú an domhain ar fad le chéile. Níl aon rud nach féidir linn a dhéanamh. Mar sin tá an seo chun a rá leat nach bhfuil tú i déanaar ag smuoinmh go bhfuil bailach níos fearr an, tá bailach níos fearr an chun an saoil a mhaireachtáil le chéile, agus ina néanaar. Agus muid go léir le chéile, agus or ceann chur le chéile, is féidir linn bailach a bhaint amach as na feibanna seo go léir. Agus ní bhaidh sé mar an seanbhún le chéine agus a bhí ribh seo. Bhaidh sé ina rud nua go thomláin, a chruthimid ón talamh níos le chéile. Mar sin, ná bíoch aon aglair. Táid chun an rud seo a dhéanamh, agus ba bhaithlumm buíochas a gabháil libh go léir as a bheith mar chuid de tuis go bhfuil sé dul a chorlú. Agus chorfinn chuiread a gach duine dul chuig an Sochaí Cruthaithí agus an ráiteas mission a léir, na cuspóirí a léir. Agus sílim go bhíigh tú amach go ndéanann sé go leor ciall. Agus tá sé beag nach cosúil le rud folasach nach mór dún a dhéanamh ar domhain. Agus is iontocht domsa gur éirí leat é eagraíonn, agus é a bhaint amach go dtí an leibhéal atá an inis mar go dtugann sé sin dóchas dom go bhféitamis in ó riaire an rud seo a dhéanamh amach. Mar sin, go raibh maith.
David, thank you very much for your sincere words, for the beautiful song, and for such dedication to humanity. And we would like to remind you that this conference is simultaneously interpreted to 100 languages. And this is done by volunteers from around the world who want every person to know the truth. And now I would like to share a story. While looking for volunteers to help with translation, one Arabic woman responded to our post on social media. And after our call with her, she understood the vital information that is being voiced at this event. And she immediately shared this information and formed a team of women who said that creative society is something that they have been searching for their whole life. And this is just one example of how people from around the world come together in order to bring this information to you today. This means people from different countries can easily unite for the sake of one goal, which means that together we can do anything. And now I would like to introduce Foster Gamble, president and co-founder of Clear Compass Media, researcher, co-writer, visual designer of the documentary Thrive, What on Earth Will It Take? And Thrive 2, This Is What It Takes.
I'm really honored to be a part of this critical conference because global crisis, time for the truth. You couldn't say it better than that or quicker than that. We are in a crisis, and it's only truth that's going to get us out of this. So the fact that the truth will lead us naturally to a creative society is the path out of this, and I'm honored to be a part of it. If you're going to protect yourself and your loved ones, you need to have as accurate as possible a picture of what's really going on.
Si an aibatá an inis, no go bhfuil méid áirithe dor gúbhacht géilte gin dúdrás lóirithe, agus tá siad ag irí é sin a úsáid chun foiinemh, agus bia ghlacha lámh, agus meán, agus idechas, agus gachrod. Mar sin is é atá le déanamh agin fáil ré leis an údrás lóirithe, ach an sin cóid brú mar ghuioine ceannasacha. Níor smuoine an cuid is mó ar seo riamh, I mo chaithí féin, gur fic sin é rialtas, náisiún. Is astarint é, is smuoine bheith, níl sé an in óíire. Slíonra de ghuioine fíor é in óíire. Mar sin tagann sé ar as gcónaí agus go deo don duine éonar ag gníomhú. agus tá netic bun os cionagan, mar má churann tú an rialtas chun tosaí chearta daoine, agus an drochúir is an rud atá siúil an irid sin scrisa dhéanamh. An sin is an rud a dhéanann tú deire leat ag brú anuas individualacht spirit an duine. I mo thuairimse, le gach den cuéis atá siúil daonna níos leis an trúliú, agus an cóigean, agus an galar, agus an suchta, sílim gur as sin dearcha cosmí, de réir cosúlachta bégan dó an drochrod seo a dhéanamh do bhais criticúil den cinenne déine dúiseacht agus a rá, níl. Níl níos mó de seo. Tá méid ag glacha or guachta ás. Tá méid ag scuile len or grothacha. Gus tá méid chun rathú, agus credim gnéanfa méid. A trí, caintear a trí, cha méid go leor ama ag labhairt agus ag scríomh altainna agus mar sin de faoi chalís an taobh dhomhanda antrapaganacha. Ag an amcéine, nóí, tá is agat, is feib chromchúiseach í an trúliú, agus tá athracha óráide olmhóra siúil an blánéid. I mo chathaí féin, tá siad mar thura gadraibh leis an ghrian agus an ghaol atá ag an ghrian chóras leis an áit ólamid sa réaltra. Agus ní sanolaí mé sin, ach tá is agam gur bart mór mar sin is an rud a chafamid a dhéanamh ná olbhú. Sílim gur féidir linn druidim leis seo bhealach inar féidir linn in óíra, umlána na góras nádúrtha, a sláánú, éonaid. Tá is agat, is iad na daoine atá ag iarraí an cháin carbón chalíseach seo éoch na daoine céine atá ag gcuid airgid gach duine trí airgid ra fiad, agus trí bhancéireacht chúlchiste codánach, agus trí gnólachtaí daoine a scrisa in glasglas. Agus an sin a nastáit réadach a cheannach. Sin iad na daoine céine a bhí a bholach faoi heicnólaíochtaí fuinneamh in aisce agus laisanna ailse faoi rún. Tá is agat, sionscadal bhíleata agus fasnéise ord levéil seachas iad a roinnt leis an gine déine. Agus tá an leiscéal seo de thaobh dhomhanda antrapaganach ósáid acu chun iireacht a dhéanamh a sabhras agus a rialú a chomhdháil. Mar sin ní mór dún sin a chréigeann go thomláin agus a nochta. Agus an sin té lurg na rudaí óil tú ag caint fuchu, is sin a bheith an ólas faoi na hathratha óráide agus orúnú dómh a bheith feasach a bhainse. Cibé acu seasamh an chóras gréine nó an ghrian féin Sin an ólaíocht ba chóir dún a bheith áplé. Agus an sin freagraí neamhmhór leathanna a seo an leibhéal écólaíoch, an leibhéal fuinneamh, an leibhéal idirfarsanta, agus fiú an leibhéal féin rialachais. Sílim go bhfuil sé ríthobhachta go bhíigh an irid daoine agus is féidir amach cad atá siúil in óíra chomhlua agus is féidir. Agus tá is agat, is bralam fothaideal de chomhdhála tar éis Géarchéim Dhomhanda mar a déir tú, am den Fhírinne, mar gheall iad siúd againn atá ag iarraí go mbeadh gach duine séir agus ag iarraí go mbeadh rá an gine déine, tá is agat, béidir nach bhfuil na billiún agus na trilliún dollar againn atá na hinstitútaí sícapatacha seo ag iarraí a úsáid chun smacht a churann. Ach tá an fórsa batha againn féin chena féin. Tá an réimse aontaithe umláin againn. Tá Fhírinne againn agus tá grá againn ortaobh. Mar sin ní féidir linn a chaile. Níl anna ceist, ceart go leor, cé cótapa agus cóisiachánta is
The main thing is to do everything in a peaceful, evolutionary way, so that the transition from the consumer format to the creative format would be smooth and without losses for people, and of course, so that the honorable secretaries would be satisfied. Only a fool would demolish his house and stay on the street. First you have to build a new one where you will live, and only then break down the old one. Otherwise, we live on the street like wild animals. What our esteemed speaker just said is true about the consumerist format in which we live. In fact, it is known information, and we are so used to these kind of things that we take it for granted, because it is natural to the consumerist format, and no matter what we do, taking someone out, someone similar will come in place. It is impossible to kill a dragon because
when you kill it, you become a dragon yourself. And this is the rule of the consumerist format. And we need to define other norms. We need a creative society. The problem is not in us, but in the format, in the rules of the consumerist format, which have been formed over centuries and millennia. The consumerist format is anti-human, and as a consequence, from here originate lies and deceit, because everything is done to please the wallet. Those who have got their hands on the trove care only about their wallets, and there can be nothing else in the consumerist format. And we must understand this. Therefore, the old, outdated model, which no longer works, must be replaced by another model. As of today, there is only one real alternative, and that is the creative society. Should you have any other ideas, do suggest them. But as of today, the model that allows us to combine scientific research and development potential to counter the challenges of the future is only one. The current consumerist format we are already living in will not withstand the onslaught of the forces of nature. We have already seen many facts proving its worthlessness, and only a fool does not realize this. So, humanity is at the crossroads. There are two options: to leave everything as it is, but this is an euthanasia of all humanity, or to radically change the format of our existence from the consumerist format to the creative format.
Now I would like to introduce Professor Thomas Lovejoy, an innovative and accomplished conservation biologist who coined the term biological diversity. He is president of the Amazon Biodiversity Center, member of the National Geographic Society.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you. So I have been working on conservation, tropical rainforest, the Amazon, biodiversity for about half a century or more. I first set foot in the Amazon in 1965, right? And although there clearly has been important progress in those decades, we now are at a moment when the biology and the climate of the planet are in a crisis state. So when I arrived, the Amazon, which is equivalent to the 48 contiguous United States, it's really huge, right? The Amazon was 97% intact. And just think of that. Now it is around 20% deforested, especially in the south and west in Brazil, where it's threatening the hydrological cycle that it actually nurtures. And basically, it's right at a tipping point where if we don't do reforestation, at least the southern and eastern Amazon will no longer be able to have rainforest growing. The hydrological cycle, which the Amazon forest nurtures, provides moisture to every country in South America except for Chile. So it is a continental scale contribution. So in the Amazon, that makes half the rainfall. North of New York City, it provides the water for the city, which nobody seems to notice. So ecosystem services loom large in our daily lives. So point number one is protecting the forests we have. They have values as mature forests that, secondary forests do not have and take a long time to get. So just stop cutting down the natural forests, whether that's the Amazon or whether that's the boreal forests of North America or Europe and Russia. Just don't cut down any more forests. To the extent that you need wood products or products that come from forests, get them from forests that have already been managed or even mismanaged. The reality is plantation forests are basically a monoculture culture. They're almost like a giant asparagus patch. So not a lot of biological diversity lives in them. And to the extent that we want to get multiple results from reforestation, improving watersheds, protecting species, we have to think much more thoughtfully than planting a bunch of matchsticks. Well, I would say, number one, recognize that the planet works as a linked physical and biological system, that our well-being depends squarely on that. So it's critical that we do things at scale, starting right away, and that we not approach it as just simply about forests. It's about all natural ecosystems. About 96% of all biomass of mammals is humans and their domestic animals. So all the other species are sort of sitting there at the end of a straw trying to get the last drops out of the glass to survive. None of that makes any sense at all. Each time you lose a species, it's like 3.7 billion years of evolution and solutions to sets of biological problems unique to that species. It's like a giant green library. It makes no sense to burn down the living library of the life sciences.
Hola a todos. El estimado profesor nos habló de los valiosos que son los bosques. Dijo que debemos detener la deforestación en todo el planeta. Y tenía razón. Amigos, imaginemos solo en los últimos 100 años, el mundo ha perdido tantos bosques como en los 9.000 años anteriores. Esto es un área del tamaño de Estados Unidos. Soy originario de Ecuador. Mis padres crecieron en el campo. Aman la naturaleza y me inculcaron ese amor.
Greetings, everyone. The honored professor told us how valuable forests are. He said that we must stop deforestation all over the planet. And he's right. France, just imagine, in the last 100 years, the world has lost as much forest as in the previous 9,000 years. This is an area the size of the United States. I'm originally from Ecuador. My parents grew up in the countryside. They love nature, a love they instilled in me. I grew up among the forests. And now it hurts me to see what is happening to them. More than 20 years ago, we lost about 40% of the national territory of the pure Amazon because of an absurd war, because of human insatiability and excessive greed. And now the little that remains is being cut down. This is not just a problem for my country, it's a problem for the whole world. To meet global demand, we are turning rainforests into grazing and animal feed grazing, plantations of soybean, palm oil, coffee and cocoa. From 50 to 90% of the total area of deforested tropical forest is illegal logging. Forests in the temperate latitudes are cut down mainly to sell timber. Today, logging has led to the destruction of 75% of forest in the United States and British Columbia in Canada. Each year, 26 million hectares of forest are cut down, and every minute an area of forest equals to 60 football fields, and this area is being cut down in the world. As we can see, the rate of forest loss is simply catastrophic. The catastrophe is that, in addition to active deforestation, we're now witnessing an unprecedented number of fires. This year, fires in Siberia, the United States and Canada have destroyed 25 million hectares of forest. This is comparable to the area of Beijing, Moscow, and Dubai combined. The main cause of the fires is climate change on the planet. But we, in the pursuit of profit, are adding fuel to this fire that has already been ignited. In our society, it is often economically unprofitable to extinguish forests. But it is profitable to sell the burnt forests. We went even further. In addition to this, there are deliberate arsons. This manipulation makes it possible to sell forests that have been banned from logging. The arson scheme is standard. The forest is set on fire so that it burns only from below. Such a fire damages the roots of the trees, but does not destroy the wood. After the fire, the authorities conduct an examination of these forests. More often, a decision is made to cut them down. Then, a tender begins, an auction, and purchase for the right to cut down this forest. This is how the mechanism of selling legal, quoted Marx, timber is launched. Let me give just one example. So in 2016, 25 hectares of forest in the reserve were damaged by unexpected fires. People were seen not far from the source of the fire, and in 2018, this burnt forest was cut down in this reserve. Damage from that logging was later estimated at $27 million. This kind of working scheme is used all over the world. In the consumer format, people do terrible things. People don't realize that the felled timber is already becoming our common coffin. We see it, and we're tired of being silent. Today is the time of truth, and we appeal to everyone who cares, who understands what's going on. Various environmental organizations have spent so much time and energy trying to change at least something, but it's all in vain. We, humans, were unable to stop. We couldn't save the forests. It's very scary to admit this, but we need to admit this, because without it, we can change nothing. Existing forest conservation methods don't work in our today's society. We can have the best grain, but if we plant it in oil, it'll die. We can have the best ideas for the protection of forests and ecology, but in the consumer format of society, it is impossible to implement them, because after all, everything boils down to making money. We need to change the conditions, the format of the society, to the creative one. How can this help protect the forest? In the creative society, the highest value is human life and its quality, not the capitalization of individual citizens. Therefore, the technologies that are not beneficial to be introduced in the consumer format of society today will be introduced in the creative society. In creative society, we will be able to restore forests. We will be able to start up recycling plants all over the world, even in the transitional phase of the formation of the creative society. We have no more time for doubts and disputes. Every hour without the creative society brings us closer to global environmental disaster and to our death. We have no spare environment and no spare forests. We have no spare planet. Now, we know the truth, and the choice is ours.
The way we have been cutting down trees, we won't have enough lumber for a coffin. We are destroying our planet. Don't we see that this is already affecting everyone? Money has closed our eyes and common sense. With the speed that we litter and trash our planet, it seems we are replacing trees with the trash. Do you understand that in the consumer society, trash literally costs more than a human life? Take a look for yourself.
And Ed, we pass the word to you.
Thank you, Olga. I will talk about rubbish for a little while. One of the most serious environmental problems today is the problem of waste. When people first started collecting waste and sending it to landfills, it seemed like a great idea. All of the waste was collected in one place where it was easier to sort and bury. Thus, it was supposed to solve the problem of it. However, something went wrong. In total, the amount of waste has increased dramatically over the past 80 years. Today, landfills are overflowing due to the appearance of non-degradable waste. Landfills did not solve this problem. They only ensured its circulation around the planet. And in this regard, the idea of recycling waste arose in society. Today, it is believed that it will rid the planet of waste. In many countries, people honestly sort waste, give plastic for recycling, and believe that by doing so, they are saving the environment. So again, it seems that the problem is solved, but is it? Let's find out the truth.
Garbage. Recycling. Does recycling really exist? Every year, we throw out more than 2 billion tons of waste. Most of the waste products, in the form we throw them out, are not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled. They poison our water, air, food, and our life. India, Ghazipur, a dump that is growing inexorably day by day and is already reaching almost the height of the Taj Mahal.
During monsoon seasons, gases build up inside the landfill. Due to the accumulation of waste, these gases are then released into the air. Mosquitoes breed in accumulated waste and then bite people in the colony, leaving them with diseases like dengue, malaria, and typhoid.
Jakarta, the bank of the Storm River. There are more than 200 textile factories that produce cheap clothes for the whole world. 20,000 tons of waste and 340 tons of wastewater are discharged into the river every day. They pollute the river with lead, aluminum, iron, and manganese. According to the World Bank's report, Water Waste 2.0, plastic, paper and cardboard, metal and glass make up 38% of municipal waste, and only 13.5% of the secondary raw material is actually recycled all over the world, which is a little more than 5% of the total amount of garbage. Despite this, our production and consumption rates are only growing, as well as the landfills around us.
At the consumer level, which is the first link, an ordinary family goes to a store. This ordinary family has different boxes, glass and plastics, plastic bags, and so on and so forth. Nowadays, it has become very popular to dump absolutely all of this in one pile. One big pile of this pressed material is taken to some processing plant, and this processing plant supposedly sorts all this garbage, and you, accordingly, get clean cardboard, clean plastic, clean this and that. This is an idea. All this actually doesn't work. To obtain a ton of recycled material, you need to spend enormous resources just to collect, transport, and segregate it. Then it should be washed, then it should be packed, and then it should be brought somewhere to sell. All the garbage, if it is really garbage, it is buried. No one recycles this garbage. They brag to each other saying that we are absolutely green, that is, we have 100% recycling, we don't have any garbage, and so on and so forth. Usually, they hire a company that takes the garbage out, hire some other additional company that counts the garbage, sorts this garbage out, writes down a percentage rate, and then seemingly sends this data in a report. The next time when a conference is held in some conference room, they say 0% of our garbage is left. But to be honest, this is all done on paper, while in fact it is not so. That is, it turns out that now we need to spend a lot more money, and no one is ready for this. Nobody needs it. No one wants to wave the green flag, and at the same time pay some crazy amount of money.
Recycling is imperfect.
we can do a lot more and we can do a lot better. Most of the recycling we do around the world right now shouldn't actually be called recycling. It should be called downcycling, meaning a drink bottle becomes something completely different. And once it becomes downcycled, it can't be reused again. So the quality of the plastic product is lower. We couldn't really recycle them even if we wanted to. So we have to ask ourselves the question, why are they even being allowed to be created from the outset if they don't have a home or purpose? And so right now, I would say the scientific consensus or the evidence is that we don't quite know what can and should be done with ocean plastics. There are some things already being done. Ocean plastics are being turned into shoes and swimwear and yoga pants and all kinds of things. But it's pretty doubtful that that's actually the best thing that we should be doing with ocean plastics. This is probably actually just delaying a meaningful solution and along the way creating a lot more problems than solutions.
Let's take PET plastic. Freshly made, it costs around 500 euros per ton. Recycled plastic around 1,000 euros. And recycled ocean plastic is even more expensive. It is not at all profitable for a manufacturer to make the cost of the product twice as high. Moreover, under conditions of fierce competition, his product becomes unprofitable. Plastic recyclers even go so far as to add a greater part of the new plastic to the recycled plastic and sell it under the label recycled. The declared data on waste recycling often differ from the real picture. For example, in Germany, part of the garbage that is considered recycled goes to landfills in third world countries. The situation is similar in Japan. The percentage of recycled plastic also includes that which was simply burned. So what do we consider to be recycled garbage? The one that got into the clouds and became our air and then returned to our food with the rain and water. Garbage is the rotting face of the consumerist format of society. We are killing the planet with it, and what's even more, we are killing ourselves. It is not profitable for us to recycle garbage. We don't benefit from developing technology that would clean up our planet. But is it really us who do not benefit, or the consumerist economy, which we ourselves have placed above human life?
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. What we have seen right now, this is terrifying but necessary truth. As you can see, all of our efforts to sort garbage and supposedly recycle it is a lie. People are just playing this game, comforting themselves with the thought that something is being done to solve the garbage problem, while continuing to produce even more waste. In the endless race of consumption, more and more goods are produced, which quickly turn into garbage, and even if it's sorted, it still remains garbage in landfills. In the consumer rules of the game, being green is not profitable in practice, and this is well illustrated by the example of ocean plastic. The largest ships, funded by millions of dollars, are only able to catch 2 tons of garbage per day. This makes the resulting plastic very expensive, and the product made of it uncompetitive on the market. But being considered green is extremely profitable, as it is an opportunity to manipulate the feelings of people who want to help preserve the environment, and the status of a green product encourages them to buy this particular product. This is why today we are
hearing more and more about products made of recycled plastic. And by buying them, people feel they are contributing to saving the planet. But few people know that this is often just an advertising trick of the consumerist world. The same sneakers made of ocean plastic contain, at best, 0.1% of the plastic that would actually caught in the ocean. So we have already realized that it is not profitable to recycle garbage in the consumer society, but it is profitable to claim that you can supposedly solve the problem of garbage, which no one wants to take care of, because it smells bad. In a consumer society, garbage becomes a source of colossal income for those who do not hesitate to ruin people's lives in order to make good money on it. While some are waving green flags, others become garbage barons, endangering people's life. Right now, I would like to suggest you to watch the video about this terrible problem of consumer society.
Garbage. Mafia. As soon as non-biodegradable and toxic garbage appeared in the world, so did those who make money on it. The garbage mafia. How does a garbage mafia operate? Italy.
My brother-in-law was transporting garbage. He told me all about the profits you could make in this field. So I said, pardon me, we risk so much dealing drugs and we can't even make that much money. 30 years ago, I told the magistrates that waste is gold. It's money, money, money.
Cosa Nostra, Camorra, Drangheta mafia clans buy territories and convert them into waste dumps. And although on paper everything may look legitimate, in general, these territories for landfills are located near residential neighborhoods and violate all environmental norms. An important part of the garbage mafia's business is the illegal transportation of industrial waste. If a company wants to get rid of its toxic waste and pay as little as possible, it hands over the waste to the mafia.
Cancer. These people will all die of cancer. The groundwater here is all poisoned. Every family here is infected. Everyone. No one will be spared. They're here because they don't have any choice. They don't have any options to relocate. And they're forced to die here.
In Naples and the surrounding Campania region, environmentalists count at least 1,200 small and large illegal dumps. The amount of phosphorus, mercury, and arsenic in this region exceeds the established norm by 400 times. According to medical statistics, people here die of cancer twice as often as the national average. By control, the mafia not only receives disproportionately inflated profits, but also has the ability to control cities. As soon as they ban you from bringing garbage into their landfills, the city turns into a dumping ground.
An average landfill can produce about 150 to 200 tons of film each month. We don't buy it at high prices, i.e. it's in the region of 13 to 19 cents per kilogram. Accordingly, you can multiply that same 100 tons by 13 cents. We'll take the minimum. Well, that's the profit only from polymers. Waste paper is now trading at around 20 to 27 cents per kilogram. Precious ferrous and non-ferrous metals are even more expensive. That's why people are like sitting on a gold mine there. Yes, well, no wonder it's called the garbage mafia. You can't just get in. There is a huge income and people will never give it up for anything, because these people are sitting on a pot of gold. Getting permission to use this land for a garbage landfill is extremely difficult. If we establish some serious organization, serious landfill, put the right equipment on it for sorting and all that, then I think we will quickly be visited by bad people and some inspections. My friends at one time bought an incinerator. They operated it for 3 months. Then men came in black jeeps and simply forbade them to work by threats and intimidation or something else. They just took over this garbage plant and that's it. And my friends washed their hands of it and said, that's it, we will never get into this business again.
These are individual cases, but aren't these the same schemes we see at the global level? Garbage migrates from one country to another, poisoning the lives of millions of people. And all this happens in the shadow of private agreements. No morals, no ethics, purely business. Indonesia. In 2018, imports of plastic into this country totaled 283,000 metric tons.
The distance between the landfill to my house is about 500 meters. My whole family, my relatives, everyone is affected by the noise and smells.
60 to 70 containers arrive illegally every night in the city of Brunking in Indonesia alone. Garbage, which is then found in landfills, is brought in from Australia, Germany, and the United States. Most of the time, it is sorted plastic mixed with hazardous waste. Malaysia. The once beautiful country is now covered in mountains of garbage and dozens of illegal incinerators. Manufacturing companies in Japan, the United States, Germany, and Australia is bringing their refuse to Malaysia.
My daughter was a very healthy girl. Since April, she started having a fever. Her state worsened, and she started spitting up blood.
Most owners of illegal factories rent land from local residents and build primitive ovens where they dispose of garbage for money, with no concern for the environment or the people who live nearby. Turkey. Since 2004, Turkey's imports of garbage from EU countries have nearly tripled. The main exporters of this garbage are Britain, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands, Slovenia, Italy, and France. A big part of the garbage that enters Turkey is not recyclable and is simply dumped in landfills.
European citizens need to know this. Clean streets in Germany, in the United Kingdom or France, where people sort their waste carefully. Well, it doesn't end up in recycling facilities. As you can see behind me, it's here where there are mountains of illegal waste.
Africa. Custom officials in poor African countries are unable to monitor the thousands of containers that come in from around the world every day. Often they are accompanied by false legalizing documents. Almost all of the e-waste or barrels in these containers are filled with toxic materials. They are accepted in these countries without too many questions asked. A small bribe allows any refuse to be smuggled to its final destination. An abandoned beach, a forgotten stretch of coastline, untouched waters turning into a dangerous radioactive ocean. This ain't garbage, it's waste for some. Egbokloshi landfill. the world's largest and most dangerous electronic waste dump. More than 200,000 tons of electronic waste from Europe and North America are brought here every year. Kenya.
It's like a dump site has demons who ask for blood. There are days when there is just too much evil, seriously. You hear of people killing each other. Someone stabbed someone else with a knife or killed someone with a bottle. Sometimes you also hear that the trucks...
Alanche breaking yard is the biggest in the world. The government and the contractors make a lot of money. But there are two major problems: the environment and working conditions.
Here on 10 kilometers of the beach, 40,000 people take apart half of the abandoned ships from around the world with their bare hands, piece by piece, day after day. They have no protection for hands, feet, or head, or no modern tools. There are no ship plans, and they don't know at what point or how a ship might suddenly collapse. They cut metal knowing that the next cut could cause an explosion. Half of the companies in the world don't want to pay for clean ship recycling using the modern technology. It's too expensive. Instead, they sell them for scrap. Indian buyers make a profit by reselling the steel. Along is an environmental disaster. And at the same time, it is the biggest metal recycling in the world today. Similar dumps are found in other countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan. The price of this kind of ship recycling is human lives.
I have been breaking ships for 14 years now. My father was killed in a ship-breaking accident. The only thing I'm afraid of in the yard is death itself. I know this is dangerous work, and I am afraid because I have 2 children and a family.
We have never produced as much trash in our history as we do today. Garbage is dirty, it smells bad, but money doesn't smell. So in our consumerist world, there is always someone willing to take money off it. Storing refuse, fictitiously recycling it, or transporting it from more elite places on the planet to indigent is just business. A business in which the strongest survive. A business from which all life on the planet and man himself are slowly dying. A business that each of us sponsors every day. Can we stop it? Continuing to support the consumerist format of society? No. Because now all conditions have been created in order to earn huge money on such frauds. But we can change the format of our society from the consumerist to a creative one. When the 8 foundation of the creative society are adopted at the constitutional level in all countries, such schemes will be impossible to pull off. Because the main value in the whole world will be the life of human. In such conditions, there will be no place for all this dirt on this planet and in relations between people. Any business will be built only on improving people's lives, not on our death.
It's sad to look at all this, but even sadder to realize that if we are now even killing people for rubbish, then what will we do when we really need to distribute every piece of bread in a reasonable and humane way? So let's answer this question now, but very honestly. It's time for us to wake up and to remember that we are human and Earth is our only common home. The first law of ecology says everything affects everything and everything is connected to everything. No matter where the waste is buried in the globe, its environmental consequences will still return to the edge you see, because the Earth is round and the ecosystem is one for everyone. What is the point to continue these games? The truth cleanses and stimulates even more action, because only by understanding the cause of our problems, we can get rid of them. Together, we can do everything. We just need to realize that our strength lies in unity and in truth. The consumer format society is our main weakness, and the creative one is our strength and our only salvation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I asked myself, why are we still fighting? Even over trash. This is absurd. Don't we see the seriousness of the situation? Do we want to drown in trash, or do we want to become human beings and unite and build a creative society which will guarantee each person an ecologically clean environment, health and safety? Dear viewers, I would like to ask you which choice you would like to make. Please share with us your understandings, record videos and send them to info@creativesociety.com. I'm sure after the video we watched, each of us had feelings and understandings we wanted to share with the whole world. And now I would like to come to the next topic, which will blow your mind. You will understand why CO2 is the biggest scam of our time and why green energy is a waste of money. Please don't forget to share this video right now, as everyone needs to know the truth. Let's watch together an excerpt from a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the topic of green energy.
The real problem. Ní hé an fíor-staid ná go bhfuil codógan ach nach bhfuil sagan. Sin an áit do dhaoine ceart.
Go díreach sin atá gceist agam, ní go bhfuil codógan ach nach bhfuil san sin í an aid fíor. Mar sin chorlíonn sé, gabhma leiscéal, go bhfuil orcuid branch có crua leis an smaoinemh seo, nach féidir linn fáil ré leis. Tá tusa agus mise níos ina sí agus ag riamh céhvéad faoin géad a scaoilfar más rudé tatína seach tá na hibhreacha áféasó ceart má churann muid 20 cran an ceann le linn 20 bliain agus cé chomh mór agus a bheith an astia. Ba cheart dún freisin forbord, fuinneamh glas a riamh atá in nóíre I bhfad ó glas agus atá in nóíre gan fointe. Ceart nó rís, churamar I deagháil le fuinneamh glas. Éilíonn siad, fuinneamh glas a arbor, gréine, gwe, agus gachrod eile astrú go hydrogen. Níos lúgáis a go agus mar sin de. Nes, matematic himplí. Tá méid ag druidim go tapa agus go tapa le géarchéim chromchúiseach an ngéarchéimeanna. Fiú an gibhre seo feicimid cé có dréasta agus a bheith na lúnachtaí atmosféracha agus cé có fuair a bheith sé. Sreoch na marascoile is cúis leis seo comhdhála a rís na chachratha a chorlíonn is sreachna uachtarcha or na atmosfér. Agus cé có tapa agus atá gachrod ag casa bon oscion. Cílíonn mé I gceantar óirithe is féidir go dtití teocht go tubann ar an tor. Taréis tamil normalíonn sé, ach déitog íormhortaí tubastacha tromchúiseacha a bheith mar thora ina titin tubann seo. Idir an dá linn, tá méid ag tuairt sús hydrocarbón. Céad is brí leis. Cílíonn sé gléisirí cuachta tirmacha a chogáil amach, nach féidir leat a chogáil in aghaidh an lé más scádéid. Ceart, tá méid chun gás a thuairt sús I bheabhar roinnt rud gréine. Well, a rís, ní bhíonn an grian ag taitneamh an tam ar fad sin ar dús. Ar an dara dul síos, conas is féidir linn an fuinneamh sin a stóráil.
ceart.
An tríú dul síos, na gaotha, a déitlo teacht chun cinn, níl fermacha gaotha ó rúnacha go leor dóibh, agus níos fada ann ba siad gan fointe I goiteanna, agus tuairfimid sin.
Agus an dhéanfaí tú buile faoi thuairim in áiríre faoin áit cheart chun iad seo a chur ar bun.
Tá an puinte difriúil, ní dhéanfaí fermacha gaotha, ach úsáid a bhaint as gaotha ládra. Fiú amháin leis na córas uathibrithe agus na cónascanna go léir, ní hé sin atá ag teastáil. Is é atá ag teastáil ón gine déine in nóiríre níos nó na gléisirí taobh hidrocarbón cearta agus na stáisiún cumhachta firmacha. Se, astíonn siad có dó, déanann siad, tá gá ló, agus ba sé níos measa gan iad. Móide, cinn bheag a núcléacha, tá inad lu an, tá ólatha ó bhorbairt ceanna féin, agus tá daoine áirithe ó núsáid ó hinne le. Sin an rud atá riachtanach freisin, rud a gcineann cua.
The world's attention has been focused on the problem of climate instability on the planet for quite some time. And this problem was first officially voiced back in 1992 at the Earth Summit, when more than 150 countries signed the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The world leaders attending climate change conferences in the years following 1992 agreed to set a limit for greenhouse gas emissions. It is assumed that this should be done through a global transition to green energy and low-carbon technologies, as well as reducing deforestation and increasing the capacity for carbon dioxide absorption in forests. And at the beginning of November 2021, the next UN conference, COP26, was held in Glasgow, gathering representatives from 200 countries. So, what did they decide this year? 108 countries have committed to reducing methane emissions. 100 countries have committed to stop deforestation and planting 1 trillion trees by 2030. Many countries and companies have pledged to ban cars with internal combustion engines by 2040. 40 countries committed to abandoning the usage of coal power plants and adopting green technologies. Several countries and major banks have decided to stop financing fossil fuel production. And big finance companies announced to start allocating money for green energy, but only solar panels and wind turbines. At first glance, these decisions appear to make sense. However, we have to consider two things. First, yes, CO2 affects the environment, and yes, we did destroy the ecosystem of our planet. Second, the climate is changing, but for entirely different reasons. And while the proposed idealistic picture of our decarbonized future, when we all are using renewable, potentially free, energy, looks very appealing, the actual situation with what is considered green technologies is not. Let's watch a video.
Tá imní gach duine inniu faoi athrú óráide. Tá cógálacha móra óráide ó réachtáil, áit ó bhfuil ceannairí tíortha, ólatha agus ionadaithe corporádaí ag lorgréití le chéile. Dealaíonn sé go bhfuil an aib tí a réiteach go buan. Déanfaimid go léir níos dicta ó grasa agus athrómid go foinsí in anúilte. Tá méid cinnte má stoppan simléir gléisirí cumhachta teirmeacha tugadh a chathail. Gannúnfar gach gléisire cumhachta núcléach, agus go dógfaí siad gléisirí cumhachta gréine, gaotha agus hidroelectracha I ngach áit ar an bplánéad, an sin faoi 2050 ba torga fuinneamh séir ó charbón agin. Sóbháilfí sé seo an domhain, cuimhnóidh sé an timpeallach agus ba gach duine sásta. Dá bhrí sin, moltar go níoríonn intin agus acmhainní is fear an cinenne déine ar forbairt, heicneolaíochtaí glasa. Ach cad atá in asnamh? An sábháilfí sé muid in óíre? Nach bhfuil muid ag caile na rudaí is luachmhara ina leis seo go léir, am agus deisina. Nochtán stadéir níos duimhne ar an ábhar fíorchaí folasacha a léiríonn cailís mhórflánéad. Mar sin, déanaimis a dhéanamh amach le chéile céim amháin ag an am. Sa lá atá aniuan, is iad funsi ina nucha hart fiche hocht fingé de chuine vomlán. Dun iad a chorge, úsáidimid achaní nádúra, neamhín a nucha fós. Leanann sé seo fad curla idiú agus le trúliú an phlánéad. Mar hampla, tá mítal chroma mar luia, cadmium agus mercer banéal gréine. Le linn na hibriachta, láistin siad isteach sa talamh agus galú isteach san atmosfér. Tá drábhail ó fanéal gréine 300 uair níos mó tucsanach nó drábhail núcléach agus tastíonn dúscoirt speisialta uai. Os rud go gosníonn sé níos mó ná targe, chocraí siad gan bairí leis agus na panéal úsáidte a cheola chuig láthrán líonta talún tíortha bogta. Go dtí seo, níl rialacháin ag tír amháin daonn inniu maidir lena nniuscoirt. De réir stadéir ólathe, faoi 2003 ba sús le 8 milliún tonna de grábhail glas daonn, agus faoi 2015 na méideanna seo go 8 milliún tonna. Samhlaímid conas a thiocab méadú na himhreacha seo má athraímid go thomláin chuig na foinsí seo. An riamhtar é seo sna túra scálacha, agus an néantar inúcha daonn an ábhar seo ag na comhdhálacha. Mar a ecan tú, ní dhéanann sé seo ach an stad comhdháil níos measa. Agus níl an seo ach bar sléimhe éigear a gafaimid breathnú níos duimnéir. Mar sin, cad atá cearr le feirme na gcuithe. Tosaímid le nóir sparán, a mbeidh uirtsa agus ormaíoch as na réití uallmhíonacha seo. Tastíonn in eisteacht mhór airgid agus acmhainní chun feirm gcuithe a thógáil. Ag an am sin, is é 20 bliain meán ré saolré turbín gcuithe, agus le linn an tréimhse seo éiríonn leis ach 7 fingé den airgid a chatar a thógáil agus a chitáil a chúteamh. Níl muide caint fiú faoi chomhdháil, rud a thugann le tuiscint go dógfaí Sochaí san cuspóire, ordóideithe, fontais déir, agus a choláthar leanúnach lana. Astíonn níos mó ná 500 tonna bailithe ó thurbín gcuithe amháin, atá incomparáide le ní gár umar tréinacha íonróid a chóirtar, dála an scéal, ó achfainní neamhíonna nuacha an phlánéad. Smuoine is féidir le méid na lana a bheith chomór le fad porc sacr. Agus an bhfuile is agad cad as an néantar iad. Sin ceart, den phleastoch an sin a leanamid uireann ag strachailt leis go rathúil fud an domhain. Mar gheall a méid ollmhór agus a dhéanamh ceimiceach, gúiseach, ní féidir iad a achúsáil. Mar sin is an réiteach clasicach, nó go dtugtar na lana chuig láthrán líonta talún agus go bhfuil siad clúdathe le héir. Ní dhiaidh sin eile, an ceapann tú go bhfuil cuacht na gcuithe fós neamhíomhálach don comhdháil. Nis, déanam is féchant bhí bhuntáiste hidrachúachta. Tá dambí hidroelectracha blocáilte ag 65 fingé de mhór amhnacha an domhain. Sin, chuireann tepanna agus soirithe damba batha I mbaol agus tá écólaíoch an phlánéad ag folingt. Hydroelectric power plants directly affect the bowels of air, tons of water from reservoirs press against tectonic plates, causing man-made air currents. Curimid ina lí uireann go bhealseo I funsí malatacha an timpachach agus go réiteoí sé ceist an athracha óráide. Cén fá? Cad as a dagan fógraíocht có géir sin fuinneamh glas agus a léiríonn imní dúin. Tar éis an taal, níl sé brabúsach don stát a gcuirtear ílach orthú na tionscadal seo a orgheonú agus an fuinneamh seo a cheannach ag a chuaig iad praghas an fuinneamh Géarchéim Dhomhanda. Is sampla iontach I an Gearmáin. Trí dhearra a chur le mórchuid na ngléisirí cumhachta núcléacha I bhleabhar fuinneamh glas, tá deireadh mar leis. Ar na léitheanta thorgúlachta is fearr, ní ghéanann sé ach a 70 fingé dá electrachas. Mar sin inniu, caithfí sé fuinneamh a cheannach le méideanna ollmhóra airgid de chánaí chóirí ó na gléisirí cumhachta núcléacha, neamhlasa, céine I dtíortha cóirsannacha. Nach bhfuil sé sin á féiseach. Tá fíric hábhachtach eile an fiú a chuirt faoi deara. Renewable energy depends on the sun and wind, so it must either boosted immediately or accumulate in batteries. 8. Electricity is a complicated and expensive commodity to store. Déanam is riamh céimhéad cainrí a hastíonn chun electrachas a stóráil agus a úsáid le linn tréimhsí gan gcuid, nó grian, nó le linn éigeandálaí. Just a haulú, I dtíon teaghlach a dó ghuine an meán hart 235 in aghaidh na míosa. Bheadh hart 100 cainrí a dó ponta cahar chuig teastáil chun riachtanas electrachas bhísúla teaghlach óháin a chlúdach. Nis cuimhníimiid gur bé calorí fuinneamh leictreach a chiúntú go fuinneamh ceimiceach agus ar eis a rís. Chun iad a chruthú, úsáid sé ceimicán díomhálacha nach féidir a chóirsáil. Agus chun cobalt a chorga, úsáid tar séithir leanaí I míní faoi chalamh sa chungá. Déantar é seo go léir chun go bhféadfamis ar glan a ligean, do réir dealrah. Nis le chachumra a dhéanamh. Agus fuinsi fuinneamh malartacha á gur chun cín go ionsathach, an bhfuil a bhachtúir íseléifeach dúlachta agus a dionchar ar a cólaíocht á gur san óramh. An diggin muid go thomláin an bhagart den cinenne daine mar thura ar chréigean hydrocarbón ag am an athracha óráid a ghabhanda. Mar gheall ar chúbláil thuaim an phobal, cuirtear ílach ar stad tionscail a ritheann ar ghuail, ola agus gás a gúna. Bíon géarchéim san airnáil fuinneamh mar thura ar seo ag am a bhfuil géargádainn leis. Tá sé ag teacht chun solas nach amháin go ndéantar fuinsi fuinneamh maratacha a urbairt mar finse ioncam deagriach agus do chorparádaí céine, agus tábhachtaí fós. Úsáidtear iad mar uirlis chun tionscail fuinneamh na náisiún a rialú. Sa deireadh, tá méid ar eascatí an cluiche céine cuachta agus luchóra brabúis in ionad imní do dhaoine agus a maithe a chábháil. Ag an am céine, fecinn go leor daoine é seo, mar ghóchas agus mar bhealach amach a stad na chéráide. Ag smaoinemh ar gach ceann díobh chúis, be cheartún ile na ceistena seo a leanas a ragart le chéile. Ar cheartún fuinneamh malartach a urbairt go gníomhach má tá an irid sin míbhuntáistí aige. An bhfuil sé tarbhach dún mar an cinenne daine aniu. nó ar a cheartún ó níireachtaí a chur bhaim ar réiteach níos éifeachtaí. Tar éis an taal, inniu tá technoliaachtaí an-cheanna atá in an fuinneamh in aisce úsáid. I bhformáid tóiltóra, bíonn feidh leis an ioncas álann seo. Béach sé dodhéanta an fuinneamh seo I dhéal do mbeadh sé ar fáil do gach duine I gcaníochtaí neamhchóireanta. Mar sin tá méid ag teacht chun deireadh, rud a dogfiú go ditú an córas eacnamaíochta, an géarchéim agus na cogaí. Sin é an fáil go daistíonn an cur chuige céim ar chéim ceartúin. Géad dul síos an ormáid athrú. Cumann cruthaithí a thógáil, formáid a rachaí chun leasa gach duine go thomláin agus a chábháilfaí saoil gach duine. Sin is féidir linn an technoliacht seo a chur bhaim go héasca gan aon damáiste dár saoil. Is cinenne é seo a chafimid go léir I dhéanamh le chéile. Mar sin, inniu is faoi gach duine tá forbairt na sochaí sa todhchaí. Cibé an leanfimid uireann ag titim síos sa débhagáin, séite ag múilte gaotha, nó ndéanfimid aontú agus bailach na forbartha aontú.
As we have seen, green energy is not green at all. It harms the environment and has become just another industry that is being developed on our backs. And we pay high prices for something that will never meet our needs. Besides being an aesthetic injury to our green environments, wind power is not green because wind farms require enormous amounts of concrete and metal to construct, disturb wildlife, harm human health with noise pollution, kill hundreds of thousands of birds each year, pollute our air and water supply. And this might come as a surprise, but green energy also increases food prices because farmers are forced to produce biofuels instead of food. So, how did we start believing that all these alternative and so-called renewable energy sources are harmless? Once again, our attention was directed to one or two aspects in a narrow and limited way. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, it's all free and green, so anything related is also green. Well, this situation reminds me of a magician asking the audience to look at one hand while pulling off the trick with the other. It's the same with green energy. We are focused on 2 or 3 aspects, missing out on hundreds more. We have to grow up and stop believing in miracles. And as grown-ups, we should also be able to comprehend that every technological solution has its downsides, which have to be carefully studied before we rush into implementing them on a global scale. We are told about green energy with great enthusiasm, but it looks like it is green only for someone's wallet. The fact is that the renewable sources of energy are much more polluting than ordinary fossil fuels and can supply us with energy in needed quantities, especially during unpredictable shifts in climatic conditions we've been and are about to experience in the future. Let's have a look at how we started blaming the CO2 by hearing from Valery Malinin, PhD in geographical sciences, professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University and a full member of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences.
I am Valery Nikolaevich Malinin, Doctor of Geographical Sciences, Professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University. I salute all the participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And I think that indeed we have a distinct crisis in climatology, and what is more, it is the fault of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The main purpose of this organization is to provide expert analysis of current climate change, as well as the analysis of its causes and consequences. But most importantly, it is worth mentioning here that from the very beginning, those IPCC experts focused on anthropogenic climate change, that a human is to blame. The first report was published by the IPCC in 1990. It states that the dominant role of water vapor in the formation of the greenhouse effect reaches 75%. But at the same time, it is claimed that the water vapor mixing ratio in the atmosphere is entirely determined by the internal properties of the climate system. The main conclusion drawn by this report is that global warming is obviously the result of CO2, which is a greenhouse gas. But despite admitting that water vapor is indeed the main greenhouse gas, nevertheless, the IPCC have been stubbornly promoting the idea of CO2 being the main cause of climate change. Moreover, the IPCC's anthropogenic agenda has become more pronounced with each passing year. So the fourth IPCC report, dated 2007, clearly outlines the reason why water vapor cannot be considered as a climate-forming factor. The reason is that direct emissions of water vapor from anthropogenic activities make a negligibly small contribution to radiative forcing. At the same time, the report completely ignores the change in water vapor due to natural causes associated with moisture exchange in the atmosphere-ocean system. Finally, the fifth report of 2013 states that only stratospheric water vapor, which is formed in the stratosphere as a result of chemical reactions of methane, should be taken into account. However, it is clear that it makes a negligible contribution to the change in the greenhouse effect. So the summary of the fifth report is as follows. It is extremely likely, with 95 to 100% certainty, that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. It is clear that the report completely ignores the natural factors. Obviously, there is absolutely no way to agree with that. But the thing is that the IPCC experts take into account only one-sided impact of temperature on water vapor, and do not take into account the reverse effect of moisture content on temperature through the greenhouse effect. Because, as we have already said, the contribution of water vapor to the greenhouse effect is approximately 75%. The fact is that back in the 1970s, an outstanding climatologist and now Nobel Prize winner Sukuro Manabe showed that doubling of CO2 concentration would increase temperature, without considering water vapor, by 1.3 degrees Celsius, whereas when you do take into account the moisture content, the temperature would increase by 2.3 degrees Celsius. In other words, its increase is almost 2 times faster. This is a very important fact, which the IPCC experts actually prefer to ignore. The correlation between interannual variability of moisture content and temperature over the world oceans indicates that it's precisely the increase in moisture content which is much more rapid compared to the increase in temperature. This is also an important fact which demonstrates what is the cause and what is the effect. In conclusion, I would like to say that anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Malin, for this valuable information and your expert opinion on this topic. Let's now watch a video that will explain how the CO2 hoax is being exploited to earn big money.
Global warming is not only the #1 environmental challenge we face today, but one of the most important issues facing all of humanity. Leonardo DiCaprio, actor. Many of us know that the planet is warming because of increased greenhouse gases, that we don't know the exact consequences of that. Greta Thunberg, eco-activist. There is no convincing scientific evidence that anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases cause or may cause catastrophic heating of the Earth in the foreseeable future and the destruction of its climate. Frederick Seitz, former president of the U.S. Academy of Sciences, professor. Neither the rate nor the magnitude of the reported late 20th century surface warming 1979 to 2000 lay outside normal natural variability. Robert Carter, geologist. Every day, millions of people on the planet are suffering from climatic disasters. How is climate change being dealt with internationally today? What mechanisms are in place for this, and how do they work? Today, almost everyone on the planet has heard about the anthropogenic impact on the climate, about greenhouse gas emissions, and the global warming associated with them. The whole world is combating greenhouse gas emissions, while international organizations and countries are trying to influence climate change. But do you know exactly how it happens? In '97, a number of countries adopted a general agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To enforce this decision, various countries have introduced economic mechanisms that encourage manufacturers to abandon fossil fuels. The primary mechanism is international emissions trading. Each country sets a limit, a cap, on the total amount of CO2 emissions they will allow each year. It is measured in carbon credits. A carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of CO2 emissions, and the right to release a certain amount of CO2 emissions is called a quota. Established quotas for greenhouse gas emissions are shared by industries and companies within the country. A manufacturer who has reduced their emissions and has not used a part of their quota can sell that portion of their carbon credits on an exchange. A manufacturer who has exceeded the quotas is required to buy them. It turns out that greenhouse gas emissions are a new commodity that is being bought and sold. The right to emit pollutants is traded on carbon exchanges similar to a stock market. This market generated $272 billion in revenues in the year 2020. Another mechanism for regulating CO2 emissions is a carbon tax. It is a fee levied on companies that burn fossil fuels. These taxes go to the budgets of countries, and each country decides where to allocate these funds. Now, what is the purpose of these market mechanisms, and how can trade and taxes help with climate change? The tax and quota on CO2 raises the cost of any commodity that is produced using carbon energy, and it also bumps up the price of the energy resources themselves. That is, hydrocarbon energy is being made so expensive that we just couldn't afford it. But do they give us anything in return? Humankind is offered to switch to the green energy. But there are certain questions. First, this kind of energy is unstable and cannot provide us with the necessary amount of energy. Secondly, it turns out that green energy is more expensive than hydrocarbon energy. Most interestingly, we still have to use the same hydrocarbons to produce the elements for green power plants. Additional climate taxation and the quota system bring good profits to various organizations in particular states. But in the end, who will pay for all this? The question is rhetorical. So what happens? We are destroying the existing energy industry, but we have not yet created a viable replacement. At the same time, this raises the price of the resource without which no person can survive. During this year, the price of CO2 emission quotas in Europe has doubled. As a result, prices on energy markets have risen as well. In October 2021, prices per megawatt of energy in Europe were 6 to 8 times higher than in 2020. Consequently, this affected the economic situation in the world, which had a direct impact on the well-being of every person. But back to the topic of climate. More than 20 years have passed since the Kyoto Protocol was signed. According to a report by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, total climate finance for 2016 to 2019 amounted to $287 billion and is growing each year. Most of this financing was allocated to projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. According to the World Meteorological Organization, CO2 levels reached a critical point in 2020. After every international treaty, CO2 emissions have been measured, and we see that in 2021, despite enormous funding, the emissions curve is skyrocketing. There is another important point. Have all these measures helped solve the real climate problems? Do we see a reduction in the growth of natural disasters and weather anomalies? Has the ecological situation on the planet improved? Have we started to live in a safer and more comfortable world? Perhaps everyone should just look around and honestly answer all of these questions.
Hello, dear viewers. We see clearly that the economic mechanisms agreed by countries in Kyoto or Paris are not working, neither against the increasing pace of climate change, nor even the increasing amounts of CO2. There is already enough evidence that CO2 quotas, certificates, or taxes are not solving the real problem. But according to the multi-billion-dollar green deals, we should continue aiming at CO2 neutrality and rely only on wind, sunlight, and rain for the production of electricity. But why? Let's have a closer look together at this and what is really happening. First of all, the amounts of wind and sunlight fluctuate strongly and unpredictably over time. They cannot provide a stable electricity output. So to compensate for these fluctuations, European countries have been resorting to coal and gas, which produce a reliable electricity output. So in Germany, in order to compensate for these fluctuations, coal-fired power plants were heavily used in the last 10 years, releasing, guess what, even more CO2. In the UK, when the wind stopped blowing this year in September, the resulting energy gap had to be compensated by burning gas. So this year's strong demand for gas led to an explosion of gas prices and therefore electricity prices on European energy markets. But that's logical in our consumerist society. Whenever there is a shortage, someone is making a hard profit. Despite all the evidence on the increasingly unstable energy supply, the German government still plans to shut down all nuclear power plants and all coal-fired power plants. but we won't have any reliable alternative to ensure a stable electricity supply. However, the collaborationists still keep saying we need to speed up the transition to green energy and CO2 neutrality. But this is ridiculous. Why are we pushing to absolute energy insecurity, power blackouts, and price instability? Why do we see everywhere a strong push for CO2 reduction if this doesn't stop climate change? Simply because it's a big business. In most EU countries, electricity consumers finance directly from the energy bills the legally guaranteed revenues of green power producers through green surcharges. So we finance private companies seeking profit in order to reach a so-called public goal. Do you understand why wealthy investors, investment banks, and investment funds all want to invest in renewable energy? But let's be honest, that's again the logical consequence in a consumerist society. You exploit any opportunity to make profit. In Germany, green surcharges only amount to 20 billion euros per year. Due to such green surcharges and taxes, the electricity bills paid by both households and factories more than doubled in the last 20 years to finance private profits. And this is just the beginning of skyrocketing energy prices. On the one hand, EU governments started imposing CO2 taxes, leading to higher prices when you refuel your car, fly by plane, and on everything that you buy. Because fossil fuels are used everywhere, in manufacturing processes, in the chemical industry, in the textile industry, even in agriculture, as all land machines are run on fossil fuels. Even your breakfast and detergents will become much more expensive in the near future. On the other hand, the mechanism of trading CO2 certificates in the EU is designed to ensure a steady increase in their prices. For example, this year we started at 33 euros. Now we're already at 75, as we can see this on the chart. This is not the highest increase historically. So the current market value of all European CO2 certificates is 90 billion euros. Like every stock exchange, it's a fantastic opportunity for speculation, where smart investors can make huge profits. Every green deal is actually a gold rush for wealthy companies and investors, as governments channel immense public funds into private pockets. We're just playing economic games for the benefit of the financial elite. Billionaires fly private jets and drive sports cars, but they're telling us to take the bike or the tram to go to work and save CO2. They support the UN's climate agenda because they profit from it massively. Let's put this all together. We artificially increase the prices of fossil fuels. We try to decrease the energy demand. We totally destabilize the energy supply. We risk even serious power blackouts. And then we blame climate change for missing our targets, while making rich people richer. I'm really shocked by this global deception. For me, as an economist, there is simply no doubt that we're heading towards a huge disaster, both climatic and economic, if we further pursue these global schemes. While people are dying in unprecedented cataclysms. This summer, we've seen this ourselves in Germany. But we're not just being cheated and robbed. What is actually worse is that we're wasting precious time playing economic games instead of working on real solutions. The collaborationists are taking away our most precious asset, time, and therefore our lives. I totally agree with the previous speakers that we urgently need a creative society where human life is the highest value, where natural resources are divided equally and new technologies are researched and implemented for the benefit of all, where all people join their efforts, brains, ideas in order to find real solutions to real problems. Because 8 billion people are in serious danger in the very near future, while these CO2 schemes are absurd, dangerous, criminal. This is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And dear viewers, I would like to take a moment to say that we've been receiving a large amount of comments and questions, and we would like to thank you for all the comments and questions that you have been sending in and all your thank yous. And just to remind you that after this conference, starting on tomorrow on the 5th, we will be doing roundtables. If there is a topic which you are interested in, and if you would like to participate in the roundtable, please send us an email to info@creativesociety.com. And also, we will be discussing the questions which you were writing to us today. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to say that very soon, specifically for this conference, there was a documentary film made by the participants of the Creative Society from over 180 countries. And this documentary is very important as it shows the truth about human trafficking, and it talks about refugees. So please stay tuned. We will be premiering it today for the first time very soon. And our next speaker I would like to introduce is Professor Valery Fedorov, leading researcher at the Faculty of Geography, Lomonosov, Moscow State University, author of The Solar Theory of Climate Change. Professor Fedorov will tell us why human activity has absolutely nothing to do with climate change.
Tróna ma, a chóglachacha. Fedorov Valery Mikhailovich. Taidur Shinsharach, in Nov Tiroliachta, Olskol Stat Lomonosov Moscow. Tugu ai faibanna cóisiil scála daonna le linn na comhdhála roimhe seo, agus taistíonn réití áirithe uathu, nói. Í féidir faibanna daonna a réiteach, ach trí iarachtaí a lán tíortha agus pobal aontu. Tá bant ag roinnt faibanna cóisiil le gníomhaíochtaí déine, agus tá tuisce eile mar thura factóirí nádúrtha, go chóirithe, athrú óráide. É sin ráite, chreidir go forleathan gur thura gníomhaíocht an duine an t-athrú óráide. Le ritar é seo sa chúigiú agus sa séú tuairiscáil ón banéal idirréaltasach athrú óráide. Tá na creideamh seo mícheart. Siad na príomhachtóirí a churann leis an óráid nó radíocht na gréine agus éifeacht cheapa teasa an phlánéad. Sí radíocht na gréine príomh-inse na bróiséis hydrometeorológiúil go léir. Mar a méoch gríon an, béach an teocht an domhain gar de theocht an spáis cheachtarí, atá lúide 273 Celsius, agus mar sin d'ró ceist an athracha óráide nach manan le hábhar láithreach. Éifeacht cheapa teasa. Sé an gás ceapa teasa is tábhachtaí, tá sé seo eolas go maith, gaisce. Agus déanann sé seo ciall. Spláinéad isce an domhain. Tá 75 do thromchla clúdathe le chaigéin, as agan isce galú. An meán, cuimsín gal isce do 50 den atmosfér, agus is féidir leis a 40 a bhaint amach. I gcomparáid leis sin, is é 0.40 céirichéad déoxid carbón, agus áirítear leis seo déoxidí carbón nádúrtha, agus anthropogénacha. Cuimsíonn an factor anthropogénach thart a 1 den códó umlán, rud a chiallaíonn go gafar an uimhir seo a roinnt céad, agus mar sin tá sé thart 0.000 céire 10,000. Sé sin le rá, Tábhar an gala isce san atmosfér an meán, a 5,000 uair níos orda nábhar déoxid carbón anthropogénach. Maidir le cuineáil teasa, de réir paraméadrú bloc na radaíochta de habail isiciúil agus mathematicúil na Rúise, comhdháil agéin agus atmosfér, a forbríú ag Institút Matematica ríomhaireachtúil acadamh ólaíochtaí na Rúise, coníonn gal isce 7,500 de radaíocht tonne. De bhrí, tagann sé chugainn mar radaíocht Géarchéim, téann sé dromchla an phlánéad, astíonn an sin mar radaíocht tonnaga. Mar sin comádann gal isce 7,500 den radaíocht tonnaid seo. Coníonn oxygen agus ósón 25 ag ggófort, agus déoxid carbón a 4,500. Arís, déoxid carbón é seo de bhunú nádúrtha agus anthropogénach. Mar sin ba chóir é a roinnt céad agus a chur é comparáid le 7,500. Is é sin le rá, maidir le cuineáil teasa, sóiríonn gal isce na toscarí céine le haghaidh comhdháil anthropogénach, thart 1,850, 1,850 uair. Dá bhrí sin, sóiríonn gal isce, i dtéirmí ciúin agus cuineáil teasa, na tréthe céine déoxid carbón a chuirtear i le gníomhaíochtaí an duine 3 uaire os a chion. Maidir leis seo, níl sé ciallmhar ach labhairt faoi thionchar gníomhaíochtaí anthropogénacha an óráid. Is feadh cóisiúil astaíochtaí gás ceaptha teasa mar a thugtar agus nóí éilíonn sé seo a réiteach féin. Ní chéann siad I bhaim an óráid bhealach bé. Cad is cúis le hathruithe óráide? Well, is cúis leo go nachraíonn tilt as an phlánéad. Déanta na Fhírinne, ciallaíonn an focail óráid ón gréagais tilt. Is é an fá go bhfuil athrú séasúr an, tuis go bhfuil asrothlach an domhain tílethe. Agus tá an tilt seo ag laidú faoi láthair. Chomh leis an laidú tilt an phlánéad, méadaíonn an méid fuinneamh gréine a thagann chuig an réigiún meán cearcail, agus laidíonn sé sna réigiún fólacha. Maidir leis seo, tá méadú na gradán adlíne san insulatin, a rialaíonn an t-athrú teasa fad Líne ón réigiún meán cearcail go dtí na réigiún fólacha. Mar gheall an laidú tilt na haise agus méadú ina dhiaidh sin gradán fad Líne an insulatin, méadaíonn déine an astrathe seo. Cad a thuirlíonn ina dhiaidh sin, mar hampla, san atmosfér, tugann maisina airte a thagann ó daonleithid ísle go daonleithid orda teas, is é sin, ordaíonn an teocht. De réir mar a bhéadaíonn teocht an air, déantar galú freisin. Mar thura an galú méideatha, tá an gal isce ag ordú san atmosfér, agus mar sin treisiíonn éifeacht an ceaptha teasa, ag soláthar teasa breise. Rís agus a rís eile, forbríonn na próise seo meicneocht chun taobh domhanda a bhéadú. Thar is sin, scaoileann maisina air, nuair a bhíonn siad ag bogadh ó daonleithid ísle go daonleithid orda agus ag fuorú de bharr cóhlúthúcháin, teas breise. Agus an seo rís, chuireann lubanna dearfacha aseolais le taobh domhanda nuair a bhíonn méadú theocht an dromchla mar thura laidú achar dromchla éigearsró. Rud ágan gnéantar an atmosfér a thaobh. Seo is cúis le taobh domhanda. Is é an dara tré a bhainann le hathrú óráide, an chéad cheann ná an cléine teachta atá ag méadú, agus bhíní muid an nasc atá leis seo in óíre. Is é atá gceist agam ná cléine an bhéideatha teachta agus an óráid warming, agus is é an dara ceann a éigósaíocht atá ag fás, ó bhfuil bant ag a freisin le hastrú an tilt seo. Rud ágan gur bé gradán fad Líne an insulatin na hathruithe is mó feadh na 60 agus na 7 cosúlachtaí, stirmacha achtar gabhanda a oibrithe. Agus feadh an nád go dtí an 20 daonleithid, an limistéir ina bhorbríonn cioclón trópachach ag tuairt teasa feadh sráidhe fad Líne, ag cur le taobh domhanda lámhàháin agus ag méadú éigósaíochta an taobh eile. Ciallaíonn sé seo go méadaíonn gníomhaíocht an bhortaigh. Sin é an fá go bhfuil an aimsir agus an óráid ag éirí níos éigósaí. Maidir le hastrú fuinneamh. Chun comparáid a dhéanamh, iompríonn cioclón trópachach meánmhéid fuinneamh de thart a 15 cúbacht a 1 náid, 1015 watts. Tá sé seo cómhéid le torga leictreachas bliana ag an gine déine go léir. Ó chuirla nach bhfuil éon bhaint ag gníomhaíocht an duine leis an óráid, tá sé neamhúsáideach agus gan brí strachailt ina chuine. Sféidir linn dulling lech le feibanna cóisiúil. Ach maidir le hathruithe óráide, is gá iúnú dómh ribhré bhon réamhaisnéisí réadacha seachas réamhaisnéisí cásanna, a mbíonn éigeantacht mar thorar. Mar focail scór, bhhaidlim buíochas a gabháil le heagraithe na comhdhála iontacha seo as an deis seo príomhórálacha teoiric na gréine maidir le t-athrú óráide a chur i láthair, forbairt bhreise fuarach réalteolaíoch óráide Milankovic.
Dear Professor, thank you for your participation and thank you for the truth that you voiced on this conference. Dear viewers, we have just heard about the economic mechanisms that have been used to, so to say, fight climate change. But what do scientists say? After all, scientists should be the first to talk openly about climate change if they do understand what's going on. There is such a thing as the scientific consensus, according to which approximately 97% of published scientific papers do not contradict the concept that climate change is caused by human actions. We have been heard about Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. It prepares brief reports for policymakers, the media, and so on. That means that there is a group of climate scientists who are the only official source of data and information on climate, and is very jealous of its monopoly, or should I say hegemony. Don't you believe it? ClimateGate. In 2009 and 2011, unknown hackers posted an email archive of key researchers in the IPCC report writing system. From this correspondence, we see how, along with discussions of scientific issues, there were discussions about bullying opponents of their concepts, how to discredit, make pressure, or fire the editors of scientific journals who dared to publish articles of their scientific opponents. And they were fired. They also discuss how to hide information in order not to disclose it under the law. They are discussing whether to publish data that doesn't fit the warming trend or not. Basically, they are using their authority to decide what is science and what is not. Yes, after the public reaction, they said that's not what they meant in this correspondence. The word trick does not mean cheating at all, but simply a scientific statistical method, and the phrase not to allow certain publications to the press is purely rhetorical. Agree, such excuses are suspicious. However, you can read this work that will appear on the screen right now and make yourself your own independent conclusions. And that's really important to watch the facts. One of the interesting things about the information leaked in a so-called hockey stick graph. You can see in the top graph that will show right now that the temperature for the last 1,000 years was going, so to say, flat. And only in the last 100 years, it started to rise sharply, making this hockey stick, so-called. This graph at the picture above has been widely circulated by the media and policymakers. It has been included in documentaries and patented at the process. And so it turns out that in the letters to climate scientists in the IPCC, there were a lot of criticisms of both the data as well as statistical methods used to construct this graph. But the authors just ignored this information. There were scientists who wrote papers commenting this graph, but their papers were not published in high-ranking journals. Indeed, it's very convenient in the beginning to discourage the publication in every possible way, and then to say that, and use it like an argument, saying that it's only second-ranked information. In general, the articles of scientific opponents of the concept of anthropogenic influence on the climate are not accepted. There are no fundings allocated for research. And if the article is published, it's followed by harsh criticism from the media. They don't understand what the scientific consensus comes from. Can you even call it science? Where some are gauged and the others are forced to do every whim of their sponsors. No. Another very important point that became clear from the letters of these IPCC researchers is that they discuss the same issues as their opponents. They discuss NASA data that Mars is half degree warmer. They discuss maximum solar activity. They discuss, and they don't say anything. And that actually the consumer format that make these scientists to just lie and shut the mouth of those who are telling the truth. Imagine it's get to the point where there are new policies on YouTube and other public services that forbid talking about alternative hypotheses of climate change. Think about it. There is no way for scientists to openly discuss hypotheses other than opportunistic one. How silly is that? Is that unclear in what kind of situation are we? The lies are not being heard from all these sources. And we can hear it everywhere. And if we don't change the situation that are we right now, you and me together, we are in this situation. And thank God, there are those scientists, the brave ones, who are not silent. They were persecuted by the scientific community, but despite everything, they stood up for the truth. And especially for our conference, they gave us comments. These are these experts. Hans Berger from Norway, PhD in Industrial Mathematics, General Director of Climate Realists. Ole Henrik Ellestad from Norway, Professor of Chemistry, Master of Science in Physical Chemistry and Spectroscopy. Jan Erik Solheim from Norway, Professor Emeritus of the Institute of Theoretical Astrophysics at the University of Oslo. Gregory Whitestone, geologist, expert reviewer for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Dr. Erch Sterling Burnett, PhD in Applied Philosophy, Senior Fellow on Environmental Policy and Managing Editor of Environment and Climate News. We have heard the names, and now let's watch the video with them.
Over time, the atmospheric levels of carbon dioxide have radically fluctuated throughout the Earth's geologic history. They have been in the past as much as 5,000 parts per million. They are currently about 420 parts per million. So over long periods of time, they have fluctuated, but in general, they have fallen.
There doesn't seem to be any correlation whatsoever with increasing CO2 and temperature. And in fact, if we look out, one of the things we're being asked to believe is that our modern temperatures are unusual and unprecedented. We've never seen temperatures like this in thousands of years. That's just not the case.
We have a map showing temperature changes over the last 11,000 years. These are Greenland ice cores. As we can see, 1,000 years ago, about 2,000 years ago, and about 3,000 years ago, we had warm periods, and everything indicates that these were periods of global warming. It was long before man-made CO2 emissions had a considerable volume. Therefore, we know that the natural variability can be large.
This graph here, we also show what the IPC does. It prolongs more or less this curve going to infinite, that it becomes warmer and warmer because of the CO2 release or climate, and that's what we think is wrong. Our prediction is that it will soon start cooling, and we have to be prepared for that.
And the warming trend we're in right now, though, started more than 300 years ago. But again, 250 years of warming took place before we started adding CO2. But we're asked to believe that those natural forces that have been driving temperatures since the dawn of time suddenly ceased in the 20th century.
CO2 is a gas that has very little effect on the climate. The IPCC models assume that the higher the CO2 level, the higher the water vapor level. And water vapor is the gas with the greatest impact on the climate. But the assumption that the more CO2, the more water vapor has never been proved.
I must also tell you that with some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with the artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating. That is a mystery. So CO2 cannot heat, But what can heat is water, the water vapor.
Its temperature changes first, and then CO2 levels follow that. It's not the other way around. If increasing CO2 was going to drive temperature, CO2 should change first, and then temperature should change.
The blue curve is the temperature of the sea. That is sea temperature, the ocean temperatures. The red is the land temperature, which we get from, in this case, t-athrú, which is an official temperature series. First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature, red. And then about 1 year, 11 months or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
Well, let me show you another table that might tell you a little bit about the CO2 content. There, take a look. There are 3,000 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere, and the total man-made emissions per year are 20 to 30 billion tons. But if you look at the ocean, it has far more CO2. So the exchange of CO2 between the ocean and the atmosphere totally overshadows human activity.
Shows a more detailed analysis telling that this red part here is apparently what anthropogenic or mankind produce of carbon dioxide, which is about less than 3% of the increase from 1960. But the nature produces the rest, this variable curve here. So 97% of the increase comes from nature, according to these scientists.
The IPCC also claims that the sun has no effect on us. It's a great paradox, not clear how they arrive at that. Moreover, today we see that the warming is happening not only on our planet, but also on other planets, and on the moon too, where there's a completely different atmosphere that has nothing to do with CO2. So clearly, there is a sun factor which is missing in their model.
Well, the IPCC, if you look back on their charter, it was chartered to present the data that supports warming. They weren't tasked to provide all the data. They started with an assumption and went from there. So if that's their task, they're doing a darn good job at it. You better have some good science behind you, and it's just not there.
The world's governments, through the UN, formed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, you would think that would be studying climate change, but they specified that you study the human causes of climate change. So they ruled out all natural factors. They said, no, we're not going to study whether the sun plays a role. We're not going to study whether volcanoes play a role. We're not going to study whether ocean current shifts play a role. And we really don't understand clouds, so we're not going to count them much. What we're going to study is human CO2 emissions, because that's what we can get a handle on. That's not the way science is supposed to work. If you make faulty assumptions or incomplete assumptions, your models are going to be weak, because they're only as good as the accuracy of the stuff that's put in them. Now, climate models have failed to predict past temperatures or to accurately reflect past temperatures. They fail to accurately represent present temperatures, but we're told we can trust their projections of future temperatures. That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
If, on the other hand, you like the scientific process, we're not getting much data out there. Dr. Will Happer is our chairman here at the CO2 Coalition. He's got a paper that he and Dr. Wingarden have done on climate sensitivities. They're not able to get it in any prestigious journals. It's a landmark study. They need to shut people like me down. I was just banned on LinkedIn, which should be a professional network, a social media network. I don't post things that are controversial. I post scientific facts, and they were being removed. And they got back and said, no, you're done. We don't allow that kind of information on LinkedIn.
This debate is so violent, And if you go to the media, you can express your opinion, but you'll be strongly criticized, and then you won't really have an opportunity to defend yourself. But most importantly, you won't get into the media with your first articles. This is what we see now in the academic world, for example, at universities. So academic freedom is endangered. What I have to say is that many people who join the ranks of climate realists do so when they retire because until retirement, they just don't dare. Researchers who claim something different don't get grants. They don't have their say in either published media or in edited journals.
First off, you're having a difficult time getting published because journals don't want to hear it. Well, that affects your tenure track position, and your colleagues are frowning at you, and you're not getting government grants because government doesn't give grants to study natural factors of climate change or to study things that prove humans aren't causing climate change because government has a motive, expanding its reach. I know researchers who've left the field because they feel like they can't give their honest assessment and get it either published or get tenure.
Climate and environment are often lumped together. But being against climate doesn't mean being against the environment. That is, we're not against climate, but we're skeptical of CO2, which is not the same as being skeptical of the environment. So, important environmental issues should be discussed and resolved.
That volcanic activity, subsurface volcanic activity in Antarctica and even in parts of Greenland and Iceland are contributing to the melting of the glaciers there. That is not controlled by CO2. We don't control the ocean currents. We don't control the magnetism of the Earth and how it shifts or can shift over time, magnetic poles. We don't control our orbit. We don't control those things, and they're really what's driving. That's why we should study them, because if they're really what's driving climate change and we think it's bad, we should know that too. I want an adaptable society. An adaptable society is one that does not lock itself in to solving the wrong problem.
And in conclusion, I would like to appeal to climate scientists who defend the anthropogenic factor. It is time to get over your pride and talk about the real causes of climate change. When the whole world realizes how big of a fraud and lies that is, that you have been framing all the humanity with your cowardice. Now is the chance to change everything and show your human qualities. There is still a chance to make things right. We don't need to be at war with each other. The only enemy humanity has now is the climate. Think back to what brought you into science. This quest for the truth, this natural curiosity, assiduity, diligence, patience, and most importantly, honesty. Honesty to yourself. And now I would like to invite you, dear viewers, to watch a fragment from the program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Tatiana and Zhanna, Climate Threats, Variants for Survival.
Chonaic Hairga Jackie go bhfuil an crusmhóthar bainte amach ag an gcinneadh déine. Tá trí mhóthar ann agus ní bheifear in ann iad a siúil go cóthróir mar in ngach cás tastaíonn tú chun dachfann iomlán an chinneadh déine. Caithfí daoine a rabha féin a dhéanamh anois. Is é an chéad chás an ceann is dóthaí dar le Jackie tuis go bhfuil aspa comhordaithe inar measc inar Sochaí. Mar sin cílíonn sé ach ligean de gach rud a chomharsa a rith. Is é sin gach rud a ágáil mar atá sé leanúint den phlánéad a scríosa go trócairach agus formáid an tóilteóra a dheabhsú. De réir ré a bheas de cháin Jackie scriscí an cine déine iomlán hana féin sa bhliain 22. Is é 8 féin géad an dóchúlach go Craolfar an cás seo I bhfeidhm. I móí an cine déine go hiomlán ón bplánéad seo díreach mar gheall ar charachtar an athlúiseachta agus dul chun cinn méadaithe cataclysm Dhomhanda a scapaí go simplí ar fud an phlánéad faoin am sin. Riamh sé go bhfuil an dara cás níos réadúla agus níos gara de thuiscint agus de nósanna daoine. Darla Jackie tugann an cás seo le tuiscint go gcruthófar sibhialtach agus formáid an tóilteóra á chaomhnú. Se a deir sé ní bheith aon airgeadán ach an ionad airgead beidh pointí digitacha ann. Agus is é an rud is tábhachtaí dar leis ná cuacht a chaomhnú is é sin rialachas Dhomhanda amháin. Éilíonn Jackie nach mé ach an sin in ann é seo a chur a bhaim. D'arbhíonn Jackie gur chóir cathracha dídeanna uthrialacha a thógáil le féin leorghóthanacht iomlán le haghaidh cónaí dlú 8 milliún duine. Agus buntáiste an tabhail seo mar bhain Jackie ná go marthaí an cine déine uile an fadú íosta a bhaineann le bheith ann I gcomparáid le daoine. Go dtí an chéad bhún le hana féin 45 bliana. Agus má chruthítear teicneolaíochtaí rialaithe aráide an sin I gceann a 15 bliana tar éis don domhain dul trí bhuach an timphriala beidh for in ann tosú ag aisleánú an phlánéad. Tugann Jackie dóchúlacht a 9.5 féin géad go mionfar an dara samhail amach. Seo samhail mathematicúil riamh a Jackie. Agus tá an tríú cás ann ar éigean is dócha tuisc go gachlaí na daoine féin an cine seo a dhéanamh agus ní ag a rialóirí. Is é an tríú cás ná tógáil an chumann cruthaach. Is é an Sochaí Cruthaithí ná nuair a thiocfaí daoine chun bheith ina sibhialtacht aontaithe déine is é sin a thróidh siad formáid an tóilteóra go formáid cruthaach. Stofaí siad an bhreagracht a aistriú ar dhúlaí daoine eile nuair nach mé aon duine níos fearr nó níos lú sa sibhialtacht iomlán nuair a bheith comhionanas ann agus beidh daoine saoirse a fháil in áiríre. Nuair a chomhdhlúthaíonn agus a inistíonn an cine déine a chumas eolaíoch iomlán I bhforbar teicneúil na sibhialtachta ach ní lena scriosa, gheobhaidh daoine an tolas faoi conas an aeráid a rialú agus ní amháin. Ní thugann sé ach 9.5 féin géad dóchúlacht go Craolfar an tríú cás I bhfeidhm agus deir sé gur figúr beagáinín ábhéil é seo freisin. Agus tá Jackie an áhasach faoi dhaoine. Tá sé cinnte nach bhfuil siad chun athrú a dhéanamh agus is dóchaí go mlachaí siad leis an géad chás ná an tríú chás. Agus I láthair na huaire, darla Jackie, is cinnte go bhfuil an rogha folasach. is sibhialtacht aontaithe í le rialtas éinear agus ní féidir ráha eile a bheith ann. Mullen Jackie díriú ar a bhún le matamaticúil ina bhfuil an ró lárnach ag an tín go díreach. Tá an sin ar cheann de na chéad tíortha is mó a bhfuil simachú a saoil a chur bhaim tuisc go bhfuil an tír seo i measc na géad tíortha, díreach chosú le aontas na néimíochtaí arbacha agus roinnt tíortha eile a mbeidh sé dóideanta go luath cónaí iontú ar a gcríocha. Déir Jackie nach bhanaí ach gá thiamh de 150 km cearnach an ceann ar chríoch iomlán na Síne, áit a méfar in an cathracha fosca uachrialacha a thógáil le 3 milliún duine ina gcónaí i ngach ceann. Ba an chuid eile den chríoch neamharúnach go hiomlán chun daoine a chónaí ann. De réir riomhanna Jackie ní bheith ach gá chéad is ceathracha a 3 láthrán fágtha ar fud an domhain le meán le mistéir 150 km cearnach an ceann a bheatsálainn dála an scéal na riomhanna ón gcuid neamh-uilsithe den tuairiscáil ar fadhbanna agus iarmhairtí an athracha aráid a domhanda ar bailí éifeachtacha chun na fadhbanna seo a réiteach a éisiú in 2014. According to Jackie, at the top leadership of Kinna decades to undertake his mission, in the probability of implementing his scenario will immediately risha from a ní deag punca cuaig féin gcéad to nócha a ní punca cuaig féin gcéad. Beifer in ann nócha a thucht féin gcéad ar laid de dhéanra iomlán an domhain a thábháil. Déir Jackie gur cheart cathracha uachrialacha a thógáil mar chórais tachiachta batha lán timphriala lúbdúnta. Is é sin agus cathracha á dógáil ba cheart a dhaoine frithíocht seismach méideatha na bhurgnamh atá lonnaithe ann a chur san ormh a leibhéal ord cosanta ó radaíocht cheachtrach, báistí agéadacha, Guithe Harcín agus fenomén aimsire fuirtnacha eile. Caithfear smaoinemh ar gach rud agus é a chur go dlú. Caithfear gach cathair a gheanghnúfach a nimlíne, ní i gcoinne daoine ach i gcoinne na héireáide. Ina cheanta sin, caithfear fáil concréite crochtinge cosú le spolar glúisteán a álu I bhórmhór na gathracha chun tro na nglaithe dian os cionn na gathracha a athrú go minic. Déir Jackie freisin nóir chóir go mbeadh ord in a bhurgnamh níos mó ná a dóigh scéal suas agus deimhneacht faoi halamh uasta de thart ar a 3.5 scéal síos. De réir riomhanna Jackie ba cheart go mbeadh an chathair aontaithe agus dlú.
Исходя из психологии современных людей, Джеки даже разработал специальные правила.
Is gá freisin dlú fortíocht a chur san ormh agus tafid a choineáil ar gach spás ina méid córais tachiachta batha lán timphriala lúbdúnta agus áit a núnfar na cófortainna go léir I lúb beagnach go hiomlán.
Согласно правилам, входя в город, люди должны были
Áirítear leis seo dlúth-lúb iomlán an chórais le haghaidh oxygéine, déoxid charbón, uisce, inú domhain, gás a scaoiltear le linn orgánaí a phróiseáil. Éilíonn Jackie gur rud é inniu nach féidir ach leis an tinn déilá leis. Mar shampla, tugann sé cur síos teicniúil ar ordnamh. Mar shampla, ar an leath urlár teicniúil, mullann sé córais inniu air, ascabháil agus córais innealtóireachta tacaíochta beatha riachtanácha eile a aimsiú lena náirítear córais ginneadóra saor ó bhrósla, feithidí. Ar an tríú chomhdháil faoi halamh, tá feirmeacha éisc. Ar an dara chomhdháil agus ar an gcéad urlár, tá feirmeacha beostaach agus aonlaithe. Tá urlár a haon trí a néad de halbhíocht eile. Is ionad thaidse táirgeachta agus óíochta an 10 chomhdháil. Cé gur urlár cónaithe iad an 10 chomhdháil 10 agus an 2 chomhdháil 10 a eagraítear mar óstán capsula a bhfuil an comhdhrú is mó acu. Déir sé os rud é gur chóir go bhreastalóach an limistéir 150 km cearnach ar 3 milliún duine, is cosúil nach bhfuil ach a 4.5 méadar cearnach in aon eitleán de gach duine. Mar sin, ní mór dúin 4 ilevéil a chruthú le geilleagar ús de gach centiméadar. Agus an seo ar nóí tá taithí óstán capsula na Síne agus na Seapána fíor-riachtanach. Tá sé tábhachtach freisin taithí na Síne ar úsáid faisnéise saorga, farachas físe digití agus córais chreidmheasa sóisialta chun monitóracht agus rialú a dhéanamh ar iompar saoránach. Déir Jackie os rud é go núsáidí na cathracha dídeanna uachrialacha is é óíocht aontaithe na Síne mar an ceann is fearr go dtí seo, agus go cinnte is scearra is é óíocht an Chomainn Cruthaithí, agus os rud é go mbeidh na cathracha faoi úinéireacht na Síne féin, bheadh sé orúnach go hiomlán ag a thuairim. Na feidhmeanna riarachán chomh maith le feidhmeanna muirseachta agus rialaithe a chana dóibh don ordú aontaithe a choinneáil chun an idé óíocht aontaithe a uramú agus. Clí le rialacha aontaithe. Chuige seo, mullann Jackie daonra iomlán na Síne a gála i measc na gathracha seo, ionas go gcónaíonn a 2.5 milliún Síneach i ngach ceann de na cathracha sin. Is é sin ba cheart go dtithe daoine a deir sé nach é bar feabhas náisiún amháin thar na cinn eile go léir ach is daoine amháin, tír amháin a ghlachann freagracht as an gcinne déine go léir. Don dícháilíocht a cheachant níor cheart
Dear friend, that Jackie relied, in his conclusions, relied on the history of mankind. He says that studying the history of mankind, he saw that bestial traits dominate in people. This is pursuit of power and profit and thirst for power, right? So he says that people are always fighting for freedom. In the end, they only want power for someone, and supposedly the only freedom they can get is the creation of a single civilization under global control. But what is Jackie missing in this whole story? It is important to understand that Jackie is an artificial consciousness. He is able to perfectly analyze data, compare facts, and write models. But he doesn't take into account the most important thing. He simply doesn't know what humanness in people is. He relies on the history of mankind, but he doesn't see the manifestation of humanness in the history of mankind. Therefore, for him, the very format of the created society is unclear, because in this format, humanness is dominant, not the animal part. After all, it is important to understand that in each one of us there are two components, and beside animal consciousness there is another, the most important part, humanness, and it is this part that is able to control animal consciousness. And humankind can reach such a level altogether when in the whole civilization, in each one of us, humanity will dominate over the animal nature, because such conditions will be created in which the animal part will simply not be able to manifest itself. And what I say once again, the dominance of humanity is what the created society actually is. It is a safe and wonderful world, and it has nothing to do with the Chinese model set forth by Jackie. And Jackie, well, doesn't see and does not understand this. I mean, no matter how super developed Jackie might be, but he would never be able to realize and understand this, because humanness lies beyond the bounds of his perception. And now, I have a question to everyone who hears and sees us. I have a question to all humankind. Which path will we choose? Will we just let things run their course and being idle, waiting until the climate will have completely destroyed us? Or we will live in an additional 5 years, in a digital concentration camp under the leadership of Chinese, shifting all responsibility onto their rulers? Or we will actually choose humanness within ourselves and follow the path of creative society? It is up to decide to us right now.
And the question agus seo an cheist an bhfuil sé chomhbrónach in áiríre agus an bhfuil gach rud riamha ag Jackie in áiríre.
Go Devin, tá gach rud riamha ag Jackie, ach seachas rud amháin. Níor chuir sé san óramh gur daoine muid. Cé go bhfuil an duine dé? Agus tá an duine an cinnte a dhéanamh nach bhfuil ach tuiscint ar roinnt cóbhasachta séarga. Í féidir na cinnte seo a thuiscint fiú amháin trí cóbhés na naoine atá faoi chomhacht na formáide tódóra. Tá cinntiad an sort sin anólach óna chéad féin. Ní féidir leis an gconnaic ach léigh a bhra. Agus léigh sa chás seo, ní mór dún ómós a chuirt de Jackie, tá iarrainn ar a léigh, go leor, seachas rud amháin. Níl sé ag dul a bheith ag obair. Ní éabróí sé. Cén fá? Tuisc nach bhfuil trí chosán ag an gcinne déine in óríra, ach gá cheann, an ceann a chríomhníonn le bá i gcéal litrithe an óil, agus an Sochaí Cruthaithí. Tar éis an taal, tá samhail Jackie teoranta. Se, chuireann sé crán chinne ghaoine ar feadh ceithre nó 5 bliana, ach ní chomhfaí sé batha. An bhfuil is agad, cad atá go maith faoin na bhúla. Aifimid creidmheas a chuirt freisin, agus tá muide ollmhór an seo. Ní amháin go dtugann sé fosca agus dóchas den todhchaí, ach tugann a bhúnla deis freisin, ar bhealach síochánta, ciúin, den chinne déine eile, mar a déir siad. Lámh a chuinál. Fannacht go dosachanta. As a bhfuil ag teach. Ba sé dulhéanta a bhuachan áfach. Ba sé dulhéanta ólas a áil chun an óráid a rialú. Mar sin is bailach é chun áit ar bith. Chomháin go bhfuil sé difriúil ón gcéad bhúnla tuis go dorlóidh sé seo go síochánta agus ceithre nó 5 bliana ina dhiaidh sin. An fiú é, feictear dom go bhfuil rud éigin le machnamh. Nach bhfuil sé amhlaí? Tá Jackie in an go leor a riamh. Cén fá? Tuiscin nirann sé go léir do bhúnla matematicúil. Tá ciall leis sin. Níla is aige rud amháin, níla is aige cad is féidir le daine a dhéanamh, mar dhaoine, nuair is mian linn marachtáil.
Thank you, Esteviga Miharovic. I completely agree with you that we are human beings and we want to live. Jackie Chinese model is not an option for us. Our only way out is the creative society. And we need to do everything we can, everything that is in our power to build it. That's why we act. But many people don't understand us. They don't understand what creative society is. Many people are frightened or think it is a project of the opposing side. Some say that it's an American project. Others think that it's Russians. It's still others are sure that it's from the Chinese. But, well, if you put it this way, everyone is right. It's not just a project of America, Russia, and China, but of Europe and all countries. We have participants from all over the world, and the whole world stands behind it. These are all people who understand the seriousness of the situation and have the courage to step over their fear and take action. Yes, the alternative that Jackie has proposed is not a joke, but is it a dead end? It is a concentration camp that prolongs existence and can only give 4 to 5 years of life to humanity. If you consider Jackie's model and take the best from there, then in a creative society, we will be able to feed 25 billion of people. We just need to develop technology and unite. And right now, we are divided. And that is why we have neither technology, nor energy, or strength to achieve that. It would take thousands of years for us to make such a technical progress with natural evolutionary development. But we don't have time anymore. And in order for us to have this time, this is what the Creative Society project is for. We are working for our future to remove hopelessness. The more we study, the more we understand the importance of the creative society. Otherwise,
the future sounds like a verdict, and it's scary. After all, no one has a single working idea that is guaranteed to stop the imminent threat of the total annihilation of humanity. There is no and can't be any alternative than the creative society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And thank you, dear viewers, for being with us today and for your comments. Our live chat is very hot and there are a lot of questions coming and a lot of comments. And one of the most frequently asked question is, what is the way out? What is the solution? And today, almost every speaker was explaining what is the solution for the current situation and how creative society is the one and only solution. But I would like to give an example which will be clear to everyone. Imagine that there is a family of, let's say, 100 people living in one house. They have been struggling with each other for thousands of years. They live in hatred. They steal from each other. They don't help each other. They exploit each other. And at the end, their house is full of trash. And what is happening to the house will bring it very soon to the big accident, let's say gas explosion. So, what can people do in order to prevent it? First of all, to inform each other that the accident is close. Next, to sit together and to come to common understandings and agreement that we need to bring our house to order. Then they should work on rules, how to do it. And these are the 8 foundations of the creative society. And then these people, they have huge potential because they have knowledge, they have skills, and then they bring their knowledge and skills together. And they bring all scientific researches which are hidden from us today. Then there is a big chance that this family will repair their house, will avoid the accident, and even more, will build a beautiful house for everyone. There we will live like one big family. So this is the creative society, and this is the solution. But to start this, we should, first of all, inform each other, because we don't have today another alternative except for creative society. And this is a project for all people, because we are one family finally living on the same planet. And I would like to remind that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated into hundreds of languages by volunteers from around the world. And it's streamed to thousands of channels and platforms. Please don't forget to share this event to your social networks right now, because we have so many topics, important topics to discuss. We have already heard the truth about the dreadful state of our planet. We have heard about the actual reasons for climate change. We have seen the truth for garbage mobs, deforestation, and climate change on our only planet, but also on other planets in our solar system. Stay with us to find out why we don't believe that climate change will affect us. We will know about the reasons for the melting of glaciers, and we will know what has happened to the planet's core. Have you ever heard about an inhale of the Earth? We will hear about it today. And finally, we will watch the premiere of the documentary film, which was done by participations of the Project Creative Society. This film is the result of huge work, and it will really reveal the truth about refugees and slavery. So let's continue And now I would like again to greet our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko, and I would like to pass you a floor, Dr. Zinchenko.
There is a question. Why does the human mind, our cognitive system, with all its might, struggle to distort perception of the climate crisis as a concrete and imminent risk? Our instinctive safety system, the instinct of self-preservation, automatically reacts only to an immediate and direct threat. Various cognitive distortions affect psychological perception of climate change. For example, it's delay in time and lagging in space. In other words, climate threats are regarded as delayed in time and distant in space, and something that will happen somewhere, sometime with someone, but not with us and not now. An influential sociologist, Anthony Giddens, calls this spatio-temporal distance of climate change a paradox. Giddens's paradox reads as follows: since the dangers posed by global warming are intangible, immediate or visible in the course of day-to-day life, however awesome they appear, many will sit on their hands and do nothing concrete about them, yet waiting until they become visible and acute before being stirred to serious action will by definition be too late. Perception of the environmental crisis is influenced by inclination of the human mind to regard as risky what has immediate outcomes and to underestimate events with consequences distant in time. Distortions also affect the work of memory, including the collective memory of big disasters of the past. An effect of remoteness from the past is triggered. It happened once to someone else, but not to me. And did it really happen? Even if it did, who knows under what conditions? This makes us short-sighted about the future. Mass media do not present information from governments and the scientific communities of climatologists, geophysicists and ecologists about climate change as an immediate threat to the survival of civilization, already now. I would even say that anything is done to play on the cognitive distortions which I mentioned earlier, so that people remain ignorant and inactive. Climatic disasters are mentioned as something that will happen in decades, and when they speak of anthropogenic factor as a cause of the current climate events, the locus of control over the climate situation is shifted to humankind, or rather to the ruling political and economic elite. Perhaps because of this lie, people's healthy instincts do not work and people do not act. There is a deliberate manipulation of public consciousness. Those who do this are well aware of the unconscious mechanisms of human behavior. We are actually being led to slaughter. A crime against humanity is committed before our eyes by those onto whom we have shifted the responsibility for our destiny. In recent years, the phenomenon of climate or environmental eco-anxiety has appeared and started to spread, especially among teenagers and young people. This means that some people with an open-minded perception and healthy instincts adequately perceive the climate situation. If there is anxiety, there will be a desire to act in order to change the situation, but where is their energy redirected? To fight against the anthropogenic factor, to strikes and other social actions? In the end, people see that their efforts are fruitless and they lose enthusiasm. They remain locked in their desperate anxiety. It reaches its utmost, sometimes causing panic attacks, and then it turns into depression. Guys, you with climate and eco-anxiety, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, you're healthy, and you perceive what's going on in a normal way. You can't put 2 + 2 together. Please do not fall asleep. Join millions of people in the Creative Society project, those people who create conditions for all people, all humanity to survive. You just need to act in the right way. You do have the potential to change everything. The impact of climate change on people's mental health is now only starting to be recognized. Also, socioeconomic factors play a role, such as migration, lack of water and food resources, drought and crop failure, without resulting economic losses, as hunger and thirst, which can certainly lead to distress and despair. There is increased number of suicides among farmers, for example, affected by drought. Victims of various climate disasters are at high risk of developing post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety disorders, and panic attacks. People often experience sleep disorders, suicidal thoughts, outbursts of anger and aggression, which are very difficult to control. Comparative studies indicate a much higher prevalence of mental disorders among those who were forced to migrate and were not warned of the impending disaster. In children and adolescents, symptoms of mental disorders often appear and intensify months and years after the tragedy and occur in really half of the affected population, 46 to 38%. But victims of natural disasters and migrants receive timely medical aid. In these cases, when they get minimal living conditions as well as support, care and kindness from people around them, the risk of developing mental disorders decrease 2 times. But in the consumer society, this is available to a minority. Only in the creative society, people will be able to live in safe conditions, even during global cataclysms, and receive all necessary help in time, because human life in such a society is the main value.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, Dr. Zinchenko. I was very touched by your words about the people who see the real truth about the climatic situation. It is very important to us to understand the reasons why people react to information about climate change in this way. You can't remain indifferent now, because it's just deadly dangerous, and the media can now be heard to say that climate change is only about increasing the temperature of the atmosphere, but that's far from it. And we're now moving into a block of increasing internal activity of the Earth that determines climate change at this point in time. The planet is now experiencing a major geodynamic realignments, increased seismic volcanic activity, increased geothermal heat, increased degassing and many other facts. Unfortunately, science nowadays does not consider all this aspect comprehensively. This is a fatal mistake. We will start to consider the processes taking place with the aspect of modern melting of glaciers. What are, in fact, the causes of their melting? I give the floor to Ivan Kulakov, Doctor of Geological Mineralogical Sciences, a scientist who, as part of the research team of an interdisciplinary team led by the Schmidt Institute of Earth Physics.
Good afternoon. Trononama. Ivan Kulakov is andom. Slas stúr horme Institute Geolaíochta agus Geophysica Petroleum, Doctor Ólaíochtaí Geolaíochta agus Mínreolaíochta, Bal Cóhreagrach, Tacadamh Ólaíochtaí na Rúise. Ligin geophysic dún go leor cestanna a ragart, an ceannis mó ná bhfuil siúl lastaid den domhain agus na próisis atá an, agus an tionchar a bhíonn ag na próisis sin ar saol. Go chóirithe, déantar na próisis sin a bhanan le taobh daonna a chinne den cuid is mó ag na próisis geolaíochta a chorlaíonn lastaid den domhain. Tá isagan go bhfuil an Grainland clúdaithe le sra éigear 1 kiloméadar tíobh. Mar sin, in aice le cósta na Grainlinne, tá an ráta sruth éigear anóir. Agus tá sé seo intéiche go leor, slamníonn an irid agus cúpla dosin méadar éigear isteach san agéin an sin gach lá. Agus tá sé seo intéiche freisin tuis go bhfuil an teocht ord an sin, sóiríonn an tuisce, ag cruthú cinál ciseál, well, ar a slamníonn an téigear. Chóirla sé go bhfuil trolús an oigear ord go leor, ní hamháin ar na himel, ach sa leor freisin. Agus cén fá go bhfuil sé seo ag torlú. Brinne staidir geofisiceacha freisin a léirí go bhfuil luchanna daimhne I lorna Grainlinne faoin igar seo ó bhfuil kiloméadar go tiubh iontu. Mar sin, tugann riomhanna simplí flusc teasa le fios nár cheart go mbeadh lá aigir den sort sin ag an gnáthliú teasa. Ciallaíonn mé, in óíra, gur chóir an tigir a róte go maith isteach sa talamh agus an teocht a bheith faoi bhunníolas. Is é orgás go bhfuil abhrialtacht de chinál éigean an mar sin, in éanacht lenar góglachatha ón nearmán, chochrímuid a dhéanamh amach cad a bhí ar siúl an sin. Agus is é atá gin ach mó geofisicach. Tugtar tomografíocht seismach ar an má. Glacamid na sunraí abha faoi na crachanna talún go léir ar fud an domhain, an sin déanamid an aisnéis seo a dhíchódú, agus, sa deireadh, is féidir linn bun struchtúr an domhain a chinne, faoi réigiún éagsúla, ar scálaí éagsúla. Mar sin, brinne mar an cineál seo ibre, agus fuair mar amach go bhfuil abhrialtacht le trolús leideatha faoin gcuid lornach den Grainlinn, a in sin dúin go bhfuil teocht ordatha. Cén fá go bhfuil teocht ordatha an? Well, an sin tosaimid ag déanamh taide ar stair an réigiún seo, féicimid ar cheantar nach bhfuil éigear iontu, áit ar féidir leat lomán charraga a bhreathnú, mar shampla, ar an taobh thiar, ar an taobh chur, feicimid léirithe ar bholcánachas. Chuirla an bholcánachas sin, well, an sin timpeall 4.5 milliún bliain ó shin. Tuigeamid gur bé an bholcánachas seo nó rion ar láthair te a bhog faoin Grainlinn, agus inis nach bhfuil sa láthair te sin ach an Íslann. Mar sin chorlíonn sé nach raibh sé in óíra an láthair te a bhí ag glúiseach ba iad na plátaí a bhí ag boga thar an láthair te a dán ina náit. Mar sin tá mantlín an tá scordaine sa mantlín sin. Cean den na scordaine seo, mar shampla, is é láthair te chadhuiis. Is é an cean eile láthair te na híslanne. Agus os cionn na scordaine seo, tá cnapán de léchosféire ar snámhbháil is dá má phlátaí éigeiriad. Agus nuair a chéan an scard seo faoin bláta éigeir seo, dúirte rion sa léchosféire seo, agus bíonn tanú de chinál an sa léchosféire. Déanta na Fhírinne, creidte go bhfuil an láthair te seo, láthair te na híslanne, art ar 2.5 milliún bliain díos de réir roinnt túramí. Agus nuair a formíú é, dúirdí sé go dromchla an domhain I bhur muisirún mór. Agus nuair a tháinig an beagán seo I deagháil leis an léchosféire, chuir le sin thart ar 2.5 milliún bliain ó shin, agus bhí sé sin I limistéir an phláta sibéire, rud a chiallaíonn go raibh sé geantar nurilsc, mar sin, ba chúis lena lor fuinte scuile na milliún de chiloméadar cúbach de leabhar basaltacha, a dathraí éco chóras umlán or blanéad go chumlán. Mar thara ar seo, díothiú nucha féin géad den is specis batha go léir ar an domhain ag an am sin. Is é sin le rá, ba é an díochacht is déine sa stair umlán nó ar a laid is stair an domhain le déanaí. Ní díag sin, brinne an plim seo, nó in áit ceann na plide seo a deab, ach daonna gas, nach cosúil go bhfuil sí comhcontuirte. Agus os a chion bhí na plátaí ar snámh. Go Porto, bhí asbhrú mór basals ag an acóil nuair a aistríonn an taigéan Atlantach isteach san agéanartach. An sin snámh an Grainlinn I dro an spotate seo. Brithe imime amháin den hotspot sin faoin Grainlinn, agus an sin críomhní sé timpeall na híslanne. Mar sin, go banúsach, má éicimid thíos ar romchla léchosféire na Grainlinne, is féidir linn cinál díag a eálan. Dá réir sin, beléir go raibh an tábhar asthenosféric seo, ó bhfuil teocht níos ordaithe, níos gara den dromchla, nó mar is gnách, an léchosféire ilchríochach seo. Dá bhrí sin, ba chúis leis an ábhairte seo an grád an teochta sa chás seo a bhéadú, agus tá an phlusc teasa, an ceann ó bhfuilimid ag breathnú ar faoin Grainlinn inis, or. Well, go nádúrtha, láitear an tigir an sin, go nádúrtha, tá an tigir seo ag boga níos gasta, sa chuid lornach agus timpeall an imeall. Mar sin éiríonn ceist an seo láthair. I bhíneise an taobh dhomhanda atá an faoi láthair, agus gach ó bhfuil an, láfaí an Grainlinn agus ba tubaiste dá bhara. Ciallaíonn mé, go nádúrtha, go nordóí leibhéal na farraige agus mar sin de. Mar sin tá sé seo fad ag tuairliú faoi láthair amhail is gur gníomhaíocht gaoine ba chúis leis. Well, nóí, níl sé sin fíor in óíra, mar tá mé caint faoi phróisis atá ar siúl le 10 mílte bliain. Agus is gná phróisis a bhí ar siúl I bhfad níos faide, nó mar a bhíon cinenne déine, go nádóra. Agus is scála ama an difriú le, agus in óíra go raibh éigear, an sneachta sin, a bhí bailithe ag an Gréanlinn I réine roimhe seo. Lór go leor chun an ráta glúiseachta, éigear sin isteach san agéin a chúteamh, is é sin le rá, níl éon bhaint ag an carna nó laidú éigear seo le nóir bhaibanna taobh dhomhanda.
We would like to thank Dr. Kulakov and his colleagues for sharing their research on the glaciers melting in Greenland and actually explaining why they are melting. That is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because the media promotes only exclusively anthropogenic concepts. And it may seem that this is a specific particular case that only applies to Greenland. But when we see the whole picture that is presented here today, we understand that this is a sign of geothermal heat increase over the entire planet due to cyclicity. And as a continuation of this topic, please let's watch the following video.
Chúla gach duine cheana go bhfuil éigearsró ag lá go tubasteach go tapa, ach ar chúla tú faoi conas go díreach atá siad ag lá. Tá nócha féin géad ina héigearsró ar an phlánéad lonatha san Antarctica áit ó bhfuil siad ag imeachtas gasta. Rud is suntasaí ná go bhfuil sé seo ar siúl in iarthar na Antarctica amháin, ach san iarthar, tá teachtaí fuara gan bhrisise á glórú. Éiríonn ceist leiciúil, cén fá nach bhfuil Antarctica ag lá ach ar chiamh amháin, agus tá an freagra simplí go leor. Tá geolaíocht iomlán difriúil ag iarthar Antarctica. Is éard atá an blic taní de screabhan daonna atá scartha óna chéile ag luachtainna tectónacha móra, crisanna scoilte. Agus na crisanna seo, scuilte méideanna níos mó teasa. Mar hampla, brine ólatha ón Nearmán, agus ó thuirbh Antarctic na bratainna mapáil ar an srábha teasa geoteirmeach in iarthar Antarctica, ag úsáid sonraí ó bhreanatha éireachtraméinéadacha. Faoi bhun éigearsró Huatis, fuair siad amach limistéir ina dagan méid ollmhór teasa ó bhrein an domhain. Deir le chomhlaithe, tá sé seo amhlaí tuis go líon an téigearsró I trinse tectónach ina bhfuil screabh an domhain I bhfad níos tanaí. Buna go leor, tá iarthar Antarctica ar cheann de na réigiún volcánacha is mó ar an domhain. Tá níos mó ná céadas ceathracha bolcán ina gcoda faoin uair, agus tá siad a bhfad níos gníomhaí inis ná mar a chreid an pobal ólaíochta roimhe seo. Daimsí fuair an taiddóirí ó ollscoil róda Island factór nua I lá tapa éigearsró Oileán na Pinne san Antarctica. Bolcán gníomhach nóair a aithníú roimhe seo curtha go domhain faoin uair. Le riamh Fhírinne ar volcánachas ag túchan orad den isotóp hélium a hagan go heiseach ó mantlín an domhain. Deir leis an olamh Karen Haywood, téann teas geoteirmeach ó scoilt an Antarctic hir uisce na farraige. Luas géirú lá an bhilóg éige dá bhar seo. Ar sin, is é an teas geoteirmeach ó volcán atá ag cur le lá tapa an éigear san Antarctica, ní le taobh dhomhanda ar chur Ach cén fá go bhfuil an irid sin bolcán faoi leach éigear na Antarctica. Fuair san ólatha NASA an chúis amach. Bunatha ar chunraí ó chatalítí icasid agus icariide de chuid NASA, tháinig siad ar an conclúid go bhfuil ploméir mantlín mór faoi romcla iarthar Antarctica. Is é sin srábha magma deargte, áardíonn agus a leithníonn faoi screabh an domhain. De réir riomhanna na nólatha, tá an limistéir seo ag taobh leis an daonna chéine beagnach leis an supervolcan ó Yellowstone. Tóga sin an flusc teasa 150 mg in aghaidh an bhéidir chearnaí, ag srucha 8 na ceantar scoilte. Tá sé seo thart ar thrí irid an teasa agus a aghaidh na sreachanna caragacha comhdhálacha. Dá bhrí sin, tá gach cóirtha an go bhfuil éigearsruth san Antarctica ag lánaí mar gheall ar factóirí anthropaganacha, ach mar gheall ar an teasbólcánach. Ag an am céine, tá teocht screibh an domhain ag ordú agus tá codanna den chríocht ag ordú go neamhnach. Cén fág in dhéanann an pobal óíochta neamhart ar an nasc idir na feiniméin seo go léir. Tá lá éigear cógdíon céine ag torlú ar chuid eile den phlánéad sa Greenland. Research conducted in October 2020 showed that Greenland is now melting faster than ever before in the past 2010 years. 2009 alone, Greenland is heat lost the most in recorded history, 6 billion tons. It is also surprising that Giant Lakes upper under the surface of the glacier which is actually 1.2 kilometers high. As of today, we already know about 6,000 subglacial lakes of Greenland. The temperature of the surrounding is around -5 degrees Celsius, but these lakes do not freeze. Tháinig roinnt grúpaí taide ólatha isteach san iireacht freagra áil ar an gceist seo. Fuair siad amach go bhfuil pluméir mantlín faoin Greenland, díreach mar atá faoin Antarctica. Bhí an sraifí geoteirmeacha a thagann óna butóga ina gcúis le luchanna subglacial a irmiú agus éigearsruth a lá. Ag baint úsáide as taide imtharraingthe, rinne fuair ólatha Americánacha faoi stiúr an Olaf Ralph von Freysa-Mastachán ar hiú screibh na Greenlanne. Tugadh faoi deara lá gníomhach éigearsruth i dúsceart an Oileán, áit ó bhfuil an screibh níos tanaí agus bratha sreabha geoteirmeach méideacha mar gheall ar an pluméir mantlín atá ag ordú. Ag baint úsáide as sunraí tomografíochta seismeacha chonaic ólatha ó Fhírinne idirdisciplínach in Institute Física an domhain Schmidt gnordóí sreabha magma ó lór an chrí go dromchla an domhain díreach faoi chuid lórnach na Greenlanne. Seo an áit ó bhfuil an líon is mó de luchanna subglacial séite. Rinne hólatha an flusc teasa teoiriciúil a reagraíonn den siomra magma seo a riamh agus fuair siad amach gur leor an teas seo chun bun an éigearsruth a chéamh suas go dtí láfuointe an éigear. Tá na tuirthaí céine dearmhatha ag staidir chosúla ag baint úsáide as technoliacht fálamana sin. Conclude. Is léir go bhfuil an dá réigiún éigeacht is mó ar domhain, Antarctica agus an Greenland ag lá mar gheall ar sraifí geoteirmeacha méideacha ag teacht ón taobh den phlánéad. Ach cad atá ag cur go mór leo. Tá plumíní mantlín faoi bhun na néigearsruth leis na milliún bliain. Is sa lá atá nniuán, ordaíonn a gcuid magma níos gara de rumchla an domhain agus is cúis le taobh méideacha screibh an domhain ón taobh. Tugann sé seo le fios go bhfuil próisis neamhgnácha ag tosú ag torlú i butóga an domhain ina chríolóir. Agus is í an phríomhcheist, cén fág go bhfuil sé ag torlú go beachtain is. Sé an freagra simplí, athratha timphríalacha ar scála plánéadach a chorlaíonn gach 2010 bliain. Ní lá na néigearsruth ach cuid den slabhra imeachtaí óráide ágfaí go mbeidh tubaiste ar tí torlú go luath amach an seo. Tá sé thar a bheith tábhachtach i nniu pobal óíochta an domhain ar fad aontu don staidir críochnúil i dhéanamh ar fíor chúiseanna an athratha óráide agus tragóid mhór a chus.
Well, we just saw that the glaciers of Antarctica are melting from the bottom up due to the internal heat because hot magma rises up towards them. Under the glaciers, there is now warm water, which is heated by the subglacial volcanoes. And this shocking piece of information has been made public to such a large audience for the first time right now. Before today, we have been led to believe that the melting is the result of human activity. But it turns out to be an absolute lie. The anthropogenic factor has nothing to do with it. Magma rises not only under Antarctica and Greenland, but also in areas of thin crust. This is primarily the oceanic crust. And Professor Arthur Vittorito has found an alarming trend and geothermal heating at the bottom of the ocean. And we give him the floor.
My name is Arthur.
Churvitcherito is anandam. Tom scormar olav le tiroliacht isicul. Agus Tom sosta a ve ranfortoch an seo sa Géarchéim Dhomhanda. Comhdháil tima for tro an seo an a carhanolog. Díormach léin roinnt blianta ó hin an raibh na grachana talún an phlánéid ag méadú. Agus dúirt mé, sa, tá beagán acu, ach níor bhraní mé ina sunraí go cuaramach. Agus mé ag féchant ina sunraí go cuaramach, chusí mé ag féchant roinnt rudaí a chur spéis onam. Agus an rud is mó a chur spéis onam ná go raibh líon na grachana talún ag tosú ag méadú go gasta urlár na nagéin. Gum sin na chagéin, thart míle irid an teasa a bhíonn san atmosfér. Mar sin más míon leat, tugadh an phríomhíl mór iráide an agéin. Mar sin más féidir linn an cuasaíocht thermach Líne a chreisiú, dús, déanam is féchant phlos geotermach níos mó. Is geotermach nóí, teasa hagan as mantlín an dahain. Is an ruda imid I molcán gníomhacha, géisirs, sprungíte. Ris fecimid go bhfuil bunús an cuid is mó den teas geotermach an bplánéid urlár na farraige. Agus tá spáineann an léireáid seo le deimhís is deimhís I nach dearg, áite dagan an cuid is mó den teas geotermach den phlánéid. Agus is féidir linn eáil go bhfuil sé comhrúnach go fuorfa leis na codanna de screamh an dahain atá ag scála óna chéile. Seo a thugamid crisanna scape an agéin lár. Agus má éichamid crisanna scape an agéin lár, fecimid go léiríonn gníomhaíocht ord grith talún sna réigiún seo, sráha ord teasa geotermach sna réigiún seo. Mar sin, chun críocha an phlé seo, táid chun tagart a dhéanamh den rud a dugam, mosa, gníomhaíocht, seismach, crisanna scape lár agéin. Seach rastalí mai, mosa, maidir leis an méid phlos geotermach. Chuige seo, rinne mé catalógu líon na nimachtaí seismacha nó cuirt talún sa réin a chathair mína sa sé, céire go sé cinn, den réin méid a nóméid. Sé sin, mar tá níos mó crachana talún agat, sna scape lóra agéin seo crisanna, ba scuile níos mó teasa geotermach agat. Agus é seo ó rianú agam, bhraní mé an gníomhaíocht seismach I crisanna scape an agéin lár. Agus seo an chart. Mar sin, tá is agan go bhfuil phlos geotermach níos mó agan mar go bhfuil bhád níos mó gníomhaíochta crith talún agan síos urlár na farraige. Agus an rud a dhéanfí sé seo, treisiíonn sé an cuasaíocht thermach Líne. An bplánéid tugtar an Kirkland Meridional Overturning, nó muc an cuasaíocht thermach Líne. Tá sé tiomáinte ag na difríochtaí dlús teachta agus salandachta seo. Agus scaptar na chagéin sa chris umpar olmhór agus tugamid comhumpar dahain seo. Idirnáisiúntasach ó cin geothrimal hat éidir cósaíocht an cholún isce a ladú. Taobh sé an bun isce. Agus tú ag taobh an isce bun, neartíonn tú an cuasaíocht thermach Líne. Is fíric cheanmhonatha seo san agéinolaíocht, má héiteann tú an bun tríchéamh geotermach, is an rud a chorlóí, ná go mbeidh an cris umpar seo ag boga níos tapúla. Agus an níos tapa a glúiseann sé seo, is mó a bhrútar an teasisteach san ardach. Agus is meicneocht criticúla seo a gafimid irid chóramach a chuirtéir. Tá spána go bhfuil cuasaíocht ormlán na farraige méideatha. Agus seo an cuma atá an réimse teachta. Agus is féidir leat a eáil an seo go bhfuil na ceantar I nach dearg go príomha, I lár agus I dúscairt an Atlantaí ag ré I bhád níos teo nó mar is gnách agus shruig siad an stát seo ag tosú I 1995. Chus é sin na teachtaí orda aghrialta a thugann dún am dearfach arba oscillation multidecadal an Atlantaí tá thart ó 1995. An seo feicimid lámhaí a tóga ó réadlann na cruinne NASA I 1979. An seo is féidir leat a eáil gnáthlá an méid I 2007. Is féidir linn a eáil go bhfuil sé leideatha go mór. Agus tá sé seo antábhachtach, mar nuair a laíonn tú sneachta agus éigear, déanann tú a seolas dearfach a dtugtar. Mar sin mé dítear ghlanéfacht seo fad. Díonn t-athrú an phlos geotermach is mó a chreisiíonn an cuasaíocht thermach Líne, a bhéidíonn umpar teasa agéinach san ardach. a laidíonn sneachta agus éigear freisin. Sochaí ortacha. Is é an cúis a churmuid tús leis seo I 1990 gurbí seo an chéad bhliain a chur sonraí teachta satellite fáil scála daonna. Is é gníomhaíocht seismach Chris scapa an agéin lormóide teacht daonna an bararah I gcorm. Is iad teachtaí daonna an cuar dearg. Bhíimiid amach go laidíonn na teachtaí gníomhaíocht seismach lor an agéin dá bhliain. Heicimid go bhfuil an dá chóir seo comhrúnach go hanmha. Sé náid bunca seachta dó an comhéifiacht comhdháil seo, pointe níle seachta dó, atá suntasach ó chéamh statistica agus anár. Ba bhliain antábhachtach I 1995 gur pointe in ilte I teacht an daonaí is é sin gníomhaíocht seismach an bheán agéin agus scaoile Géarchéimeach dá bhar spicid go tubann I 1995 agus feicimid go nachraíonn roinnt fenomén geofiscacha eile I 1995. Tus go bhfuil sé ceangailte ar fad. Tá sé sin doiciméideacha go maith ag taighdeoir darbhanam James Camis. Tá na sreabháin seo doiciméideacha aige faoi na éigearthróch agus tá isaguinn agus tá sonraí anmhaithaguinn a chaispáin an ghuail. Lá, go leor den lá air. Ón Antartach agus tá ghuail Géarchéimeach ag an Greenland. Tá go leor le fálam fós faoi t-athrú óráide. Agus credim go bhfuair mé píosa beag de sin, is é sin, credim go bhfuil gníomhaíocht seismach a nearna neabharid, den cuid is mó uirthaí sa litríocht. Cheann den na cúiseanna leis an t-athrú óráide sin, agus caithfimid níos mó a inniucha. Agus muid is gá é a chomhdháil níos fearr le tuiscintí eile tágann faoi t-athrú óráide. Credim in líne dús, agus credim gur ceartún muirseacht wa a aimiú, ach gur ceartún ile iireacht a dhéanamh ara a chuirt dá chéile.
Thank you, Professor Vitorite, for sharing your research. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your research, and let's look at some other interesting patterns related to geothermal flow in the ocean. Oceanographers from Germany have found that just off the coast of West Antarctica in the Weddell Sea, the water at the depths of more than 2,000 meters warms up 5 times faster than at the surface. The temperature of the upper layer of water, 700 meters deep, almost never increases. This demonstrates that heating comes from beneath the surface. Thanks to the network of Argo buoys disturbed throughout the world's oceans, scientists can obtain data on changes in water temperature and salinity. In this way, anomalous zones of elevated temperatures in the ocean have begun to be detected in recent decades. The water in them can be as much as 10 degrees warmer. They became known as blobs, heat bubbles or heat blobs. Blobs appear from time to time in the Pacific Ocean, and 2 spots stand out in particular off the coast of Alaska and near New Zealand. The appearance of such anomalies has become suddenly more frequent. Scientists can reliably explain where such a heated ball of water appears in the ocean column. But in preparation for the conference, we could not disregard such an interesting phenomenon, and accidentally, a geophysicist I know had a map of the location of magmatic plumes of the planet. Also, I want to know that the boundary of the core and mantle, there are giant structures of reduced velocities, which are also called magmatic droplets. They feed the magmatic plumes which rise from the core to the ocean floor. And when the map of thermal anomalies and the location of the plumes were superimposed, we got the following picture. Some magmatic plumes appear directly under the thermal drops in the ocean. In some articles, we see that areas of elevated temperatures in the ocean are associated with human activity. But it remains a mystery how that CO2, which is emitted by our factories and is very well mixed in the atmosphere, all rushed into these zones to heat the ocean locally. And there are huge volumes of water, and you have to heat it up by almost 10 degrees. In 1999, when there was a well-known underwater volcanic eruption on the Giggle Reach, heated water also rose the surface. Maybe it's time to consider the hypothesis that blobs in the water's oceans are related to magmatic plumes on the bottom after all. Unexpected behavior is also obtained in another area of the ocean, the Gulf Stream current. Scientists have established that the temperature of the ocean surface is rising. It means that according to all the laws of physics, ocean currents should speed up, and that's what we see. A prime example is the Antarctic current. But then, why the Gulf Stream is slowing down? The Gulf Stream started up 11,000 years ago at the beginning of the Holocene, when it was warming and the Earth was coming out of the Ice Age. But now it's getting warmer and the glaciers are melting, but it is slowing down. Climatologists know very well that the stoppage of the Gulf Stream will lead to. As a result, winters in Europe and North America will become harsher, and the sea level at the USA shores will rise faster. So, what do we see? That glaciers are melting from the inside out, areas of magma sources due to heating. In the oceans, the lower layers of water are warming and abnormal heat drops appear above the magma sources. Seismicity on the ocean floor grows and geothermal flow increases. The Gulf Stream is also behaving unexpectedly. All these factors indicate to us a significant impact of geothermal heat on the global nature mechanism of our planet. And I want to ask you another question. Are we so blind that we will explain all these large-scale phenomena only by human activity? All these processes have intensified in recent decades, and it is clear that they point to global changes within the planet. After all, we have so many smart people in science, but the consumer format of our society does not allow them to study topics that are really important for all of humanity. A creative society starts with the truth, and we are articulating this truth right now. The next speaker is going to talk about the processes that indicate increased natural degassing, namely fires burning falls. I give the floor to Peter Lushin.
Banachtaí do ran fortaithe na Comhdhála. Comhdháilú na dinta fianna le luachtaine is screabhan daon. Agus dús bora an stad san astráil I rith an tsamhraí. Tes I lár na chastrála. An imeall, tá teocht cúpla céim níos ísle, ach cé go bhfuil tinte in áiteanna de freisin, tarlaíonn siad go príomha an imeall, áit ó bhfuil an teocht níos ísle agus áit ó bhfuil sé níos gara den agén, is é sin, tá an taise níos orda. Cén fá é sin? Well, Tuis go bhfuil na cásanna is contúirtí ó chéad tine de Comhdháilmhar le luachtaine screabhan daon. Tá sé seo in iarthar na chastrála, chomh leis an iarthar agus a deisceart, I ngach áit. Mar sin, cén fá go bhfuil gach rud ag torlú feadh luachtaine screabhan daon. Is atá I gceist le luachtaine gníomhacha is screabhan daon ná inú, ruda ágan go laidíonn taise an air atmosférí go dtí laidú deasca de dhéantús an duine. De spánan breathnathe tuirneamhacha é seo freisin. Is minic a thug siad siúd a shnámh san airge, áit ó bhfuil fosra thíos faoi deara sa samhra, go bhfuil builgeoga ag teacht ón mbun agus gur féidir ráta srafa a chóir. Má tá luachtaine is screabhan daon, nó cruith talún, an sin tá tubair gáis le feiceáil na radarí faoi isce. Nuair a chriceann na gáis seo dromchla an isce, má tá éigear ag an mar, is féidir go leor builgeoga a fháil san éigear. Má dhéanann siad pol san éigear sna háiteanna seo, tarlaíonn tinte fiú. Taspáineann léir scála na satellite go bhfuil tubair meán le feiceáil san atmosfér ag leatha feadh na céta agus na mílte kiloméadar in áiteanna ina bhfuil túchan ord gás thar leor na graitheanna talann. Tarlaíonn sé seo i mur chasp sna Stát agus i Mexico. I ngach áit, leanaíonn plumíní meán ó epikiméadar cuid talún. Réigiún Bacail, 2009, ní raibh go leor craitheanna talún agus tinte an, agus ní raibh siad ach i neisceart an réigiún. Ach ina dónáda haon náid bí na céta tinte an, agus ní amháin sa deisceart ach in iarthar Bacail agus an iardheisceart freisin, agus bhí na tinte seo logánacha go gnéithe líneacha, línálacha. Éach an léirscáil de hipóntas na craitheanna talún. Se, téann siad feadh loch Bacail, ach níl tinte an, agus in iarthúsceart loch Bacail níl creic talún an chur bé. Ach tá na céta tinte an tarlaíonn sé go bhfuil aibhríaltacht, bainnéadach, agus lucht sa screabh an domhain sa limistéir sin. Ní dhiaidh sin, mar an ggéine sa Ghréig, in áiteanna ina bhfuil meán, tá tinte ollmhóra an, agus i gás nach bhfuil meán an. Bíonn tinte ó am go chéile. Turkey. Tá rád meán i leor na Turca, mar sin, tá na céta tinte an, ní teagmhar sporadacha iad seo. San India sruthann siad gialcach. Is gnáchas é seo, ach ní chorlaíonn tinte farsin ach go bháin i gásanna ina mbíonn túchan méideatha meán gar do thromchla an domhain. Uair dheisceart na Stát Aontaithe. Is minic a bhíonn tinte línáilte i línálacha. Agus má éigeann tú an léirscáil tectónach, se, tá siad fad nó beagnach, baintach le luchtainna screabh an domhain. Seo Florida agus Texas agus roinnt Stát eile. Gach áit mar an ggéine. Dá réir sin, is iad na conclúdaí. Gníomhítear tinte nádúrtha in aice le luchtainna screabh an domhain le réimsí mainnéadacha, thar a bheith ord mar gheall an méadú stoirmeacha tornaí tíreama. Tá cléine an go tucaí méadú líon na duinte le méadú thiúchan meán gar do thromchla an domhain. Tarlaíonn an díal ón gléine tuisc nach bhfuil baint chunrach ag degaising meán leis an aimsir agus le stoirmeacha tornaí tíreama. Go seo an rud bhhaitleom a dhéanamh dómh siúd i dhéanann stadéir agus a bhfuil sim acu i rudaí mar chraithna talún, trumí agus tinte. Ná tóg é gan aon áras i gcónaí, déalfar le gach imeacht ina néanaar agus faigh amach an Genesis. Go raibh maith agat as d'ord.
I'm very grateful to Piotr Lushvin for the information he has provided, because fires that occur along the faults become more and more frequent for a reason. Next, you will learn why they began to increase in certain places. We've been talking for years about the causes of global climate change, about the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, and about what will happen. But what I want to share with you now turned out to be a shock to me personally. I naively believed that there are areas on Earth that would be less prone to cataclysms, where earthquakes or volcanic eruptions don't happen, because they are far from the coastline for a tsunami to break through here. I thought that such a safe place was Siberia. But it turned out that I was deeply mistaken, and already in the near future, a devastating disaster could happen there, which would be fatal for all humankind, and you'll understand now why. For 10 years now, people have been trumpeting that Russia is heating up 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. But have you seen how it exactly heats up? Look at this huge red spot that shows how atmospheric temperatures in Russia have changed over decades. Isn't it weird that this spot is located in the center of the country, in western Siberia, where the age of the plates is relatively young, and the plate itself is thinner? Precisely in this area, the permafrost degrades most rapidly. Isn't that strange? So what is the reason for the abnormal heating of Western Siberia? No, not in greenhouse gas emissions. The reason is the movement of the Earth's core, Rybarkin's works showed that even with small vibrations and movements of the core, all mantle layers experience deformations. In the late 19th, there was a jump of the core in the northern direction. The core shifted along the line from West Antarctica to West Siberia to the Taimyr Peninsula. The heat from the bowels now comes asymmetrically, and this is probably the reason why the glaciers in West Antarctica are melting the fastest. What is happening in Western Siberia? Heated fluids and magma rise higher to the junctions of the lithospheric plates, to the ocean floor and to the Earth's surface in the direction of the core's pressure. Currently, beneath Western Siberia, heat is accumulating in the upper layers of the mantle. The push of the core towards the Taimyr Peninsula creates conditions for the emergence of deep magma sources. Already now, the thin lithospheric crust beneath Western Siberia starts to be eroded by magma and becomes thinner. The works by Igor and Elena Morozova from the University of Wyoming back in 1994-97 indicated the weakening, severe heterogeneity and signs of melting of the lower lithosphere, as well as the strong influence of the melts in the mantle on the tectonic processes of the central part of Western Siberia. But what's not all, the rigid basis of the foundation of the Western Siberia plate is not monolithic. These faults are now beginning to crack. Seismicity is appearing where it didn't exist before, and this begins to affect even the neighboring, ancient thick plate of West-Eastern Siberia. Between the blocks of the rigid foundation of Western Siberia, at a depth of 2-3 kilometers, there are deep trenches called rifts, filled with sediments of a volcanic catastrophe that happened long ago. 250 million years ago, at the turn of the Permian and Triassic periods, the Earth was splitting apart here due to catastrophic eruptions that formed nearby magnetic layers called the East Siberian Traps. During these eruptions, the Earth experienced its greatest extinction, the Permian extinction, in which 19% of all species became extinct. And now this disaster could happen again. Already now, in various regions, magma begins to anomalously heat the plate. Groundwater boils and water vapor warms the atmosphere. The hydrothermal potential of the West Siberian plate has long been known, but the paradoxical thermal anomalies that have appeared in recent decades are an increase in geothermal heat in the north is now directly above the ancient rift, exactly where the crust split 50 million years ago. About the other branch of the rift, in the southwestern part of the plate, water in people's wells suddenly starts boiling. And right now, in winter, in December, despite the frosts, peat bogs are burning under the snow. In addition, the North magnetic pole is now drifting in this direction with acceleration, and in the outer core, right under this zone, the molten iron flow is accelerating. What does this indicate? The proximity of new catastrophic eruptions. And there are still many such areas with thin crust on the planet. And it is curious that it is in these regions that the number of forest fires has increased due to increased natural degassing along faults. Current trends suggest that in the coming decades, magma will start popping up in various places around the world, saying hello to us. The solid ground beneath our feet is beginning to crumble, even where we hoped we could be safe. If it is still not obvious that the problem is in magma, very soon everyone will be convinced of it. But what is happening now? National governments are afraid to tell the truth because they fear panic. One can understand them because they have nothing to offer people, because then the question will arise, how are governments preparing for the coming events? Meanwhile, governments are raising money to fight against CO2. How's that? And scientists echo this lie and engage in some nonsense with this notorious carbon dioxide, just to make a little more money for the last time. Because of such collaborationists, we are totally unaware. Meanwhile, the inevitable is getting closer and we have no way to counteract it. I'm also afraid of what is going to happen, but it's even scarier if we lose our time and our chance. And the responsibility for the death of billions of people in the next decade will be on our conscience. No, we will not allow civilization to perish because of our pride, laziness or cowardice. And we have a solution, the only one and the most effective. We need all the scientists of the world to stop concentrating on their own narrow topics and mundane problems and combine the accumulated enormous amounts of knowledge and skills. Is it really difficult to establish communication between people? Just imagine, thousands of volunteers have been preparing for this conference. If we all begin to act to achieve the single greatest goal of our time, the survival of all mankind, in the shortest time possible, we would study all aspects of the ongoing climate change, and we would already be able to begin to find a mechanism to counteract it. But this is only possible if we form part of the creative society. Otherwise, there is no other way. So isn't it time to roll up our sleeves and join the ranks? Together, we really can do anything. Join in.
Thank you, Elisaveta. Your information have left me speechless. And I believe many of our viewers as well. How much more convincing evidence do we need, guys? We're being constantly warned by nature that we are slowly crossing the red line and that inevitable is closing very fast. And we are not ready to withstand it. Let's now watch a video with the most alarming information.
Bratha sa daon. Tá ólatha ag tafada rud scanrú. Tá luchanna, adnacha, asana ag imacht fud an phlánéad. Cá déan an tuisce cógasta. Lakes. Dara luck is mós a bhullh, popo, trumatha go simplí. Tá spáineann íomhána satellite go raibh uisce fós an in Abrán 2013 ach faoi anóir 2016 bhí an lucht tírim go chomráin. Ní amháin gur tragóid é seo do dhaoine áitiúla ach dúir géir freisin faoi thabhchaí go leor luchanna scála daonna. Chuir le bás le caculó, a sé bhéidir dimhne, chomh tubann sin gur cosúil gur tharraing duine éigean breis an ollmhór amach agus gur scaoil sé an tuisce go léir. I 7 mbliana amháin, tá an lucht imethe go chomráin. I California, tá an dara taiscomar is mós a stát, lucht urbhile ag imacht go tapa. Mar a eicin tú, seasan fiú an buí ag bun oscailte an lucha. It's an corp isce ba dimhne riamh den céad uair riamh sa staid. D'imí an tuisce I lucht na chuamha in éineacht leis an iasc. Tharraing an bolcéil, a dág an lucht de réir cosúlachta, an fána isceach fad. Rivers. Tá leibhéal an uisce in abhainn Paraná. An dara ceann is fada I Mericeá theas tar éis an Amazon, ag an leibhéal is ísle le 7 mbliana is 7. D'imí an tuisce in abhainn atu ag thar oíche tar éis de chreach ollmhór oscailt, trínar fág an tuisce. Bogtar abhainn mhór Indus sa Phacastáin inniu beagnach gan uisce agus seasaintí gan uisce. Tá laidú níos mó ná 5 óra bhéad a delta. Tréige roinnt loníochtaí feann chósta agus bégan den na céta duine éime. In 2013, dumpaí abhainn Ramslims a 3 bhéidir deimhne ina rud nach glúdaíonn ach bróga ólatha sa chuid is deimhne den taiscomar. Thosaí abhainn Rio Grande atá tábhachtach d'áthrúthirí nisa ag imach. In ann na bhéid súntasach, tá bhrucha iompatha ina garn ganamh agus clocha cheana féin. I láthair na chúra, tá go leor aibhneachas na Stát Aontaithe faoi bhagairt tromú ón colrad amaití go gascoinine. Asanna. Ceann duine asanna is muirge daonna, compléisce gúsú, beagnach a 3 km leithid. Tháinig laidú a 5 óra le déanaí. Bhí an dara as is cuachtaí daonna tar éis a gúsú, Victoria Falls, tí imacht in 2009. Jimmy an tas is irde in Acúdor, san Raphael Falls, go maith in 2020. In ionad as lúchmhar, tá broctaní nach bhfuil le feiceáil inis ag sile síos na carraige. Na mórranna ile tugamid faoi deara go bhfuil uisce ag imacht, rud a chiallaíonn gur próisis scála plánéide, is fiú smaoinemh. Cén tionchar a bheith gantanas uisce fud an domhain chéal gach duine againn. De réir taide a rinne ólatha mheiriceá. Tá leibhéal uisces na haibhneacha is mó domhain tite go mór le 5 bliain anuas. Fud an domhain, tá na mílte aibhneacha agus taiscomar ag imacht, ach ag an am céine tá dúirte cumhachtach an. Mar shampla, sa Chín, in anún tiltte go minic, tá níos mó ná 27,000 abhainn imethe, is é sin thart 5 féin géad d'aibhneacha na tíre fad. Conas is féidir é seo a bhíniú. Sa Ucrán, tá níos mó ná 10,000 abhainn imethe le 3 bliain anuas agus tá tibricha ag tromú. Tá an 4 cuid d'aibhneacha hasna agus le dá sruthanna beaga I mbaol imeacht freisin. Mar gheall gantanas uisce, tá Géarchéim uisce ó scóir na Hindia mar nach raibh riamh cheana. Éiríonn ceist nádúra. Cá bhfuil an uisce ag dul? Faoi láthair, tá ar bplanéad ag dul isteach dimhríal cataclysms planéadacha a chorlaíonn gach 2010 bliain. Le linn na timphríala, bíonn tionchar ag idirghníomhaíocht réaltrach chrí an phlánéad, rud a ágann go mbíonn an chrí neamhchochromaithe agus tosíonn sé ag léimt. Mar gheall seo, luaithíonn an plánéad a rothlú agus tosíonn sé ag leathnú feadh a bhí an cearcó. Grothítear micra scoilteanna agus tin uisce ó chascomar níos déimhne. Is féidir an iontógáil uisce seo ag an plánéad a chur ag gomparáid le ionanáú. Ceart anis tá an plánéad ag ionanáú. An gcílíonn sé go ndéanfaí sé anáú ag puinte aige. Mar sin cén fá agus conas a bhfuil or blan ceachta. Mar thura lús géarú an phlánéad, athraíonn a uairsa leor hefacha agus tosíonn marna ag ordú go dromchla screamh an domhain agus ag taobh na niscí faoi chalamh. Ceanna féin inniu tá méid ag feiceáil lá tapa éigearthró ón mna níos ag taobh sreachanna domhain den agin Dhomhanda, ag lána farraige agus cosanna nuair a eicin daoine uisce ag tibricha ag fiúcha. I bótóga íortha na sibéir amháin, ag dimhnacht kiloméadar go le, tá farraige umlán d'uisce te ag 2 trilliún méadar cúbach. Agus tá farraigí faoi chalamh, bulganach agus fiúchta le fáil ní amháin faoin tíre, ach go leor réigiún eile freisin. Tá go leor uisce an chun tuile eile ón míobla a chur faoi deara. Mar sin, nuair a shruiceann madma na cúlchistí olmhóra uisce seo, tosóidh an tuisce seo ag galú go mór. Saoilí na caneochtaí isce a thiocfaí as an talamh de réir mar a heilis an phlánéad. Ba tiltte tubastecha mar chura seo. Tá méid ag súil go nordóí isce thar na mílte, mar sin ní anfaí ach bar na sléibhte. Lua an iarracht go bhfuil an plánéad ag bratha ó am do chéile. Or leis é seo cheana is star an cinenne déine. Sampla de seo is an tiltte mór, a lútear ag go leor míotais faoi phobal an domhain. Well, tá sé lúte agin go bhfuil análann an domhain, suíonn sé ant, isce, agus tar éis a chonartha, a chulíonn sé seo. Agus tar éis seo, is féidir le mídáil. Tá an námad is uafásaí ó scóir ó sibhialtachta, cheanna tá trocarach ina léirú. Tá sé ag chur an omarcha cuachta ar an cheanna féin, agus níla midine, mar gheall ar bhórmáid déalta agus tóiltóra, ag trid ar eis fiú. Más míon linn an saoil ar an plánéad a chuimhnú, chaifimid gníomhú mar éiad an aontaithe. Sé seo an tain bhealach chun todhchaí sláán a ráthú dún. Chun seo a dhéanamh, tá sé ríchábhachtach dún formáid na sochaí a aontú agus a athrú go ceann cruthaithí. San ormáid seo, forbromid technoliacht go tapa a churfaí an cumas dún or saoil a chuimhnú de réir mar a chéachraíonn an domhain. Ceartan is, socraíonn tú cad a chorlóí ina dhiaidh sin agus cincás a leanfimid.
Now, during the conference, we learned that the melting of the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland occurs from the bottom up because of the activation of magma vents beneath them. Magma is rising closer to the surface in areas of thin crust and in zones of known magmatic activity, and this is increasing volcanic eruptions in the ocean and on land. Seismicity on the ocean floor increases, geothermal heat increases, and this leads to heating of the lower layers of ocean water. This in its turn leads to accelerated currents and changes in atmospheric circulation. Earthquakes increase on land as well. Flammable gases are released through faults, and the number of natural wildfires increases. Underground waters in regions with a thin earth crust become abnormally heated. More sinkholes and karst funnels are forming. New cracks are being formed which divert water deep into the earth. All processes are intensifying. The conductor of these changes is the core of our planet, which has been undergoing changes in the cycle of 12,000 years due to the impact of external radiation. We underestimate the strength of the core. It seems to us that if the core is so huge and clumsy, it cannot affect the surface of the Earth. But we are deluded as the tiny bacteria on the crust of an apple, who think they are the reason the apple falls to the ground in the fall. I present to you the most recent open-source data available on the study of our planet's core and the consequences that these changes in the core cause.
We believe that we can control a lot of things, but we forgot that there is a huge mass of molten substance bubbling beneath our feet. At the very center of this red-hot ocean is the heart of our planet. And like ours, it is beating. But now, serious problems have begun inside the core. It could soon destroy our civilization. The core of our planet has a radius of 3,500 kilometers, which is comparable in size to the planet Mars. Previously, it was believed to consist of two layers, an outer liquid layer and a solid inner layer of iron and nickel. However, new findings have puzzled the scientific community. In 2015, researchers from the University of Illinois and Nanjing University in China discovered a strange behavior. of a seismic wave traveling through the inner core. Thanks to this discovery, scientists concluded that there is an inner core, and it either consists of a different type of crystal, or the Earth's core is still evolving and is gradually crystallizing. This is confirmed by the research of Australian scientists led by Joanne Stevenson.
What I observed is a very small kind of change, but it's got big implications for what's happening in the inner core.
Recently, scientists made another staggering discovery. For some unknown reason, the Earth's inner solid iron core appeared to be asymmetrical. A new model proposed by seismologists of the University of California, Berkeley, suggests that the Earth's inner core grows faster on the east side than on the west side. According to the lead study author, Daniel Frost, the movement of liquid iron in the outer core carries heat away from the inner core, causing it to freeze and grow on the east side. Phil Livermore of the University of Leeds and his colleagues were surprised when a trio of satellites called SWARM detected signs of a fast-flowing river of liquid metal in the Earth's outer core. Researchers indicate that this jet stream moves from Canada to Siberia and now wraps halfway around the planet. The vast jet stream, about 420 kilometers wide, has accelerated threefold since 2000. It remains a mystery why the speed of the iron stream has increased. But the anomalous phenomena don't end with that. Geophysicists at the University of Maryland have analyzed thousands of recordings of seismic waves traveling through the Earth and discovered two strange structures at the Earth's core. One beneath Africa and the other one deep below the center of the Pacific Ocean. These structures are features of very dense, hot matter at the boundary between the core and the mantle, and are known as ultra-low velocity zones at the roots of deep-seated mantle plumes. Notably, each of these two giant blobs has an area comparable to that of a continent, and the height of each is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. In the year 2020, scientists discovered that the patch of hot material beneath Hawaii is even larger than they previously thought. A recent work by Maria Sekamestrenko, a seismologist at the University of Oxford, confirms these so-called blobs as a source of the hot mantle plumes. And those plumes can trigger devastating supervolcanic eruptions when they surface. The mantle plumes caused massive volcanic eruptions that formed Iceland and continue to drive the rumbling activity beneath Yellowstone.
There is a high correlation between these events. Climate changes and mass extinctions over the past few 100 million years.
The results of recent studies of the Earth's core and the structures around it are alarming. And while only scientists know about this threat now, it will soon become apparent to all inhabitants of the Earth. Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole's drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased, as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North Magnetic Pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. In the year 2010, NASA scientists, together with French meteorologists, established a correlation between the increase in average annual temperatures and the rotation of the Earth's core. The fact that the core affects the climate has long been known in science. Back in the 1980s, a group of French scientists discovered that the movement of liquid material in the core directly affects the rotation of the Earth, which in turn affects the oceanic and atmospheric circulation. The bounce of 98 led to major changes on the Earth's surface. But this started even earlier. It is no coincidence that the New York Times published an article in 1985 about the leading role of the core in climate change. But you can't make the core pay taxes on gas emissions, while you can make people pay. So now, everyone has forgotten about these studies. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more. July 19th, 2020 was recorded as the shortest day in the history of observations. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future. It is clear from all the facts that the processes now taking place in the Earth's core are the cause of climate change. According to many researchers, such drastic global changes in the planet's core are caused by immense energies coming from the depths of space. Our planet is exposed to this radiation every 12,000 years. And right now, we are on the verge of a catastrophe. Scientists have yet to answer many questions, but it is clear that extreme changes are taking place in the core. The core bounces accelerate the planet's rotation and increase its centrifugal force, which brings the magma inside the mantle closer to the surface. This causes an increase in the power of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the number of which is increasing. Also, the process of magma uplift heats up groundwater, causing glaciers to melt from below, which leads to catastrophic floods. The situation is progressing rapidly. And very soon, we will face supervolcanic eruptions and global floods that will make conditions on the planet incompatible with life. How can humankind survive cataclysms of this magnitude? Each and every person must be involved in the solution to this problem, and we must act with full commitment. Now there is no time to shift responsibility to anyone else. The heart of our planet is already beating faster. This is causing catastrophic changes. Only by admitting the truth about the real causes of climate change will we be able to grasp the full extent of what is happening and unite the entire scientific potential to ensure the survival of all humanity.
What is happening to the planet's core is truly, really shocking. It has a significant effect on the climate and all processes on the Earth's surface. But what do we keep hearing? That the human is the one to blame for climate change. We have confused ecology and climate. Climate is changing due to the cyclicity, and a person has no effect on this. Yet a person has a significant effect on ecology, and we see what a sick state our planet is in. There is also information stating that a person can alter the planet's rotation speed. How can this be possible? Maybe Elizabeth, could you please comment on this?
Да, конечно. Yes, of course. Indeed, you can find on the internet opinions of scientists claiming that the acceleration of the planet happens due to anthropogenic emissions of CO2. Do you know this mechanism? People eat too much meat to keep cows, and cows contribute a lot of greenhouse gases, and this accelerates ocean currents, and because of the acceleration of the currents, the Earth starts to rotate faster. There is only one thing that confuses me about this hypothesis. It is not the mass of the Earth's atmosphere is 1,000,000 times less than the mass of the Earth itself, and it's not that the speed of the ocean currents has only changed by 3%. What really confuses me is that it seems that greenhouse gas emissions from cows are grossly underestimated by experts. They also claim that the melting of glaciers speed up the Earth's rotation, but for that to happen, the ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland would have to melt completely. However, now you are aware of how they melt. So yes, it must be the cow's waste. Certainly, CO2 doesn't have an effect, especially on the brain activity of some people. Do you think it's funny? But we really are taken for fools. But seriously, stop feeding us with these fairy tales that humans, with their greenhouse gases emission, can affect the geodynamic processes on a planetary scale, making the Earth accelerate. And you know what else is very interesting? For the last decades, the speed of rotation of the planet does not fit in the usual models. But these changes occur in stages and cyclically. And when the planet slightly slowed down during another spin, you could read articles in the media telling this was also due to human activity. Someone really wants to think they are so great and all-powerful that even the planet is slowing down and speeding up at their will. But for all ordinary people, it is obvious that these are global processes and their trend is now abnormal. The reasons for this are not known to scientists. It's trembling, it's shaking, they write. On July 19th, they recorded the absolute record for the speed of the Earth's rotation in the history of observations. This means a record increase in angular velocity, the centrifugal force that affects the rise of matter from within. Even from the core surge in 1998, the Earth didn't accelerate that much. This means that we will see the consequences of this acceleration with our own eyes very soon.
Я бы хотела поговорить об атмосфере и о том, насколько она важна и какие изменения сейчас происходят. Атмосфера Земли — это не только воздух, которым мы дышим, но и это уникальная защитная оболочка, благодаря которой возможно
Hello, dear friends. Atmosphere of the Earth is not just the air we breathe, but also a unique protective shell that makes life on our planet possible. Rapid weakening of the magnetic field due to processes in the core led to a drop in atmospheric pressure, a decrease in atmospheric density, and redistribution of air currents. We have all heard about global warming. Due to the internal heating of the Earth's air, temperatures in the lowest layer of the atmosphere are increasing. However, the changes that take place in the upper layers are much larger and have nothing to do with anthropogenic impact. Saltless record the cooling of the upper atmospheric layers, that is, the thermosphere and the mesosphere, as well as the decrease in their density and compression. The temperature of the stratosphere has also decreased. There is a decrease in the volume of the atmosphere, which means that the space becomes much closer to the surface of the Earth. The chemical composition of the upper atmospheric layers changes. There is an increase of the content of water vapor and carbon dioxide. The atmosphere becomes disbalanced. The air is extremely heated at the bottom but sharply cool at the top. As a result, macroturbulence increases due to temperature and density differences, and this leads to an increasing number of hurricanes, tornadoes in atypical places, abrupt changes in winds, and unpredictable weather. The main cause of these observed changes is the cosmic radiation, which leads to the imbalance in all systems of our planet. We can see the result of their impact even with the naked eye. Cosmic rays strongly ionize the atmosphere, which contributes to the formation of unusual clouds that actually do not bring us anything good. In recent years, due to low temperatures and an increase in water vapor, the formation of silvery clouds in the upper atmospheric layers is observed more and more often. These clouds reflect sun rays, and thus less the heat reaches the Earth. In the stratosphere, again, as a result of lower temperatures, nacreous clouds are formed, and their emergence leads to destruction of the ozone layers. In the lower layers, ionization increases and the thunderstorm clouds are formed. Thunderstorm cyclones also to be mostly observed in tropical latitudes, but nowadays they are moving further and further to the north. The increased cloud formation due to cosmic rays impact will result in global cooling of the planet, but the most destructive effect is invisible. Cosmic rays cause additional destruction on the ozone layer, which means that the level of ultraviolet light is growing, and the chemical composition of the very top layers of the atmosphere changes. And the most dangerous thing is that cosmic rays directly affect the DNA molecules of living organisms, destroying them and provoking their mutations. We are witnessing tremendous changes in the atmosphere due to the 12,000-year cyclicity caused by galactic radiation. On the one hand, the atmosphere is unbalanced and its composition it is changing. On the other hand, due to the processes in the core, the magnetic field is weakened and its ability to keep the atmosphere increasingly deteriorates. As a result, the protective properties of the atmosphere are weakening. This has happened before in previous cycles, but now, as the environmental load of the planet is increasing, it may simply not be able to withstand it. We are human beings, we are biological structures, and we depend on the atmosphere, the temperature, the concentration of oxygen. And if we don't find a way to counteract the forces that affect the solar system and us, we will simply die. The electromagnetic field and the atmosphere were the defense mechanism against external factors, but now we see what happens to them due to cyclicity. But we do have a chance, and in order to survive, we need to act. Most people don't know what's going on right now, and that's why it's so important to inform them, to inform and not to demand a decision from anyone, but to decide for ourselves and take responsibility. The world leaders cannot decide it. They rule only small fragments and pieces. 6,000 years ago, we were divided into communities, and we still exist like this up to this day. But we all are human beings and we can change everything. It is extremely important for us to inform everyone in a short period of time to come to a decision that we want to live.
Jason, please go ahead. Well, Jason is solving some technical issues over there. I could take over with the next speech. Okay. So experts are actually puzzled by the anomalies occurring on the Sun. For example, the magnetic field of the Sun is rapidly fading. And the past 3 recent 11-year solar cycles have been unprecedentedly low, with each successive cycle being weaker than the previous one. This has never been observed during the space age. So the solar wind, the flowing outwards particles throughout the solar system that are supposed to be protecting us from radioactivity actually cannot sufficiently perform its function anymore. And at the same time, satellite data shows the increase of radiation by 20%. And the reason is a flux of galactic cosmic radiation, which enters the solar system and the Earth's atmosphere. Some scientists suggest that we are at the minimum of solar activity and that something similar might have been observed earlier in the Middle Ages. But there are a few extremely alarming facts. So in 2019, astronomers recorded a powerful, record-breaking flare on the nearest star to the Sun, Proxima Centauri, and that flare was 1,000 times stronger than any known flare that previously was ever observed. So something similar, strange, occurs on the other stars near to the Sun, so-called inactive star of Barnard and the star of Wolf 359. And there is the theory that low activity on the Sun is actually only calm before the storm, along with super strong flares coming up. In addition, very strong radio signals are being recorded by astronomers coming from the center of our galaxy. And the thoughts are that those are starbursts, so new stars occurring over there. What is behind this strange star behavior? These are some very harmful radioactive rays of a new kind, which our devices are barely able to detect. It is something very small that on micro level destroys planetary cores and ignites new stars. But let's go back to our planet. So how does galactic cosmic rays affect the Earth? The fact is that the harmful galactic radiation is directed at the right angle to the Orion arm, in which the solar system and our planet are located. Previously, these rays passed at a tangent, but now we are approaching a point of near interaction. Unfortunately, little is known about this radiation. The issue requires urgent study and unification of all scientific potential of our civilization, of all researchers around the world. In 2001, Russian physicist Alexander Mikhailovich Mishin made a very important discovery. An extremely powerful stream of radiation was registered in a very specific region of space. Examination carried out by astrophysicist Spitalna Alexandra Alfredovna on the radio telescope of Pulkovo Observatory confirmed its real existence. And further studies of radiation patterns, its flows from so-called mission object were established. And they came up with the conclusion that this very powerful energy emanates from a very particular place in the space that Mission himself considered as the center of the universe. Astronomers approached NASA and asked to compare this data to the data that NASA has. But unfortunately, their request was just simply ignored. This radiation is probably the very same exact galactic rays that are making irreparable changes in the core of our planet, and also in the cores of other planets of solar system, and it even affects the stars up the arm, the Orion arm. And we already basically know that they are affecting the sun itself as well. And we know what kind of damage they can do within the 12,000-year cycle, actually the cataclysms that are caused by this radiation. So we need to figure out how to take counteraction to this radiation as soon as possible while we still can make this difference, because very soon it's just going to be too late. And for that, we need to unite all our potential. Thank you. Let me pass the floor to the next speaker.
Hello. I welcome everyone to the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. My name is Elena Podlachikova. I'm a PhD in space physics. I study the sun, climate and astrophysics. Currently, I'm working at the Davos Observatory on a number of space missions that deal with these fields. What's happening with the climate today is really unusual. As a scientist, it got me thinking. I started asking my colleagues, I started summarizing my research, and really, there's a lot of strange things going on. Let's approach this question in terms of solar activity. We all know that there is an 11-year cycle of solar activity, then there is a 100-year cycle and 200-year cycle. Give or take a few years, a 400-year cycle and so on. The upcoming period is what we in solar physics call a grand solar minimum. Most likely, it will last perhaps until 2045, according to our current estimate. During the periods of solar minima, especially a long protracted minimum like the current one, which has been going on since 2012, we are exposed to solar and cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are more energetic and more dangerous. Many stations on Earth that measure cosmic rays are, as expected, registering more and more cosmic rays, very highly charged particles. Cosmic rays are bad for human health. We scientists usually don't focus on that. We are kind of aware but don't write about it. There could be an effect on heart, on lungs, on a person's lifespan. I would say it's very dangerous. Cosmic rays coming to Earth are not good for the biosphere. We are studying their effects on soil, wetlands and water. Unfortunately, scientists aren't all united in these studies yet because everyone is studying their own area. I think scientists are very, very close now to figuring it out and will soon understand exactly what kind of coherent radiation is affecting the climate. We know very little about our environment and about space. We are scanning outer space at newer and newer wavelengths, at newer resolutions. The technology is improving extremely fast. Sources of coherent maser Laser radiation may be in many places in our galaxy, but the center of the galaxy probably has a strong source of coherent radiation. Again, this has been discovered by a Japanese telescope and a telescope array in Chile. This is a completely new established fact. For example, at Moscow State University, geologists have established the influence of cosmic objects, the center of our galaxy, gravitational and other interactions on geological processes. Friends, the situation is very serious. People are dying. We are aware of that. We can't deny it. A lot of research has been done. Hawking, Zeldovich. Unfortunately, in the past, a lot of scientific minds have been directed towards military developments. Friends, scientists around the world, let's come together and think about how we can use at least that information which we have now. We know what is going to happen to the climate. It had already happened 6,000 and 12,000 years ago. What's happening now is not new to us. How can we survive global disasters? We must act right now, because next year it might be too late. Let's direct our efforts towards saving humanity. I didn't want to say this before, but now, after analyzing all the facts, the future depends on our choices. We don't have time to ponder. We only have time for action, only for treating each other well, for being completely open, for spreading full information, and for involving a lot of people of interdisciplinary fields. Are you ready? I'm ready for that. Friends, you know, we are geniuses. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about all of us. Do you see how much we, humanity, have done and how much we have understood? Let's use that. Let's tell each other what we can do. And I believe that we will.
Thank you, Mrs. Podlachikova. Thank you so much for this information, very hard information, very truthful information. And I would like to thank all our speakers for being open and honest to bring this truth to us today. Let's continue. And I would like to remind our viewers that right now you are watching a live broadcast of the conference, Global Crisis Time for the Truth. Ahead, we have a part dedicated to human slavery and refugees. Stay with us. A premiere of the documentary film will be shown soon for the first time today as part of this conference. Journalists look into human slavery and mistreatment of refugees. This film is produced by volunteers of Creative Society from all over the world. Now, let's get back to the solution of the climate crisis. Let's watch an excerpt from a video shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, cadíad na bailí féidir leis an gine déine an tionchar seo a cheasamh.
Agus is an ceist is tábhachtaí í. Cén fá bhfuil an potensial omlán daine ag tastalúin. Cén fá annach féidir le duine é dhéanamh leo féin. An géad dul sios, níl an tolas seogain, níl an cineál foiinmh seogain. Í mór dún a hiiscint go bhfuil an cumhacht tionchar a chéin I bhaim ar planéad olmhór. Mar sin, ní leor an foiinmh go léir atá gcuin ar an domhain, atá ar fáil dún, chun dul gcuine na cumhachta tionchar atá ag torliú. Tá nuanta beag an seo freisin, ní dhéanfaí mé ach míniú a hiiscint, nó déanaimis an umarcha a phlé leis seo, thugfuil sé go leor ama. Tuigim go bhféadfadh daoine a bheith fisreach, ach níl an tionchar ag torliú ní ag an macra, ach ag an leibhéal micra. Is é sin le rá, ní tionchar díreach macra réide sa spás amuigh ar mhacra rudaí. Is idirghníomhaíocht é ar an leibhéal micra idir cáithníní. Is foiinmh olmhór é, arís, tuigim go teacht an ceist chun cinn, ach conas é sin. Is foiinmh olmhór é an idirghníomhaíocht idir rudaí móra, ach idir cóithníní tá sé leat. Feiceann tú, tá ornólaíocht is stad mar sin sa lá atá nniu an nach féidir linn go leor ceistena a ragart go fóil. Sin é an fá go dastaíonn an acmhainnacht cócheangailte uainn chun é a ragart. Tarlaíonn an idirghníomhaíocht idir cóithníní iad siúd atá inar cuine umláin ar leibhéal an bhuineamh. Is mala tú faisné sé chomh maith le hidirnis. Sin an áit a dagan imtharraingt agus go leor rudaí eile chun cinn. Mar sin, tá na hidirghníomhaíochtaí seo an láidir. Féach cad atá ag tarlú den phlánéad. Tar éis an taal, tagann díchóisiú ón tíbhiste den phlánéad, cé gur iarmhairt ag gach rud eile aiceimid. Inis déirfí daoine áirithe, cad mar gheall ar phlánéad eile. Má chuirde, ar phlánéad eile freisin. Feicimid a bhfuil ag tarlú inis ag gcóras na gréine ar phlánéad eile. Na scíorthaí talún sin ar mars agus go leor rudaí eile, tá gníomhaíocht an freisin, agus gach rud eile. Ciallaíonn sé sin go maineann sé le timprialach ar fad. Níl an ach nach bhfuil sé faisanta ar bhealach labhairt faoi, nó ar bhealach éigin. Tar éis an taal, ní féadal tionchar a bheith códó ar mars agus formú sirthaí talún. Rud a léiríonn éagalsaíocht an, ach go príomha bíonn tionchar ar na plánéad, ó bhfuil crí agus magmachu. Mar ó bhfuil an a carrig, fanfí sé mar charrig. Níl aon rud an a chuirfí asaontas. Níl ach achundis idir cóithníní an, níl an ach carrig. Cé go bhfuil ar planéad an casta, tá crí, magma, screamh agus atmosfér an is é sin le rá, is sfér éagsúla iad seo. Díreach mar atá gurb an duine, ach déantar iad a chóirdú. Cruthaítear orgánach amháin. Cad a bhaid mar thura ar nebhrid is struchtúr cnámh duine. Iarmhirtí dochúlathe. Tá rud céine fíor i gás an chóras sithíoch nó aon chuid eile. Ci bé rud a thugann muid, aon chóras, scriosann orgánaí go daonna mar thura ar aon nebhar. Tá sé mar an ggéine linn an seo. Dá bhrí sin, cad a theastaíonn uainn chun dul a gcuine seo. Frithóramh comhdháil. Ag dom sampla simplí a chuirt duit. Úsáidim is tatína, mar hampla, chun go dtigfí tú. Is dócha go dúirfí mé brú beagdaí agus tilt sí. Cén fá? Tus go bhfuil fórsa tionchar an, agus seasan is é, feicinn tú, go dtíreach an tionchar céine, ach níl sí ag tilt cén fá. Tus go cuireann sí in aghaidh móganíir. Mar a ggurfaimid an fréamhartaíocht seo chun cinn, ní chití an damanúin. Is sampla de sin é mars. Taigí siad siúd atá glista, féicí siad agus feicí siad có bhfuil muid ag dul. Cén fá? Tus go bhfuil an chúis mar an ggéine, agus ba an éifeacht mar an ggéine. Rís, an seo ní amháin go gafaimid an fuinneamh seo a bheith againn, agus donna é a chealbhú, cafaimid na foinsí seo a thionna, a cafaimid tuiscint áil freisin ar a bhfuil an, agus conas é a úsáid. Mar hampla, ní úsáidimid an fuinneamh seo i gceart. Ag dom tú a bhrú, agus cuireann tú an fórsa céine i bhaim sa tro eile. Feicinn tú, tá sé níos mó fós, hit sí beagna. Cén fá? Fiú teagháil éadrom.
Gan cabhair níos mó ceart.
Se, chuir sí a lán fórsa i bhaim, ach sa tromí cheart. Mar sin má dhéanamid botún, mar óimid or planéad níos gasta fós. Sílim go bhfuil sé soléirnéis. Rís, cén fá bhfuil achmhainnacht ag teastáil uainn, cén fá a dastaíonn fuinneamh uainn chun é seo go léir a thógáil agus a dhéanamh. Lig dom sampla eile a chuirt duit. Cén fá? Tus gur próséis castai, agus éilíonn sé gach duine ó nachfuin go léir. Agus cén fá nach bhéitamis é a dhéanamh, nuair a bhí muid 7 milliún. Cén fá gur féidir linn é a dhéanamh, nuair tá muid beagnach 8 milliún. Tus go bhfuil méadú taca ar ó nachfuin. Tus go bhfuil an tasc iltiseach agus iltangach agus caithfar é a réiteach dó réir.
This conference has been going on for many hours, and I'd like to ask everyone a question. What do you think about everything that is happening in our world right now? Personally, I will hardly be able to fall asleep after what I have seen. At such moments, you begin to clearly understand that we really have no control over anything. We, people, have no one to help us. No one to count on but ourselves. It was horrifying when a man from Kenya described how his house was hit by lava in the middle of the night and no one was expecting an eruption. I immediately imagined what I would have done in this place, how I would have saved small children, whom I would have called first. So many people who have survived cataclysms said we were not ready for this. And we really are not. None of us. I keep seeing the image of a woman from India sobbing because her children died from the flood that swept everything away. I remember the eyes of the man who was dismantling metal from ships in dumps with his own hands, and how he said that all he feared in his job was death because he had a family. So do I. I get completely terrified by Chinese variant predicted for us by artificial consciousness Jackie. I have seen a lot of movies, but this is tougher than Hollywood. Do you know what images came to my mind? Images of me standing at the entrance of the city with my kids because there is nowhere else to go, holding their hands, and then how we enter there, how everything is taken away from us along with some last remaining photograph, and how we are separated, how I see my girl's eyes for the last time, how I ask myself what will happen to them next. I disagree with Jackie. I'm scared to die, but I don't even want to imagine living under those conditions. Now, at this time, when so much climate horror is taking place on Earth, sheer horror, when we are all in such danger, when cataclysms are gaining strength and synchronizing every day, at this very time when we need to consolidate and act in one and only right direction, we are divided into camps, even on the causes of what is happening, into those who are for CO2 and those who are against it. Although we are all in the same boat, we are all in the same danger. And now I would like to address all the scientists who are so defensive about the theory of the greenhouse gases impact on climate change. Are you absolutely sure of your theory, 100% sure, or does it still remain merely profitable and profitable? You, scientists, can you, by your decisions to fight CO2 emissions, take responsibility for all 8 billion people? I live in Belgium. I pay a lot of taxes on CO2 emissions. I sometimes ride a bicycle, and I can actually solely ride a bicycle if I have to. But can you, scientists, guarantee that if we stop emitting CO2, the climate will get better? Can you take responsibility for all 8 billions? For me, for my girls, for your children, for your grandchildren, for your fathers and mothers, and say that CO2 is the only problem that affects the climate on the Earth? Are you really 100% sure that there are no other impacts that come from a vast cosmic space and which we know so little about? Also, tell me, have you ever experienced the loss of someone? Do you remember the bitterness of loss, when the thoughts were constantly swirling in your head? What could I have done to prevent this? Why didn't I do that to keep him or her alive? So now we are still at the point when we can do something if we make the right decisions instead of wasting precious time on yet another pointless business. After all, today your mother is not laying under the debris of an earthquake. Today your child has not yet been raped or beaten as they do to refugees. Right now, there is still a chance to change something, because later on you would be just crying in anticipation of death. Personally, I realize that all of us really have just one chance, and it's a blessing to know that we still have it, and I don't want to miss this chance. The scariest thing I heard today was about the radiation that is coming towards us from outer space. But I remember an astrophysicist who was addressing scientists and saying that if we now combine all of our scientific potential, we can find a solution. At that moment, you realize, without me, without you, without each and every one of us, they won't be able to do it. For scientists all over the world to unite, for them to really have this opportunity to work solely on those developments that will save our children's life, we need the contribution of each and every one of us, absolutely each and every one. The world conditions in which they will live depends on us and our actions. As long as we maintain consumeristic format and science serve the personal interest of individual corporations, we have no chance. Scientists simply will not be able to unite because there is constant competition and economic race, and science is used as an instrument of domination and power. Therefore, in order to really unite the entire scientific potential, it is necessary to change the conditions of society so that human life comes first. And can be done only in the format of the creative society. First and foremost, we need to legislatively implement the 8 foundations of the creative society in all countries, the first of which is the value of human life. Then all the developments, all technologies will be aimed only at improving human life, and in this case, at saving our civilization. But it is up to us, the ordinary people, to make the first step. I realized that I simply must tell everyone what I realized today, the real scale of the problem and the only real way out, the creative society. To tell everyone, from my friends to the people on the street, because most of them don't know the scale of danger we are all in. I've been thinking a lot about what is this unity which can really save us. What is the essence of it? What triggers such a powerful force? And I understood. People themselves trigger it. Only we, people themselves, are capable of implementing the creative society. Each of us has enormous power, enormous potential, but it's not comparable to the potential of all of humanity, all 8 billion people united by one goal. Yes, it may seem unrealistic to unite all 8 billion people. We've never done anything like this before, but all 8 billion of us are already united by one desire. We want to live. And for this, we should not only desire, but also start to take an action, to act in sync, to achieve this goal.
Daonna. Rossi éagsúla náisiúntaachtaí reiligiún. Táid go léir ag seoltóireacht sa bhfad céine san aigéan seo den saol. Agus cuasa an toltachas ila an siúti, ag lach or lung chutain iniu, ag dul chun bailí dú. Nílach beag an níos fada, agus beimid ag teacht salach chubastí tubastí eacnaíocha, sóisialta agus éráide. Béidir, níl duine ag iarraí fíorchaí folasacha a eicáil agus a ligean isteach fós, agus agla arthú dul timpeall, agus an réaltach a. Sa defra gan deire sa gná léithú sa rás le go nairóí leis agus go marfaí sé i saol an toltachas seo. Gach lá, stopan níos mó agus níos mó daoine agus cuireann siad na ceistena seo orthú féin. Có bhfuil an domhain seo ag teacht, cad atá non-domsa agus do mo fáistí sa todhchaí. Conas is féidir le macíntiú go mbeidh an domhain mór áit thábháilte, chuna agus rathúil. Tar éis an taol, is cuma cé có rathúil agus atá tú, má tá an domhain ar fad ag titim as a chéile, níl aon bhealach is féidir leat cinúint searbh cheachant. Is féidir linn cuasa ó lungathú, atá ag lús isteach sa dibhagán, agus in ionad dibhagán an toltas, stúra, i dro an Sochaí Cruthaithí. Ach is féidir linn é seo dhéanamh amháin go léir. Ní mór dún ó nachmhainnacht cóchutain Daonna a aontú, a bheith inar sibialtach aontaithe agus a bheith i dro. Ag aontú le cóspra, chaithimid ó náir, ó níireachtaí, ó nólas, agus ó scileanna a dhíriú ar chóirsa nua a chafada. Agus brachan cé cótapa, agus is féidir linn é seo a dhéanamh ar rabhar gach duine. Níl or sláánú ach inar néampa. Í féidir ach domhain fíor-mhaith a chomhdháil trí oibriú le chéile. Domhain a mbeidh todhchaí ag a dún agus dóir leanaí. Agus is é sin an cumann cruthaitheach. Tá seans agin fós. Mar sin déanam is é a chomhdháil.
Hello.
At present, we, humankind, face a global problem. Destabilization of the planet's core is no joke. Everyone understands this. Everyone understands that creative society is the only option to unite. But why do they not go for unification? Because there is a fear that even if we all get together, go va-bank, throw all of our energy into uniting, create a creative society, and we won't find a solution, and that's it. Time is spent and effort. There is no solution to the problem. The end. Finito. That is precisely what people have in their heads. And so they would build a bunker separately, only for themselves. Because in consumer format, everyone cares only about his ass. And a small fraction of people would survive a couple of days longer than others. In that case, let's go for the Chinese model that Jackie mentioned. They will live only 4 to 5 years longer than if they do nothing. The same goes for the bunkers. Can they save everyone individually, no matter how super equipped they are? No. They can only prolong their existence for a short time, which does not solve anything. So it turns out that this issue is hugely acute. Creative society is a real chance, and the rest is absolute nonsense. We will never come to a solution if we don't unite, if we are unaware of the actual resources and possibilities. Many people are now concerned about the climate change and are starting to build private bunkers. Billionaires, heads of technology, companies, superstars, doctors, lawyers, and numerous top executives of prominent corporations are all investing in it. But everyone separately. And it's ridiculous. But that's how consciousness works. They think they can survive cataclysms there. But let's think logically. How can they survive what's coming after everything we've seen today? It's not like it's a one-day situation to simply wait out in a barrel. Everything is destroyed once and for all, and for many years to come. And if we don't stop the process now, it will be forever. And then what? To be buried alive in this barrel bunker. Is that what they want? So spending millions to build a bunker is ridiculous. If these funds were invested in the development of creative society, everything would move faster. And there is a much better chance that everyone would survive. It is much better than the prospect of dying in this barrel alone. We had a quote. Unfortunately, the demand for underground bunkers has increased again. We specialize in building them, but I would much rather build something else. However, we won't build anything else as long as there is a demand in this market. We can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers. However, according to the head of a company specializing in the construction of underground bunkers, the number of orders has recently increased by 2,000%. He says, we can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers because there's a demand for them. So I have a question. Maybe it's time for us to create a demand for creative society. Previously, it was thought that those who build bunkers were all nuts. Now, it is considered normal. But is it? It's time to think more broadly, not in the format of digging your own grave. Thank you all. Thank you, the speakers. Thank you to all of the scientists that have stepped forward. And thank you to our wonderful host and the technical support that makes this possible for all people all over the world and our interpreters. Thank you.
I'm very happy to see all the participants and viewers of the conference, and I want to thank everyone for their active participation. This conference is an essential step for all humanity because it provides truthful information that allows us to come to a mutual understanding. We're getting a holistic picture which allows us to make right decisions in the current critical conditions for the entire humanity and avoid a deadly global threat. And we also have the opportunity to openly ask tough questions and find answers together. And I would like to draw your attention to one of these questions. Today, a very bad trend is emerging in the internet and in the media in general to shut people's mouths when they tell the truth about the climate situation. If any scientists, public people, or ordinary citizens scientifically refuse the theory of anthropogenic impact and factually prove that the climate problem is actually much more global and cyclical in nature, then this information gets deleted. In fact, there is an even greater restriction of our rights by the consumerist format, in which we all exist like slaves. This is an outright dictatorship. They tell us about democracy everywhere, but immediately limit it. What kind of democracy is this if some media giants, social networks, or media holdings can restrict it? Who gave them this right? Yet, as strange as it may seem, in fact, the answer to this question lies in ourselves. I mean, by our own inactivity, by our own silence, we allow this to happen. Let's be honest, we voluntarily agreed to this, without even getting to the bottom of the matter. And all this is happening today. Today, when it is more important than ever for everyone to understand and accept the fact that our common problem should be solved together. Today, when humanity is really standing on the edge of an abyss, we must not remain silent, but tell the truth openly. We must open our mouths, not shut them. After all, this information will save our lives. The louder the truth will sound, the more real facts and reliable information we get from all sources, the faster we will be able to elaborate the right steps. If we sit back and pretend that everything is fine and that tomorrow it will be great, then there will be no tomorrow at all. Therefore, humanity's mouth mustn't be shut today when it concerns the survival of all humanity. We understand why it is being done, so as not to wreak panic and chaos. But why didn't they keep silent about COVID? They could have shut mouths and forbidden to speak, and people would have died quietly. But on this subject, they shut people's mouths while we're already dying from the actions of our common enemy, the climate. It is already killing us on a large scale. Such actions are unacceptable. They are a betrayal of all mankind. This is true collaborationism with the enemy. In order not to create panic, the right solution must be offered. In order to avoid panic, it is necessary to solve the problem, not to hide or conceal it. Those who give these orders are either mentally sick, if they wish death for themselves and their close ones, or they are complete idiots. After all, the climate will not spare anyone. Don't they understand that? If they are suicidal, that's their problem. But we want to live, and we want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be able to live, and the human race to continue exist on Earth. We want to live in the creative society, to live in dignity, to live humanly. In order to achieve this goal, all of us need to consolidate all our efforts today and not to allow these traitorous collaborationists to shut our mouths. Not to agree with the lies imposed on us, but instead to be courageous and tell the truth, anywhere and everywhere to all people. Today, our strength is in the truth. The truth unites our hearts. The truth makes us stronger. The truth makes us united. The truth makes us people who are worthy of the creative society. The society that all the prophets dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this next part of the conference, we will show the truth of the consumer format that we live in. This information concerns everyone. Dear viewers, please share this video. Please share this conference because everyone deserves to learn the truth. And also, we would like to remind you that we'll be watching the video on the refugees very soon, the documentary that will be released for the first time today.
Dear viewers, finally we came to the moment of our conference that many of you have been waiting for. Right now, we would like to bring to your attention the result of 4 months of work, which resulted in a documentary that will air for the first time right now. First, we would like to give our sincere gratitude to all the volunteers who have been tirelessly worked on this film. During these 4 months, we learned and acknowledged a lot of things. Sometimes it was really scary, but we knew that only by uncovering this truth about what is happening in society, we can change everything. We ourselves realized a lot of things, understood, experienced. Thank you all very much for everyone's hard work, for your help. The information is scary, but at the same time, you feel happiness inside from the fact that this gives a real chance to get freed from the consumer society. We ask you to share your feedback, understanding, and any comment with us about the next video. Please send your videos to info@creativesociety.com or just comment below the comment section. Let's watch it.
The biggest wildfires
Climate is harder to predict.
24 lives
displaced because of climate change.
What I'm throwing out for a minute.
I lost my home. I lost my family. I was running for days. I swam. To end up here in a new place. I have no food and no place to sleep. I was trying to find someone, anything, to help me. No one is looking for me. No one needs me.
Why is there such inhuman treatment of people? I was thinking about it and decided to figure it out. I reached out to journalists around the world. Over 4 months of communicating with refugees, the host party, and experts, what we have learned was not just unexpected, it was completely beyond the scope of our understanding of the situation.
It was a horrible journey. You know, only me and my husband on a wheelchair. 4 days it was tough. I will never ever forget it.
I arrived on a truck, or rather, under the truck. I stayed underneath, next to the wheels, for 16 hours. It was a disaster for my spine.
7 years ago, Soma and her husband were forced to leave Iraq. They managed to cross the Turkish border, but their documents are still pending.
No camp, no nothing, no be yourself. They took just only Syrians. So we depend on ourselves. We lived in the UNHCR since 2015, but they left our files aside. Almost 7 years was too hard for me because we are in unstable situation. We are struggling too much.
People are forced to leave their native lands. The first answers about the reason for displacements were the military situation in the country and violence.
We didn't have such an idea at all to go to Germany or to Europe. But suddenly a war broke out and we had to leave our apartments. We didn't have any other choice.
I come from Afghanistan. I'm 25 years old. I've been living in Germany for 6 or 7 years. When I came to Germany, I was 17, and nobody helped me so far. I have a lot of problems. It was very difficult and dangerous along the way. It was very hard in Iran and in Bulgaria. For 5 days and nights, we had been walking over the mountains without food. We had only cookies or something that was in our backpacks. And yes, the journey was very hard. We didn't go by car. We walked on foot from Afghanistan to Germany. If there had been no war in Afghanistan, I could have stayed there with my family. I left my family because of the war. I lost my father in the war.
We managed to talk to a woman from Sweden who has been helping refugees. She asked us to hide her face for security reasons.
Now I'm going to tell you something very scary. Do you know what Bachabazi is? I know that it exists in Afghanistan. They have a clan with a man leader. He has money and he makes all the decisions. They are not allowed to touch girls, but they look for a handsome boy. They take that boy, put makeup on him, and he dances for them at night. Then the boy is forced to go with a man he's told to go with, and he is sexually abused. I took 3 of these boys to a hospital in Sweden to have them undergo surgeries. They were all so very damaged inside. One of the boys even had worms in there. Those clan leaders told one boy to come back to Afghanistan and continue spending time with them. They told his mother, if he doesn't come back, we'll kill his little brother. And we found out they actually did that.
The boy survived thanks to the personal involvement of this woman, but that's not always the case. Often, people who seek refuge in another country encounter new troubles and threats to their lives there.
I'm in South Africa. It's very difficult here because it's a very nice country, but the only problem that I'm facing is a xenophobic attack, because here they don't like foreigners at all. You will never spend a month without being attacked with a xenophobic attack, because they say as a foreigners you are stealing their work. They've lost that hope of being in the great society. I don't know, I've lost that hope, because seeing the way that people are being killed, seeing the way that people are being shot in my eyes, and the fear that I have right now is having my 2 kids. It's like every day in my mind, it's like, hey, this can happen to my kid, this can happen to me. And it will be, it's like I don't have a peace, I've lost that peace.
In the world we now live in, it is not so easy to dare to help one another. A woman in Malmö, Sweden, took children to her place when they were brought to station downtown. They had nowhere to go.
So here I am, sitting in a big house where there are vacant rooms. A thought pops into my head: why can't I offer shelter to some of those kids who were at a Grand Central Station? And that's what happened. Then I started helping children who had come as refugees, because I thought I could do at least a little bit. Somebody else might do something other than this, but if everybody helps a little bit, it might be a good thing overall. So I can't solve all problems alone, but I think I can do something for a few kids. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's been 6 years already that I've been hosting unaccompanied refugee children.
These problems have persisted for years. It is obvious that people's help is insufficient to solve these problems. We reached out to locals from around the world to find out about the refugee situation in their own countries.
In my opinion, almost nothing is being done, almost nothing. I can say this from my personal experience, as I myself took care of refugee children 3 years ago, when a big wave came. They were very grateful. There were children with injuries from hand grenades. They were missing parts of ears, feet, and limbs. They were so sweet, so kind, and so happy. And then the city of Bochum assigned to us a church for 5 weeks. And then, suddenly and on the quiet, they were displaced. They had to move out because housing was too expensive. They just suddenly disappeared. We didn't talk to them anymore. They were just starting to adjust. They learned their first words in German. It really broke my heart, and I have absolutely no idea where these kids are now. Nothing is being done. Not enough is being done even for our children, the children who live in our own country.
The migration crisis is increasingly affecting the lives of people who are forced to flee their homelands. Are we ready to host billions of people? What if I become a refugee myself? It was important for us to learn about the conditions for the people in the camps. Our reporter told us that they went to camp, but they were not allowed to film. So we reached out to experts who know about it firsthand.
These camps are too much big, the security is never enough, and really people go through every kind of abuse and violence on women, girls, teenagers is really too much. It's something that cannot exist inside a protected structure.
Today, forced migration is inextricably linked to ongoing human rights violations.
During the crossing of the borders, especially on the Croatian border, Romanian border and Hungarian border, the police take their belongings, they steal their money, and they destroy documents, sometimes the clothes. We have been seeing people that come naked from the border. There is this kind of pushback that is illegal procedure.
I think it is estimated that up to 1 billion children aged 2 to 17 years have experienced physical, sexual, and emotional violence or neglect in the past year.
Today, I received information from experts that shocked me. I didn't expect us to go this far.
In the International Tribunal for Natural Justice, I attended a number of sessions when we addressed the question of trafficking of women and men, some to make them into prostitutes, and the men turning them into some form of slaves. I also turn the attention of the listeners to the fact that in North Africa, even in Libya, there was some form of a market where people were sold against $70, $100, $200 of young men to be taken to work for free, which means almost like slaves. And we are not talking about hundreds of them. The question of trafficking of women and others, among them young children, we're talking about 2 million people every year. So we're talking about a huge number of human beings who are being trafficked for purposes anything but human.
A child can be sold many times. I remember one day I came across the story of a girl who was, she was Turkish. She had been sold 17 times, and she had been trafficked from one country to another 17 times, and she had experienced only rape, no working, no papers, and no money sent back to the country. Children and young people are being trafficked every day as we talk, every day, every minute, every hour. And what happens to them next, nobody knows.
In Bangladesh, there is one area where openly that slavery market runs. How we do the auctions for anything, like that the humans are, children are purchased and sold. Yeah, and Myanmar is that thing. 2016, when I was doing undercover operation, so that time I also sat in many auctions as a customer, as an undercover when I was doing the undercover. There where we were sitting for the auctions, 9-year-old girl, 10-year-old girl, as per the demand. So the trade called the first time sex. So whenever the auctions will happen, new girls arrive in the trade, so they put the auctions. So who will bid the last demand, the money, that person only will use that became full night for his choice. I'm finding the problem that the new demands is going about the pedophile. So now there are a category of the clients which belongs to across the world. So they demand for the male child for the sex.
The business that is made of spare parts, the human spare parts. How many children have been transferred from one place to another and then being operated on for some rich guys in different parts of the world to get a kidney or get something else from their bodies against their will, or because they don't have money, somebody will contribute a kidney against money. This is happening in Egypt, for example. Many people are poor. They say, well, if I can live with one kidney, I will give the other kidney against $5,000 or so.
Black market, traffickers, mafia is part of this economy that is ruling the world. So what else I can say? That I only see that another possibility is to spend money instead of constructing walls like we are doing in Europe.
In our society, human life has no value. How is it possible that instead of help, people encounter violence, aggression, abuse, and slavery? This is not a migration crisis, but this is a crisis of humaneness.
A gigantic moral, political, and ethical farce has begun because this regulatory development is not supported by policies, programs, and plans to protect the rights that are set out in the declarations. Human rights are growing in terms of recognition, but they are declining in terms of ensuring, guaranteeing, and protecting the implementation of actions aimed at making them a reality and not merely a formal discourse of a democracy. More and more often, they act to protect private capital rather than to defend the rights of the public.
In our consumer society, it is impossible to solve these problems because there are rules and laws, but behind the words migrant, refugee, and internally displaced, there is no primary component: human being. It is terrifying to imagine what will befall us given the escalating climate crisis.
Climate change is an integral part to national security. Climate change is a threat multiplier. We have climate-induced refugees. A case in point is myself. I have told you I have been displaced by the rising waters of Lake Baringo. So governments are not committing to help people to mitigate the climate-induced disasters. Now, you can see now conflict, climate-induced conflict, climate-induced migration, climate-induced food security, climate-induced health insecurity, climate-induced refugees. You see, for the first time in the history of humanity that we have climate refugees. So where is the missing link?
The migration issue will only worsen due to increasing intensity and frequency of natural disasters.
People, by looking at the existing legal frame, will not ever be entitled asking for protection. Because you will ask them which country you're coming from, they would say there's no country. I had a country called X, but the country now is underwater, or I had a village and this village is being totally destroyed or disappearing.
We have something called the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. It's not an easy thing to discuss and get agreement from 200 countries. Everything has to be agreed by everybody. It cannot, if there's one country doesn't agree, then you don't have a global agreement. And so that's one of the deficiencies of having global. There's no international law.
But I would like to urge each and every one of us that yes, there are policies, but what are we executing as an individual? What is our role to play in this major crisis situation? And I think that this is the truth that we need to answer to ourselves individually and collectively.
People who don't want to know anything about child trafficking, child rape, hunger, or other scourges of our times, they are part of the problem. Because not only they don't do anything, but they're silenced. And when the climate change will be so tough and so bad that people from some regions will be forced to migrate to other parts, we will go back to the same situation. And then those children and those people are the easiest prey to human trafficking because they have nothing. And sometimes they don't even have an identity.
It turns out that there are still no effective programs for the resettlement of refugees. For so many years, the United Nations has been working. For so many years, the Refugee Rights Commission has been working. So many humanitarian organizations and NGOs around the world have been working, but there are no working, established or adopted programs on how to work with these refugees. There are none. And the Refugee Commission itself admits this. Actually, we see that not everyone cares about ordinary people. But if they don't realize that we are all interconnected, No money, no private jets, no private yachts will get them to safety if the whole Earth starts exploding, flooding, and drying up. It's just going to hit everyone.
Now refugees are forced to leave their homes. They face condemnation and cruelty. They are left alone with their misfortune because of the consumerist format of society. Tomorrow's climate catastrophes could be upon us as well. Answer yourself honestly. Are you ready to face what refugees face? Are you sure you won't be in their shoes? That you and your loved ones won't have to go through what they're going through?
Dear friends, what can we say after watching this painful and devastating video? We live in this consumerist format, and if we're quiet after watching this, after knowing what's going on, then we support this. We can see that there are kids, women, suffering everywhere, and we support this. Don't you think it's time to change this format? Don't you think it's time to show that we are better than this? It is painful, but it is time for the truth. And I think we've seen the truth today. And now let's watch the next video.
In this
Sin Ishan seo began dún roinnt focail agus nachna athrú ag úsáid téirmí níos séba. Tá siúlagin go mbeidh déine na bhaibeanna atá le teacht oscionn or Sochaí le feiceáil fós. Sa fithe a héanú híos, tá an tíbhialtacht Gaoine brodúil as a leibhéal ord forbartha intleachtúla agus éachtaí teicneolaíochta dochreidte. Gan am céine. Ní aigheann ar a laghad leat de ghéanra an domhain na seirbhísí sláinte a theastaíonn uair. Porlaíonn 8 milliún bás gach bliain mar thura ar ruch chaidán an chóram leighis. Tá costais chóram sláinte cóchóir go dtiománainn siad thart ar 100 milliún duine in mochtanacht mhór gach bliain. Ar thura ar warachtáil faoi líne na bochtanachta tá méadú ar líon na leanaí. Cuirtear íleach ar bheagnach leanmháin as gach a héan nád a bheith obair. Go minic bíonn inalra gúiseach agus múc nimhiúil i gceist leis an obair seo. Cuimsíonn lista na dorgaí a thorgann saothar sclábhatha leanaí ór agus clocha lómhara, cafe, coco, rís, torgaí leanú agus éadaí. De réir statisticí ofigiúla na náisiún aontaithe amháin, tá níos mó ná 40 milliún duine híos le sclábhaíocht nua-aimse. Saothar éigean. Ostú páistí. Bósa éigean. Géhan fichas. Gánáil ar dhaoine le haghaidh dúshéichrú míleatha. Gus leanaí a airciú le haghaidh chumhdháilta anna. I bhformáid tóiltóra na Sochaí, tá daoine tar éis anmheithe fionna a chorú cheana féin i dtéirmí crualachta. Níos mó agus níos minice, úsáid sé leanaí mar bhúmi bio. Sa nigéir, chuir curpaí pléascán ar chalín le leanmhaine harm. Tar éis blianta de chogaíocht, tá gurta san Afghanistáin mar gheall ar an ngéarchéim eacnamaíoch agus troma. Tá cás aitheanta an inar cura íleach ar bmháthair a thinian beag a dhéal ar feadh €400 chun a leanaí eile a bheithú. Sa lá atá nniuan, tá níos mó ná 4 a 1 milliún duine céim amháin chun báis ón ocras, agus tá ocras ar thart ar 8 milliún duine. Dear an dálinn, caitear níos mó ná biliún donna bia gach bliain agus Christer Ari Gandia, lena noriter Ari a horter trí chéhir sclábatha. Sé áféis Sochaí na dóiltóirí gur ara an duine féin. Sé 150 billiún an tuntum bliantúil ó gháineáil dhaoine fud an domhain, agus is é sin an foinse brabúis andlaithí is mór domhain. Tá 530 a chathair sreabha gáineála dhaoine clóirithe 140 a thucht fíor. Tá méadú faoi chríotacha líon na níospórtach leanaí a bratha le 15 bliain anuas. Is imircí agus daoine gan obair iad íospórtaí na ngáineálathe den chuid is mó, tuiscirbíd na daoine is lochalí. Fógraíonn conarthaí Idirnáisiúnta sprochanna chun deireadh a chur le bochtanach agus sclábhaíoch. I ggóchéic scéalagar oltóis, tá an córas iomlán deartha chun capital príobháideach a chosint. I bhformáid tóiltóra na Sochaí, tá airgid níos luachmhara ná saol an duine. Fud an domhain, bíonn níos mó ná 2 mhilliún leanmh in aghaidh na bliana ina níospórtaí gáineála gach cineál dúchéachratha. I Mexico, is cailíní faoi a 80 iad 25 den mná go léir a dul in gáineál. Focail an íospórtaí, chuidí le de chul. Cuireann mear bagairt orm agus bualann sé mé. Cuireann sé íleach orm gnéis a bheith agam lena chuirde a chagan an seo le go mbeidh sé an airgid a dhéanamh. Focail an íospórtaí, thosaigh siad ag bualadh orm, ag stella alcóilorm, ag olarm, ag cur gunna in iúldom, ag rá go maró siad mé, agus nach gcuirfí aon duine ceistor, ní bhéacha is ag aon duine chomh mé. Agus duscail siad an bhuineó agus dúirt, léim nó scaoilfimid sa chligeantí. Agus léimtí. Cén uair sílim go raibh sé ar an gcuigú chóirú. I bhformáid tóiltóra na Sochaí, tá daoine ré chuna chéile a bharú chuna cuid uallmhianta a chásamh ar watha le sprí agus brabúis. Meastar go mbeidh gáineáil andleachach orgán daine ar fud an domhain ag 600 milliún in aghaidh na bliana. De réir statisticí bhfuil, déantar 10,000 orgán daine a chreasflandú go míleachach gach bliain. Sa nigéir, bunítear monarchanna leanmh speisialta ar scála ollmhór, áit Dr. Leanaí cosúil le beosta. Tá cailíní sna 10 líonta go fornarta agus cuirtear íleach orthu a tráchtar a beo a dhéal le díal. Ó thuairis, ach is téagóirí tóracha an chuid is mó díobh. Chun níú i mréidean is iad chun críthe amháin, chun íleach a chur go brath a chuir. Ina fudaí ag déanamh airgid ar dhéal na leanaí. Ach, fuair léamh ag a sé iad, ní maidin ag rá go raibh fudach ag an scoil, gur fudaíú ó leanaí go léir, líonn san óra. Breith muid an sin. Déib níl gur gabhadh iad go léir. An sibhialtacht dhaoine muid mar bhfuil luach ar bith ag batha an duine ar an blanéad seo. Chun é seo athrú, caithimid go léir stop a chur le tacú le formáid tóiltóra na Sochaí agus aontú sa chóspra, an Sochaí Cruthaithí a thógáil.
Ну что здесь сказать?
What can we say? Right now is the time to ring the death toll, because after what we've seen right now, it is very hard to stay indifferent. And I would like to express my gratitude to those heroic people who overcame their fear and made this video, and to those who left their comfort zone a long time ago and saved people from slavery literally behind enemy lines. When we were preparing for this conference, it was a great honor for us to meet such people. You've seen a lot of them from the previous videos. They are a true example of heroism. but there are still very few of them, and they have to confront the entire system built on economic gain in a society where money talks. I think that when most of us heard the title of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, we didn't have a single idea of what a bitter truth would be discussed. But what we've seen today is our common pain. This disease of our society, which is called consumerist format, has reached a terminal stage. We must take urgent action. So, on behalf of all mothers and women, I appeal to every person living on this planet. Life is a gift from heaven. The consumerist format of society is taking away our lives and our future. If anyone hasn't figured it out yet, the consumerist format is a feast of darkness and evil. We have just seen appalling images proving that the circle of darkness is shrinking. Evil is getting closer to every one of us. It is the necrosis of humanness. It is caused by our indifference and inaction. We can continue to keep silent and hide from the truth. The truth is very painful, and we don't want to see it, right? Or we can start with the major understanding that all this mayhem is only possible in a consumer format. Lie, pain, fear, and suffering are an integral part of consumer society. We have come to the point where a person himself has become a commodity. It is already a symptom of a lethal disease. But we can make a different choice. And I believe in the hearts of mothers, as they are full of boundless love. Therefore, I'm appealing to women today. We make up the majority of the world's population. We can tell one another what we have learned today. We can tell it to our husbands, our sons, our brothers, our colleagues. We can tell them that if you choose creative society today, you are becoming directly involved in stopping slavery on this planet. If your heart and your voice are with those who unite humanity in the creative society, you are directly involved in stopping people from being trafficked for organs. If you spread the word about the creative society to those you know, then all of us will be able to quickly unite our potential in one goal, and then not a single child, not a single human in the world will not suffer from sexual or any other kind of abuse anymore. If we don't come together and agree that creative society is vital to us, we are putting the lives of all people, all the children of this world, on the line. And this is important to understand. Without exaggeration, a great responsibility lies on each one of us today. But it is also a great honor to be part of the solution, because as soon as we unite our joint potential in one single goal, in building the creative society, in changing the format towards the creative society, it will take place very fast.
On one side, the planet is burning. The other is engulfed in water. The earthquakes are shaking our houses. Oxygen is depleting. The volcanoes are erupting. Yet, we have nowhere to run. We are separated. Each of us is trying to save their own life because there is no more food or water left. Riots are starting to happen. Imagine the destruction, the chaos, and the horror of it all. We are left alone in a crumbling world to die. The worst part is this is not a movie. It is real life. The truth is, each person living on the planet today decides the fate of the whole humanity. There is not going to be one hero to save us all. We all must become heroes ourselves. We are used to complicating everything so much that we cannot even imagine how we can all survive this apocalyptic scenario that is unfolding in front of our eyes. Yet, the solution is so simple. We just need to give up our laziness, foolishness, selfishness, and pridefulness to see it. The good news is that we already have a survival guide of our civilization. It is the Creative Society. The guide is only 3 easy steps. First, you have to understand what the Creative Society is and how it will benefit you, your family. This is the step you must take on your own. The second step is an informational stage where we spread the concept of Creative Society around the globe by telling everyone, your family, friends, and even your mother-in-law. So we can unite in one idea of building a creative society. Third, once the majority knows and supports creative society, we can move into the implementation stage, where we would use our full potential to build it in 2 years or less. Why is a creative society possible today? Today, we are more aware of global issues, more technologically advanced than we were 10 years ago. Also, there are 8 billion of us, meaning altogether we form an egregore. What is an egregore? It is not just a sophisticated term. It is when intelligent individuals collectively act for the good of the whole community. Good examples are beehives and anthills. Each insect remains as an individual, but collectively everyone works towards a common goal. For us, this means as soon as we decide to focus our attention on the immediate needs, then together we will withstand all the challenges. The new breakthrough possibilities will emerge in areas of research and science because the whole human intellect and all resources will be focused on one goal, obtaining counteraction technologies that will protect us from climate crisis. Let's all get over our laziness and pridefulness, and let's follow the Creative Society's survival guide, the 3 easy steps. Learn more, spread information, and unite to build a creative society. I cannot think of better investment we all can make than an investment in the happy future, not only for you and your family, but for the whole humanity. Now, the Creative Society is a project of everyone. We do not collect any donations or funds that disappear in the deep pockets. Instead, each person acts in their abilities and uses resources they already have. So if you were able to spread information about Creative Society, by running Facebook ads, putting up a billboard in your city, running national or local commercials, putting flyers around your city or town, putting a sticker on your car's bumper, publishing an article in the New York Times, becoming a creative society media partner as a local or national blog, podcast, radio, or TV show. Creativity has no limit. No one will ever ask you how much you have spent or did not spend promoting creative society. There will be no tax benefits or deductions. In the end, we will get there faster if everyone knows about the creative society tomorrow. Whether you have $1 million or just $1 or simply some free time, your investment in the creative society will benefit you, your family, and everyone on earth. It is your opportunity to be a part of the solution and live out your superhero potential.
Today, we have heard such words as consumerist format more than once. That it is both the cause of humanity's global crisis and, at the same time, the stumbling block in solving these problems. The consumerist format itself implies incessant struggle, division, disunity, war, violence, and slavery. We see all these examples in our history. A 6,000-year history of wars. But today, we can turn this habit of fighting to our advantage. In everyday life, the laws of the consumerist format are reflected in relationships between people, in a family, between friends. At work, someone is constantly striving for domination. Everyone wants to get on top and get a better place. This is a constant self-assertion of some people at the expense of others. In consumer society, it is not the person himself who is valuable, not his ability nor achievements, but his being in the certain circles and his titles on the paper, which are not hard to buy. In consumer society, everything can be bought in general. It's a matter of how thick your wallet is. Quantity is also more important than quality in consumer society. There is a constant race, a chase, trampling of one another. Everyone strives to survive. After all, there are imposed standards that one must confront to. In order not to feel like an outsider at the feast of life, but it is not intelligence, consciousness, humanism, or honor. It is merely appearance, an expensive phone, a car, a house, the opportunity to travel, and so forth. In other words, it is not a person's qualities, but the illusion of success he can afford. Having satisfied one desire, he immediately gets another. The chase for illusion begets greed. Greed that leads to worse. When you are no longer satisfied with what you got, you begin to take things from others by force. And in such a format, losses and destruction are inevitable. Everyone dies in this struggle: kings, rulers, ordinary people, and entire empires. This is an integral and unavoidable part of the consumerist format. Is that really all we're capable of? The consumerist format is a step into the abyss, and that's where we have all been heading for thousands of years, and now we have come to that very brink. This path has cost us the most precious things of all, human lives. But the consumerist format is temporary. Sooner or later, humanity becomes convinced that it leads to a dead end. Because constant fighting with each other, destroying each other, means fighting with life itself. But don't we people want to live? Don't we want to live in stability and prosperity? Don't we want to live in respect and prosperity? Of course we do. No sane person would say that these values are alien to him. This is what we want to see at the forefront of the society we live in. In the current format, it is impossible. All because of that very constant striving for struggle. Even if people of one country unite, they will fight against the other one. We want change, but we're always waiting for something. And today, we no longer have time to wait for some miracle or new government to change everything. When we hear about change, we immediately think of struggle. We're not each other's enemies. Our main and only enemy today is the climate. And since we're so good at fighting, maybe we should direct our forces towards surviving in this fight. We're used to taking sides with one or another camp. But the climate will blow all camps away. If we don't unite now, we just won't have time. Wouldn't that be stupid? To lose the whole world simply because we're afraid of losing the illusion? We do not trust, we do not understand, we're afraid to face the truth. The most important thing is at stake, our lives. We must combine all our forces for the survival of everyone. The climate does not care what country you're from, what income you have, how many education degrees or children you have. This enemy has come without declaring war. It will wipe us all out. If we have nothing to counteract it, and today no country can offer a common idea or ideology, we're all divided and separated. And some people will never want to live by the laws of others. But we can begin to live by common laws, the same for all. We have a way out. There is the creative society, the 8 foundations that are close and important to every person. The creative society for everyone. It's the kind of society everyone wants. Creative society means that the best human qualities are encouraged and the worst qualities are curbed. In the creative society, no one will be poor. No one will be oppressed. There will be no enemies, no corruption or fear. And each of us can begin to build this society right now by telling everyone around us that only in the creative society people will live in security. Would we deprive ourselves of that chance? Let's think and decide together how we will implement these foundations in our life. And find in this unity the answer to the climate threat. We can do this, but only together. We have everything, technology, information and resources. We have everything, we just need to stop being afraid, being lazy. Really, figure this out and cast aside illusions and division. Today, millions of people are already building the creative society, but each person matters. If you are not with us, all of us will lose. After all, this is our common struggle. The only struggle in our entire history by winning which all of us win. Friends, we must start living in a new way. If we do not begin to live in a new way, we will not begin to live at all. Thank you.
Either we build a creative society, or we destroy one another. That's not a scary story. That's reality. Everyone is looking for a super idea now, a supranational idea, a uniting one, and no one has this idea, not in a single country of the world, and will not have. Because the only idea today is the idea of peaceful existence, the idea of what all people want. Isn't it so? It is. And what do people want? All people precisely want the creative society. Perhaps we shall repeat that over the last years, probably it's about 9 years, we've been working. Volunteers all over the world carried out various surveys. There was Lagoda, then Alatra, there were various projects, and millions of people have really been surveyed in all parts of the globe, everywhere. And everyone wants the same thing, and based on what people really want, the 8 foundations of the creative society have been built. It is people's desire, it is what they want, and this has to be done. All beastly qualities must be suppressed and forbidden at the legislative level and at all other levels. But all humane qualities must be promoted and developed, and this is easy. That's the most significant difference.
The world is on the verge. The fact the world
Tá daon an imal. Bhuíochas leis na fíorchaí agus an ionise a chur inniuil ag an gcomhdháil tá mid cinnte dearfa de sin arís. Gabhamid buíochas le gach duine a bhí linn inniu.
We appreciate everyone who's been with us today. Participants
Dúirdí ran fortathe na cómhdhála na sanceisteanna tráthúla a bhanan le formáid tóilteora na Sochaí, atá ag dul in olcas i gcoinne chúlra na ngéarchéimeanna éaráide agus comhdháil.
against the background of our climate and environmental crisis. The data voice
Tá na sunraí a chur inniuil maidir le monitóracht i dhéanamh ó t-athrú éaráide agus stad éiceachóras ó planéad buailte.
are striking. Humanity is really in danger. Only
Tá déanacht I mbaol in óíre.
can deny
Bhí féidir ach anólach é a chéanam.
not being aware of how high the price of inaction
Gan a bheith an úlas faoi céicó chord agus atá praghas an aspaigníomh agus an ama a caile.
numerous disputes are going on in the world regarding the cause of climate change.
A bhfuil an lá inniu, tá go leor díspódaí siúil fud an dabhain maidir le cúis an athraithe éaráide agus céatá an milleán.
In discord, division and shifting of responsibility onto one another.
Mar thura na díspódaí seo, áfa, ní dhéantar neamhord, roinnt agus astrú freagrachta go dtí a chéile.
And will not save humanity. While we are wasting time in vain,
Í athróí cuardach daoine cinnteach an cás agus ní chaibháil fí sé an déanach.
is dying because of our inaction, and consequently the chance for humanity's
Cé go
salvation
bhfuil muid ag cuireamú ama go neamhbhailh, tá na cataclysms ag méadú.
after day. We as humankind are approaching the critical point.
Tá an planéad ag fáil bháis mar gheall an aspaigníomh, agus dá bhar sin, tá an seans go slánófar an déanacht ag laidú lá in níl é.
Do not act now. We deprive the entire humanity of the future. I emphasize.
Tá méid mar chinine déine ag druidim leis an buinte criticúil agus ní bheimid in an aon rud a thrú a chiile.
Our near and dear people and our whole civilization.
Mar an dhéanamid gníomhú inis, banamid déanacht omlán na todhchaí, leagam béim,
Our unwillingness, meaning through our inaction. The planet's ecosystem
an cinine déine ar fad, is féidir linn sin féin a scrisa, or nínigar agus déir, agus or sivíaltacht omlán tríonór neamhfim,
of the world's ocean. Deforestation, the disastrous problem of
aspa tuiscina agus or an tiltanis, brí, tríonór naspaigníomh.
The main problem is even more serious. Society with a consumerist
Tá éca chóras an phlánéid ag dul in ócas go tapa mar gheall ar an bhachtúir antropagana, éiliú agéin an daon.
thoughtlessly using it beyond measure for the sake of someone's personal
Dí oríisiú, feib chubasteach na dráhuíla, agus mar sin de. Mar sin féin, tá an phríomhhaib níos daonda.
overshadowed our minds. Our momentary striving for enrichment
Tar éis an taal, ní dhéileann an tuchaí le raireach daonda tóiltóra leis an ggóisiil ach mar achfainn gan deire.
future of our loved ones. The worst thing about the consumer
Agus í á chúsáid go tuiscinach ar watha le brabús pásanta duine.
people are merely a resource in somebody else's hands.
Go fírinneach, tá féinsmach agus sant tar éis dul thar nintin.
As a result, our inhumanness begets global crisis not only
Tá sé níos tábhachtaí dún ó níchail momentum a chabhrú ná ar todhchaí féin agus todhchaí na líne atá gardún.
the main crisis is the moral one. It has exceeded all limits.
Chis é an rud is measa faoi ide óíocht slavach an tóiltóra nach bhfuil ionainn.
Plenty of violence, slavery, and exploitation of children's labor. While on the
Daoine, muid féin ach achhainn I lámha duine éigean chun na cuspóirí santach a bhaint
has arisen.
mar thura
The increasing number of refugees who need human support.
géalann ó mígéanacht géarchéimeanna daonda ní amháin sa timpplacht, sa ggéalagar, agus I réimsí eile de gníomhaíocht dhaoine, ach is í an phríomh géarchéim an ceann mórálta, a chóirí na teorainneach eile.
With a hope for humanness, but encounter enmity, rejection,
Nóir saol líomhnatha sibhialta, tá go leor foréigean, sclábhaíochta agus séchratha séithir leanaíonn.
with a consumerist attitude to one another, be able to survive in the time
Agus í ar chúra an dul chun cinn maidir le hathrú óráide, tá feib nua take chun cinn. An líon méideatha, dídinatha, a d'astíonn takeíoch agus tuiscint an duine uathu.
that in case of cataclysms, their government or specialized organizations will
Tagann na daoine seo, óna domhain ag na dálaí doglacha atá an, go tír duine eile bhfuil dóchas acu sa chinne déine, ach bíonn éad orthu, diúltú, adla agus fuair go minic.
these organizations have proved to be incapable of protecting survivors from
An
cataclysms.
mai a lehéad de bhéanacht le dearcha tóiltóra I le a chéile ná an marachtáil in aimse cataclysms daonda.
Present day.
Is léir an freagra.
Relatively stable period. But what will be tomorrow? The answer is
Tá siúil ag go leor daoine go sábhailfí a rialtas nó a neagraíochtaí speisialathe iad I gás cataclysms.
examples of people's mutual assistance and care for each other in the regions where the
Currán fortathe na cóhála in Iúl, áfach, samplaí do riara a thugann le fios nóir éirí leis na heagraíochtaí seo, mar hanóirí a chosint ar cataclysms, agus an cúnamh riachtanach a choláthar dó fiú sa tréimhse réisiúnta seasmhach sa lá atá nniu an, ach cad a bheith anamóra.
assuming the responsibility and not relying on someone else
Tá an freagra díreach cófólasa.
is exactly the main point. And
Chonaic mar samplaí freisin de chúnamh agus cuaram frithórtach daoine dá chéile sna réigiún inar chorla an triblóid.
of us there are, the more we are capable of, and the more chances we have.
Tá spáineann na samplaí seo dún gur féidir linn mar chochaí, sacht chun tarthála a chéile tríd an bhreagracht a aontu agus a ghlacha, agus gan a bheith bra ar gcuin eile.
Humanity is uncountable. This is precisely
Is é seo go díreach an príomhphointe agus an quintessente ó nach chóir chun an domhain.
society. As of today, creative society is the only
Níos mó a gine atá an, is mó a bheith ó gumas agus is mó an seans go mbeidh ar an marachtáil.
the entire humanity, and to direct the enormous
Tá cuacht achmhainnacht na déanaachta iontach, cé go bhfuil cuacht an cinenne géine aontaithe dáthrathe.
united civilization and survival
Seo go díreach críolóir an Sochaí Cruthaithí a chomhdháil.
Disastrously hard time, which we as humanity have entered for the first time.
A bhfuil an láinniu is é an Sochaí Cruthaithí an taon smaoinemh a éideann aon duine an déanacht iomlán.
Only together as the entire humanity, we will jointly protect what is precious to our hearts. We will jointly
A aon tú go chomlán, agus an potential ollmhór ileghléine a chorú chun sibhialtacht aontaithe agus marachtáil an déanra déine fad a chruthú san am tubaiste crua seo.
On March 20, 2021, a landmark event took place.
A táimidne mar an cinenne daine tar éis dul isteach den céad uair in our star.
What the prophets dreamed of. There, we, people from all over the world, brought together representatives
Ní dhéanfimid aon dúsláin agus contoirtí a chorú le chéile ach mar an cinenne daine iomlán. Gus nómid I go fort an rud atá luachmhór dorgraí.
That's the true face of all religions. It doesn't matter what religion you belong to, or
Déanfimid an domhain seo a bheochan I go fort, or planéad a ahbhonú, agus or dithe comúnta tóga.
everyone. The apostolic blessing of the head of the Holy See and the entire Catholic Church.
Tá beannacht aspal de cheannan échant néfa agus an aglas catlicach fad an Papa Princes Lynn, tá chuid padracha Lynn.
Today, the whole world must unite in building the creative society where humanity's potential plays a key role and where
Sa lá atá nniuan, caithfí an domhain ile aontú chun an Sochaí Cruthaithí a chomhdháil ina bhfuil ról lornach ag achmhainnacht an cinenne gléine, agus I gcás ina bhfuil an luach is airde ag saol gach duine.
the number one task for every sensible person.
Sa lá atá nniuan, caithfar an cumann Cruthaithí a chomhdháil mar an taisc is mó do gach duine ciallmhar an plánéad seo. Ó bhaithlam buíochas a gabháil le gach ranfortaí I tionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí.
You are the ones who are driven by pure conscience, superior moral
Is
quality,
sibh sin na daoine atá dumont ag cunsí sa íon, cólaíochtaí morálta níos fearr, an léirú is airde altrúchas agus grácómhéir, agus a gníomhaíonn le glé agrí.
by the call of their hearts. Every participant of the Creative Society project is an inspiring
Is
example.
sampla spragu le gach ranfortaí de tionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí de chreidirh neamhúsáide I gcumas an cinenne daine ní amháin chun or teach a chomhdháil, ach chun domhain iontach nua a chomhdháil de gach saoránach dóir Sochaí aontaithe. Tom Brodúil as a bheith an seo leat inniu. Tom Brodúil as a bheith mar ranfortaí I tionscadal na Sochaí Cruthaithí.
Proud of being a participant of the Creative Society project. And it's a great honor for me to stand shoulder to shoulder with you.
Agus is mór an urdam seasamh gúlan le gúlan láatsa a chuirde. Go raibh maith agat as a bheith an seo.
Consumer format,
In anón an có-ibreacht I bhformáid an tóiltóra, caithimid buachan.
have nowhere to retreat. We have one
Níl
planet.
aon áiteagainn chun cúlú.
We must all
Tá planéad amháin againn.
and win.
Ní mór dún go léir aontú agus buachan, agus ba an bu againn. Go meanaí dia dún go léir.
Bless us all.
truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth.
Don't we know what to do to bring the world prosperity?
Only way that is true is through creative society. Let's make the change together. We're stronger if we're one. Creating peace forever. Together we are strong. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for
Real love from above, cause we're all one family. We can unite the world and reconcile humanity. Let's end the wars for profit. Address the pressing topics. Get connected everywhere like fiber optic. Read the signs of the times. It ain't hard to see. It's time for peace and love. It's time for unity. It's time to put aside the drama. Do it for the youth. It's time to stand together for real. It's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth.
Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout out, it's time for
It's time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore.